don't know why I started with hoorah today, but that's what we're doing. It might be because right next to me I have two Thai teas, not one, but two. I was feeling adventurous today. So I got two different Thai teas, and they are special Thai teas. Now listen, this is going to be an interesting stream because there have been a lot of notes. There have been a lot of notes in the last 24 hours. I was going to make a video, and I'm not going to lie. Can I tell you what happened? Let me tell you what happened, okay? So I was going to make a video right before stream today, and I was going to get that live. Here's the problem. Allow me to explain. I took a nap instead. Now, I know what you're thinking. Wow, I can't believe he would do that. I know, me neither, because I'm trying not to nap because I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule. But all I can tell you, okay, all I can tell you is this. I was there one moment and then not there the next moment. And that's my only defense. All I can say is I closed my eyes. It was like a long blink. And then I opened them several hours later. There was nothing I could do. I'm a believer that I should take responsibility. I should take responsibility for my action. But in this case, it wasn't me. There was nothing I could do. All right, bet. Notifications are out. Let's go. So we're gonna do some PTR testing. I gotta test out some DPS. We're gonna update the tier list today. Today is a tier list day. We're definitely updating it. It's basically time. I think that we are at the final point of the season. I think we're here now. I think this is basically the final patch notes. Good morning, Zyle. Good morning, Delinius. Hey, Cartman. Yo, Cartman, you got first today? Solid. No, actually, technically, Zyle got first on the redemption. Cartman got first on the messages. What's up, D. Tomas? Yo, so there's a lot of WoW news. Like, there's so much impact. Like, actually, the meta is not going to be the same. Mua, how do you feel? Mua, as a representative spec of the Death Knight DPS race, how do you feel after reading the last patch notes? I want your honest thoughts. All right? You DK main, Mua? What are your thoughts? What do you think's going to happen? Good morning, Pains. Good morning. So I got to test. Like, this is going to be a big testing day where I got to take... The tanks don't really change that much, but the tanks do change. I take that back. The tanks absolutely change because the DPS change. And that... There's been some weird little intricacies. Like, weirdly enough, Brewmaster got nerfed without being nerfed. And I will explain why later. Okay? So no point of reference. Fair enough. Now listen, I'm in a good mood. Allow me to explain. Number one, I accidentally took a long nap. So I'm kind of waking up. We're waking up together. Number two, this is a Thai tea. Number three, this is another Thai tea. These are fancy Thai teas. That was basically breakfast. Is that healthy? I don't want to hear it. What is the blue and purple button in the middle of your action bars? This is a weapon from the new Ecodome dungeon. I looted it, and I was trying it. This is my Resto setup, so this is Resto. We can save that real fast. It is a weapon that I was trying because I looted it from the Ecodome, and it's just a little bit of extra damage. It is very simply a regular weapon, and it just goes strike with the speed of a warp stalker, inflicting spell strike damage split between... It's just an on-use thing. Ratio rep nerf for tank is crazy. Needs buff. No, it does not. I will clarify, it needed a buff way back when, then they buffed it by like 500,000%. That needed a nerf, not a buff. I'll tell you why. A, it's bugged. So first of all, it's bugged. Let me find the thing that I tanked. Was I only healing the last time I was on PTR? It looks like these are all healing keys. Okay. All right, let me see his healing then. I can look at my tank's healing. The ratio wraps are huge, man. They're like 10-15% of a tank's healing. You know what I mean? They're like 10-15%. They're huge, so the nerf is actually totally fair to them. Like, kind of justified nerf, in my opinion. Honestly, I feel like that nerf was very acceptable. 7% is also nothing. 7% is a very small number. The thing that concerns me more is the DPS buffs to the cloak, because anything that's mandatory comes with it problems. Anytime there's a mandatory thing you got to get in the game, there's a problem. And I'm concerned about that. I really am. I think that there could be some genuine issues about the fact that it is technically required. Because those boots that drop from raid are also going to be required, and they changed that. You know, they snuck that one in. Because there's class tuning and stuff, nobody really paid attention to the fact that they snuck that in. I don't like the fact that they snuck that in. Do you see that? You see the thing that basically you got to raid Mythic? Did you see that? That was a big deal. They basically made it so that the boots from normal are 20% less effective than the boots from Mythic. And then the boots from Heroic are 10% less effective, which means you gotta raid Mythic. But the problem with raiding Mythic is that it's not one of the early bosses, it's one of the mid bosses that looks relatively challenging and probably not puggable early on. So, ooh. Yeah, I didn't like that. I didn't like that. I don't want... I think that... I just... All I can say, right? There's nothing for DPS. I don't know about... So 10%, it's... The proc is big, man. The proc saved me as a tank a bunch. I really noticed it as a tank. Like I said, there are some tanks that the proc benefits more, like Prot Pally really, really benefits them. It's a big deal. Like, is this overall right here? Yeah, this is overall, yeah. Like, look at... This is like 11% of his overall healing. The cloak is kind of massive. For me as a healer, this is how much it does for me as a healer. As a healer, look at this. This is 12.4%. That's all on me, right? Pretty much. Now, this is a lot. This is me. Look at me in the tank. This PTR, yeah, I gotta test PTR today because I want to update my whole tier list. I wasn't planning on it today, but honestly, I was reading those notes. I read them again. And then I read them again, and I was like, bro, this is a lot. This is very changed now. Yeah, this is not the same as it was. This is actually going to be different. Mythic rating is required, might just not to. So here's the thing, Zyle. Mythic rating is not required, but at the same time, if you can do it, you should do it. Like, you will get an advantage. Basically, it's an advantage 3 months into the season. It's always been an advantage because of how Mythic tier works in the crest system. Like, you'll be a little bit behind, but if you game the crest system properly, you won't be that far behind. Moa, I think for healers and tanks, that cloak is actually more important than DPS because, as you can see, if you look at the DPS procs here, their cloak is going to be way down here. Like, this is 3.6%, so a little bit of a nerf or a buff to this is kind of fine. But healers and tanks, it's a big deal. If you look at my healing here, it's like a massive amount. That's like 12%. So maybe, does this mean that maybe if you're on a raid team, maybe the tanks and the healers get it first? I don't think so. I don't think so. When I saw that Insta username, oh, what's up, Soap? If I have to see it, you have to see it. That's kind of the rule. You have any friends like that? Do you guys have friends where you're like, you see something absolutely vile that you see this thing on Instagram and you're like, I think I'm the first in my bloodline to ever witness such atrocity, and then you immediately have to send it to someone? You know what I'm talking about? Like, that's like, whenever you see something like this, it's like you're like, I must share. Like, if I see it, you see it. You know what I mean? Will you be releasing dungeon guides? Okay, so here's the thing with the dungeon guides, D. Tomas. I was working on one, and it was a good one. I was working on it because I was like, this is going to be so tough. I'm gonna make it simple. I was making on a how to heal Halls of Atonement, which is why the last time I was on PTR, I spent 3 hours only healing Halls of Atonement. I literally spent 3 hours. I healed it on my Prez, my Shaman, my Druid, so I can get 3 different specs of footage and explain how to heal Halls of Atonement. Then the very next day, I was working on that video. The very next day, they simply changed it. Literally, I made it, I was working on it, and the very next day, they were like, Halls of Atonement, massively nerfed. And I was like, oh, okay. So all the information I was saying was wrong. I might have to wait a week or two. I want to have dungeon guides, but the truth is that I might not have dungeon guides, like, right as the season starts. That was my plan, was like, hey, as season starts, these videos are going to be live. But the truth is that I think the problem is that I had this lofty goal for myself where I was going to make a how to heal, how to DPS, and how to tank, right? Like, I was going to make a one for each of the thing. Is Frost DK dead after nerfs? Well, I'm going to make a tier list later, and I will straight update everything. Like, I will actually straight update, like, everything. You know what I mean? You got CE? Oh, congratulations. Wait, CE is a big accomplishment. Nice. What's up, Dalgroth2? Hello there. Hand pink waving. Dalgroth2, what's your favorite color? What's your favorite color? Congratulations on CE, by the way. So is this like Race to World last? Isn't this the last week to get it? Okay, I see somebody in a 17 Arakara. I kind of don't really want to test 17 Arakara, to be honest, though. You read my message, by the way. Is Dalgroth 2? Dalgroth 2 on YouTube as well? He is Dalgroth 1. Hi, Dalgroth 1. Your message on Discord? I think I might have glanced over it this morning. There were a lot of messages on Discord. 1 second. I have a clue. Oh, yeah, okay. Got you. All right, when we want to go over that, then just let me know. When you're ready to go over that, then let me know, because that'll be an interesting one. Yeah, there's so much information out there, though. It's a double Dalgroth. It's a double Dalgroth. It's Dalgroth squared. Dalgroth times Dalgroth. Does Dalgroth 2 also have a cute dog? Does Dalgroth 2 also have a cute dog named Speck? Whenever you're ready. How long are you up for, Creeper? What's your time zone? Where are you from, Creeper? I forgot what your time zone. All right, I'm going to make my own key. What do I want to do? All the keys are available now, right? Interesting is going to be an understatement. Fantastic. You know what? The more to learn, the better. The more to learn. Sometimes it's not about being perfect from the get-go. It's about learning. You know what I mean? All right, listen. So let's open this first. Michigan, so EST. Gotcha. You have a golden retriever called Bella. Do you actually? Geagle Zap Step Boots. Literally worthless. Because, wait, I'm not even wait. Am I not even using the procs on my Druid? Oh, no, I just never changed it. I was about to say. I have the raid boots here. Wait. Did I never pick up the raid boots? That's hilarious. Have I been testing my Druid without this for a while? Do I even have the cloak? Oh, yeah, I do. Okay, that's good. We'll take tokens. I don't know. This is not necessary. You don't need to stake this on PTR. This is basically the last week of PTR testing, man. PTR does have Vault, and it's super troll because if you take something from Vault, the key that you get will have no affixes. Do you think Sigil of the Cosmic Hunt will be BIS required for all tanks? It was just an M0, so I wasn't worried. Yeah, of course, of course. So the main thing about tanking is when you get into tanking, there are basic stuff. And I want to make a video about it, but it's actually so oppressive to make a video about because I'm like, there's so much to cover that it's easy. Sigil of the Cosmic Hunt. This one. Bro, I'm not going to lie. I haven't tested this trinket a single time. I actually don't know. Like, I haven't tested this. I've been using Brand of Ceaseless Ire. Every tank that I know is using Brand of Ceaseless Ire, not Sigil of the Cosmic Hunt. So I don't know. You think Demon Hunter going to take Spirit Bomb next season? Probably not. Eldrachi tier set gets like doubled. I mean, there's always a potential and stuff though. I mean, Brand. Okay, that makes way more sense. Yeah, this one probably. The other big thing about this, D. Tomas, is you gotta realize when people talk about BIS, like, even if you're on a mythic raid team that's like Hall of Fame level, so you'll be raiding 5 days a week and something crazy, like you'll be putting in hours of your life. You could think about this. The amount of time you're raiding, you could get level 99 woodcutting in RuneScape. Like that, people raid at that level so much the first few weeks. I feel bad for them because I don't think it's that fun personally. But anyways, that's a tank trinket. The Brand of Ceaseless Ire is on a loot table that is only for tanks. DPS cannot use it. Healers cannot use it. It won't activate. So if I change specialization, this will not work. It is only for tanks, which is so good. Thank the Lords. Because what will happen if it's not like this is that DPS will get it early in prog. Because that's what happens. Because your tanks are second-class citizens. They don't matter. In a raid, your tanks are like an afterthought, and your healers are an afterthought. So what happens is your DPS, if you're in an actual prog guild, get all the loot first. And it's annoying. Like, if you're a tank or a healer, you're like, really want that thing. No, everybody gets a DPS, get the biggest upgrades, normally speaking. So almost always, unless there's a very specific healer or tank trinket, like they all go to DPS the first few clears because you're trying to race to Hall of Fame. Like, so there's a big incentive to give everything to the maximum upgrades. In terms of who gets tier sets, there's some graph that shows you this DPS specialization gets X amount and this one only gets a little bit less, so it goes to the first person. You don't roll. Like in prog guilds, you don't roll on loot. It's assigned. You get basically loot counseled. So one person gets funneled, which creates a little bit of a weird incentive for keys early on. However, I will say that the person who gets funneled, that they're like raiding every day. You know, so the first few weeks is okay. Basically, though, this trinket is on the tank loot table, which means that there are only 2 people, maybe 3 tops in your raid who will want it. If I raid on a team, even if it's a heroic team, also keep in mind mythic, you don't kill mythic bosses that early. So realistically, it's a heroic trinket. If this drops, there are only 2 people who will want it. It's both your tanks. And yeah, that's like a really good thing for raid because there's a lot of good items. You're like, I want the boots, I want the this, I want the that. You're not getting them. Like, we're testing right now on PTR. We got to remember, we're testing with full 4-set. It's not the item level gets scaled. We're testing with full 4-set, but also the fact that we are testing with like BIS rings and everything. So the Farok tank trinket was a problem because it wasn't only for tanks. So healers wanted it and DPS wanted it. That trinket was an abomination. You remember that trinket? That trinket was terrible because it was so hard to get. Under the assumption Guardian doesn't change and trinkets stay where they are, what should I target first from dungeons? Pacemaker and... Pacemaker, there's actually 2 trinkets that will work, honestly, for Guardian. Empowering Crystal from Dawnbreaker is not bad, and the Sack Brood from Arakara is also fine. You know how people voted Arakara back? You know what I'm talking about? You remember how people voted Arakara back because everybody remembered the sack brood, and then they made that dungeon absolutely terrible. It's a miserable dungeon now. What's up, kitty? Good morning. Yeah, you can't wait to swap out your pacemaker with a pacemaker. Correct. Correct. Also, though, I would say that, Soap, if you're swapping out one pacemaker with another pacemaker, it might be worth looking at your diet. I don't want to tell you what to do, but I'm just saying. Wait a second. Oh, I did have the boots. Did they just remove it from PTR? Wait. Did they just Oh, so you can't test the boots on PTR. I was thinking about this. I was like, those are the boots. Oh. Wait. Oh, wait. There's no boots on PTR? Yeah. So I guess you can't test the stuff. Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's fine. Everything stalls avoidance, correct. What makes it worse now? Arakara. Okay, so in Arakara, page 3, or am I blind? Wait, page 3, 1, 2, 3. This one. But see how the effect is gone? So the effect is gone. That's what I'm saying. It used to be these ones. That's why I thought I already had them. Wasn't it like... I had them. They were this one. This was the boots. Yeah, I think so. I guess you can't test them. That's fine. That's fine. Like I said, the actual cape is really good. Like, genuinely, it's a lot of healing. So the reason that it's not as good, the Arakara Sack Brood, is because it's competing with other trinkets. In Season 1, there was no trinkets. Like, there were just no trinkets that were that good. There were the raid trinkets, and that was pretty much it, right? So the problem with Season 1 was that there wasn't any competition. But right now, we have Pacemaker. The Pacemaker is solid. We also have Empowering Crystal, which is solid. You also technically have Solia's from Gambit. I don't know if that's going to be played by tanks. It's like maybe a small DPS upgrade, so you probably will play it as a tank, potentially. But you have a few options. There's also another really disturbing trinket. You guys want to know what the really disturbing trinket is? Because I haven't even begun to describe to you. There is a trinket which, if they do not nerf, if they don't give it the brand treatment, you are all in despair. Because you as a DPS player probably have to play it, and you as a tank player probably have to play it. It's a bad trinket, and they need to change it. I'm actually hoping, like, I might even give PTR feedback because it's degenerate gameplay. But there is a healing trinket, which has haste. No primary stat. It has haste on it. And it gives a massive party-wide absorb. And currently speaking, everyone can use it. It's like a mass barrier from a mage. It's a big trinket. It's this looming silk. But this is not bound to a specialization. And the problem with this is that you might run it as a tank, and you might run it, okay, as a DPS, because technically speaking, if the timer is easy, this is the new ward, except that it's 5 times as powerful as Ward of Faceless Ire. Do you remember Ward of Faceless Ire from Echo of Neltharion? Ward of Faceless Ire had this problem, which is where your AUG would run it, but also some of your DPS would run it, because it was actually so valuable to have that your tank would run it and your DPS would run it. They would take the DPS loss. That one technically had primary stat on it, okay? No, it's not a tank trinket. It's not a tank trinket. It's actually, you're inting yourself as a tank by playing this. Like, there are much better tank trinkets. This is not, you could play Ritual Mud or something. This isn't for the tank. Read it again. Read it. Read it and weep, Elixir. Weave 4 nearby allies. 5.5 million absorb. It's a group-wide Ward of Faceless Ire, which is so OP because it's on a 1 minute 30 second cooldown. 5.5 million is half your health bar. So basically, this is a Dispre shield, and if you have all 5 people in your party using it, you can rotate every 20 seconds. Every 20 seconds, somebody can press this. It's an on-use trinket, and it will int your team. But technically speaking, you could do that. I think they really need to look at that. I think that would be a bad idea. So I want to test some PTR stuff. I really don't want to do 17 aura. 17 aura seems like a really annoying key to do. So how about we do some 15s, 14s? Wait, Meeks? Holy shit, Meeks is on PTR. Bro. Like, give me. I'll DPS. I was going to test tanks. I don't even care. I'll DPS. Meeks. I'll DPS. Wait. I didn't realize Meeks was in here. Holy shit. I just saw Meeks on PTR. Bro. Yo. Let me swap Warlock. Let me swap Warlock or Hunter. Hunter or Warlock. Hi, Meeks. Oh, I caught Meeks on the PTR. Bet this is exciting. I caught Meeks. I'm not gonna play Boomy though. Boomy is rest in peace. Whatever you want to play. Okay. I got excited. Listen. I'm not gonna play Boomy. The actual though, You guys know what's really weird, though? It's under healer only to loop, but so they didn't put specialization required. That's the problem. Exactly. I wonder what the patch notes from today will be pushed to servers. Is it not already Simplex? It's not? This is the last week of PTR testing. What's the point? Oh, wait, take arson. Take arson. I'll figure something out. I'll play whatever. I'll play Ret or something. I could play Ret Pally. It says so in the blue toast. Read the wait a second. Okay, I'll play something. Sec. What's up, Arson? Arson and Meeks in here. There's like a dream team. Wait. But this is the last week of PTR testing, so why would they make it? It'll be over the next few days. Because they have to make it soon. This is basically because M0 in campaign is like going to take most people's times. I don't think people will be playing PTR next week. This is the last week. Like, this is the week to test, okay? Huh. All right, I'm going to play... Okay, Simplex, but then the problem is... So you're saying that all my testing today won't include those notes? You're saying that it won't include the notes? Do I play Ret Pally? I could... Listen, I'm not even that good at Ret Pally, but I could play it. I could play Ret Pally. Listen, I am not a representative of this spec whatsoever. I don't even think I have it set up, but no joke, I'm gonna make it work. Listen, okay, Ret Pallies in chat, please. What if Frost is truly dead? Yeah, play Ret. It's not truly dead, but it's not S tier anymore. I actually wasn't expecting them to do that, to be honest. I kind of thought they would give it the baby rework treatment, and they're like, this is my baby. This is my baby. Play sub rogue. No. No. I'm not much of a sub. Listen, hold up. Unhinged Jaw. Right. That's right. That's correct. You got to unhinged Jaw. I'm friends with Arson. Request to join group. All right, listen. How to play Ret? Demon Hunter saying good. Yeah, Demon Hunter is probably still good, though. I think that Resto Druid, I'm surprised it didn't get nerfed, because that shit is just kind of overtuned. Listen, help. Press Divine Storm. No, what's the build? What's the build that I'm supposed to play? Like, are we playing Templar, or what? Is Templar the play? Like, help me out here. You're still playing Templar, yeah? Wait, what does it even do? Hammer of Light, Wake of Ashes. Right. You're still playing Templar. I need a weapon. I don't even have this set up whatsoever. It's fine. I'll go set this up super fast, though. What are the stats for Ret Pally? I'm assuming this is not quite right. On PTR, still Templar. Great. Because I don't want to test this poorly. Crit and Mastery. Mastery? Not haste? I don't know on PTR. So basically, you're saying all my stats are wrong, yeah? Crit haste? I have haste. I got crit haste basically right now. I have like a little mastery and no verse, though. Crit mastery for sure. Okay. Thank you, Soap. Soap, does this build look right? Also, do I even have the cloak? Bro, was I testing my Prot Pally without the cloak? Hold up. Oh, no, not this. Please provide me with reishi wraps, okay? Please provide me with fibers for the reishi wraps. Please empower my ability to use the reishi wraps. Also, keep in mind, just do more damage. I think I can do this. Ret is not technically that complicated to play. I will say, the one advantage of Ret Pally is that it is really not that complicated. So this should be Mastery. Okay, so Mastery here. We put the Mastery socket. PTR is not exactly the best way to test things. And the reason is super simple, you know? Ret got Giga buffed. So it didn't get Giga buffed. It got buffed to the pad damage that it already did, to be fair. I will be honest about this. Okay? And then this trinket doesn't seem right. I bet you play like Ritual Forge or something. Like this is probably like you just still play this trinket for big burst. If Meeks doesn't pull big, I'm going to be super sad. I hate it here. I'm a Ret Pally and I wanted them to get nerfed. Why, Siler? You don't want to play Ret? Ret Pallies always like playing Ret. Where's a weapon? This weapon seems like it has regular primary stat on it. Okay, two-handed strength weapon. We'll take this Maw of the Void. Cool. Good. Here. And I think I'm good. I think these are... is Pacemaker fine? Or what are people playing? I think Pacemaker will be fine. 1 minute. 1 minute. Sorry. I'll be right there. People were still playing this, but this happens. I think this got nerfed in the last build. So... Equip your card upon collecting 15 fragments. I think this will be fine. I think these two trinkets are fine. I think Pacemaker can't be that bad. Okay, so what I want to do from here is go over to Stormwind, grab a quick weapon enchant, and then I'm on my way to do this. Basically, pull big. The fish sticks, by the way, So I was going to make a video, and it was going to be called Season 3 Saved, because they nerfed Halls of Atonement in kind of the correct way, and they also nerfed the fish sticks so that now you can just cleave them down. The problem is, they made a mistake. You want to know what Blizzard's mistake is? They made a hilarious mistake with Gambit. So if they were going to make the fish sticks totems, they should have done that first. But for some reason, they didn't. They waited to do it. And there is a significant problem with that, which is that they already nerfed them to be 5 seconds. So they're going to spawn, not do anything, and 5 seconds later they should be dead. Now that they're not totems and you can cleave them down. So basically, it got nerfed by the end of the day. They no longer exist. The fish sticks are basically, they shouldn't be a thing at all now. All right, great. I just need a weapon enchant real quick, and then I'm good to go. Radiant power, boom, done. All right, I'm ready. Let's go. They keep buffing, so Ret doesn't. So yeah, okay, but there's an issue, to be fair, with how Ret Pally does damage. However, I still think that it's actually going to be kind of decent. Do. All right, hold up. I'm here. How? So I gotta unhinge my jaw, huh? Oh, this already has a weapon enchant on it. Wait, what? I already had it. All right, cool. All right, basically go big. I'm gonna wait aggro. I'm gonna wait. All right, go big or go home. Let's do it. Can I beat Arson? This is my question. Do you think I can beat Arson on a Ret Pally? Technically speaking, according to the tier list, I should. But in actuality, I'm not so sure. I have a plan. I don't know what to pull, but I'll go big. Yeah, just go big. Just like go huge. Go massive. Yeah, you don't got to worry about that. Just pull like you mean it. Pull like you mean it. Here. Wait, I don't have this. Highlight weapon. Okay, good. Yeah, I just want him to pull big because I got like this uncapped AoE and I'm ready to blast. Basically, I'm going to bop myself. Like, no joke, I'm bopping myself. I'm building. I'm good. I'm trying to do my buttons. I'm trying to hit the buttons. I got a kick even. Boom. So this fish stick should die now. I'm going to actually swap to it, but it should basically die. Like, it shouldn't be a problem. Okay, so I've bought myself. Am I doing big damage? I'm not doing nearly as much damage as I should be doing, to be honest. Something's wrong here. Something's wrong. I didn't do something right. I hit the wrong buttons in the wrong order somehow. Yeah? I think you missed the Vine Hammer. I thought I pressed the Vine Hammer. That's okay. I should be doing, like, way more damage than this, though. I will say. This is not an accurate representation of Ret Pally. I'll do my best. Here, like this. It's because this takes 5 holy power, and I think I'm not expecting the 5 holy power. But the fish sticks are going to be so much better. I was worried about it, but basically with this, I think that people will really like the first area. I think it's okay. Are you using Final Reckoning? Yes, I'm using Final Reckoning. So basically, I have to hold it here for my wing proc, though. Yeah. So basically, I have to proc the wings like right now. Then I Final Reckoning. Then I hammer. Then I toll. And then I go Divine Storm and hammer again, and then I toll, and then I go like this, right? And then I go like boom, 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 boom. I'm not doing no damage, right? But once again, Shadow Priest becomes a spec where if you can't play it well, it simply doesn't work. This is one of the problems with Shadow Priest, okay? Arson is smacking. Yeah, he's going to love this dungeon. Arson is, well, first of all, he's a good warlock, right? But second of all, he is going to own. He's going to own for sure. He's going to go this way. Okay, Meeks is going to the right here. Again, this whole area, massively nerfed. So honestly, it should be fine to kind of go however you want. Affliction, the whole point of Affliction is that it's uncapped AoE. And it's not fully pad anymore either, which is a giant benefit, right? It used to be basically, like, kind of, hold up, wait. I'm going to get my proc here. I got all my damage coming up, like, right now. I should probably get one of these kicks and stuff like this. So we're going to go boom, like this. And then I'm going to go Wings proc, Crusade, I think I hit that in the slightly wrong order. I'm gonna pad my AoE because I got big cooldowns here, so I'm kind of just, I know there's a totem out and I want to cleave it down, but the truth is that I need to do more damage. I'm a DPS player. For once I play DPS. Oh shit, Meeks died. Oh, I have no bop. Oh, my damage. Wait, fish sticks are up for a certain time period? Also, basically, though, you ever wasted a buttload of holy power using generators at 5 power? Yeah, you know, probably, honestly, Delineus, that makes sense. I could see myself doing that, correct? That doesn't surprise me that much. This is me basically. I'm not good at ret, so whatever I'm able to put out as ret, I think we should not be tanking this here, to be honest. Are we going to kite this out a little bit? Yeah, with the old tier set, wasting holy power. Yeah, with the new set. Okay. I think I can lay on hands myself, most likely, and I would live. So we cannot send cooldowns, though, because this is going to die in a second. There we go. Perfect. I want to see this. Also, we're playing with the Prez Evoker, and you know I had a special place in my heart for Prez Evoker, so I'm kind of curious to know how this guy does. I am curious, though. I want to know how he does. I want to know. He looks like he's doing all right. He looks like he's doing good to me. So we're going this way. Okay, all right. Good. Fair enough. So we're going to go Holy Power here. We basically go Reckoning as it groups. I wait for aggro for a second because I'm a polite and respectful DPS. We go double wings. Boom. Right? And then we go like bam, bam, bam. That fish stick is a little bit close. I don't want to cleave it and accidentally pull something. Like, I want to be hitting it with my echoes of the Divine Storm. The Tempest of the Lightbringer, which is an old Shadowlands legendary. And I'm not going to lie, at this point, I'm kind of just flexing. At this point, I'm sort of just telling you that I weirdly know a lot about a lot of specs, even though you've never seen me play them before. Like, I don't think you've ever seen me play Ret Pally, really. But for some reason, I actually know a lot about it. I can't explain to you why. It's just at some point in my WoW career, I've played it. That's the only explanation I have for you, is at some point, I was like, let me just try Ret Pally for, like, at least a few keys, if not actually, like, half a season. And that's, like, the weird thing about me is I just get so bored on one spec that I almost inevitably end up playing other things. Yeah, I love it. It's, like, my favorite way to play the game is just to be constantly trying new things. Are you spamming the button for Empyrean Hammer? Correct. I am spamming it because I have a big GCD delay on PTR. So PTR, I have, like, kind of a massive GCD delay, and it does affect me. It does affect me quite a bit. Did we end up pulling this? Oh, we did end up pulling this. I believe somebody walked a little bit too close. So Reckoning... We go like bam, 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 bam. I don't have this. I need to run. But I want to stay in, so I'm going to kind of greed my movement abilities so I can stay in and do big damn. Wings. I was just watching you click it like 100 times. Yeah. Because I'm a little confused because the whole 5 holy power thing is a little strange to me still. Like, that's a little bit different to me. I'm still a little bit confused. Like, do you prio Blade of Justice? Do you prio other things? Like, what's the play here, you know? I'm keeping up. I'd like to point out that, hey, at the very least, though, I'm keeping up, huh? I'm not doing bad. So as you run through, I'm going to be generating, kind of spend as I get here. Maybe wait for that guy to come in. I'll just wait a second for my movement abilities. Dude, I'm actually not doing bad, though, right? Like, honestly, yeah, I don't feel like I'm doing bad. I feel like I'm keeping up. I'm at least not a detriment to my team, although I have no idea what I'm doing. Do you ever hold a hammer proc, or do you basically just send it? Like, right there, for example, should I have held that, technically speaking? I can walk over this for a second. I don't think it will kill me. Oh, he's gonna. All right, this is the melee dream right here. This is where I gotta prove that I can actually play melee. Because I don't know. I got the lightning. I got the beam on me. That's okay. I know the mechanics of this dungeon. I won't die. I'm gonna kite it out like this. Oh, wait, I still have the arrow on me. Damn it. Okay, I think this is a bubble, so I can stay in. Actually, this is a bubble here. Yeah, this is just a bubble. I gotta greed the DPS bubble. This is where you need to think like a DPS player and think, okay, but I have cooldowns and I need to be doing damage right now. And if I'm not doing damage, then I'm in trouble. Oh, that's the new icon for the blast AoE. That's what that is. So that's the icon for this though. Ret is a melee? Right. It's kind of a melee. Technically speaking, yes. It is a melee, sort of. I didn't do enough damage there because I had to be running out a bunch. I got it. I can do it. So you just do the console now, and then bam, you're good. Yep. Whoo. Yo. Sorry, YouTube. I missed YouTube chat for a bit, though. You gonna stick with the Guardian tank for Mythic Plus this season? Yo, our YouTube chat, are you still there? That's my bad. Listen, I was distracted. I was focusing. I was hard locked in. This is uber lock-in because I very rarely DPS, and I kind of just want to prove that I can do it. Like, part of me is just like, I gotta do this. You know what I mean? Like, I'm in full proving mode right now that I have to do this. I think I hold toll for one thing. So that arrow on me, that's confusing. I don't like the fact that they did that because I thought this is, so I do have the Purged on fire by me, and you have to pre-move it, which is super annoying as a melee. Like, that's like super giga annoying that if you get this as a melee, you basically can't do damage for a second. You can walk over the fire for a second if you use a movement ability. Boom like this, boom like this, boom like this. I get a kick. Nice. Yeah, I gotta prove a little bit that I can actually play DPS because I feel like people never see it, and I basically won't play it outside of PTR. Like occasionally, I'll just do like the occasional DPS key, but I've inted myself here just because this boss is melee anti-unfriendly. So that's just the AoE pulse, which doesn't really kill you anymore because they have nerfed it. So I blinding light, boom, and I just send a little bit of damage here onto boss. I kick this, I do this, bam. I've desynced my cooldowns a little bit. So we got to make sure this one dies. Okay. Didn't have RNG melee swings. Can you clarify what you mean by that? When you say RNG melee swings, are you talking about the Crusader strikes? It's a little weird for sure. All right, ready? So here we go. We got big damage here. So we go like here, Reckoning, Hammer, Toll, I think right away. And then we go second hammer, big hammers, big hammers, big hammers. Like this. Bam. So melees can Oh, gotcha. What's up, Faye? Meow. Hi. There's a timer for Crusader strikes. I'm sure there's a lot of things, like a weak aura that I should probably be using, etc., etc. There's almost certainly, though. You know what I mean? The set bonus. Okay. Do. So I'm gonna hodge one of these. And then I'm gonna go like, boom, I'm gonna get this kick. So that arrow is not the fire. You have to, this is the fire here. This is the fire. I have to pre-move it, by the way. Do not wait. You can't wait for the fire to spawn. You have to pre-move the fire. If you do not pre-move the fire, you will insta-die. Actually, a lot of people are going to have this, though. Please tell me when. So I want to test PTR, but apparently I have been told that the fixes are not live yet. So, like, a lot of my damage here actually would be buffed by 10%. Apparently, they're not live, which is really annoying, because how are we supposed to test it if it's not live? Basically, though, the tier list update is going to be in 4 or 5 hours. However, I will upload it to YouTube potentially later. Not like right away, but it will get uploaded to YouTube. So here we got big damage. This should be my Giga Burst. These are perfectly stacked, as all things should be. As long as I don't get hit by one of these ground effects, this is the ret damage here. I'm going to pop off. I'm popping off here. I've got this. Here we go. I'm just going to generate. I'm going to spend. I'm going to generate. I'm going to spend. I'm going to generate. I'm going to spend. There we go. I did some damage here. I feel like my damage should have reached a much higher peak, to be honest, with like that perfect setup. I didn't have an Empyrean Hammer, to be fair. Morning, Osiris. How's it going? How's the raid team looking? How's the recruitment? Basically, though, the tier list update will be soon, though. Will you stop maining tanks? You keep getting them nerfed? Hello. No, I didn't get Guardian nerfed. The VDH nerf, by the way, is nothing. The VDH nerf effectively doesn't count. That's not even a nerf. That's like a 2% parry nerf. If that's all they escape with, they're absolutely fine. VDH will be just fine, by the way. Yeah, you don't have to worry about VDH. That change today is just simply not enough to do what it's supposed to do, if that makes sense. Yeah, that change is going to be no problem to VDH. That will be... You don't have to worry whatsoever, though. Couldn't tell. Someone spent too much money on subs and donations and forgot the most important sub. Lol, your WoW sub? Oh. Well, I'm sure whoever you spent the subs and donations on will greatly appreciate it. I know that they make a big difference for my channel. I know that when people sub and stuff to me, it actually like helps a lot. I know that it makes a big difference for somebody like me, so I'm sure that they greatly appreciated it. Do you have enough gold? Like, do you farm gold, Osiris? Are you a gold farmer? Yeah, that was a good chain by Meeks here. There you go. So we go here. I like the fact that Ret pretty much has consistent damage. That's one of my favorite things about this spec, and why I think it's actually so good for lower keys, is just the fact that it actually has very consistent damage. So, like, I'm going to walk into this pack and have some damage, even if it's not a lot, because I didn't have my Reckoning or my 1 minutes, but I still had 30 seconds. And that part feels really good about playing Ret, you know? Trouble like 5. Wait, seriously? That's a lot, Osiris. That's actually a lot. That's like, oh, shit. I appreciate your dedication. I know some people, there are some people who have it, and it's, trust me, like, it means a lot to whatever streamers you support. It always means a lot to them. It means a lot more than you think. Like, if you have access to that, I know that they greatly appreciate it. Because some streamers, like for me, for example, you know, that type of money goes a lot farther where I live. This is what I was trying to tell people about, you know, yesterday. Oh, he is going to pull it with boss. That's why I saved cooldowns. I figured he would do this. I know Meeks. Meeks is going to do some shit like this. I knew he would. This boss is still a monstrosity. It wasn't nerfed in the right way, so this is going to still be a miserable fight. Meeks! Does he remember this? Because otherwise, we're going to die. Like, we will be so dead here if he does not actually remember how to do this. I kind of have to be in melee range here. I have to be... I can still hit the boss from here, I suppose. There you go. Ret is basically a range. It's pretty funny, actually. Ret is like a total range. I definitely did not do my hammers correctly. That was unfortunate. I totally messed up my hammers here. Oh, this is the wrong positioning. Okay, we're in trouble, but you want to be right under. As a melee DPS, what you want to do is you want to be right under the boss. This is the thing, though. This is the thing right here. Here we go. Why are you clicking? Why not? It works for me, basically. I don't know how to play Ret. This is like, I was going to tank, obviously, today. But then I saw Meeks in a key, and Meeks is tanking, and I was like, cool. And then Arson, I was going to play Warlock, which is a spec that I know but wanted to test a little bit more. But then there was Arson in here, and I was like, okay, so if I can't play Warlock, like, what am I going to do? Hard to test single target at this point, just because I'm not padding as much. Like, I'm going to have a lot more single target, but not as much. Meeks is in Meeks TV? Correct, though. He's got a Guardian Druid mindset. I don't lose globals. My ping is like 250, 300 or something like that. So I'm going to I just have to get my timings exactly right. I'm going to bubble here because I'm going to die otherwise. Cool. We're just going to focus the boss down. This boss needs to die on time. Like here, for example, my generators were wrong there. Like, you know what I mean? Basically, though, listen, Meeks isn't streaming right now. He's just actually offline gaming. What a Chad. What a Giga Chad. What a true dedication, though. Why do you always click when you also tank? Because it gets my timings perfect. Because I never miss timings. The main reason is because I don't miss my timings on things. It's a big deal for me that I don't actually mess up my cooldowns. So what happens, for example, is if I don't click, then I'm going to use big cooldowns here because we just need to get through this boss. I'll int my overall by making sure this boss dies. I'm going to send all my cooldowns like right now because if we have another death, we could be in trouble. Boom. Yep, same playstyle across the board. Correct. It works for me. It works for me, and that's pretty much all I'll say. I shouldn't have sent my big trinket there. That was kind of sad, I suppose. All right, single target, not that good. Single target could have gone a lot better there for sure. No. So it's absolutely fair to question clickers. That's a great question, Jake. Like, honestly, great question. It was good, by the way. I watched the VOD after. Thank you, Speak. I'm glad people like it, though. Already decide which class will be your main? Kind of, yes. I have mostly decided. Even with the nerfs today, I've actually mostly decided correct. It's an absolutely fair question. I like it when people ask questions like that because it means they're at least watching the gameplay and they're curious. I click. I also keyboard turn. There are two big things that I do, and I also like to play pretty zoomed in. There's a whole bunch of things that I do which are weird, which are strange, and I get that. Like, a lot of the WoW community doesn't play like this. All I can tell you is the way that I measure myself. Yeah, I don't know. It's absolutely, of course, it's a good question. It's a great question. But I want to say, my metric of success as a gamer is not whether I do perfect. This is a spec. I don't know what I'm doing. I have no idea what I'm doing on Rep Pally. I'm basically just smashing buttons. I have some basic interaction knowledge based on like how this spec used to work from years ago. But I'm not inting the key. That's the main thing that my goal is. Basically, my theory is this. Are people happy to have me in their group? I would have so much more damage here if I had saved my trinket on the boss, but I really wanted Captain Hooktail to die. My metric of success is, are people, when I apply for this, happy to have me, or are they scared? Or do they go, oh man, who's trying to DPS? Oh no, because I get this blinding light here, and then I hodge this because we don't have a kick yet. So that's my metric for success. Does that make sense? And if people are like happy to play with me, then I feel like I've done a good job. That's my whole thing. That's the only metric that I use. I'm going to defensive because this one might go off. I have a kick though as well. Unstable rift, just watch out though. You know what I mean? Pretend it's Iron for an AoE. Actually, that would be kind of a good call because you do press it a lot, yeah. Does that make sense though? So my metric of success is, did the key go well? Like, did I contribute? Did I get kicks? Did I get stops? Like there I got a hodge on one of those that saved the group, and then I got a blinding light, which also kind of saved the group. So I have different metrics than other people. Some people are thinking when I try a spec, I have to be very good at it, but I don't mind just putting myself out there and playing something I'm not good at. But the biggest thing for me is I think that I make adjustments based on my ping. I don't know a lot of people who play with the ping that I play with. I have to. There's nothing I can do about it. Like, I use exit lag, and exit lag is great, and it helps me. It allows me to play the game. But I play with, like, 150 ping. Like, it's a whole deal that I have to play with, like, 220 ping or something like that. Like, I don't know what it is right now. It's high. So that's, like, it, like, changes my playstyle a bit. And one of the things is that if I actually don't click and I don't get my timings perfect, I tend to mess up. I'll miss globals. So I have to, like, hit the button a few times. Like, one of the things I've noticed is that I have like a GCD delay that a lot of people don't have. Because the only time you're getting... That's true, Endure. That makes sense. Honestly, Endure, that's a pretty good joke. If it didn't hit so close to home for most WoW players, I feel like it would be a lot funnier. But, you know, a lot of people, they're going to read that and they're just going to go, like, take a shower. And they're going to just get absolutely soaked, but realize they forgot to turn the water on because it's actually their tears. They're just crying themselves in the shower. You know? But I think Ret Pally certainly has a lot of jokes that can be made about the spec. For example, like the fact that you would only ever lay yourself. The fact that, you know, your Divine Hammer hits like a wet noodle. Like, basically, like Ret Pally, you know, you have a giant-ass hammer, but it kind of hits like a wet noodle. And you don't want your big hammer to hit like a wet noodle. You know, the goal of the big hammer is to hit a little harder than that. All right, here we go. So this is a relative cooldown window. There's a world where I should have held this. Like, I got the big numbers here. I got the big dam, but I should have held that probably to pad if I really wanted to do like bigger dam, because I have my trinket coming up here in a second. This is like a relative damage window. Here we go. At least they can pop off every 45 seconds. So this is a disadvantage. In this context, Ados, you don't want to pop off every 45 seconds. This is actually one of the only contexts where having, you know, big pop-off moments every 45 seconds, that's not something you want. You know, big pop-off moments, you actually want that to be a little bit more than that in this context. You know what I mean? This is actually not good, you know? You want kind of longer, stronger cooldowns in this context. I'm going to hold my trinket here for a big burst after. No, I can't even touch Arson and burst AoE. Like, if he lines things up correctly here, it's so hard to beat him. Cool. I'm going to Hodge this one. And here we go. Yeah. Now, so remember, you don't have to last that long, but technically speaking, you want to last a little longer, though. This Warlock is blasting. This Warlock is a professional Affliction main. To be fair, this Warlock that we're playing with, he is one of the best Affliction Warlocks I've ever met because he is committed to the cause. He only plays Affliction. Yeah, I can't beat him. There's nothing I can do. He's also, to be fair, you know, he's getting PI and stuff, but no. I would never beat him. He is, if you want to test Affliction, like, he's the type of guy who, because he only ever plays Affliction, you can trust whatever he ends up doing. Oh, shit. I have a cooldown rolling. I'll just off-heal myself one, because you will die otherwise. Okay, we got that there? Perfect. You know what I mean? Okay, so this is the big damage. You want to hold your damage because it's actually troll to send it in the previous phase. So now, if you have like a big cooldown, my hammers don't quite line up with this, and that's super sad. Meeks doesn't know where to tank this, so we're going to have to actually dodge. There is a way to tank this boss so that it is much easier to dodge. I'm going to do the DPS things. I'm not going to get hit. As a tank, if you get hit, it's kind of okay. Here we go. Perfect. I survived. I tried to pop off. It didn't quite work, but, you know, I put effort in. So do I save my next hammer so it actually lines up with things? I don't know how much the Divine Hammer actually is supposed to hit for. I know it's an extension thing, and I'm probably messing it up, but that's all I know. Professional Rets will always Divine Storm anyways, because pad. This one, realistically, I'm bubbling. Yeah, I was about to say I'm bubbling right now. I got it. That was awareness. Look at me. And I res. Do I have res on my bars? Intercession is a cast time? What? Since when does Intercession have a cast time? I probably have to heal myself with this, because this is actually going to almost kill me. I got it. And defensive. Perfect. Look at that. Using... Oh, we got another one. Health potion. Health potion to survive. There we go. That's it. You see? This is me. I'm gaming right now. I'm gaming. This is what I'm saying. Did I click my abilities this key? Absolutely. But they're happy to have me, because actually a less aware DPS would be dead right now. Would be giga dead. And that, my friends, is why you should understand dungeon mechanics if you want to not troll your keys week 1. Because that right there would have actually been a problem. Like, you would have died if you didn't understand that you needed to actually self-heal yourself or keep yourself topped on 2 of those hits, etc. Here's the problem. Here I'm going to have to dodge, and I'm really bad at dodging shit. You're going to see me zoom out. I have to zoom out here. Whoa. All right. I dodged. I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm alive. Great. And then I just watch to see if... Maybe I can, like, sack somebody here, actually. Looks like he's finding me. I can send 1 Wog on my team. There you go. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, the dungeons are... Always remember, the first week of the season, please have grace for people. It's going to be really hard. Oh, I'm going to be slow. I'm going to try to get there. I'm going to try to get there. I'm going this one. I'm going this one. I'm making my way. I'm making my way. Did I get it? Yeah. Awareness. Yay. Oh, defensive. Help my healer. I can sack him. Good. Oh, even with the sack, you see me try my best? Did you see me try my best? It's okay. Boss is dead. That was... I tried. I almost managed to save it. I could have lay on hands him, actually. I could have lay on hands him. Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. Here we go. Don't get hit. Don't get hit. Use buttons. Wah! Yay. Ret single target. Yo, I was doing my best. I was doing my best. I was using... I was off healing. I was off healing. GG's. I don't know how to play Ret. I clicked buttons real hard. I click buttons really hard. I did the DPS thing. Yo. And the fact they forced us to pick Wreck or Sentence is insane. All good. So here's a good question. Shadow Priest is one of those specs where it's very, very skill capped. I don't think I did bad as Ret, to be honest. My single target was certainly a little low, though. Has DPS Warrior, why no notes? Because DPS Warrior is in exactly the spot they want it to be in. They want DPS Warrior to be exactly where it is right now. That's the truth of it. Because they're happy with it. Because they want DPS Warrior. DPS Warriors are basically the cucks of World of Warcraft. They're not really there to do big things themselves. They're there to support the other people doing big things. Like, that's the whole reason they exist. It's the same with Windwalker. When I make the tier list later, I'm going to go over this. It's literally, you exist to benefit your team. You are not... You got to get over your main character syndrome. Like, you are basically the new Og Evoker. They intentionally tune it so that you do 1,000,000 DPS less, but provide 1,000,000.5. You know what I mean? Like, they intentionally tune it that way. That's the whole point of why they're currently existing like that. You know? Puff, are you... At least Windwalker got 8%. I don't know about that. Did the Windwalkers get 8%? Did Windwalkers get 8%, Soap? I don't think so. Because they nerfed it. So that 8% is not 8%. That 8% is like 1%. If anything, it's like a nerf. They actually... The tier set nerfs were massive. Yeah. Is Wrestle Druid still top healer? Yeah. Almost entirely, though. No, this is my new healer. Oh. I like Prez. I respect the Prez. Shadowpan stonks to go up, but doubt. The utility of Pally in the chill rotation makes Loki enjoy it more than... I like... Well, so I like Ret Pally. Like, Ret Pally is a DPS I could play, to be honest. Is Frost still S+? No. It's a little bit less than S+ right now. It's good. It's good. It's good. No, it's not. It's not. Because Frost DK already kind of struggled with its position of it. It's an independent spec, but it technically does not provide a group buff. The reason you play Frost DK is because the shit is immortal. It's already dead. Like, it's basically already dead, so they cannot die again. Like, that's the problem with Frost DK. Yo, oh, shit. I didn't... Oh, no. Oh, all my Thai teas are leaking. I kind of forgot they were here. This is all water now. Hold up. Let me go put... I got so much Thai tea this morning. I was really into my Thai tea. I was super excited. I wanted to get 2 of them, but it leaked a little. These are, like, fancy Thai teas, too. This is, like, fancy. This is not normal Thai tea. Look at this. This is fancy Thai tea. Look. Ooh, blah, blah, blah. Fancy Thai tea. This fancy Thai tea. Well, I got, like, a light one and a strong one. And I drank both because I rushed for breakfast this morning. What happened is I was a little late to stream. I wanted to make a video about the changes, talking about my thoughts, but here's the problem. All I can tell you is that after work this morning, I was there one moment, and then I simply blinked, and I ceased to exist for a few hours. I don't know if this has ever happened to you, but I was there. I was like, okay, I'm going to go make that video. And then I just blinked. My eyes went, and then I opened them, and it was like 2 hours later. I don't know. I can't explain it. I have no specific, I can't tell you why this happened. All I can tell you is that the situation that occurred is that I was there one moment. I simply ceased to exist in this mortal plane for about 2 hours, and then I opened my eyes again, and it was already late. So I didn't have time to make that video. That's what happened. It was an accidental nap. Yeah. Can I play a different spec? I'll play healer. I'll play healer. Okay, if I play healer, Prez Evoker. Okay, Prez, Resto Druid, or Resto Shaman. Those are the 3 healers I'd be willing to bring. We could play Eco Dome. So Prez, Resto Shaman, or what? What do you want me to play? Happened to me. Was gaming at 6 a.m. Arcane is still busted. It absolutely. No. Arcane is. Do you guys see the notes? Did you guys not see the notes? They've nerfed Fire 3 weeks in a row, and Arcane literally got the lightest tap. Like Arcane got the tap that doesn't even satisfy even the most vanilla of practitioners. It was such a light tap that you're like, that's it. Like like Arcane is by far, Arcane is like all the way up here. Okay, Arcane is still probably one of the best specs in the game. Okay. I'd like to hear an interview from the guy who does the tuning, kind of honestly, though. Can you go over changes before? Yeah, we can read them together at some point. Although I will need somebody to send me a screenshot because Wowhead is banned in Thailand and I cannot access it without a VPN and I can't turn on VPN right in the middle of stream. Okay? What level we doing? What level Ecodome are we doing? I kind of want to play Prez. I sort of want to play Prez. Like, imagine unironically a super tough question. I'd have questions like, why always mage? You know, I'm going to tell you something right now. You want to make sure that you are always meta? Play mage. It's just, it's not like 3 PTR keys. Can go 12 or 14. All good. 12 or 14. Okay, let me look at this. Hi, YouTube. Ret, you want 34%? Okay, people were telling me how to play Ret, and I'm just, like, completely mentioned this, though. Cheating on Dementia still sucks? Yes. You can't. There's no cheat death trinket for tanks this season. But you don't need it. I think this season will be okay to tanks, actually. I think the season will be okay. It's because they look at raid. Look, when they tune, they don't look at M+. They don't look at M+ at all. What is the major equivalent of melee? Ooh, there isn't one. I'm not going to lie to you. I'll endure, there isn't one. Melee is, like, really changes. Well, but because, like, group buff meta, VDH. You're not wrong. That's a good question. Basically, VDH. There's an interesting. You guys know, what do you think the best melee spec is right now? What do you think currently right now? What is the best melee spec? Yeah, just overall. What do you think is most likely to be meta? What do you think right now? No. Not after the nerfs today. No. There is one. No. In the next season, in season 3. The season 3. I have an opinion here. Granted, it might be an opinion. No. Nobody's guessed it yet. There's only so many melee specs to guess. I don't think anybody's guessed it. No. It's Arcane Mage. No, it can't be Arcane Mage. No. Yes. Yes, Siler. It's Havoc. Havoc is, I think, currently probably the best melee spec in the game. It's just hard to play, and you don't see many good ones. But if you have a good Havoc, I actually think that it's the hardest. I think it's the easiest. I think it's the best melee spec right now. Like, Havoc fits into more comps than anything. Havoc is most likely to be played as a melee DPS. It fits with Prot Warrior. It fits with anything. It even fits with Brewmaster. I actually think Havoc is probably the best DPS, melee DPS in the game right now. It's tuned very well. It basically is the Arcane Mage of melee in terms of how it does damage. I'm healing on what? Prez? Did I say Prez or anything? What was I going to heal on? I disagree. I have a feeling that Havoc is actually going to be played because Havoc works with Assassination Rogue, but it also works with Frosty K, but it also works with this, but it also works with that. The only reason Havoc is not maybe is because you play VDH, but there's no guarantee you play VDH right now. It's not squishy if you play it right. It's just squishy if you play it wrong. Squishy if you play it wrong. If you play it wrong, it is. I genuinely think the answer to the question is Havoc. Dwaggy Daddy. Oh, what's up? Isn't that Clush? Isn't that an Og Evoker? Demon is never squishy. So Blade Dance is a really interesting defensive, but you have to time it. It's like a very interesting type of tankiness, though. This is why I'm just waiting for you to tell me what to play. Well, as always, when I make the tier list later, you got to clarify the fact. No, you have to clarify this, though. Which key level are you trying to do? No, Clushy, Og is dead. Listen. Isn't that Clush? Isn't Dwaggy Daddy Clush? Yeah. Dwaggy Daddy. Well, let's see. Let's combat log this. I want to combat log this key and see. About to play Og as your main. I'll do a Wu-Tang level keys. All right, listen. He's just Dwaggy on retail. Yeah, that's Clush. Yeah, exactly. Be right back. I got a diarrhea. Bro. I think I respect the honesty. I think I respect it. You think Ellie Shami got pushed up? Okay. Ellie Shami is interesting. Ellie Shami needs help living. I think Ellie Shami works well with a Prot pally. But I think that Ellie Shami could have survivability issues. Technically, it's okay. No, I respect it. I respect it. I like talking about bowel movements. What time are you making this tier list? I'll make a pin. I think like... I'm a little confused about maybe like 3 hours from now, 4 hours. Like I guess it kind of depends because I thought I would be able to test all the changes today, but I might not be able to. Ecodome, let's go. There used to be a group of Giga Chad gamers that pick the 5 worst specs and get title with it to show the communities that they are brain dead. Yeah, I think that would be really hard. Title is so competitive nowadays. It didn't used to be this competitive. Title was easier to get like a year or two ago. I think it's actually kind of hard to get title now, to be honest. That's how the physical comp was born. Yeah, except now it's good. What's up, Meeks? Meeks, I can't believe you're offline gaming. What an absolute beast. What an absolute beast. I can't believe you're offline gaming. This is, I respect it. I thought this whole time you hated WoW, and the only reason you played this game, is because, you were like, this is my career. This is my job. This is AUG gameplay. Yeah, and that's a good AUG too. Literally, Mr. Vegan. Well, okay, Bear Tank is not the worst. He could be playing Blood DK. I hang out with my healer. We decided to try some PTR. Solid. I wonder, is your healer watching this? Did he go to bed? Because he's playing Prez, yeah? And is he used to Prez? Is he a Prez main? I don't recognize his name. There aren't that many Prez mains, Meeks. I literally know all of them. Like, all of them. Bear damage with DOTC is good. Are you referring to Kira's testing from yesterday? Are you referring to Kira's testing? I still don't know if DOTC will really be the play, but I think there's potential. I've seen some logs. I've been talking to the Guardian Druid Discord. I could see DOTC having some capability, though. No, you played it? Gotcha. He was abusing your Warlock to get Bear IO. His group basically was doing the break the meta comp before it became a thing. It's true. I had issues living. Kira didn't. DOTC is a little harder to play for Bear, but it's definitely possible. Am I playing the right stuff here? What am I playing? I guess this is fine. Yeah, we could just play this. All right, ready? Boom. Meeks, if you don't pull big, I'm going to be super sad. I'm going to show you guys something. You guys know how much damage Prez Evoker does? Do you actually understand the level of almost degeneracy that this is going to be? Watch this. I'll show you. You don't have to take my word for it. Just look at the details here in a second, okay? Just take a look in a second. Now, granted, we have to survive the gather. So very important that we survive the gather first and foremost. So don't be afraid to just actually send some stuff here. I have big healing up. After this one, you can deep breath, but not before. Now, granted, this is actually not as big as I wanted him to go, because I could have done way more damage. I thought we were going to actually pull much bigger than this. That's okay, though. Og Evoker is alive? Yeah. So I've been hearing some rumors about Og Evoker, and I unfortunately do think that very possibly it is an actual choice to play. And I kind of don't love it. I don't think it's good for the game whatsoever. I don't think it's good. I think that Og Evoker should kind of stay dead, in my opinion. I don't think that this is a good thing for the game. But you guys are focusing on the Og Evoker. What about the Prez Evoker? Look at my DPS. What about the Prez Evoker? The Frost Dream might still be alive. It's very hard to tell, right? It's very hard to tell because we're playing with an Og. So this is going to be almost a little bit unfair for testing. I feel like this could almost be unfair for testing here. What about the Prez Evoker? What do you mean? What about your dream? What about my dream? What about my dream for Prez Evoker? Look at my damage. This is so easy to heal too. Yeah, what about the Presevoker Dream? Look at this. You don't think this is Giga healer damage? The AUG doesn't buff the healer, so this is fair healer testing, but it's unfair testing for everything else. Because this is fair healer testing. Like this is what I'm doing this though. I guess as a healer, yeah, I'm doing more than a Windwalker monk would do on that first pull. I'm literally wait. Did they change the position of these guys? Oh, I didn't realize they changed the position of these. They used to be down here like this though. Tier list not working. Oh, sorry. Hey, Soap, can you make a command that just says tier list in... I don't know how... Do you know how to make commands on Twitch? I forgot to update that. I need to make a command, basically, that just says tier list in 4 hours or something like that. And he's got to say... It's got to have an actual time zone, I suppose. Mark of the Wild is literally... It's not 1.5. I did the math, Cambo. In current keys, I feel like it's going to be around 900k to 1 million. Which is, you know, a lot. Right? Exactly. Thank you, Soap. That's the one. How's Prez feeling? Great. I mean, Prez is Prez. Like Prez feels. It's one of those underrated healers that nobody really knows how to play. But if we take a look at overall damage here, I'm popping off, man. Like it does so good. I'm just actually popping off. This is without tip to scales right now. It doesn't even matter. Just send a deep breath, and it has infinite healing too. Like the healing on Prez right now is also super solid. I like how they even both use defenses for me. This is also, like, the healing itself is very good. My only problem is, for some reason, it has no plater equipped right now, and that's really annoying me. You notice that? There's no plater equipped, and that is upsetting me at the moment. I want my plater. I'll just rescue this one so I can do damage. Here we go. AUG is going to be... So it depends, but AUG always has that problem. I don't think that's good. I think AUG has fundamental issues, and it should basically never be meta in keys. I don't think AUG should ever be meta. Like, I don't think so. Just because, like, the way it works is if it's tuned well for higher keys, it's an absolute nightmare to play in lower keys. That's just how it works, man. It's like a problem. They basically made it so that AUG can just never be good. It's really... What? That kills you instantly? Wait, that didn't used to happen. Oh, shit. Res me. Everybody's gonna die. I got it. What the hell? Wait, they changed that. It used to be that you could actually get near the circle. Oh. Well, shh, you saw nothing. I didn't realize you couldn't even... I thought I could greed one Spirit Bloom as long as I wasn't in the circle. Oh, okay, well, hey guys, don't get near the circle, apparently. My bad. Meh. Whoops. It was going perfect. It was almost perfect. No. It's not the key there. Boom. Just rescue this. Big healing here. Probably life spark this, actually. That dot does hurt. Did he proc his cheat there? He did, actually. All right, I should heal that dot a little bit more. My bad. Listen. It does happen. It happens to the best of us. Occasionally, the big-ass obvious mechanic that you should definitely... Oh, shit. Communion. I can heal this. They stack their circle. I can heal it. Just big healer cooldowns. All good. No problem here. All good. Thank you, Soap. I appreciate it. So now we just set up our ramp for the big AoE, and then I Zephyr, and I make sure I don't get hit by the circle. To be fair, this type of damage pattern is actually kind of hard for Prez. Like, I think this boss could be a real, not issue, but if you don't set up, like, super perfectly. Like, see how I was too far, so I couldn't greed that last Spirit Bloom, and range can be an issue? So how much room do I actually have here? Okay, we're good. All good. I overhealed it. That phase is not so bad. I just need it to actually be a little bit farther away so I can get the Spirit Blow off. Honestly, Prez is great. I mean, look at my damage. My damage should be kind of just showing you how good it is right now. VDH's meta won't happen. No, it won't. You won't play if... Oh, he's taking the Sentinel. Bad route. No, I don't like this Sentinel. You're not supposed to take this guy. That's okay. He doesn't know. He doesn't know the route yet. This is... Okay, so this is... You really want to avoid this guy. This Sentinel is bad count and also here, though. That boss is not single target. And you can't compare it to single target. That's unfortunately... It is not the case. Okay, so here we go. Just got to prep some healing here. The Sentinel is... When he reaches 50%, you basically just defensive because you might get one-tapped. Like right there, I just dispel myself. Boom, like this. You have to now. They move them forward. Oh, did they? Oh, I see. So they've made a few positional changes to the dungeons, I noticed. I didn't realize they had changed Ecodome just yet. I actually had no idea that they did that. Boom, 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 boom. These guys are probably fine to heal and just do damage. I'm saying when the single target was there, it fell off. I will have to see. There is a Ecodome is kind of hard to test on because actually there's not a lot of single target in Ecodome. Technically speaking, you can. The second boss is a little bit of funnel. The third boss is single target, but you have damage amps, and some things do better with damage amps than others. All I'm saying is, if you check my DPS, I don't want to get this nerfed, which is kind of why I don't like to play it on stream. Like, no joke, I don't want to play this spec on stream because this is ridiculous. Like, bro. But it needs... So the thing is, Prez is in a position. You gotta understand. Prez is in a position. You have to do this much damage if you want to have a hope of playing it. You cannot play Prez if it doesn't do triple, quadruple the damage of everything. Oh, shit. There's a double sentinel. All right, hold up. Do I stasis now? Question mark? I want the tempo charge. Uh-oh. I'm not going to die to this mechanic. I'm not going to die here in a second. Yeah, it's okay. There's one. I'm going to need to save healing here. I need to save healing. I need to save healing. I need to external this one. I need to hold healing for like 2 seconds. Okay, I have this. I have the stasis. I got the tip. Should be okay. Should be okay. Now we hit defensives. Because only after these guys break 50%. It's now that I have to stasis. Keep everybody full health. I got this. I got this. I got this. Nobody's going to die. Nobody's going to die here today. And then I probably send communion as well because I need to full top the group. Every tick of this is going to be really tough. Any overlapping damage. I TA. I probably send another charge of scales. No, it's good. We're good. We did it. Prez healing. Prez healing, man. It's not just big damage. It's also big healing. I just echo, echo, echo. And then I life spark myself back up because I need to insta top. And here we go. Boom. Easy. Single Hollow Paladin only out DPS. Wait, what happened? Ashen. Oh, Ashen Hollow. We're talking about Ashen Hollow days. Question. Where the hell is my tank? Ah! Where was my tank? Where was he? Where was my tank? Wait for me. Wait, hold up, wait for me. Wait, where was my tank? I watched him go into combat, but he wasn't actually with the group. Wait for me. Don't pull that. You're gonna die. Wait, where'd my tank go? Wait, I was so confused. I saw my tank in combat. Oh, nope. Wait, I saw my tank in combat, but oh, I didn't see you. I'm so sorry. I watched you walk in and I thought you were there. I didn't realize you were going to skip that. I'm sorry. I was made. I didn't see you walk left. My bad. Sorry, Meeks. Oh no. Oh, no. I didn't know. Oh, I'm going to get hit by this warp. Looking at the numbers, no. So Prez Evoker can't be S tier because people don't like it. Prez Evoker can't be S tier, but I've been trying to tell people this whole PTR cycle that it's Giga Sleeper OP. I thought, like, you know, I've been trying to tell people that Prez Evoker is basically a sleeper pick. Everybody's like, Prez Evoker can't be A tier. Like, yes, it is. Its damage is, and healing is, I can do infinite healing, although it's very hard to play. So if I make, like, so to be fair, the 2 times that we've actually died here in this key have not been HPS things. They've been brain checks. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing right now. Okay, so we go here, boom, infinite HPS right now, boom, go. Boom, here we go. Can't wait to do raid with the Prez in our guild. So raiding Prez, and DPSing Prez and keys, totally different. You play a completely different hero talent, and you play a completely different play style. They are not equivalent in the slightest. Not in the slightest, by the way. They are so different. Like, I can't express to you how absolutely different it is to be playing Prez in raid versus keys. They are very different. Like, Prez in raid does no damage, and also just isn't that good. Or, sorry, no, it is very good, but it's a completely different thing. You don't play Chrono, you play Flame Shaper, though. You know what I mean? Prez has always been fun to play with in raid. So I would say it's very good in raid. Like, it's tuned well. It's just I don't personally like the Flame Shaper playstyle. It's maybe just a preference at the end of the day, but I currently do not like, and I haven't never liked how Consume works. Do you know what I mean? No, so it has to be, though. But you got to understand, group buffs are so powerful from a healer role that it literally has to be. Like, there's no other option. It has to be, though. Like, it has to be top. If Prez is not the top damaging healer, then it's Giga Troll to play. Because it doesn't matter what HPS you can do. Every healer can make HPS work. So what you bring to your team is far more valuable. You could be a Resto Shaman, and simply by existing in the group. So like Sky Fury, Mark of the Wild, that shit brings like 1,000,000 overall DPS. So if a Resto Druid does 500k, you're like, man, Prez is smoking the Resto Druid. Actually, the Resto Druid is doing 1.5 million. Hey, this boss sucks. This boss is actually really hard to heal. Do I wait for this? I bet you I do. I bet you I'm actually supposed to hold my Flame Breath here, because this gets really tough to heal really fast. So we go like here. Nice, okay. So it was smart to hold the Flame Breath. I just have to watch myself, but I have scales up and stuff. Good. This boss was going to own your pugs. This is where you die in this key, I think. It's actually not technically that hard. There's just a lot of healing and stuff. And also, if you're playing with the Disc Priest has a fundamental flaw on this boss, which is that this is an immunity phase. So we just communion, and then we're fine. And then I guess we lust here, actually. We should probably lust this. Right? Like in a second. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. Tip the scales. There you go. Boom. Everybody's fine. Big damage here. Big damage. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Boom. Watch, I'm about to pop off. I'm out DPS the AUG. I had big damage here. This was the lust. My combat pot tipped the scales. Huge cleave chrono flames. Oh, I almost got my DPS there. I almost did it. I almost did it. It was close. It was close. I almost had him. All right, so now basically you watch the tank. You save your fire breath, I think, for the javelins because they're coming out in a second. Pre-prep a hot, and here we go like this. And so now I don't want to be in this, but I want to fire breath immediately because you need to kill these very quickly, and you need to actually send some burst healing here. So I would greed the deep breath, and I would external my AUG Evoker because he's going to die. Look, see how fast those stacks? He will die. Like, it's actually... This does a lot of damage, but you're incentivized as a healer to obviously save. Oh, this is a bleed, isn't it? Ah, you can caught the bleed on the tank. Ah, Evoker stonks. You can caught the bleed. So you're going to pre-echo this. I don't need to defensive because I know I'm going to send Tip. And then Tip will be able to carry it, but I still Spirit Bloom. And then you just go here. Boom. Easy. Easy, easy, easy. As long as you know the mechanics here, you can do this, though. Yeah, which is the DPS? Can you tell me which Evoker is the DPS? Tell me which Evoker is the DPS right now. Look at the meters for me. Which one's the AUG? Which one's the healer? Don't nerf Prez. It's not S tier. It's not. The thing is, don't nerf Prez, okay? Don't do it. It's not a good idea to nerf it. It's already gonna struggle. I'm telling you right now, man, it's already gonna struggle. Please do not nerf Prez Evoker. It's not needed. It's already, like, I'm telling you, it looks better than it is. Well, it is good. It's good, but like you're still. It's not even going to be top 2, man. Top 3. What do I use for party frames? Party frames is sell. You can find everything in the Discord, or you could do exclamation add-ons. Exclamation add-ons is going to be in the commands. You'll see everything that I use. This is PTR, remember, so my UI is not like fully set. There's a lot of things actually that I'm kind of missing. Normally for Prez, I have a very nice weak aura right here that gives me the exact cooldown timing on Verdant Embrace and stuff like that. But I mean, like, part of me wants to gear my Prez. Also, Dev is a sleeper pick right now. I don't think people realize how much damage Dev is doing. I know that people talk about the fact that it's pad, but I really think that people need to understand that lower keys does not work the same as higher keys. And the thing is that community perception is not based off of understanding. It's based off of strict... No! Oh, I thought I was going to die to that, the deep breath death for a second. It's based off of overall damage. Like, that is what people look at. They don't understand damage profiles, okay? They don't understand damage profiles. They only understand what the actual overall looks like. So people don't judge meta. Meta at the plus 20 level is kind of chill because actually people are much more likely to just play with you. I swear, like you'll have an easier time playing off meta if you're very good and have friends list at a plus 20. You'll have an easier time playing off meta. Off meta at plus 12 is terrible. Off meta at 12 is like an actual, like, you can't play the game. It sucks to be off meta at a plus 12. That shit is so bad. Like, you'll just sit in Dornagal forever. Like, you just won't get to play the game. So, the thing is, hold up. If these zaps go, I have to heal. And so, like, the thing about off meta that people don't really understand is overall is the only thing people look at. at a plus 12, nobody really understands funnel damage or prio damage or anything like that. They're going to see the Ret Pally blasting and be like, bro, Ret Pally is insane. They're going to see the Dev Evoker blasting, and they don't understand that it's not as important for their type of damage, and they're just padding AoE. They don't care. They're going to just like, and you're going to leave a fish stick up, even though now it's not a totem, which is a fantastic change, and you're going to be like, damn, I should totally play this spec. Like, correct. That's all that people are going to look at. So from that perspective, Dev Evoker, Destro Warlock, Ret Pally are all much better than they're going to seem. You know? People list their 5 seconds wanting, but like, so the whole point though, yes, they're cleavable. Huge, massive change to that, by the way. I need you to stop playing Prez. It's a tough healer to play. I will say that the overall is going to be good for community perception, because hopefully people see this and they're like, bro, I want to do 2 million overall. It's like, yeah, you do. I know you do. All healers and tanks want to do is healers and tanks just want to have fun, man. That's all healers and tanks. We just want to have fun. That's it. Like, let healers and tanks do their thing, man. They just let us do big damn. That's all we want. That's all we want, man. To be fair, also keep in mind that I am using the OP weapon and trinket combination, which you will not have access to. You will not have access to it. If we had funnel damage, it would be all right. It's not that bad. But so, like, you will not have access to this early on, because this trinket right here, every single caster in your raid wants this trinket, which sucks, by the way. Which absolutely massively sucks, because you're going to be competing against everyone. You're going to be competing, man. How long does this buff last for now? Did they actually change this? Ooh, they made a new one here, too? This is different. Wait, they added something here. This is a little different, isn't it? Is this a different pack? Hold up. We dispel this. What is the buff here again? It's 10% haste, movement speed. It's just 10% haste, but you at least get it much faster. So I could see you wanting to use it. Boom, easy. Easy. No, not even a deep breath there. Just the actual buff from here. Based on this, I'll come to the high conclusion that they should nerf Whirlwind. Yeah. They should nerf. I think Windwalker Monk is too powerful right now. They need to slap another nerf on that, though. Nah, Frosty K is now. I think Frosty K is reasonable. I actually think Frosty K is kind of reasonable now. I think that was a fair nerf to Frosty K. Yeah, they should cap it to 3 targets. They should cap Windwalker to 3 targets. Yeah, add Fury Warrior too, actually. While they're at it, just make sure that you cap Fury Warrior to 2 targets. That's funny. Now all cast is clap. I mean, it might be better if they did that. Like, honestly, if they cap everything, then at least it doesn't feel as bad. Right now, it feels so bad to be playing a cap spec. You know what I mean? It feels terrible. I really want to see the Aug Evoker's overall damage here, though. VDH damage seems much better. Let me look at your overall. It's kind of hard because, like, does Aug buff you at all? Not really, right? Like, you don't get massively buff from Aug. You get Threads of Fate from me, but there's not, like, too much. Yeah, VDH damage is pretty solid. My bear ends around, if, like, this route here, something like just shy of 4 million. So, yeah, VDH is looking good. My bear is about 4 mil in this dungeon. Depending on what build and how I pull, obviously, but basically 4 mil. Finally, I catch you. What's up, Keanu? Are you Mr. Reeves? Keanu Reeves? You know I play the John Wick music whenever I want to run wind sprints. Absolute, by the way, giga. This is like a huge... I'm going to give you a huge fitness tip right now. It's very hard to not have a very good workout when you listen to the John Wick soundtrack as you are running. You know what I mean? Yeah, nice. John Wick music while you're like running wind sprints at the gym is kind of a giga hack for fitness. Either that or Erwin's speech from Attack on Titan also works very well. You just run full single target comp. I mean, you know, prio damage. I really think that when I make the tier list later today, I have to clarify that prio damage, yes, it's important and it does matter, but it kind of doesn't. Like, for most key levels, like at the highest key levels, it does. But for most key levels, the only thing that anyone cares about is overall. I am not running E-Loop, by the way, as Prez right now. And I'm totally fine. Ready? Good. Let's blast. Time to blast. Time to blast. Look at this. This is pure single target DPS, you know. This is actually single target DPS now. You cannot hover through this, by the way. I learned this the hard way. I learned this the hard way here. You cannot hover through that. As an evoker, just a random tip for you, if you play evoker, you have to run through the mechanic. You cannot hover through. You will miss your soul. It doesn't count for some reason. Here, just go boom, 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 boom. Nobody missed? Okay, the DK missed, so I actually have to send this stasis early. That's fine. You just prep. Prez Evoker is actually a very good pug healer. Like, it really is. It's a very good at pug healing. I just think people don't know that. Where is my soul? Over here. So we hover, get to it. Perfect. Anybody miss? Nope. Everybody's good. Nice, 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 nice. Is that any hover? Or just, I think it might be Mage Blink as well. Like, Blink probably won't work either. But there's a few things. So we just big healing here. I actually messed that up, to be fair, to the point where I would rewind. Oh. Oh, I almost missed it. Almost missed it. So we go through. I wouldn't greed too much here like this. I think this is not a moment to greed, because then I just get my other soul. I make sure I stack this to 3. And then I'm going to go hover to be Chrono Flaming for single target damage on this buff. I want to get as much damage here as possible, because right now I'm just casually finishing this at big damage. The Aug Evoker doesn't buff me too much, to clarify. The Aug Evoker doesn't buff me like a crazy amount, so we just use my Leaping Flames here. Watch my soul, perfect. I have a second to heal this before I actually have to heal this, so I'll go like here. And then I'll just send a Stasis, Spirit Bloom, a TA, and then I'll Dream Breath after. It'll be a slightly messed up Stasis combo, but it's okay, because I'm just trying to greed my damage a little bit. So where's my soul here? Perfect. This is a Rot fight, by the way. So Prez Evoker is actually really good at healing Rot fights, just emergency rescue, so I can get to my next thing like this. The update? Not yet, not yet, not yet. Update's going to be later. I wanted to test today, but unfortunately, I'll have to make assumptions. Like, based on the numbers, I have a pretty good idea. Reading that, I understand what they're trying to do. Like, I read the notes today, and I was like, okay, I get it. But I will say that apparently I can't test the changes today, which is a little unfortunate. But yeah, I understood what they were trying to do. It's pretty clear. Nice. Look at the Prez damage here, man. Don't nerf Prez. I died twice that key to stupid. I died twice that key to stupid. I don't want to play Prez on stream. I don't want to show you the fact that, look at my overall damage. I logged that too because I wanted to see the AUG damage. Man, this is not AUG buffing me. This is the only AUG ability there. This is all my damage. Listen, don't nerf me. Don't look, guys. Just don't look. I don't want... What's the uptime on AUG? Well, we could just log it. I actually did this, by the way. Which trinket? Which one? Brand? Yeah, Brand is huge. Brand is huge. Single target. Look at your single target, Meeks. Every tank is playing that, though. GG's. Frost DK, I think, is going to be fine, but I don't know if it's still S tier. But it has to do this. You got to understand that it has to do this, though. All right, combat log. Yeah, this key level, we were dying really fast. Okay, so... I'm going to upload this. Clutch or anybody, were you logging that, though? It's the... Oh, yeah, Frost... Don't worry. Frost is not nuked. It's just not Giga S. All right, sorry, YouTube chat. YouTube chat, if I ever miss you because I'm in the middle of a key and I'm trying to lock in to play something, come to Twitch. Always. Just remember, because I have my Twitch chat on my main monitor, but YouTube chat, unfortunately, is to the right. And I was kind of locked in, and I'm a little tired after the in real life stream yesterday. Just always come to Twitch if you're, like, trying to chat and stuff like this, though. That's my bad. I always stream to YouTube and stuff, but just checking. Bro, okay, so let's log it. I want to see... Clutch, that's you, right? That's you, right, Clutch? Is that you, right? Wait, I know you. That's Dwaggy. Dwaggy is Clutch, right? Can do one more. All right, bet. Hold on, let me just see. I want to see this real quick. So, who's Clutch? Damn it. I thought, who's Dwaggy? I know the name, but I kind of forgot who it was. I thought it was Clutch. Okay, hold on, wait. Combat log. This is what I need to do right now. Combat log, and I want to see what the AUG did here. Dwaggy is Clushy on reason. Yeah, Clutch. That was about to say. He trolled me. Pretty common evoker name. It's true, though. Then it's pizza time. All right, bet. Send whatever. I'm down. Listen, retail logs here. I don't want retail logs. I want PTR logs. So we have to go to program files, go to World of Warcraft, PTR logs. I really want to see what the evoker did. 731. Yeah, this one. Let's test it. I want to test it because this is the only way to test how what AUG does, right? You can't test AUG otherwise. We're going to look at this together. Just so we're going to look at this together. I can open it on stream. Give me a second. I'm like getting the log thing open. It sometimes bugs out on PTR a little bit. Logs, resales. Don't have to re-choose this here. Re-choose it here. Give me a second to get this. Program files. World of Warcraft. PTR. This is the first successful key I've done with an AUG, and I really want to see. Here we go. Let's do Dawnbreaker. Okay. Ecodome. Let's go. This is it. This is the big test. How much do you think did the AUG, was it competitive? Our DPS were pretty solid. That's Arson, and that's a Frosty K who was blasting. This is it. Let's look. Let's look together. What level we feeling? You want to do a 16 Dawnbreaker? 16 Dawnbreaker's hard. All right. Ecodome. Damage done. Oh, no. 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 Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. No. Bad. No. It's not supposed to be second. It's not supposed to be second. No. Bad. Incorrect. It cannot be. Oh, no. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like it. I don't like it. Is this attributing correctly? No. No. This means you could play it. You know this means you could play it, right? Because you play with like a mage here or something, or you play with another DPS that's like blasting. Oh, yeah, we could do 15 or 16. It's fine. I'll go 15. 15 sounds chill, yeah. Marksman hasn't been gutted. Oh, okay. Marksman's been relatively gutted because the way it does damage. Frosty K was more valued than Marksman before. Bro, why is the Aug Evoker second? Why is the Aug Evoker second? How much more people talk on PTR? I try to yap in retail. Yeah, I know. The PTR is so much fun, dude. PTR is giga fun because everybody's testing stuff. I don't like this. First of all, my Prez log. This is... So I have a group of... Look, I gave like 100k DPS. People are so nice here. This is PTR. Well, okay, so I will say, randomly, Meeks, there are toxic people on PTR. You will encounter toxicity, and it's not cool. I don't understand why, but a lot of people will yell at you for no reason. That key went well, but sometimes randomly, if you're depending on who you're playing with, you can absolutely just get, like... I don't know why it's a thing, but it happens. Yo, Meeks, you see this log, right? You see this log? This is concerning me. Like, what is this? We had a scuffed ass run beforehand. A lot of people are learning though. Posture check? Yeah, thank you. Oh. Every poll was vote to abandon. Yeah. August. Oh, I don't like this, Meeks. I don't want it to be back. It has such fundamental problems. It's fine in higher keys, but it is so bad on mid keys. It's so bad. Osiris starting a woo rant? Done. Listen, hit that AUG rant. This is the problem with AUG. They can't, they pigeon themselves into this thing, and not the pigeon that opens up your hips before horizontal activities. We're talking about the bad type of pigeoning. They made AUG so that if they tune it to be acceptable at the highest key level, it is still going to be, though it's just an absolutely monstrosity of a pug tank, like a pug DPS specialization. It's so bad at mid key levels. Because you depend on the other two DPS. You still depend on your other two people blasting. If anyone dies, which happens a lot, your AUG is troll. If anyone, it doesn't buff the tank or the healer anymore, so it is just the DPS. You know what I mean? Like, man, you know? Maybe throwing off the logs numbers. It's just true. Also, remember, I died and then Arson died. I also had 2 deaths that dungeon. Like, I think what were the deaths again? I had a stupid on the first boss, and then I had a stupid on the second pull. Yeah, this was me. I didn't realize. And then this was also me dying because I didn't see Meeks went left. So to be fair, they died an equal amount. They both died on this pull, right? They died an equal amount. But Arson, so like first pull, if we look at this, we can take a look at each trash to really compare this properly. Yeah, they died an equal amount. Arson's a gamer. Affliction, Warlock... I think I was about to say, I bet the first pull would be hard because he has to ramp properly. And I think it died actually faster than he wanted it to, potentially. Look at my damage, though. Oh, wait, hold up. No look at anybody else. Look at my damage on the first pull. Prez is... nice. Love it. Feisty Prez damage. All right, what are we doing? 15 Dawn? 15 Dawn will be interesting. Is that a Boomy? All right. You ready to see Boomy? Boomy's not going to be that good. Cool. Here we go. It was a 15 Dawn that we said. Let's go. I'm ready. There is a fundamental issue with every healer and caster right now. For a returning all-time healer, would you recommend Discipline Priest or Resto Druid? Good question. Yeah. Boomy seemed okay. Oh, we'll see. Not only for the season overall, starting from totally zero, undergeared characters. That's a good question. Discipline Priest or Resto Druid? Okay. I think you will make more of a difference as a Discipline Priest than a Resto Druid, but it kind of depends on tuning. Because Resto Druid right now is tuned just so high that it has infinite HPS, and Discipline Priest is going to be like, you have to play extremely well, otherwise your group will die. So it depends if you want a chill healer or a not chill healer. I feel like that ultimately is going to be the big difference. Do you want the chill healer or an active healer? Resto Druid is super chill because you can actually not even be in cat form and just be Mark of the Wild your team and just literally be just healing the whole time. If that's all you're doing great. Whereas Discipline Priest, if you're playing Void Weaver because you want to do big damn, you have to time your ramps perfectly. Second boss here as a Discipline Priest, if you miss one global and you miss it like 2 seconds, your whole team is dead. This is what Season 1 was like, and it will be like this if you're playing Void Weaver. Oracle, I think, is the way for pugs. Even though it's been nerfed, I feel like Oracle is by far the best thing you can do in a pug. Oracle saves people. Like, I think Prez is awesome right now, but Oracle literally saves people, and it makes other healers feel bad, and I hate the fact that that's true. I think they should really reconsider Oracle Priest because it makes other healers feel bad to play, and you don't want that environment in your keys. You don't want a situation where I feel bad about not playing Oracle. Like, I don't feel good about playing Prez, even though Prez is Giga. Doesn't matter. I cannot save people in the way that Oracle can save people. What is meta next season? You guys know? Hopefully not Boomy. Hear me out. I don't want Boomy to be meta. I'm excited. No. Meta. Not Boomy. You guys, not Boomy. I don't want Boomy back. I don't like playing with Boomies. I don't like healing them. I don't like anything. What tank will be meta? Tanking right now, when I make the tier list later, I'm so excited to explain to you guys something. This is the best, probably, tank meta that I have ever seen going into a season. This is currently the actual best, okay? The actual best tank meta I think that I have ever seen. Because there are 4 genuinely good options right now, and they all work. And I mean that. Like, actually, though, he uses Ice Cold, good. There are genuinely 4 options, okay? Blood DK is not considered a very strong option right now. I big heal. This is actually a 15, I guess, so I have to watch this, and the curse goes off. I need my team to decurse. I'm supposed to have my team decurse here. Ooh, this is going to be fun. This is a 15. This is a 15 Dawnbreaker. 15 Dawnbreaker, still kind of an HPS-type dungeon, so I'm going to have to remember how to do this. I just realized, like, this is an HPS dungeon. We're letting these bolts go off. I really should have got a plater, though. I really strongly should have got a plater here. I think that would have been a fairly significant difference for my ability to do this, though. Okay? My AUG is popping off. My AUG is popping off. My Boomy, on the other hand, not so much. I'm trying to tell you guys, Boomy be bin. Boomy is not good. I think he held everything. He was holding his cooldowns for next pull. He was holding it for next dungeon. Now, to be fair, no, he's going to be just fine. He was clearly doing the right thing. In that pull, it's pretty common for you to lust the second. And here we go like this, though. Boomy is good, I swear. It's Alloon's chosen is just pad damage. They have no prio. They have okay utility, but they're Boomy. The hardest thing about this, I'm going to caught the tank on the very first one. Because I can do that. All right, Prez, let's go. Let's go. You have to actually Giga heal this. Your team will die almost immediately if you're not careful here. This pull requires you to actually game, okay? Dispel this. Watch this mechanic. Verdant Embrace, potentially consider more, but actually my team is helping me. Watch the Alt-Tab targets, because it looks like my Chrono Flame is splitting in a way that I don't want it to. External the Boomy to give me a second, because he's going to get bolted right now. I actually knew that, by the way. I don't even have a UI to properly track. I just knew it from experience, right? I have to get this stasis off first. Then I go here, and I golden hour him. Oh, he's getting bolted. Somehow we pulled this. It wasn't me, but I noticed my chrono flames going off to the side, so I saw that it was gonna happen. My Boomy, man, he's doing his best, but it's not happening right now. I don't know if you noticed this, but the Boomy is suspicious. Granted, he died, but also before he died, he didn't send his Incarn charges. He didn't send, to be fair, he didn't actually send anything. Like, I'm looking at his cooldowns, and he didn't actually send anything. I healed that, by the way, and also did almost 3 million DPS. Do we reset this? He's not coming back. Hold up. This guy isn't geared. I know. Should we reset it real quick, though? Maybe he's practicing the one button. He didn't dot. Did he dot? Yeah. I think that's a smart idea. Did he dot the? Yeah, this is. Wait a second. What if this is a Boomy sandbagger? Yeah. I think is this a sandbagging moment? Yeah. You can't be doing that little. How do we leave? Uh-oh. We can't. Bro, wait, vote to abandon. No, vote to abandon. Oh, no, it's early. Right, we can't leave. No, can't you talk to this guy? No, this guy. You can go in the middle. Oh, let the Boomy live. No, let the Boomy is bad, by the way. The one button uses both thoughts, just doesn't use Incarn. Why not just the tank plater? I guess I gotta just set it up. I just have to. It's not even enabled, though. Yeah. Can reset. All good. Sorry, Boomy. Wants a clean key. We'll just be honest with them. We'll just be honest. I'm telling you that most Boomies are gonna be like this. Like it's Jover. It's Jover for Boomies. Middle finger senpai. First of all, that's my favorite pose to strike. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do it after I do some PTR testing. I don't think the stuff is live though. He has no gear, right? I'm assuming he's playing like with no setup whatsoever. That's an agility weapon, dude. Agile weapon, by the way. Yeah. He's playing with agility items. This is an agility weapon. He has no chest enchant, no leg enchant. He has Cersei circlet on and gear that I think is not scaling. What is this? His gear is not scaling. Okay. Have we ever seen any Boomies try it out, like DeWilks? I haven't seen DeWilks on PTR, I think. We all got kicks. We have to relist. Meeks relist. There it is. Okay. Let's go relist it one more time. I felt good. I was actually healing there. This is where I have to actually start gaming stuff. But the cloak proc is still too strong. Cloak proc is pretty good. I guess it's max right now. So here's the main problem that we're going to encounter. There are some raid items right now that literally everyone wants. And I find this to be annoying because I do not mythic raid in a Hall of Fame guild. This is super frustrating. I don't like it. The fact that there is a 2 set and so it's a DPS and a healer set, which means every single person is going to want this. I don't like it. I don't like that's a thing. It shouldn't be. It should not be a thing. They should think about this. They should make this either healer or everything. Yeah, the boots being nerfed, I don't like that either. It kind of encourages the mythic raiding part of things. I need more salt. Yesterday, I got back, by the way, from the in real life stream, and I was like, bro, I need salt. I need hydration. But it was very fun. If anybody is here and you were hanging out with me yesterday while I was actually just walking around Thailand and showing you Thailand, I just want to say thanks again. That was super fun. That was awesome. I've never done an in real life stream like that, and I thought it went really well. So I had a really good time doing it, and I just appreciate everybody coming to support, basically, while I did that. I thought it was very cool. Good morning. Oh, yeah, I live in Thailand. Yeah. I've lived here for over 7 years, and yesterday I was just like, look, I want to show people Thailand. I posted the whole VOD to YouTube. Obviously, that shit is going to get, like, no views because I don't think people are going to want to watch a whole VOD, but I didn't post it for views or anything. I think I don't even think I put ads on it. I might have, but I don't remember. The VOD is just because it's a passion thing for me. I just want to show people what it's like to live in a different country. Yeah, it's so amazing. It's so awesome. I'm Gutenberg. I posted the whole VOD. It was like 3 hours. I just walked around the city. I had a microphone and a gimbal thing, and I just did it in real life stream. And I really wanted to show people what it's like. We walked around the city center. I showed people the malls, etc. I'm just really passionate about that because when I grew up in LA and America, it's like, bro, I was told nothing. I never learned anything. They never taught me anything about other countries whatsoever. It's like, there's so much to learn, but I was taught everything. Whole VOD, or at least I missed the stream. Did you actually watch the whole VOD? Okay, first of all, you're awesome, and thank you. I don't know what to say sometimes when people are like, I went back and I watched your VOD. I'm like, really? You really? Like, thank you, you know? Okay, the mage not decursing here can actually think, though. The Naruto... I was very surprised that Naruto was doing a collaboration. Yeah. The Naruto Burger King. Yeah. I had no idea. I don't go to those areas very often because I'm a hardcore introvert and those are outside. And the problem with outside is that it's outside. So I'm normally not a fan of that. Dude, this pole got clapped. Holy shit, the difference. Wow. All right, we're not going to have cooldowns for next pull. Hold up. I'm slowed. Mage, decurse if you can, though. So that's a totally different... Amahiras, he lives in a nature-y place. Technically, he lives in Pattaya, but he lives in the good part of Pattaya, not the bad part. So that's a different thing, just so you know. No more retail. Oh, I mean, after the changes today, I had to come test PTR. Like, I don't mind doing... Obviously, I'll do some retail, but I had to test PTR. This is... It's so hype, man. It's so hype. So no weak auras. I have to make sure I stasis now. Again, this is actually a lot of healing here. I'm going to let that one expire, because that's going to be better for me. And then I heal like this. Boom. I watch this. There's bolts going off. We have some potential for cleave. I think there's some extra bolts thing happening here, though. Planning to test the monk? No, I'm not going to test monk. Did I external the mage with an ice cold? Because he takes a bolt plus this. This is a lot of healing here. A rewind comes out from me. Boom. A stasis. This is Pres Evoker. I'm gaming. I'm gaming right now. Holy shit, fat golden hours. Here we go. I'm gaming this. There's a lot of extra damage happening because we cleave those bolts somehow. Something that we're doing is doing that. I don't know exactly what it is, but big Pres Evoker healing. 4 million HPS, 4 million DPS. This is why you play Pres. Look at that. I was doing 4 million HPS and I did 4 million DPS. Those are numbers. Those are numbers I'm putting out right now. You know what I mean? That's good. That's solid. I like Pres. Pres is in such a good spot, but I swear, still... It suffers with the sins of its ancestors, which is that nobody knows how to play it. So this here, you actually have to Giga Heal this dot. This is no joke. Oh, that's a fun one. Okay, so you have to Giga Heal it. Otherwise, he will proc his cheat death almost instantly. If the mage can decurse, that'd be great. If not, I guess I can just send my cot, though. The sins of its ancestors. Yeah, I mean, that's literally like... The sins of its ancestors is when it came out, it was too overtuned. Everybody tried to play it. Nope, they never fixed the bug here on the rescue. Watch the mage here. He has altar time to full health right before, so he should be fine. Ooh, that altar was late. I trusted the altar so I could do damage. I'm going to heal the DK through this. And again, we're just... Every pull, we're maintaining big numbers. Big numbers. But remember, Prez has to do big numbers. If Prez doesn't do big numbers, you can't play it, because it has no offensive group buff. It's Dungeon Warlock. So I think they fixed the Warlocks being bugged. They fixed the Warlock pets, and I think they fixed the Hunter pets as well. As far as I know, this pull, by the way, is just tank healing. So I can caught the tank. I could even put it in stasis if he really needed it. We go here. Boom. 1, 2. He has scales up and a fat golden hour right beforehand. So in order for Prez to do damage, you need to be healing efficiently. That's one of the things that people don't understand. You gotta not waste globals on healing. You have to know when your team is actually set, because I'm not healing right. Like literally, damaging global, healing global right here. I'm going to go through the tank on this life mine, make sure my mage is fully topped, and then I'm just healing my tank. Demon Hunter will be pretty good against these bleeds. Other tanks will need a lot more focused healing. There you go. So I'm just going to watch him. I'll even external him if I think that I need to, but I think he's going to be fine. There you go. So based on offensive groups, Holy Pally the worst healer? No, Holy Priest is the worst healer. Holy Priest is in its own tier. Holy Priest is... Okay, basically, they've made design choices for Holy Priest. It is clear they don't want you to play in keys. Like that, it's a raid healer. Just accept the fact that right now, unless numbers change drastically, it is straight up, Holy Priest is a raid healer. Like you don't play it in keys. That's just, the sooner you accept that, the much better time you're going to have. Big numbers, big numbers, big numbers, single target, single target. Here we go. Remember, this boss actually kind of hurts now. Like you have to heal this. This is not a no healing boss anymore. You actually have to heal this. It's kind of weird, but you do have to heal this now. So we go circles. We can technically try to bait them out, but sometimes it doesn't happen. This Dispel has an actual healing absorb to it now. So you have to prep each one. Luckily, as a Pres Evoker, it's giga easy here. Updates, not yet, not yet. Later today, later today. I wanted to test a few things, although I'm a little sad that the changes, I can't believe they announced changes like that, but they're not actually live yet. So this right here, I misprepped this. I'm going to be fine healing it because I still had like big giga healing, but technically you should life bind each one of those. Life binding each one and you're fine. Also, Demon Hunter is just casually going to be the absolute best tank at dealing with this boss. Demon Hunter is going to be Omega here. So here what we can do is we have tipped the scales, so we can actually just watch this. I love this tier set. This tier set is so much fun. Oh my god. You realize that I basically didn't do a healing global, but I still taught my entire group. Oh, my mage is dead. That was not good. That's less than ideal here, though. What's up? Partial circles can still go on melee? No, they changed it. No, yeah, I think bad change, right? Like bad change, but technically speaking, yes. Bad change, but yes. The fact that it can go on melee now makes this boss really frustrating. Also, a shadow buff to this boss is that they changed this. Oh, my mage died again. That's okay. Technically, we could finish this, but once again, guess what we're playing with? This is the toxicity. This is the toxicity. Guess what class we have? That's an Augavoker. That's an Augavoker right there. And you know what that means? It means that now we're doing 1.5 DPS percent less damage. Granted, this boss is chill, so we can do it. Prez is like giga at healing this. I think that in Pugs, you're actually going to die. Like, I'm not showing you an HPS check here, but I do think that in Pugs, you're probably going to die. I Dispel, and then I Leaping Flames. I heard Aug is back. I don't want to admit it. I want to tell you it's not, but kind of. We did a key right before this. Granted, it was just a chill Eco Dome, but still, we did a key right before this, and my Aug was second DPS. And we were playing with 2 good DPS, and he out DPS the other one. Oh, external. Watch the beams, guys. Watch the beams. If we lose another DPS, then my Aug is cooked. I got him. Big here. Perfect. Yeah. I kind of, like I said, I got to be careful about playing Prez too much because I know Blizzard's mindset. Blizzard is going to see my damage on Prez and they're going to be like, oh, we got to nerf this. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have to nerf this. Blizzard, listen, as any representative watching, please understand, this won't be played. Like, you still won't play Prez, okay? It has fundamental issues and people hate it. The community perception on Prez is so bad and the way that it heals is not... I think it's a great Pug healer, but people don't like playing with it. You won't be able to play Prez. It has to do big numbers. Right now, the meta is so group buff dependent. I hate it. I hate it so much, but it's true. The only way you play a healer is if it provides a necessary group buff to your team. That's it. That's the only way. You literally just can't play healers that don't do that. It sucks, but it's true. Like, if you're not a Resto Shaman or a Resto Druid or a Mistweaver or this, like, you can't play it. Like, basically, like, it's unplayable because the way it works is that it scales much higher. Like, simply by existing, Mark of the Wild is 900k. So if a Resto Druid does 500k overall, it's 1.5 mil. I need to be doing this much in order to compete. Right? I think I need to be doing this much. Disc Priest or Arcane, but so Disc Priest right now, though. Yeah, so basically, exactly. Yeah, safe. Indeed, go safe. Mage is also not here, and we have an Aug. Meeks is going for it. He doesn't care. I hope that he understands this. I can't caught this. Well, what I can do is I can do big healing here for a second. Okay? It's all grouped. Boom. Here we go. Watch the bolts. Oh, external. Oh, I got him. He ice cold just in case. That bolt went off on him. Scary. I got big healing here. So this courtyard was changed a lot. It's actually not as bad for DPS, but it's kind of toxic for tanks now, except for the fact that Meeks is what we call a purple tank. And I don't know if you know this, but purple tanks are meta. Always. Because him... I hate. Hold up. You know I died here on my bear, right? This is a pull where I actually died. I'm going to admit it to you. I did this on 15 early on in PTR. Granted, we were scaled a little bit lower, right? But still, I did this on PTR, and I fucking died. On repeat to this pull. And I think I pulled one extra. I did pull a little extra because I'm not a parry tank. This dungeon is the only dungeon I think that Bear still feels really bad on. Because these guys clap you. And Meeks took no damage there. I was looking at his stacks and he was just hard chilling. He was hard chilling like a little chinchilla. I don't know if you know what a chinchilla is, but they're soft, cute, fluffy. And my friend, when I was very, very, very young and I still had friends in my life, they had one. And that shit was so cute and it was so soft. And I love that chinchilla. It's unrelated to World of Warcraft, but I just thought I would share. Great. My mage uses alter time plus mirror images. This thing, you cannot line of sight anymore. You actually have to heal it. And Prez has to game this healing just a bit. You can do it. It's not a problem. But you do have to game this. Unless my DK AMSs it. And then DK is still here, though. Who would not know what a chinchilla... What's this friends do? I don't know. When I was younger, before I was 4, you know how when you're really, really young, they don't really understand that you're weird yet? So you're just defensive here, and you know what I'm talking about? Like, when you're super young, you don't, like, people are kind of more okay with you. But then by the time you're, like, 4 and 5, you're supposed to learn that you're not supposed to bite things. I never learned that, so I was a biter all my life, and not the good kind. But I remember when I was 4, like, I was very disconnected from everything. There was a famous incident where I pushed a kid off a seesaw because I wanted to ride on the seesaw, and I was just like, bro... it's my turn now. So I just pushed him off, and he, like, hurt his arm. I don't think he broke his arm. I think that's exaggerating the story. I remember, though, I was just, like, I didn't talk to him. I didn't say, can I have a turn? Like, I didn't know how to talk to people, right? So I just basically went, like, I just pushed him off the seesaw. And, I was expelled from 3rd grade. I dropped out of 3rd grade. It was random Awoo lore. But, yeah, like, literally, I was not allowed. Like, they kicked me out of elementary school. Some people are high school dropouts. They think that shit is impressive. I'm an elementary school dropout. Y'all got nothing on me. Nothing, I tell you. Nothing. What's up, Twisted? Hello there. Thank you for being respectful. Was this story brought out by the chinchilla topic? Yeah, because when I was very young, like 3 and 4, I had this one friend. Now, granted, I don't know what happened to him. I feel like his family had some weird... Oh, hold up. This is actually... I forgot about this poll. No. I missed the global. I missed the global on rescue. Oh, that was a PTR ping diff. That was scary. You can't miss a global here. You can't miss it. External him. Oh, caught myself. This pull is demonic, remember? Do you remember this? This is the healer pull. I forgot, and we pulled extra into it. This is the healer pull. I forgot about this pull. And also the curses are now instant. He is in trouble because I already sent external. I need to really watch him here. This orb, he is a rescue on himself. Good job. I Zephyr it. And then, oh, that was the wrong way for that orb. I had Zephyr up, luckily. That was not the right way for that. Okay, it's okay. I got it. Pres Evoker can do big healing. Remember, even when I do big healing, this is a take that somebody had. Was it Yoda who had this take? He was like, one of the problems with Pres Evoker is that when you need to do big healing, you don't do damage. Incorrect, by the way. That's not true. Look at my DPS. I'm still doing 2 million. It's a little lower, yeah, but it's not that much lower. It's actually one of the benefits. The courtyard sucks now, Meeks. I don't know if you know that. You don't want to... There's a ritualist there instead, if you haven't done this. The courtyard sucks. You don't really want to pull courtyard anymore. They changed these guys so the curses are instant cast, and the mage that we're currently playing with does not have decurse, I think, though. Oh, yeah, it was close. I broke both my legs in kindergarten trying to stone cold stunner a kid off the monkey bars. We were weird as kids. I mean, all kids are a little weird. I was definitely, like, not right in the head. Like, I was a mentally not all there child. That's okay. It took me until I was, like, 23 to kind of figure stuff out. Is he going to pull the ritualist? Does he know that that's a ritualist? Because I see him jumping around, but I really need a plater profile. Remember when people do... No. Incorrect. Also... Oh, he is pulling the ritualist. Oh, boy. Okay. Big healing. These guys... This is this guy now. You know the guy from the ship that does this massive dot on people? That's this. So you kind of don't want to pull him anymore. I'll still be able to heal it because I kind of thought this would happen, so I'm relatively prepared. But yeah. So big healing here. Every single one of these dots I need to heal. He doesn't give a lot of percentage, so I still... you can play him, but I think he's kind of annoying. Everybody had big cooldowns because I think we were all prepared for this. So that died really quick, so it was fine. No. Yeah, so there's 2 of them. They just added a pat to this courtyard, and it kind of makes it a little bit more toxic. You can play it, right? But okay, I sent stasis there, and this is going to be slightly unfortunate because my stasis is about to pop in midair, and I'm going to just completely waste it, and then we're doing this pull as well. You cannot line of sight the dots anymore. Here we go. Do you not go back to school? I'll tell you the lore of my school after I survive this. How about that? Because I have to live this shadowy decay. I have the dot on me. I had a plan for this. I know what the plan is. I need to settle into the pole first. And then we're going to go here. And then we're going to go here. I want to make sure I don't pull anything extra. So I have to watch the person with the dot. He is alter time. I'm going to let him do a fat alter here. Good. This is tracking defensives. You need to do this as a healer. Whoever gets the next dot, I rescue to get an extra shield on them. And then I'm going to prep. I have this prepped. Big Shadowy Decay is a life bind into a Spirit Bloom. 3, 2, 1. Everybody's full health. Prez, I remember healing this in Season 1. And Prez was not considered very good then. So the problem is you have to game this dungeon on Prez, whereas a Resto Druid, I could be clicking buttons. But as a Prez Evoker, I need a plan. Every single thing here is a big HPS check. If I don't have a plan, I cannot succeed. He has scales for 7 more seconds, which means that I can Zephyr this one. Probably you don't have to external him. He's going to live 3, 2, 1. I time it perfectly. No, I got him. I don't think he proc cheat. He didn't proc cheat. No cheat required. I had it. I had a plan. I just needed to, again, timing needs to be on point. But I will say, by the way, Prez Evoker is, I think, in my opinion, if you play it well, the best at responding to unexpected damage, not the worst. It is legit one of the best healers. Mana. I could use mana if we're going boss here, actually, though. Yeah, that's fine. Prez is one of the best healers at responding to unexpected damage. I have food. This boss is hard for it, though. This boss right here. This is probably the biggest barrier for Prez. You have to game this. And I'm trying to remember how we did it in Season 1. Season 1 was you would get things rolling, and I'm pretty sure you don't stasis this first one. No, I think you do send stasis on the very first. So you just Dream Breath, and then you have to let this top. And you save tip, maybe? Actually, I just send tip right now, and then I cover this. The tier set will help. And then I could probably just get away with a big Spirit Bloom after 3 ticks, and then another Chronoflame Cleave? Yeah, okay, that worked there. On a higher key level, though, I would need to have that better prepped. Because here, so I would want my Fire Breath. Obviously, if I wanted to pad, I would Fire Breath this. And then I would Oppressive Roar here, actually, right? Because those ads are like big funnel for me, technically. Okay, if any of this goes off, we're dead. Like, the ad casting was one of the hardest parts about this. Because I have to heal this without popping big healing. Like, the only way I survive, yeah. So this is just a Renewing Blaze on my part. And then it's going to be the stasis pop. So stasis right now, and then we're like giga chillin'. And the overlap is where I have communion and /or tip the scales. This is the key right here, though. What is your opinion to Prot Warrior? Prot Warrior is in a pretty good spot. When I talk about the tier list later, I'll give you my in-depth thoughts because I've really been paying attention this PTR cycle. And I swear there's some things that people aren't considering. Here we go. So you have time here. If I remember correctly, I'm just really going over it in my head. Like, I think I can greed a tip here. I think I can greed this for damage. Because I have communion. This is the overlap, no? The fourth one? Isn't the fourth one the overlap where I rescue the squishy DPS? I Zephyr. Like, right now. Yeah? I Zephyr. And then I've just prepped the communion. Oh, I overhealed it. I overhealed that like crazy. Yeah, that was not even close. So as long as you have communion for that. Oh, that Dream Breath was early. That was an early Dream Breath, I think. That was a bad Dream Breath. I should have held it for a few seconds. That's okay. No problem. So here, I'm not going to be greeting damage whatsoever because I think I messed up that Dream Breath. So I'm not going to have it for the next set. Here we go. It's like this is the problem with Prez. You see how much I'm gaming right now? You could literally just click buttons as a Resto Druid. I can't express to you that if I'm a Resto Druid, I don't have to do anything that I'm talking about right now. Like, actually, this Dream Breath here, I have time to heal this, but I'm supposed to hold for like a second. So here, what I would do is, I got this. Don't worry. I have to take 1 tick, 2 ticks, 3 ticks, big tip the scale Spirit Bloom. Oh, if you have tip here, you're fine. Yeah, this is all good, though. This is all good. This is easy. This is no problem, okay? So Prez is going to be fine at healing that. This is not going to be a problem. My team helped me a lot, but I was actually not concerned there whatsoever. I think I have aggro. I don't have a plater profile. Oh, the frontal. Is this a present? Ah. You remember Oogway in Kung Fu Panda? That guy was fucking smart. He was so smart, man. What did he say? Yesterday is history. Tomorrow is a mystery. But today... What's the quote? What's the actual word he used there? But today is the present. That's why they call it the present or something like that. Today is a gift. Oh, today is a gift. And that is why it is called the present. Oh, that was a good one. I messed up the quote, but it was good. It was a good quote. Today is today. No, it's like today is a gift, I think. That was the smartest turtle I've ever... Oh, also, I'm not supposed to mention turtles on stream today. Specifically, so because of the meme I sent you, I told myself right before I started stream that I cannot, under any circumstances, mention turtles. Because I figured I would say the wrong thing. I was close to it. It was close. No turtles can be mentioned here today. I should stop talking about turtles. It's rare loot though, the boots. No, so the boots are a problem just because the boots are a problem simply because it's really, really rough to get loot items. Okay, this guy. Tortoises are okay. I had 2 turtles at one point. But they had like a shell infection, so we had to give them back. I had 2 turtles. I like them. They were kind of cute, man. Honestly, they were kind of cute. They were honestly kind of cute, man. Like the turtles, I kind of liked having them. So this is big healing here. Don't underestimate this healing. Do not, under any circumstances, underestimate this. A big shield. Where the hell was that shield from? I don't even know what that shield was from. That was like a big shield. Was that a rescue? Was that a pre-rescue? Because you can do that actually on this. Did you know that? This is supposed to smart target, although of course it didn't there. But this is supposed to smart target, technically speaking. So I can create 1 deep breath. And then here we go. Am I turtly enough for the Turtle Club? Turtle. Great movie. Master of Disguise Pistachio. Inspired an entire generation of ice cream enjoyers. Because if you think about a fact, if Master of Disguise never came out, then it's very possible that nobody would have ever discovered pistachio ice cream. But Master of Disguise did come out. And that movie, I rewatched it the other day. I would say that some of the jokes have certainly not aged well, but I will say that it was still a hilarious movie. I would say that it's a little insensitive, you know. There was certainly a vibe in the world back then that doesn't really exist now. You know what I mean? Is it not helping? No, it is not. No, it is not, Soap. No, it is not. Okay, this boss. Right now, we're double timing this key. I'm doing excellent. This is so far so good. However, what you're going to do here is you're going to tip 1, probably launch the stasis. Like, borderline, you launch the stasis depending on how much your team helps you here. My team actually helped me with the bombs. So that gives me... I external the mage, just in case. I think that was a good external. He might have died. I'm not sure. Because he's holding his bomb. Yeah, that was a smart external. Oh, he held the bomb for too long. He didn't click it. Oh, okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Watch this. Big. Prez. It's fine. It's fine. I got him. No problem. We just go like this. I got it. No, I got it. It's easy. I just had to time it. That's the thing about Prez. People get scared, but I'm going to hopefully help. My team will help me with the bombs. We're going to need 1 more bomb here. It's okay. Oh, my God. Oh, my Lord. Okay, we're good. We're going to need 1 more bomb, though. So I have to heal 1 more than expected. It's all good. Big burst healing. That's what I'm saying. Prez, unexpected damage. Prez is excellent at dealing with that because that shouldn't happen. My mage forgot to click the button. No problem. It's all good. So we just defensive here. I think I just send tip. I don't even think I send communion. I think I'll be fine with just the tip. Yeah, 1 minute tip feels great in this dungeon. There used to be a lot more checks. Here we go. Any favorite childhood movies that still hold up? Does White Chicks count? Does White Chicks count as a favorite childhood movie? I feel like White Chicks is a good answer to that question. White Chicks holds up fantastically. Like you rewatch White Chicks and that movie is like pound for pound just as funny as it used to be. Good. Go straight to the area. Yeah, I feel that's like not a childhood movie though. Otherwise, I feel like Lilo and Stitch. Like Lilo and Stitch is still really good. It's a self-bans. I don't know exactly. I'm not sure why, but for whatever reason, Wowhead is banned here, yeah. This is a great group. Yeah, so this is Meeks. Meeks is an amazing tank. This is Dwaggy Daddy. He's Clush on retail. He's good. We know he's a good DPS. He plays a few things. And I don't know the Mage, and I don't know the DK. I don't know Mage, and I don't know DK. But Prez also, again, 2 million overall pretty easily, right? Like with like a fairly chill 2 mil overall. It's going to be slightly off at this point, but it's no problem. I'm not going to quite have full 2 million, but that's all right. You have to game Prez, but if you can do it, it feels so good to heal on Prez right now. You just have to understand, like if I'm going to do big damage here, when do I actually need to be healing? Just all I have to do here, because they have shielding effects on them. I don't need to hit anything. If I had hit my VE, if I had hit this, I would have technically missed this ramp right here. My Mage, and again, Mage, and everybody talks about how range is such an issue for Prez. It isn't. It's fine. Because right now, my Mage didn't get hit with any of my frontals so far. I'm good. Oh, no, it canceled my cast. Do not rescue me. Do not ever rescue Prez. Do not rescue Prez. Oh my God, I had to. Okay, I sent a rewind. I'm good. Be very careful about rescuing Prez Evoker. It canceled my Spirit Bloom, and that Spirit Bloom was perfectly timed. It was an exactly timed Spirit Bloom. If I didn't have rewind there, we were gonna lose somebody. Yeah, try not to rescue a Prez Evoker. Not in the middle of a Spirit Bloom class. It does cancel it, and that was very scary. We're okay. I just released a stasis now. I maybe should have even lifebound this because it just give that little bit of extra oomph. Otherwise, we're good. The Lion King. The problem with The Lion King is it was too heavy. It was, I mean, such a great movie, right? But the problem with Lion King is it was so heavy that as a child, it was almost too much. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I couldn't, it wasn't one of my favorite movies because it was a bit too much for me. Hakuna Matata was fantastic. The song, I mean, I still listen to that song today. Okay, pre-ramp, that was super scary on that rescue. We just go here into a Spirit Bloom every single time. Easy money. GG's. Prez feels amazing, dude. Prez feels great. Prez feels excellent. Granted, still not the S tier healer, but it just, everything feels excellent. Like, it's so easy to heal this. It was easy to heal it. It still does big damage. There, obviously, a little bit less with some of the stuff that happened. Made a lasting impact, yeah. But sometimes as a kid, you didn't want to watch, like, big things, you know? You didn't want to watch things. Hakuna Matata? No, definitely. Oh, that's right, because you actually speak the language. I forgot. The thing is, did you ever watch Lion King 1.5? Where Timon's mom puts a bug, she squishes a bug and puts that in his hair. I don't know why I've always remembered that, but for some reason I've always remembered that. Yeah. Prez is kinda giga. Where do I see your tier list? I haven't made it yet. I'm going to make it on stream in a little bit. I needed to test a few things, although unfortunately, like I said, the testing is not going to be a thing. All right, we have to test. How did my Og Evoker do when you're playing with a pug person who does die a lot? Last year, class gets so boring at every stream. The problem is, okay, listen. I get Jaylay. Listen, I'm not against playing an S tier spec. It's just that the specs I like are not S tier. No, don't get me wrong. Please make the specs I like. Please make it. Please make the specs I like S tier. I want to play an S tier spec. I just don't like doing it. Listen, but I don't like the specs that are S tier. I want to play meta. I don't want to play off meta. I pug my keys. I don't want to do this. I don't want to play the specs that nobody wants to play with, but they're my favorite specs. Please, I want my things to be meta. I'm not a hipster. I don't intentionally choose off meta specs. I just can't play the things that I want to play. It just so happens that Prez Evoker is my favorite healer. It just so happens that Guardian Druid is my favorite tank. It doesn't mean that, you know. All right, let's log it. Here, I'll show you. We'll upload this together, and I want to show you the AUG DPS. This, by the way, this was the Eco Dome we did right before. Is AUG Evoker back? You tell me. This was, by the way, here. Overall damage from this Eco Dome. Frosty K is still quite high up there, of course. Look at my AUG Evoker. I don't like this. I don't want this to be true, but look at it. You tell me. That AUG Evoker looks competitive, doesn't it? Imagine this was also a third. Imagine Arson had, like, gamed that key perfectly. He's amazing. He's a really good AFLOC, by the way. But imagine. It's kind of not bad. It's kind of not bad, man. I'm not going to run Cheat Death next season. Do you think so, Meeks? Like, I mean, it feels redundant with Cloak. So there are some tanks that benefit more from the Cloak, but also remember that right now our Cloak is maxed. And I don't know if your boots are working. Mine isn't. Right? Is lower here. Arson is amazing. Yeah, he's really, really good. This key, not his. Yeah, he's like one of the best Affliction Warlocks I've ever played with. I don't mind. He's really good. He's really, really good. This key, I think it was his last key of the night. Maybe he was tired a bit because he normally does pump. Is the AUG boosted? No, this is Clutch. He's a title player. He's actually really good, though. You got like 100% uptime on Sigil. Damn. That DK is from Squish's group. What? This DK? This DK is from Squish's group? Really? You got 30 seconds. Oh, that's interesting. So you would run Cycle instead? That's kind of interesting. That's interesting. So, okay, let's look at the last thing, though. Let's upload another log because we can check that last key. Remember, the problem with AUG is what happens when people die. What happens? Let me ask you a question. What happens when your DPS die? Like that mage friend, that mage that we were just playing with, he was dead for like almost the entirety of first boss and a few other things. So what happens when you're playing with an AUG Evoker like that? Let's check the damage. Yo, enjoy your pizza, Meeks. I'm glad I got to play with you, and hopefully I showed off Prez just a little bit. I feel, you know, I actually really like Prez. Like I'm a tank main, but Prez is like my home a little bit. Like, I feel like I don't think I missed that much on Prez. Do you know what I mean? Well, let's view it together, by the way. This is the AUG damage in that last key. This is more applicable. Dawnbreaker 15. Oh. So, why does that look competitive? That still looks competitive, doesn't it? Doesn't that still look this? Doesn't that look competitive right now? I tried out Presvoker last night, and I like it so far, even though I'm only... Yeah. Verdant Base is really cool. Lay on hands. Yes. Although, to be fair, you got to definitely level to max level before you really understand the spec, because you won't have all the interactions with Verdant Embrace just yet. Prez is complicated. It's different. I don't think it's that complicated. Like, I think I could make a Preservation Evoker guide in about 5 minutes. I think in 3 minutes I could explain to you how to play Prez in 80% of content. Like, I actually think... give me about 3 minutes, and I could make a Preservation Evoker guide. It's not that complicated. It's just different. But it's very, very, very good. Like, there were a few moments there where if I wasn't on Prez, that last boss, are you kidding me? We let a bomb explode. I watched him, and he forgot to press the button. That was a very scary... We let a bomb explode into an AoE, and I was like, I got this. Right? Like your bear one? A Prez guide? Want me to make one right now? Do you want me to make one, like, right now? Is anybody still in this party? These logs are interesting to me. I need to open this in here. I'll share it with the Prez Discord. I need people in my party probably to actually show you, but it's not that complicated. So it won't be like a giga guide. It won't be like an in-depth one, but basically basic Preservation Evoker gameplay is very straightforward. It's actually not hard at all. One button rotation for August is like 5% loss. Maybe. Do you mean to log on as a target dummy? I actually could use like a few party members if I was going to do it. If I was just going to make a quick one. That was easy though. Those keys felt clean. I mean, obviously Meeks is a giga gamer. You can tell I didn't have to worry about him at all. He's like super independent. Updating PTR just in case. Do you go for the 3-minute Prez Evoker guide? Okay. As a challenge, a 3-minute Prez Evoker guide, huh? That means I only have 3 minutes. Okay. I bet you I could do it. Can you post those logs in chat? Yeah, sure. The logs from today are right here. And here we go. It'll be... Oh, this one, are they split? Do I have to open both? There's a chance that the logs are split. I only see Dawnbreaker in this right now. I currently only see Dawnbreaker. Let me go upload the other one. So hold up. Warcraft logs. I have to maybe re-upload. Done. View report nap. Can you share your last log? Yeah, of course. You have an interrupt tracker a week where I could get... just use Omni CD. Like, Omni CD has the extra thing. This is, remember, this is, how do I think this is split for some reason. Because I had disabled and enabled. Let me see. Let me see if I can get both. So I would just use Omni CD for that. Omni CD is easy. Oh, yeah, so it's like both of these, yeah? I just got to do both kills, and then I can upload it like this. Draggy, do you want them? You want them as an AUG? Mr. Clush. Update? Not yet. Not yet. I'll do it live together. We will go over the tier list together because I really believe at this point, guys, when I originally made the tier list, there were some specs that did 40% more damage than everyone else. You realize that, right? Like, I don't think people realize how absolutely bad the PTR tuning was early on. That shit was really rough. It was so bad that I was like, oh, guys, I have to talk about this. But now... it's actually a lot more balanced. Like, things are significantly better. And so things have to be clarified. Things have to be clarified, okay? There are some things which you got to understand are, like, technically S tier for this reason, but I wouldn't necessarily bring it to a 12. You soap. Nice name, by the way. Nice name. You want a picture of my feet? I'll send you a picture of my feet. I have good feet. I've learned a lot. I have good feet now. All right? Soap named a character so he could log in and be a target dummy for me to show you Prez. Huh. So, basically, the balance is much better right now, and I'm really looking forward to this season. The tank meta is super interesting. The healer meta is a little bit less interesting, and the DPS meta is good. Balance is good right now. Same character, new name. Haha. Balance is genuinely good. Those are the last two logs. I'm just going to link this, by the way. Hold up. I'm going to link this to Prez Discord. Hold up. Don't nerf us. I'm going to just go to Prez Discord right now and link this. Hold up. Are people in... Hey, Woo. As someone who lives in Asia, do you play in OCE servers or USA? Oh, yeah, Asia. Take a look at EC set bonus. Would it make sense to take out Rage of the Sleeper and Blood Frenzy, put them into Flashing Claws? Good questions in the Discord. I'll answer them in a bit. Quiver, are you still here? I can answer your question on live right now. Hold up. Preservation Discord. Here. I hope it stays. Healing is ultra giga. DPS is solid. All right, bet. You're here. Basically, there is a world where Guardian Druid will play double FC, but I need to test it. Because one of the things about this dungeon, by the way, one of the things about this dungeon pool right now is it's not that hard for tanks. It's not hard for tanks right now. Like, it's actually pretty chill. Like, I think there's not a lot of tank checks at the moment. I think that tanks are actually feeling pretty chill. After they nerfed Halls of Atonement, I think Dawnbreaker is kind of hard on tanks. There's a few big tank hits, but ultimately, I think that we're in a really good... Like, tanking, you were going to be able to greed damage more. Like, for example, Meeks was like, I don't think I need cheat death. Yeah, maybe not. Or a Guardian Druid might say, I might be able to drop Rage of the Sleeper for the sake of double FC, or even one FC because it's more damage by a little bit. It's like 3% more damage, slightly less survivability. You might make that choice because, or like you might say double DPS trinket instead of double defensive trinket, or etc. I think that the season is pretty good for tanks based on PTR testing right now. Although it's a little hard to say, and let me explain. It's a little hard to say because our cloak is currently max upgraded. And that's doing a lot of tank healing. Like, look at his... Wait, actually, Meeks, why is your cloak sucks? Did you not upgrade it? Why does your cloak suck? Wait, your cloak is doing nothing. It's supposed to be doing like 10, 15%. Wait, what? Why is your cloak bad? Is it upgraded? I guess the boots are broken, right? Like, nobody has boots on PTR right now. Look at my cloak. You just take no damage? My cloak is doing... I guess without the boots, we lose the proc rate, though. Do we need cloak for... Oh, I would play it, Vonda. It's very powerful. Yeah, I would say it's very powerful. You were just basically taking no damage, though. It's true. Your parry is too high. Like, honestly, I watched you on that pull, and I was so upset because my bear... Do you know what that pull does? Excuse me, Meeks. Do you know what that pull does? The Dawnbreaker in front of the church? No. All you need to do is talk to the thing. You just find the guy like this. No, Vanda, you don't need to... You just... This guy, you go, please provide me with Reishi wraps. And then you click this button, and you got the cloak. Max level. You don't need to... You don't need to do the campaign. You're fine. All good. Yeah, you just literally, you go boom, boom, boom. Done. You don't have to do the campaign for it on PTR. Don't worry. Listen... You guys know that that's... You know that's... No. Not the tactician Meeks. The little guys. You don't even know, do you? Because you've been playing VDH. Down with the purple tank, okay? Do you know that's necrotic? Do you know what that does? In the house with the two... He doesn't even know what it does because he parries all of them and he reset his stack so many times. The healing debuff... What? It's necrotic, dude. This pull right here. This pull. I did it on my bear and my bear soaks all of them. These guys. They changed the Umbral Rush mobs. Now they do necrotic. Right? So it's a magic hit on top of the fact that it's necrotic. You got like 8 stacks max because you kept parrying them, so you were gonna reset it. My Druid had 88 stacks. Yeah, I know you don't have to pay attention to it because you're a parry tank. You know what my Druid had to do? My Druid was dying on this pull because I had 88 stacks. Because I had like almost 100 stacks. That was like 100% healing reduced. That's why, because you're the purple tank, the meta tank, you don't even have to pay attention to it. I was so upset. I was watching you. I was like, okay, I'm ready to external. I'm ready to heal you. And you were just there. You just existed. And you were so fine. And I was like, first of all, man, this is so unfortunate. Like, it's actually, you know, Mythic Parry is actually it's so busted, dude. You have what, like 60% at max gear? You're basically playing with 60% parry. No, you can't dodge them. They don't even count. Bear doesn't, you just soak them. Bear, the only way to do this is you vortex in cap roar run. You have to run. Like, do you not start? No, you have to copy a character. You won't start at level 80. Super annoying they do that. You know, so what you have to do, right, is you, as a bear, you watch your stacks, you incarn. When you're gonna die, when you're at about 50 stacks, you vortex, in cap roar, typhoon, roar, and run. You roar first, boom, run away. That's what you do. That's how you play bear on that, because you have to reset your stacks, otherwise you're dead. So the only way to do it is to have that set in your mind that you got to reset your stacks. Those guys have like a 25-yard range. So run far. Run. Like don't stop running. Like think about life as like a box of chocolates. Do not stop running as a bear. Now for Frost Nova, I think that Frost Nova will break, slows will break because they charge to you. They kind of blink and charge, so slows won't work, roots won't work. You just literally run. Yeah. It's actually, but like, so when I was doing it though, it's hard to reset it. It's actually kind of hard to reset the stacks. All right, Soap, come here. Ready, Soap? Come here, away from the city center, like this. You guys want to know how to play Prez? It's not that hard. It's not actually that hard. You want a 3-minute preservation evoker guide? I'm going to set a stopwatch, and I'm going to see how much I can cover in 3 minutes. Make a 3-minute preservation evoker guide on stream right now. All right? I have 180 seconds total to explain how to play. Let's see. Let's see if I can do it. I will set a stopwatch. This is my challenge. 180 seconds tops to explain how to play Preservation Evoker and Mythic Plus. Do you want another body in the group? Yeah, come here. Can you, if you're in the city, if anybody's just in the city, can you guys just come be right here? 180 seconds max. That's all I have. Because I actually think, like, people, there's a few myths about Pres Evoker, and it bothers me. Because if the myths about Pres Evoker make people not want to play with it, they're not true. You can play Pres Evoker just fine. Like, it's not that hard. The range is not really a problem. The unexpected damage is no problem. I don't see you, so we need to group. I'm going to list it here. I'm just going to list it. It's a... Here, I'll put my name. Like this. Okay? Ecodome right now. Let's go. Here we go. Join. If you want to just sit with me in a second. In the next 180 seconds, I'm going to do this. Don't you have a stopwatch in WoW? Yeah, this is the stopwatch. 180 seconds. I'm going to give a quick Preservation Evoker guide. Okay? It's listed right here as a Wu Tank. If anybody wants to join this super fast. I need at least one more body would be pretty good for the explanation. And then after this, I want to tank. Because Meeks is offline now, so I'm going to tank. What tank will I play? I think I'll test Druid a little bit more, though. Can you do a guide off the cuff right now? Yes. Yeah. No problem. Yes. Yeah, I can. I thought about it a little bit in the last 5 minutes. Prez is not that complicated. Prez, I'm serious that Prez... this is not... 180 seconds is not enough to cover the nuances of how to, like, you know, really milk the spec. But the thing is that Prez can't even... You're not a Tauren. You're an Evoker. So you don't need to milk the Evoker. You only milk Taurens. Look at this. You want to milk this? There's nothing to milk here, man. There's no milkers at all. So I feel like this is not the goal here. But if this was a Tauren, totally different story. You know, a Volpera, a Tauren, now we're talking. But this right here, you don't need to milk this, okay? So you just basically play it simply. You play it basically and you're fine. Is this you, by the way? Delinius, are you here right now? Listen. Yeah, well, no. I mean, listen. First of all, right? The wrong gender, a little bit. All my characters are girls. I'm a level 70. Oh, maybe you're level 70. You might actually not be able to get here. Let's move on from this, okay? Listen, let's make on from this. All right, we're gonna move on from the milking, and we're gonna talk about a Preservation Evoker guide because I want to teach you that this is a good spec and that you can play it. It's not an S tier healer, but it's damn good. Okay, it's damn good. I explain. Are you ready? 180 seconds on the clock. This is the last thing, though. I think people are actually joining for this key, so I'm not going to do this, though. Open your friends list again. I'll add you. Add friends. Awu11762. Right here. I'll wait for a second, though. Pictures beforehand a bit. I'm going to do it. No, I can do this. 180 seconds. I already know how I'm going to do this. I've thought about it, and I'm like, we're not going to prep too much longer. We're just going to send it, and I'm going to see how much I can get in here. Come to this part of the city. There we go. I got you, Delinius. Perfect. You're right here. Now we phased you in. Perfect. Okay. Here we go. D-list. 180 seconds on the clock. Yeah. Finished watching your Thailand video. Oh, you watched the Thailand video? Thank you. I didn't know if people would actually watch the whole the VOD back of the Thailand stream yesterday, but I'm really glad people liked it. I really like doing it. It's going to be a special stream. I wanted to post it on YouTube because it will live there forever. It's like I want that to be remembered because I'm not going to walk around Thailand that often with a phone and stream, but you know what I mean? Okay, here we go. Preservation Evoker guide. I was very happy to do that yesterday. All right. Okay. So, here we go. I'm actually going to clip this probably, and maybe this goes to YouTube if I can do it. Okay, so without any planning, without any preparation, this is going to be how to play Preservation Evoker in Mythic Plus in 180 seconds. This will only take me 180 seconds. It's a challenge from stream right now, live. There's just no planning, no editing, but in the next 180 seconds, you are going to learn how to play Preservation Evoker in Mythic Plus. All I'm going to do is I'm going to hit this stopwatch, and the second this starts, we're going. Are you ready? Are you ready? 3 minutes to explain the most complicated healer that isn't that complicated in Mythic Plus. Are you ready? Okay. All you have to do to understand how to heal as Preservation Evoker, go. All you have to do, great, stopwatch is on. All you have to do to understand how to do this is hit Temporal Anomaly on cooldown. Once you hit Temporal Anomaly, you hit Reversion. If you have Reversion ticking on your group, the next thing to do is hit Dream Breath. This is your combo. If you have Dream Breath and Reversion ticking on your group, all you have to do is hit Echo. As long as I have these echoes out, I can respond to any unexpected damage. There is nothing I cannot heal if this is my combo. I can hit Verdant Embrace, everybody's topped. I could hit Spirit Bloom, everybody's topped. So we go over the combo again every 15 seconds. Temporal Anomaly, Reversion. If I have Reversions ticking, I will hit Dream Breath next, and I don't even need a Dream Breath. Let's say I don't have Dream Breath ticking right here. Echo, 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 Verdant Embrace. After Verdant Embrace, I could hit Spirit Bloom. After Verdant Embrace, I could hit a Life Spark, which is the talents you're going to have to go look at after, because I'm only at 50 seconds. TA, if I have Reversions ticking and I have Dream Breath ticking, the next thing I do is I manual echo. From here, I can heal anything. If the damage is instant, everybody drops to 10%, I could just send a Life Spark. It'll be massive healing. Right here, Echo, I could just Spirit Bloom. Easy, done. Everybody's full health. As long as I understand, I hit TA on cooldown. I have Reversions ticking. I can have double Reversion ticking. All I need to do is Echo, and then either Spirit Bloom, I send a Life Spark, a Chrono Flame with the proc from our old tier set that's in the talent tree, or a Spirit Bloom. That's it. Those are the three options. As long as I do that, everybody's full health. Now, the other things you need to know, with our current new tier set, just hit Tip the Scales on cooldown. You can use this on any ability. It doesn't matter. Use it on Fire Breath. You can use it on Spirit Bloom. Doesn't matter. The only other things you need to know is Preservation Evoker and Mythic Plus. Aside from TA on cooldown, hit Reversion after TA. After this, hit Dream Breath before damage happens. Echo, all my healings prepped. From here, Fire Breath on cooldown. Never hold Fire Breath. In every circumstance, you Fire Breath, max rank it every time, and then Chrono Flames the enemy. That's it. That's all press. Literally, I've already done 2 minutes. 2 minutes is basically done. If you only do these things, you're absolutely fine on Preservation Evoker. TA Reversion. Okay? Dream Breath. Forget about the interactions. Don't think about the specialty stuff. Echo. From here, any damage happens, VE, Life Spark, Big Spirit Bloom. Everybody's top 3 times in a row here. Fire Breath on cooldown. The only other thing you need to know is that you hit Stasis. After you hit Stasis, you hit your healing spells. Make sure you hit 1 Empower, 2 Empower, Temporal Anomaly. That's it. That's how you use Stasis. There's some complicated parts of it, but don't worry about it. Don't worry about all the min-maxing stuff. As a basic level, right now, look at this. I'm going to hit Stasis, Dream Breath. I'm going to tip the scale Spirit Bloom, and then I'm going to hit TA. Doesn't matter what damage I put it in. I could be Spirit Bloom first, then this. Doesn't matter. Literally, this is the combo. Look at the party frames. If I have Reversion, Dream Breath, and Echoes ticking, I can heal anything. I go like this. I hit Fire Breath. Done. This is it. We're already done. That's it. That's all we done. That's all we need to do. Just like that. Just boom. Done. Preservation Evoker in 3 minutes. Easy. That's it. I'm serious. That's it. People overcomplicate this so much. People overcomplicate this way too much. That's it. Oh, what's up, cats? Cats, I was challenged to make a Preservation Evoker healing guide in 3 minutes. That's it. That's all you need to do. People overcomplicate how to play Preservation Evoker in keys way too much, and I was just like, keep it simple, right? It's 3 minutes long. I set a stopwatch in game. It's 3 minutes. That's it. That's it. That's all I needed to do. We're done. Just like that. Does that make sense? Did everybody catch that? It's actually not that hard. You literally just TA, and you get Reversions ticking, and then you have Dream Breath ticking, and then you have Echoes. That's it. If you do that combo, you can heal anything. I can't explain to you that I just healed a 15 Dawnbreaker, and this is all I did. I was just like, great, everybody's full health here. I have choices. It doesn't matter what I push. Just boom. Yeah? Of course there are interactions. Does that account for Call of Ysera? No. Does that account for Tempo Charge? No. Does it account for other things? No, but that's the basics of it. You kind of get those things passively anyways, so that's fine. Honestly, the one thing that's not good about Prez is when people don't hit Fire Breath, they don't hit TA, etc., etc., etc. But otherwise, yeah, that's it. You're going to be Prezery. Hey, cats. I hope you're well, cats. I did the in real life tie stream yesterday. It was kind of cool. All right, listen, done. That's it. All right, let's move on. I want to play some tank now, so let's do some keys. Delinius, thank you for coming to be a target dummy for me in this key, in this little group here. That was it, though. 130 seconds, or 180 seconds, that's all I needed. Honestly, I only needed 2 minutes, because if you just do that minimum part, you're fine. Yeah? My name is Saria Sosa. Thailand stream looked cool. Thank you. Slowly stripping during the 3 minutes. No. I was focused. I was locked in, Delinius. No hoof picks are going to mess me up here. Listen, no matter how much you try to hoof me up, I will not. I'm irrehoofable. I'm unhoofable, right? I'm not really into hooves. I'm more into the fur part of things. So it's, you know, you can just take the legs out. All right. Anyways, I'm gonna stop while I'm ahead. Let's go tank some keys. I'm playing Guardian Druid because I want to test a little bit more Guardian Druid. We kind of know how everything else feels, so here we go. Boots with the fur. Shoddy got low. I never really understood Shoddy as a thing. I never understood Shoddy. No one has a good Resto Druid guide. Ooh, Resto Druid guide. Oh, Resto Druid, as hilarious as it sounds, is so much harder to make a 3-minute guide on. Like, weirdly enough, like, technically speaking, right now, Resto Druid cats. Okay. You want a Resto Druid guide? Because right now with Wildstalker, it's very simple. It's very straightforward. Very, very straightforward to play this, actually, right now. It's much easier than it used to be. So, because you don't have to weave, really. Like, you know what I mean? I remember how it works by heart. But they add minor changes. Basically, because you don't play Cenarian board anymore, you're actually just playing through Abundance and you're trying to proc your tier set. You kind of just... If you're walking into something and you're ramping, and you're playing double rejuve, which a lot of people are not, but if you're doing this, all you have to do is you just go like this. You kind of just, as you're walking into a pull, you go hot, and then you life bloom your 2 targets that are going to need it, and then you basically I would just pre-wild growth as a Resto Druid nowadays, and then you have your hots ticking, and then you have F-Low down. And if you have this combination, and everybody has full hots on them, basically you're going to refresh this, and when the damage actually happens, you Swift Mend this, Convoke, or Trank, or this. I mean, it's not the perfect guide for Resto Druid, but it's enough. As long as I have a clear casting proc, when I hit this button, everybody's full health. If I can just game the clear casting procs, then everybody's full health. And I just keep my hots rolling. That's pretty much it. Like, it's actually kind of how you play this now. And then I just have clear casting, and I go like this, and then this is like Omega healing right now. Like, right now, in this F-Low, I'm doing infinite HPS. And I'm not even pressing anything else. Like, I don't need to. You just actually just... Yeah, I proc a little Flourish there. I go here. Swift Mend. And then I can technically spend that Swift Mend on Wild Growth, although Wild Growth is pretty weak. So you can actually just send it into full regrowth, and you're fine. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, tanking time. What about cat weaving? When you cat weave right now, your cat weaving damage is so much related to Wildstalker that you don't actually really need to cat weave, like, to min-max. You could literally just... In a key environment, yeah? Like, let's say, so you're going to basically walk into the pull. As you're walking in, don't heal the tank, but prep hots on yourself. Prep hots on the tank. You go like this. Everything's prep. You don't need full hots. And then you're going to go cat weaving. You thrash. You rip. And you tab target your rips. Tab target, healing. And then we're going to do big dam. Just re-get your hots out. Kind of spam like this. I would send a tree, for example. And then you're going to go back into cat form. The rip target... here, and then tab target, and then tab target, and then tab target, like this, and you're going to do big dam. And then you just go back. And you kind of don't spend too long in cat if you actually need to be healing, and you just go like this, though. And you just go 1, 2, 3. It's something like this, to be fair. Yeah, you just kind of, like, if you have time, then you can actually be bleeding properly. Like, technically, if I have no healing to do, I could actually go back here and then keep doing this. But the idea is you kind of just go, like 1, 2, 3, and then... From here, you're just keeping your hots on the group. But if there's actual healing to do, you can't be in cat too much. I would strongly recommend you can actually just go 1, 2 bleeds in your back. Keep in mind, I'm at 1,000,000 DPS right now. Like, just from this, you know what I mean? Like, just from this, like, just applying a few bleeds. Because my damage doesn't really come from the bleeds itself. It comes from the tier set. Like, it comes from the hero talent procs. So while I'm in cat form, I can also send trees on people. and you're just sort of going here. Like, this is all you're doing, you know what I mean? So this is kind of like, this is a give or take. Like, it's not perfect. I wouldn't send Convoke in cat form because it's really kind of subpar in cat form. Like, it's a good healing cooldown. Another weird thing is that technically if I Convoke out of cat form and I just go like this, and this will actually apply Rip to my, and Rake to my target, which will proc my tier set. Again, if you look at the damage here, though, see how much Bursting Growth and Vines do? It's not about how many of these you get out. It's kind of just more about having at least one. Doing cat form and Convoke. So you can, like, technically, yes, it's a way to min-max your damage, but I would say that it's better to not have it, because if you use Convoke as a healing cooldown, then you can greed more uptime in cat form, because your group will be healthier, and then you can greed more uptime, if that makes sense. So, in my opinion, because, like, in a key environment, like, people are going to be taking damage left and right, and the problem with Resto Druid, my problem with Resto Druid at least, is if I'm actually in cat form like this, I let my group die, because I'm greeding. I'm like, bro, I'm going to get a full Rip right here, and then I'm going to stay in cat form. And then I'm going to get a full, and I'm like, my team's fine. We're going to kick that cast. And then we don't kick the cast, and somebody dies, and I'm like, oh, wow, this dungeon is so overtuned. I can't believe this dungeon is too hard. It's unhealable, man. It's unhealable. But I'm just in cat form the whole time and Convoking. Granted, I do a lot of damage, but, like, it doesn't really matter. Like, the min-maxing of healer damage is so irrelevant if you ever let a DPS die, you know? So, like, but I'm just like, the thing to do is if you ever let somebody die as a Resto Druid, you just say, this dungeon is so unhealable. It's unbelievable. It's impossible. It's impossible. You can't do this dungeon. It's impossible. That's the catch. But what I learned basically is the min-maxing of cat form is very unnecessary. If you literally just go in the middle of a pull and all you do is you're just healing basically. You're just constantly prepping, boom, boom, boom. Like this, you heal here, you got all your things up, F-low, watch your tank, and all you do is you press Rake, Thrash, Rip, and then you go back out of cat form, you will do competitive DPS. If that makes sense as a Resto Druid. Currently, because this tier set is fucking broken. Because this is broken. This is so broken right now. I think that it'll get nerfed, and if Resto Druid gets nerfed, then the meta becomes very interesting. A 17 Floodgate. That seems like fun. I could tank a 17 Floodgate. Would they like me to tank a 17 Floodgate? That'll be a key to test. Who is this, by the way? He's on my friends list. We're doing a 17 Floodgate on PTR? Bet. All right. We can, why not? Why not? You know, let's do a 17 Floodgate. That seems like an easy key to do. How does survival feel on PTR? You mean survival hunter? It's solid. It's just, it's a melee hunter, which doesn't, it's actually really good. Like, its damage is very solid. The problem with survival hunter is just that it doesn't have the oomph. It doesn't have the oomph factor, the wow factor. Because right now, if you're a melee DPS, you need something that people want. You need something that people are like, I want you. And most of the time, the survival hunters are just like, all right, you're all right. But you kind of need to be more than all right because melee DPS is so competitive, if that makes sense. Like, you really need to be, like, on top of the game. You need to have the group buff, the perfect amount of CC. You need to be a DK or this or that, etc. I do think that when I make the tier list, people are going to be pretty surprised by what melee DPS I actually rank the highest. It's a melee Lust. Lust is not at a premium this season. Arcane Mage is still one of the best DPS specializations, and Resto Shaman is good for melee comps. So, and you have Enhancement Shaman. So, if you compare Enhancement Shaman to Survival Hunter, there is no comparison. Survival Hunter will beat Enhancement. I would say Survival Damage, AoE. First pull Gambit, like, you know, I think Survival Hunter straight up, I still think that Survival Hunter would beat, you know what I mean? No, it's something, yeah, for sure. Yeah, because, like, Survival Hunter would beat Enhancement Shaman on DPS. The problem is that Enhancement Shaman has Cap Totem, Sky Fury, Thunderstorm, and Survival Hunter has a slight knock-up on a lower cooldown that is harder to use, and a stun, which is all right. But, like, it just, utility-wise, is not comparable, you know? Survival's pretty tanky. That is one thing it has going for it. Survival's pretty tanky, I think. Like, Survival, it is surviving. It's actually, it's tankier than an Enhancement Shaman would be. But you're looking for group buffs, man. Enhancement Shaman is a good way to bring Sky Fury, whereas Survival Hunter is a good way to bring Hunter's Mark. Bro, Hunter's Mark is hilarious. Good question. I mean, I could make a much better Prez guide, but I think that if you want that clip, you'd have to go back and clip it, I think. On YouTube, you could clip it. Be easier, though. Are you well versed in using Preservoker for Raid 2? No, random, because the playstyles are so much different for that. Sorry, I missed YouTube chat again. Why can't Destro be good? Outer Ents. Ooh, Destro is sleeper right now. The problem with Destro is that I understand the issue with it for higher keys, but I think in lower keys, Destro is sitting pretty. By the way, Destro is sleeper at the moment. It does huge damage. It does real damage. Like, Destro does significant overall at the moment, but I understand the complaints about it, which is effectively the main issue with Destro, of course, is just very simply that it is pad. It doesn't have that prio oomph to it. There's a world where Affliction is better in higher keys than Destro, simply because Affliction, if the damage is equal, technically does better prio, funnel, single target with their buffs to Malefic. So, you know, I still think that the prio argument is something to clarify, because prio damage matters in very high keys, but you know who doesn't give a shit about prio damage? Your plus 12s. All your plus 12 will look at is overall. That's it. That's it. Like, that's all your plus 12 is going to look at. I straight up, like, that's the truth. Like, your plus 12 is going to be looking at overall damage. So Dev Evoker, Destro Warlock, those are specs that shine in a plus 12. Ret Pally, yeah, they're just padding and cleaving, but people don't really understand that type of thing in, like, a plus 10 and a plus 12. So, okay, Havoc. Havoc is... You got to think about the comps a little bit. I would say that VDH is unfortunately very good right now. VDH is still... It's so good that I don't like it. It's so good that it frustrates me. It's actually so good that it frustrates me because I don't want it to be that good. You know? Can you share the beef place you bought from? Oh, yeah. I swapped because it's pricey now. I've been ordering, like, the same steak for 2 years, but they randomly just increased the price. And that's sad. Now I gotta change up where I get my steak. Bruh, when are we doing the tier list? Probably not that much longer. I kind of want to see what this looks like, but I kind of vaguely know. I kind of understand already what we're doing here. So this is an enhancement shaman. Who is this? Who are we playing with, by the way? Do we know these people? There's a shadow priest, an enhancement shaman, a frosty cape. So then obviously the healer you would want here is Prez Evoker. Because I'm already a Resto Druid. No Shaman, no Priest. You wouldn't overlap. Not real utility for keys and the nerfing damage. It's true. Playing with the GOAT. Frenetic. Wait a second. The Shaman's name is Frenetic. Are you the Shaman in this key? Hello. We're scaled now in PTR. 17 Floodgate shouldn't be hard, technically speaking. Like, I think 17 would be kind of chill, right? Hello. Are you EU or NA gamer? I don't think I've seen you before in NA. I'm imagining you might be EU, which is super cool. And one of my favorite things about PTR is that you get to play cross-faction, across region. And I don't understand why they can't just be cross a region all the time. Like, can't they just do that? I think it'd be so good for WoW if they could somehow manage to just merge EU and NA. Yeah, there'd be some culture differences. I get it. I live in an Asian country. My communication style has certainly changed. People kept mentioning yesterday that when I start speaking Thai, they're like, wow, well, you sound so different. It's like, yeah, there's no word for furry in Thai, so I have a hard time expressing myself. No, I mean, like, when you speak Thai, it's a different culture. So I'm uber respectful, and I kind of say everything nicely professional. When I speak English, I'm just like, yo, what's up? But I don't do that in Thai, you know what I mean? What's up, Storm? Hi, Storm. How's it going? How's it going? We're going to try a large PTR key. I don't feel like 17... It's like 17 Floodgate on live is not even that bad. So 17 Floodgate on PTR is probably fine. What's up, Ollie? Yo, Ollie, thank you for stopping by to the Thai stream yesterday. It went really well, and I'm happy that I got to do it. But it was one of those streams which I'm just like, oh... Like, I don't know if people are going to enjoy it because it's not World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft players tend to be World of Warcraft players. You know what I mean? So I'm hoping, I was kind of hoping that it went well. And I think I've gotten largely positive feedback from it. And it's one of those things where I don't know if I'll do it again. That's the one thing I'm wondering. Like, do I do it again at some point, though? Oh, got you. Yeah, I posted the whole VOD to YouTube. You should go back to the piano shop. Ha 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 ha. I'm glad I could raid you. Thank you, Storm. Thank you. We're testing some PTR stuff. I want to show that Prez Evoker and Guardian Druid are good, but ultimately nobody will. It's a community perception. Storm, do you have a favorite spec in World of Warcraft? Do you actually have one, like an absolute favorite spec? Awi, do you have one? I feel like I see you play different things sometimes. I don't really remember off the top of my head. We're not playing this trinket. This trinket, I really hope they nerf it. They better nerf this. That Lumathar Silk, oh man, I don't want it to be a season where I have to play that as a tank. You will, right now. Blood ZK, solid. I'll hold my Holy Priest really close. You got Result 15, solid. Try out 16, mostly pugging. What about team comps? How do you invite other specs that complement each other? It's true. Stormwolf does sound like a very enhancement shaman type name. It's a good point. What is your name from? Stormwolf. What was the inspiration behind it? Yeah, actually, that's true. You literally summoned lightning wolves. Quiver. When you start getting into higher keys, the understanding of why things are good is more important than the synergies of why things are good. So you could say, hey, look, I'm playing with this Windwalker monk, which means I want a spec that does physical damage. But I think that it's a wrong way of looking at things. Because that 5% damage in a 16 doesn't really matter. What you want are specs that won't die. You want specs that are easy to play. Because you cannot trust pugs. If there's one thing about pugging, never trust them to do well. Always. Marksman got Giga nerfed today. Yeah, Marksman took a big hit today. Marksman and Beastmaster both got a big hit today. Is it still good? Yes. Is it meta? It was already going to struggle just a tiny bit. Because it's a hunter. Playable? Absolutely. Is it like Giga S+? Most classes, no. There are some classes, Steven, that are actually almost 100% fizz. I mean, Survival is coming up even farther. No, because Survival still competes with... Survival is a melee DPS that competes with Frost DK, Enhancement Shaman, Havoc Demon Hunter, etc., etc. Feral, Fury... Fury Warrior, actually, with Mountain Thane, technically their Thunderclap is now not physical, but it used to be that they're all physical. Arms Warrior... Yeah, Feral, Arms Warrior, Beastmaster, Hunter is almost entirely physical because they play Pack Leader instead of the Dark Ranger. But Marksman is mixed. Marksman's mixed. Havoc Demon Hunter is mixed, actually. Fury of the Eldrachi is fizz. So that's the good question, Quiver. That's the good question. That's the one you want to know. We got Feral buff, even if really small. Feral is Sleeper OP. Do you want to know why Feral is Sleeper OP? Because Boomy is not good. And you don't necessarily fully play Resto Druid right now. Help me decide. Demo Warlock, Ellie, Shami, or Havoc Demon Hunter. Do you like all of them equally? I have a cook. Havoc. I genuinely... Listen. I think, by the way, that Havoc is one of the best DPS in the game right now. It's just that you don't see them. You don't see them right now. But I genuinely believe there is an S+ tier melee spec. I don't want to spoil the tier list. But it's Havoc. It's a cook, though. Because I don't think people always agree. So the only issue that Havoc has is that you wouldn't play Havoc plus VDH. You would only play Havoc if you don't play VDH. But there are a few good comps, okay? So the VDH nerf today was simply not enough. That doesn't matter. 2% parry is decent, but it's not enough to actually knock it out, though. Ellie Shaman Havoc? Nah. Trust. Play Havoc. Play Havoc. The way the season is going to lay out, I think the way I see it in my head right now, is VDH is not going to be your only tank. It's currently coming in as the best perception, so you have a higher chance of playing it. I don't want to balance out the prio and AoE damage specs. Okay, no. In a 16 Quiver, honestly, no. In a 16, what you do is you just go, game. You just think, what's going to live? Like, I swear to God, if you took, let me put it this way. You're getting into 16s right now on live. 16 is not 19. Let me explain something. If you took 3 DKs and a Resto Shaman to your key on a 16 as a bear tank, you'll win. I'm dead serious. Like, people assume that in 16 you need what you need in 20. That's not true. The timer is easy. If you get to the end of a key at 16 and you have sub 2 deaths, you win. Pretty much no matter what your route is. Pretty much no matter, like, if there's sub 2 deaths, you win. So there's a world where instead of taking like an enhancement shaman or a boomy plus an arcane mage, you could just take 3 DKs and win the key. I swear you would have an easier time in your 16s if you just straight up played 3 DKs right now. Like, play 3 Frost DKs and you'll be like, wow, this is easy. We'll look at that. I timed all my 16s in 1 day. I swear, like, it's literally that simple. And you get a lust. You get a lust healer. So Shaman. And you win. Because DKs really like Shaman. If I was really trying to push IO and for some reason I was at 15 or 16 on live, you know what I mean? No, they're not currently live. I really wanted to test them because those are fair nerfs. As far as I know, and I asked some people, it's like 8% single target and like 5% AoE or something like that. It's a fair nerf. They're still good, but... Heals are a myth. Well, for a 17 Floodgate on PTR, it's going to be hard to find a healer. Most people still are doing like 15s and stuff. 17 Floodgate, we could have a hard time. I mean, I could heal it. You want me to heal it? Well, I could heal it on Prez if you want, and then we could find another tank. I was going to tank, but I can heal it on Prez. I can heal on Prez. If we want, I can just heal this on Prez. I don't mind. I don't think I would struggle. 17 is what compared to a... Wouldn't be like similar because we're scaled. Yeah, that's fine. I wouldn't have a problem healing this. It might be easier. Would be easier to find. I think it'd be much easier to find a tank. Do they want me to just play Prez real fast? I think so. Or I could just like be on my Resto Druid for a second. See what happens if I queue. Because I don't want to wait for too long. It's a good point. If I go healer right now and we find a tank, then I could play my Prez Evoker. I'll show you. Prez is awesome. We were playing it earlier. No problems with HPS. Timing stuff, a little bit. I has heals. One thing I want to do for in real life tie. I don't know if this would be... Again, I just don't know if it's like content. Like, I don't know if it's not good for the channel. But it's fun for me. I wanted to show Thailand. One of the things I would show you is the aquarium. See how I have this penguin here? He's from the aquarium here. That aquarium underneath the mall in Siam, it's literally massive aquarium. And I like Bill the shark. Bill is my favorite shark. I love Bill, man. He's so cool. He has, like, he's a shark, and I just watch him all the time. His mouth looks like the person from Doctor Who. I'll put it in Discord. Hold up, wait. Thailand stuff. I'm going to put a picture of that shark. I'm going to find it. The last time I went, I took pictures of him. He's so cool, man. He's so cool. Lady Cassandra. That's what I was thinking of. Hold on. Let me find it. Not my lizards. Not those photos. Yeah, this guy. His name is Bill. I named him Bill. I think he's cool, man. This is Bill. Look at Bill. Look at fucking Bill. He's massive, dude. He's so cool. This guy's a shark. He's a shark. Look at his face. I love his little face. I'll put it in Thailand stuff. He's a shark, but he's like, he doesn't look like a shark. Biggie Buff. The Brewmaster could be tough. Hydrate, yeah, thank you. I did definitely sweat a lot yesterday, so I need to make sure. All right, Brewmaster, let's go. I play Prez. Prez is not troll, man. Prez is not troll. I'll show you. Okay? Be right back on Prez relist. I'm not friends with anybody in here, so hopefully they just relist. If you have to choose one class to play it forever, who would you choose and why? Oh, class, not spec. Make it a goal that is larger. It may take longer to hit the goal. That trip was... Oh, yeah, I mean, it was. Like, for sure, Delineus. Like, technically speaking, I lost... But that doesn't matter. It wasn't about the money. It was more like... So, I don't like asking people to support stream. I think it would be Druid, because Druid has 4 specs. But otherwise, Prez Evoker is super fun. But the problem is Prez Evoker can't tank, so it can't be Prez Evoker. It'd have to be Druid. It has to be a spec that has multiple options, because I get bored too easily. I get bored too easily, I think. Stretch, yeah. So Druid. Druid would be my answer. Yeah. Don't plan on stopping. Feral is sleeper at the moment. That 8% buff on top of everything. I think Feral, you could even play Feral in a non-phys comp at this point. I think Feral does a lot of damage. Once again, Feral is hard to play well. Like, the problem with Feral is that you don't see a lot of very good Ferals. You see a lot of people kind of messing up. But when you take a Feral that's actually really good at the game, you can do some good numbers on Feral. Like, you can do some damage. And you provide Druid things. And you're tankier than Boomy. And you're not actually a Boomy. As long as you're not a Boomy, you're sitting pretty. I don't like Boomies, man. I don't want to play with Boomies again. What was I saying? There was another question. You asked me a question. Hold up. I'm going to scroll down here, and I'm going to get it here. If I miss your chat, I'm sorry. Let me open YouTube again, too. I always forget YouTube chats, though. Man, I just had the worst sleep paralysis. Bro, that sucks. Am I sick of Mage being meta? Yeah, I don't want Mage to be meta either, to be honest, though. Yeah. Oh, he made a character just so I could do a Preservation Evoker guide. What were we doing? Floodgate, right? Okay, Floodgate. Operation Floodgate. There it is. Other than DK, what specs are tanky and easy to play? DPS specifically. Me and a friend got the tank and healer spots covered. Right now, nothing compares to DK. I would say that Rep Pally is pretty hard to mess up, although they do. There's a lot of Rep Pallies who, for some reason, are allergic to pressing their absolute immunity that's on a pretty short cooldown. But Rep Pallies, you know, a warrior to buff your DK is going to do less overall. I think honestly, like 2 DKs, a Rep Pally, and a healer. Like, was your healer friend playing? All right, ready? We're going. We're just sending it. We're sending it here. Boom. Let's go. Hunter, every spec. Hunter is pretty chill to play. I think Marksman is actually a pretty good pug. They die, though. But the thing is that Marksman dies. They're not tanky, but they're easy to do damage on. So Marksman tends to do good in pugs. They just do good damage. Like, they don't have to worry so much. It's not survival, yeah, like Marksman and stuff, though. He's playing Disc Priest. Okay, so Disc Priest wants a specific type of DPS. He's good. He's got Fort Brew on Gather here. So I wait a second. I go here. Here, we lust. Hold the healing for 2 seconds, and then remember the combo. Remember the combo? Look at the damage here. This is the Preservation Evoker special. I'm telling you, this spec is actually so sleeper good right now. It's insane. I'm telling you, man. This spec is actually so good. Look at that rescue. So he doesn't even have to move. I'm babying my Shadow Priest, because that's what you do to Shadow Priest. They need babying. I just watched my tank here for a second. I send that early. 3, 2, 1. I can do infinite healing, okay? Infinite healing, but also I'm going to external my tank because he needs it. Oh, he still died. He died through external. What the hell? Wait, he died through time dilate. First of all, I'm at almost 6 million DPS. Second of all, how did he just die? Because he greeted his damage. Because he's doing the Brewmaster thing where he greeted his damage. I don't like Brewmasters that do this. Brewmasters are going to absolutely terrorize your keys. TD is so cursed for Brew. No, I mean, I sent it like 3 seconds before you died. I sent it 3 seconds before you died. It helps a lot. Did you send all your brews for damage? He didn't save anything. The problem is he didn't save any of his brews. So he was just actually like too squishy at the end. I started playing Feral. Brewmaster and Preservation Evoker are a great healing combination. I just wasn't expecting him. I saw him start kiting though. Yeah, so he sent everything at the start, but that means he dies because it's actually a high enough key. Brewmaster is going to terrorize all pugs if you have to play this, man. If you have to play Brewmaster, you're going to be in trouble. With the nerfs, in my opinion, Havoc is a big contender. I agree. Shadow Boy. Do we know how bad the Frost DK is nerfed? It's not like crazy bad, but it's enough. Look at my damage. Is so insane, though. Yeah, Shadow Priest owns right now. All right. How much am I going to have to heal the tank? Because I was watching him a lot there. Like, I was already massively healing him. But I wasn't expecting him to die there at the end. That's why I did not play Brew even if they rank it. I think Brew is not squishy, but if... So right now, Brew has a cursed gameplay loop where they greed their damage. So they can send their defensives, right? No, Prez is literally the best healer for Brew. Prez is the best for Brew. But if you... So what happens right now, right? Is that finally a good Shadow Priest? It looks like it. It's very hard to find a good Shadow Priest, right? Prez is like the best healer for Brew. Like, Prez and Brew are a fantastic combination. It's just that you have to be good at Brew, otherwise you'll just die. I have no healing on right now. I literally have nothing. Resto Druid is one of the... So Resto Druid right now is overtuned, and it's definitely good for it, but I swear that Prez is like sleeper OP. I just sat that whole cast. That's okay. Boom. Here we go. Deep breath now on this pull. Boom, boom, boom. I dispel my tank. I insta-heal my group. He died to the blade. Here we go. Have you tested Brew on PTR? Yes. But so right now, the problem with Brew is very simple. And beams go off. All right. So basically, the problem with Brew is that if you greed your... So he's trying to do big damage. You can see him greeting the stomps. So he's fine. That wasn't his fault there. We died to avoidable damage, that one. That was a shredation. That was like 5 ticks of a saw blade there. And then it was 2 casts on me. Yeah. We can try it one more time. Resto Druid and Brew. So Resto Druid and Brew go well together. Oh, yeah, that's right. It might be that I'm not enchanted, though. Do you Temporal Anomaly, Dream Breath, or Verdant? A Temporal Anomaly. You mean for my Stasis? Stasis is kind of whatever combo you can do, though. You can do one more. Nobody kicked, right? Yeah, only the DK kicked. I didn't even get my kick there. If people think that's a healing problem, that would be sad. Let's try one more, though. I feel like... So, one thing is that there are still... If you don't know this, Preservation Evoker and Brewmaster have very specific combinations. So, Prez and Brew are like... There are 2 things that happens. Number 1 is that my stagger doesn't override his stagger, but it just gives him extra. So, his... Like, TD is a fantastic external for Brew. But on top of that... my Golden Hour Giga heals him, though. Go on tank. Okay. Or just give him 1 heal. I did give him 1 heal. Oh, no. He was getting healed. Don't worry. Everyone left? Yeah. That pull there was just the fact that we had 0 kicks. So here, look. I did give him healing. All my healing is on him there. Like, pretty much all my healing is here. I was specifically healing him through Golden Hour and stuff. But if he... So he just died there, though. It's one of the problems is, like, you know that Brew is squishy if they don't actually sequence their their purifies and stuff? Prez is Omega. Hold up, I can't whisper him. Oh, when are you doing the Prez guide? I literally did it already. I did it already. The 3-minute one? Yeah, I did it, though. Here. Prez is Omega. Was a good try. Can I play Prez again? Let me heal. Let me heal it. Like, I want to show you that. Just don't invite a Brewmaster at the moment, though. Let me heal. I can heal it, though. A 20 Eco Dome? Oh, Drogo. Trust me. Let me heal it. Like, I can heal this easy. He was just trolling there. Legend. Not tuned in a long time. Sneakily watching your work. What's up? Good morning, freaking peoples. How the hell are you lot? Hey, big smush. I really wanted to play Frosty K. Confirm your role. What's this? Oh, we're trying to get into something. What are we trying to get into? An 18 Eco Dome? There's another Brewmaster in here? Fucking 18 Eco Dome. Alright. Okay, healing an 18 Eco Dome is going to get fun. I don't know if I can... 18 Eco Dome? Okay, sure. We can heal 18 Eco Dome. That's going to be a tough key, I suppose. But I suppose with scaling. 14 was super easy earlier. Alright. I should get up a plater profile, though. So this is the time now where I'm just going to make sure that I go into my... If we're doing actual keys on PTR, I suppose, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to my add-ons, and then I'm going to go like this, and I'm going to go to Plater. And I'm going to enable Plater, because that was cursed before. Okay, well, has the tier list been updated? Not yet, Big Smush. I'm going to do it later, like maybe an hour from now, give or take. Like something like that, about an hour from now. 18 Eco Dome. So we're scaled much higher than we were before. 18 Eco Dome. Where's the checks? First boss and stuff like this, though? I'm debating right now. First boss, I have to actually Giga heal the 2 dots. But as long as people do mechanics, then it was actually pretty good, right? The 2 dots, the phase would be easy so long as I plan and I get away from the first AoE. The cast in the first area... should be okay. Should be okay. I actually think I could heal 18. But if not 18, 16 would be easy. 18 is tough, but I think I could do it. Yeah, I could do 18. Why not? Why not? Why not? I'll do 18. Shouldn't be a problem. Shouldn't be a problem, technically speaking. Care about meta, but I don't want to be super shit. Yeah, so the thing is, right, the whole meta tier list, the reason that it exists, the whole reason that the meta tier list exists is because you don't want to sit in Dornagal all season. That's the whole point, though. What gear tier? So when we actually get into a key, I think we scale all the way to max now. They changed it this week so that we're scaling fully. So when we actually do it, we're going to be 723, which is good, like 684 on live right now. You know what I mean? Play BM Hunter. It's our 4th nerf in a row. Will be good, I guess. BM Hunter will be okay, right? It'll be okay, but it's not going to be S tier anymore. That spec has taken literally nerf bats every single week. And it unfortunately eventually will not do enough damage to be considered. They changed scaling? I think so. I think this week we're no longer 710. I actually think we're full on max geared now. Pretty sure. Not 100%, but I think so. To online, I'm to see how his damage is doing, because I know how he is insane Frosty Cape. There's a few really good Frosty Capes, but to be fair, they're not live yet, the Frost nerfs, so I can't really tell. I think it's 8% single target, some AoE, but I had just reset, otherwise I would show you. Like, look at the Dawnbreaker 15. We were playing with an Aug Evoker, so it's hard to say, and this guy is good. But Frost is still looking really solid right now. Ecodome 14, look. Frost is still looking super solid, you know? I think the nerfs aren't live yet. Yeah, that's the problem. I wish they were. The tier set's going to be soon. I'll do it in like an hour or something like that. About an hour. I'll do it live. We're going to do the tier list live, because when I do a tier list at this point in the season, everything is so much more balanced than it was. I really want to make sure I clarify and understand. We got to have context to why things are in the tier they're in. Because actually right now, you could play almost anything, but you got to understand why the perception is bad or what is actually about it. Like there's a conversation to be had. When I make a tier list, I can't just make it as this is good, this is bad with no explanation, because it's not true. Like I could be like Fury Warriors down here and you're like, Fury Warriors bad? I'm like, yeah, but if you're playing with a Brewmaster, Fury Warrior is going to be super desired. So it all depends, you know what I mean? There's context, and I feel like people miss context all the time, or you say, oh, you know, people will argue in the higher key levels that Dev Evoker is bad because it's all pad damage. But people at a plus 12 don't give a shit about pad damage. They only look at your overall. And if you're the top overall DPS, then you're going to be wanted, right? Then you're going to be wanted. And Dev Evoker is going to be one of the top overall DPSs. So that's a good thing. Does that make sense? And you still have good utility as a Dev Evoker. So it depends on what key level. Ret Pally might not be like the buffs to Ret Pally were the buffs to its AoE pad damage. But one of the problems with this pad damage is that in higher keys, people will say, look, Ret Pally might be pumping, but we would rather play with an enhancement shaman who uses his cap totem, his thunderstorm, and his big burst when we need it. However, their damage profile is useless at the higher key levels. But at the mid key levels, you only look at overall. Right? Like people don't know how to understand damage profiles at a plus 12. There's a caveat there, which is for tier list ranking, if we're talking about a plus 20 and you want to push title, this spec might not be your best bet. But if you're looking to get your 15s done, fucking great. It's a great spec. Ret Pally is amazing. Dev Evoker is amazing. Like these are the caveats. Does that make sense? I think it's important to go over that type of thing. I don't think it's very well understood. People focus so much on what Yoda's gonna bring to his plus first, his world first plus 23 Priory of the Sacred Flame next season, and it's like that's not what most people experience, right? But that's the problem is like are you gonna do your world first plus 23 Priory? You know what I mean? I don't think you're doing a plus 23 Priory. I'm not doing a plus 23 Priory next season. I don't think so. That's not for me. So my Priory is going to look a lot more like who can live the Paladin pool. That could be an issue. That could be a real issue. Ooh, we take another Evoker. I'll do it. Yeah, maybe. Is that new small Naruto? No, this one? He's here. This is the Lego Naruto. It's a Lego Naruto. It's kind of cool, huh? I like this one. I like the Lego stuff. You know, all this stuff, like that flower is Lego, this flower is Lego. I got Legos behind me. I like Legos. Okay. Lego my ego. Do you remember that? I'm remembering that right now. And yes, if you don't get invites, you can't play your spec anyways and prove that it's good. So if you want to play Presevoker is blasting. However, Presevoker, if you can't get invited to your group, you can't do the key. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how good you think you are. If you can't get invited, you can't get invited. What are we doing here? Malin damage reduced by 30%. Yes. However, it's not. We'll see. There's a Dev Evoker in this. This is an 18. This is a high key. The logic is it works at the highest levels and it works. So it's not, but that's not true though. Like Arcane Mage is the best example of that. You know how many bad Arcane Mages there are in plus 12s and plus 15s absolutely trolling? Is Arcane Mage one of the absolute best specs in the game right now? Absolutely. But I wouldn't take one to my plus 12. If I was pushing on an alt right now and I listed a plus 15 Cinder Brew, I would rather have a Ret Pally than a Boomy. I'm biased against Boomies. I don't want to take a Boomy to my plus 15 on my alts. Is Boomy technically one of the best specs? Absolutely. But I don't want to take him to my plus 15. And then guess what? We timed the plus 15 because I decided to take a DK instead of that. Like, that's great because I understand how a plus 15 works. And the whole thing about a plus 15 on live right now is very simple. Like I said, okay, yes, they do speak, but they're, you know, nope. Read it again, Tanker. Read it again. Read the tier set nerfs to Windwalker. Read it again. Windwalker did not get 8% buff. That's not true. Read it again. I read that too, and I was like, yeah, finally, Windwalker's getting some love. Nope. It's like a net neutral. I talk to Windwalker people. Plus 18 Ecodome time. Here we go. Plus 18 Ecodome. An actual key. Blizzard ruined this dungeon. Fantastic. I want to see what his route is here. He has an actual route. This is the first time I've seen an MDT on PTR. I'm excited. Okay. First pull is where? He's going to go... Ooh, he's going here, here, here. Okay, that's fine. So he wants to pull this. That makes sense. He's going to go here now and then over here. That makes sense. Yeah, this all seems fine, though. They added a new pack. Yep. Yeah, they changed some of the positioning in this dungeon. I don't think it's good. I think it was better before they changed it, but it's okay. All right, ready? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Yes, you need a break from tanking. Honestly, very fair. Their problem is that, like, just remember that tanks and healers are misunderstood, and you take the flame for things that you shouldn't take the flame from. It's not fair, but the reality is you just take so much flame as a tank and a healer. It does happen a lot. I think it's unfortunate, but it does happen. It happens all the time. That tanks and healers basically all do this, though. Yeah, so remember, they tune around Raid, and Windwalker is actually good in Raid because they have a single target build and stuff, so it's totally different. Okay, so what we do is we rescue somebody basically right away so that we can prep. We lust, and we go like here, 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 good. I miss him with the frontal. He gets hit by a swirly, and then I defensive here. Immediately heal there. Perfect. This is an 18. You know, the damage on 18 is significant. This is the actual damage. Like, the damage on an 18 is going to be, like, very much higher than a 14. I external my tank now. Remember, a good Brewmaster shouldn't need that much healing. Technically speaking, a good Brewmaster should not need that much healing. But this pull is going to last forever because we had a swirly death. Swirly death problem. You can see that my frontals have not hit basically a single person, this whole thing. I got that kick right there. Perfect. One Gorge cast, no problem. Easy healing for me. Like, I don't have to worry about my own healing. This Brewmaster is so much better than the last one we played with. He's good now. This Brewmaster is tanky. That felt like an actual tank to heal just now. That felt good. I'm not greeting my damage as much as I could be because I panicked a little bit, and I wanted him to know that Preservation Evoker is good. Because I figure if I messed up that first pull, I kind of thought he would just kick me, to be honest. That's what I thought, though. Aug Evoker bugged? Ha 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 ha. That's not an Aug Evoker, although I see your funny joke that you just made, because it was pretty funny, to be honest. Again, I'm going to rescue him up here for the shield, and then he's going to be in position as well. Whoop, that's an aggro thing. Got to let your Brewmaster get aggro. No problem. Boom, bam, bada bing. He's going to be fine. He's got defensives up. Perfect. I actually want to see Dev, unfortunately. Like, I really want to see Dev properly, because Dev is awesome right now. Like, Dev blasts damage. This guy, he's not... Unfortunately, he died on the first pull to a puddle. And that was a really... That was a rough thing, because he won't be able to really see his damage here. You can see my damage still. My damage is strong right now. So we just TA... Remember the whole thing? TA reversion, the goal is to have coverage. So TA reversion... I haven't hit, by the way. Everybody's standing. I have one person standing over here, one person standing over here. But am I struggling with HPS at all? Have you noticed the health bars having a problem? Like, are we having a hard time here? No. Pres Evoker is just fine. It actually is good in pretty much all forms of content. It's good in Raid too, although it's different in Raid. I'm thinking, do I need to external my tank just in case? Just so he can hold his stuff at the end of this pull. The problem is that I don't think I have any mage food, and I kind of am going to go... We've been chaining a lot. I actually will... I'm not playing E-Loop, and I don't have any mage food on me, so I cannot micro-sit between the dungeons. Yeah, so this Brew is an actual Brewmaster. Like, he's super tanky. He's playing very well. He's playing extremely well. Anyone got mage food? Does anybody have mana food by chance? Yeah, so if you're actually good at Brewmaster, it's very tanky. Hold up, I'm not there, I'm not there. Running. I tried to get like a drink, but even though this doesn't actually give me anything. All right, ready? Boom, 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 boom. Preservation, go burr. So this boss is actually kind of hard to heal. Like, it's not easy to heal, I would say, but all you have to do is echo the people who are going to get this, and then either VE or just a straight Spirit Bloom or whatever. Like, I don't think it's that bad, and then Golden Hours at the end would probably be all right. Yeah, perfect. Like, that's easy, right? Again, I don't actually know how hard an 18 hits. I haven't done an 18. This is my first time doing an 18, technically speaking. I think I just renewing Blaze here, and then I just VE and slash or rescue him. Oh, did he overlap with me at the last second? God damn it. He overlapped with me. He hovered out and overlapped with me at the last second. Why did he do that? Damn it. I was healing that so perfectly. Now we stasis, and then we just do a quick Spirit Bloom here. We load the stasis. We get ready for the phase. We just load the stasis, and then we get ready for a phase, in which I Zephyr, make sure everybody has Echo on them, regardless of range, and then I can just pop this stasis, pop it to scales, do some damage, help with the ads here, on top of the fact that everybody's fully healed. And just in case I messed up, because it's an 18, I can rewind it, and I send one more heal, it's no problem. Everybody's full health. We're doing all the healing, though. Here we go. He hovered out at the... He was trying to greet it a bit. But otherwise, yeah, like, my healing is not a problem. I can do the massive HPS and stuff. I can do the HPS. But I think that an 18 just becomes an actual mechanics check a little bit. Boom. Easy. Got him. Got him, got him, got him. Echo, echo. Perfect. That actually does do it. I mean, that dot claps on... I'm noticing that dot actually really, really does clap here. So we're just going to go here. I'm going to rescue him back. Although he's a Warlock, so he actually would have a second to just... And I VE, probably send a Life Spark just in case, because I don't know how much this does. Doesn't seem that bad, to be honest. This one is just a tip into this for some damage. I can get a deep breath off, and then I start ramping for the next thing. So I TA, Reversion, and then I'm just going to be Echo, Echo. I would love to play Prez for a season. It's the meta thing. And then I Stasis. I'll have Stasis for each one of these phases. I want to play Prez so bad. It's so much fun. It's so much fun. I want to play it, but I never get to play it. Okay, so here, and then I can release the stasis because everybody has life bind on them. I just watch my DK for a second. I go here, and then I think we're good. The only problem is my mana. Remember I said I didn't get to drink? I didn't get to drink, and I just realized that I'm actually though. No, they don't have to stand in front of you. They don't, though. I have to actually hold stuff. I should have had mage food here, though. That's my mistake. That's my mistake. It's not a Prez problem. It's just me. I didn't have mana food. Otherwise, I would have been full mana because I stopped to drink, but I have the wrong food on, so... Could get a little bit rough, potentially. We just rescued him. Oh, shit. I rescued him too early. That's my fault there. I need mana food. Sorry. I would have been fine otherwise. Prez is fine, though. Easy to heal, though. Yeah, easy to heal, though. No. I actually think that would have been okay. Like, I still would have been able to do this, though. I just had to do this, though. I need mana food. Does anybody have? You can't get it on PTR. I need to go grab, like, mage food or something. You can't get mana food on PTR. It's super annoying. Unless it's on the auction house somehow. This is the one. I don't like the fact that on PTR you can't really get mana food properly. I don't actually know how to get mana food here, though. What do you normally use after it? So it depends on the combination, technically. To get mana food, yeah. You could buy from the innkeeper. Like an actual innkeeper in Dornegal. Okay. My hearth is on cooldown? No, it's not. I'll be right back. Summon back. Easy. But Prez is a good healer. Like, Prez has no problem healing it. That 18 didn't feel that bad, actually. 18 felt pretty chill. Second boss, I think, is the hardest healing check here. Okay. So the problem with Prez is that I need to gear Prez. And, that could be an issue. Of, like, how fast would I be able to gear it, though? So I'm going to have augment runes? No, I don't have any augment runes. Let me browse your goods. Does he have... This guy is not going to have mana food that actually benefits me. So I got to go to Dornegal, you're saying. Follower dungeon? That's what I was thinking, if I could queue for a follower dungeon real fast. Because I ran out of mana. Like, so if I can just have some micro sips, though. Do you? Oh, if you have mana food for me, that'd be great. That's it. I just need to... Yeah. Just need a few. Just need a bit to micro sip. I didn't realize I was actually burning through mana pretty easy there. From the innkeeper, you could buy off... Oh, so this is PTR, though, Stormwolf. On PTR, it's kind of harder to find. Yeah, that's the problem. PTR is the problem there. His Essence Bomb damage is a little lower. That is a good point, that it did get nerfed enough. Can the Warlock summon me back? Otherwise, I'll just grab some, though. It's in Dornegal. Yeah, I'll be right there. You just need to get you just need a bunch of stuff. Yeah, this Brewmaster is good. Whatever he's doing, he's the right Brewmaster. The other one was like impossible to heal, but you can see the difference because the other one was greeting every single one of... So there are two ways to play Brew right now, and this is a problem with tanking. Whenever there's a tank and they can greed every single offensive... Like, they can use their defensives for offense. Yeah, I'll show you in a second. So... The other tank, what he did is he walked in and he hit brew, and then he Black Oxed, and then he did it again. And so he did more stomp damage, but the problem with that is, like, you just don't have defensives then, because then you just run out of stuff. This guy is actually playing more tanky. He's really good. Yeah. I love that cake. I'm just going to grab the innkeeper here, because I just want to get a stack of, like, 200. I have a little bit more. There's not that much more PTR testing, you know. Like, next week is already M0. Yeah, this one. Perfect. Great. I like Rocky Road. Chocolate lava cake. This isn't like the best one, but at least now I won't be worried. Okay, perfect. That helps. Thank you. Nice. Yeah, so he's playing well. And you could tell he's playing well, because I kept waiting to, like, heal him a lot more, but he was actually Giga. Okay. Just to clarify, that was a puddle death on the very first pull, correct? Yeah. Yeah, it was a puddle death. Okay, good. Anyone has repair mount? Yes. Here we go. Ready? Ready. Let's go. And I'll put my mana food on my bars, because the trick for mana, if you're not playing E-loop, is that you just micro sip throughout the dungeon. The trick is basically every time you get 2 seconds, you just micro sip, and then you won't lose mana. I think that maybe at, like, some key level, technically speaking, there's a world where you could potentially, like, technically have some small issue with mana, potentially. I rescue him in. My tank gets settled. I settle everybody basically with the VE, probably. I just VE the start, and then I blast. And then you don't get hit by these puddles. Cast goes off on me. No problem. No problem. No problem. Boom, like this, like this, like this. And then I can deep breath only after the second set of circles goes out. And I did learn this the hard way. I grab my kick. And then I'm just doing big damage otherwise. Big damage, big damage, big damage. Like this, like this. Boom, boom, boom. Keep echoes out. Remember the combo? People lose track of it, but technically speaking, it's not that hard. It's not that bad. From here, I can pop this stasis because it's about to pop anyways. And we have 4 stacks. So I just VE, big Spirit Bloom, 3, 2, 1. Everybody's full health. Look at that. And see, right now, I just pop my mana drink. And I'm fine. And then I'll be full mana. Look at that. Big Prezi. I'm doing 6 million HPS. 6 mil HPS, didn't pop EC, didn't have to pop anything. Right now, I can do it, though. Right now, watch this. Because Prez has infinite range. Did you know that Prez has infinite range? This is a fun fact. Did you know that? Did you know that Prez actually has infinite range if you have echoes out on people, then Prez Evoker range is actually infinite. Did you know that? I think that's so cool. So if you ever die in the middle of a pull, but you had echoes out, then actually your range is pretty infinite. I think that's super cool. I love that. I love that a lot. I think that's like such a randomly interesting Prez fact, because everybody always complains about the range, right? But it's actually okay. Big Fire Breath tops, 3, 2, 1. Easy. Life Giver's Flame. Fire Breath on cooldown. You don't need to understand all the interactions. If you just kind of get the fact of how to do the basics, then you're good. What is the goal? TA reversion. Flame Breath is out. I just Spirit Bloom this damage. You have choices always. Spirit Bloom it back up. Prez is so, like, it's not that complicated. I really want to try to show people that you can play this healer, and it's really, really not. Whoops. I almost had that global on the tank. I almost had it. I was so close. I saw that at the last second. I saw it at the last second there. It's okay. That pull lasted a very long time. I feel like it should have been dead by that point. Fast reset. No problem. Yo, what's up? Hey, woo. If you were to go... Wait, what? Okay. Yeah? Hold up. If you were to perform as a music act at a backyard wrestling show, how would you dress? Would you go the tight leather slip route or wear something like a biker outfit? Because I have to answer this question for myself. Are you a stripper? Are you like a male stripper? Or like what's the goal here? Why is Season 3 dungeons so boring? I feel like the dungeons are not that bad next season. It'll be a little bit boring for sure, but it's not that bad overall. Yeah, I think so. I think it'll be okay next season. All right. If you were to dress, are you like a male stripper? I've always wanted one of those pants that I pull off. You know what I'm talking about? I want one of those pants that like they look like real pants, but then you go, whew, and then you just rip them off. I've always wanted pants like that. I've never had them before, but I've always thought that if I could name myself Mike, and I could be like, I'm Magic Mike, and then do like I could like try to dance for a second. It won't be very good, but I could try. And then I would try to dance, and I would be like, bam, and I would just go like, phew. No, I'm a drummer, and a wrestling club invited us to perform. We want to dress accordingly. Can you hit the worm? Nah. No. My lizards would eat me. I can't, actually. My lizards would eat me is the problem. My lizards like worms. You're a drummer. You know, honestly, listen. There's a lot of things that I know a lot about, Cartman. I'm not going to lie to you. Fashion is not one of them. Fashion's not one of them. The tier list is going to be basically 30 minutes. Like after this key, I'm going to take a quick snack break, and then I'm going to do tier list when I get back. It's right after this. This will be my last key, I think, before tier list. All right, we got to do big damage here, though. This is I need this for Dev Evoker and Destro Warlock testing. This is my I need Dev Evoker and Destro Warlock. These are the two things. I really need to know how to rank these properly. External him, just in case. The aggro problems are very real because he was trying to group a little bit more than he did last time. So I go 3, 2, 1, big top. Big top, stasis, hit tip the scales on cooldown. Everybody's full health. Should be fine, should be fine. Watch the cast. We're missing some cast here. It's okay. It's okay. I get this kick. It's my kick. I can deep breath now. It's no problem. Echo, echo. Remember the combos. Remember the combos. You just TA. Yeah, that cast is going off right there. So watch this. Reversion it back up. Easy. Echo, echo. And if you have echoes out, you can heal anything. Flame breath. Easy. Right? External my tank just in case. He should be fine though. And then I just hit a stasis. Easy. No problem. No problem. No problem. No problem. It's easy. Big Spirit Bloom. It's the same combo on repeat. It gets a little complicated, but the more used to it you get, it's not that bad. It's just like that. Remember, it's TA on cooldown, Flame Breath on cooldown. I have a second. I just grab a quick drink. I'm not running E-loop now. So I'm just going to go here. I'm going to rescue somebody in, whoever's going to take a big hit. So like the Warlock, for example, I just rescue him in real fast. Let the tank get aggro, and then we're blasting. Send the tip. Send the... Start ramping. Start ramping. Right? Watch your defensives, but it's not that bad. TA, I have my combos out. So I can either hold these echoes, or when the damage happens, I'm just going to rebuff reversion. I don't die to this. I don't get one-shot by this. So I just golden hour it back up. And then I'm going to Spirit Bloom, not going to hit by a circle, and we're good. So TAs are out, reversions are out. I'm looking for 4 stacks of tempo charge. Technically, my bad. That's a min-max. You don't have to worry about that. And just send the Flame Breath. External my tank now. Oh, I was a second late. I saw it at the second. I saw him go to gather it, and I was about to external, but I externaled late, to be honest. Here. My bad. I could have healed him more. I externaled the second late, though. I had external. I externaled late, though. My bad. I external there. I was late on your external. I can heal him back up. All good. I did external him, but it was a second late. 18's tough. Let's try before we go to bed. Okay. Okay, so overall, though, given that those pulls went a little bit better, here we can see the Destro Warlock versus the Dev Evoker. And you can see that they're both out DPSing my Frost DK. Like, they do big damage. That's one of the cool things about them, is they're doing massive damage right now. All right, let's do more salt, and I'll go grab a snack in a little bit. More salt, much more salt. We're going to do a proper tier list. I have a feeling this is the final tier list coming up. Is Evoker the healer with the most damage? Technically speaking, on paper, yes. If you count group buffs, no. If you count group buffs, like if you factor in how much group buffs actually do, probably not. But if you factor in just by itself, oh yeah. Like, yes. By far. Like, yes. However, most people, they consider a healer to be a group buff bot. Like, you're not really supposed to do your own damage. You're supposed to provide damage to your group via Mark of the Wild or whatever. If you're all about the DPS meters, yeah, nothing's going to out DPS a Pres Evoker. Void Weaver can come close. Void Weaver Discipline Priest comes close. But otherwise, yes. Basically, Evoker is just kind of massive right now. Like, Evoker is just massive damage. It's also solid single target, although a lot of it is AoE pad. So my tank is going to be able to gather this pretty well. I sent a heal there, and I'm going to die. Never mind. He walked through. Reset fast. I can't send a heal. It shouldn't have aggro to the tank, to be honest, though. I don't think the tank actually had an echo there, though. But I don't think yeah, I was about to say. I could just hold the heal for a second. All I did was hit one reversion. I barely healed there. You can see I'm actually not even on the healing meters. Like, I'm not even on the healing meters. I didn't do anything. I thought he would have a little bit more. I know to wait for healing, but yeah, you see, I wasn't even on the tank actually. That's what I thought. I didn't have echo on the tank there. I shouldn't have gotten aggro. I saw it happen though. I saw it happen. Oh man, we lost our Dev Evoker. All right. Pres Evoker does massive damage. All good. All good. GG's. So right now, Pres Evoker, if we take a look at some of the keys that I've actually done, like look at this one. This is the overall meters here. This is overall from this key is 2.2. What's up, Doctor? We're going to do a tier list update in a second. I'm going to do it live. I want to talk about the specs because I think that there's context for everything right now. There's actually context for everything. Context is super important, but because I walked around all day yesterday and I've been sitting around today and I accidentally took a nap earlier without meaning to. First of all, what's the most hardest dungeon for you? Season 3. What's the hardest dungeon in Season 3? Post-nerf Halls of Atonement, maybe, or maybe still Priory for Pugs. I think Arakara. Actually probably is one of the harder ones. I haven't done it since it came out this week, but probably Arakara. GG's. I think Arakara, actually. Soon's in the 17 Gambit. Man, that'd be a fun key to heal real fast. I could heal it too. I wouldn't be scared about this key at all. This key wouldn't scare me. There's a double Frost DK and a Destro Warlock and a 17 Gambit. We do one more. This will be easy. I want to see the Prot Pelly gameplay. What's up, Daedalus? Here we go. Hello. Hello. All right, we do this real fast. Though. Arakara is very hard now. Yeah, they made it harder. Arakara was already going to be challenging. No. They made it harder. A lot of changes to Arakara makes that dungeon actively harder. Yeah, like way harder. Yeah. That they actually made it harder. When they brought it back, the poisons are worse than they were in the first area. The bleeds are worse in the first area, and the second area has these massive AoE guys, which is worse than the slams that they used to have. And the third area is borderline all right. I think third area is okay actually. Can I get summoned, please? Oh no, I'm actually already here. Isn't Tazavesh right here? Easy. Isn't Tazavesh here? Where's the Tazavesh portal? This is Ecodome, but Tazavesh... Am I on the opposite side? Where's the Tazavesh? Portal to Dornagal. Am I on the opposite side of Tazavesh? How do I get there from the Ecodome portal? It looks like I have to go through the building somehow. Yeah, it's like on the opposite side. This is the first boss room. It should be over here, no? Wait. This isn't quite right. Is it there? Is that it? Wait, summon me, please. You see the routes for tank to start season 3? I'm going to make routes. I'm going to post them in my Discord when I actually get them. Okay, I'm lost, actually. I thought it was here. I thought I could actually figure out and navigate this, but I don't think so. Do you guys remember the rumors that Tazavesh was supposed to be a massive city and like a big raid thing? He's over here now, okay? It looks like it's this way. It's this way instead of this way, okay? Hold up. This way. Out here? Interesting. Have you seen the Blizzard post about the future cooldown manager? So I've never used it once. I literally have never used the Blizzard cooldown manager a single time. Never. I've never seen it. This one? Nope, this is the wrong spot. I think I'm back to where I was. Tazavesh? Oh no, I got it. This is Tazavesh right here. Right? Yeah, that's Tazavesh. That's Ecodome on the other side. I got it. Perfect. Easy. Okay, so I'll eventually do routes. I'm not 100% sure, though. Routes are tentative, yeah? Routes are tentative. All right, so you going big? Let's go big. Let's go. I want to heal the second boss. I want to heal this. These changes might replace your weak cores. You guys think that you would actually use it? Really? Because they're making it better? But is it really going to be that much better than actually having weak auras? I couldn't see it. Next week? Well, next week is M0 week. You'll have a week of M0 to technically run through the dungeons, but you won't learn them. The problem with M0 is that you don't understand damage patterns at all. Tier list is going to be after this key. We're going to time this key, of course, and then we'll do the tier list. Do I have a flask on? I do. Facing a lot of functionality. Interesting. Okay. I'm down to clown. I'm down to try it. All right. Ready? Let's go. This is going to be a fun log. Let's do this. This will be a 17. A much better test in my opinion. So we want to not have reversion ticking on the tank, so I can just manually echo these ones like this. There you go. I don't want reversion on the tank because it's going to kind of steal aggro from him as he walks through. So I want reversion on everybody else. And I can get a TA up because TA is fine. There you go. Perfect. Nice. I kick this first one. I lust. I Zephyr. And then we're set up here. Beautiful. I watch the ground effects, and then I deep breath. Should have timed that perfectly, hopefully. And if I haven't, then we're dead. Nope, easy. Holy huge damage. Oh my god, look at our comp's damage. Oh my god. Holy, wow. Okay, our comp is going to be destroying this first area. Wait, where'd it go? Where'd the pack go? Where did the pack go? It was here one moment, and then it was gone the next moment. All right, bet. So we just heal this up real fast, and then Presovoker goes burr, and that's it. Look at that. Yep, double DK meta. Remember, the nerfs to DK are not currently live, so it will get nerfed, and Destro also gets nerfed ever so slightly, but otherwise, yeah. And also the fact that these are totems, so you know they inted themselves hardcore. They nerfed the dungeon without meaning to nerf it, right? One DK is not like the other. That's true. I actually know this DK. I know both of them. I know the one who's on the top right now. I don't know the other one. This other DK I haven't played with before, but I know Vin. So you can chain all this now, because the thing about the things, they made them have the 5-second ramp time, the fish stick, you know? Because they weren't going to make it a totem. Like, they were going to be stubborn. And then they listened to player feedback, which I'm all here for. I'm glad they did. Because this dungeon was miserable when these were not totems. But now that they're totems, look how fast they die. Look how fast they die to passive AoE. So they're actually not really going to get a lot of stuff off, which is very nice, by the way. I think it's a massively good change. I kick this? I have a kick. I'm a Pres Evoker. What do you think I am? You think I'm a Disc Priest without a kick? I got group utility. I really want to show that Pres Evoker is better than people think it is. And it doesn't have the limitations that some people think it has. Like, range is no problem. Like, range is not a problem. I'm not even playing this perfectly because I'm a little tired right now, but it's no problem. Here we go. Honestly, I think sub. You mean Subtlety Rogue? Subtlety Rogue is interesting. I've actually gone to play with a few now, and I have mixed feelings about them. Because I played with one who literally was worse damage than me as a tank. Like, I out DPS one as a tank player, but then I also played with another one who did decent. But I still think that the decent one was in a gambit and stuff like that, though. Yeah, exactly. Like, that was rough, but you can't... If somebody's doing, like, literally, like, 3 mil overall, then they're either cooking a build or testing something. You gotta give them the benefit of the doubt. They're not a representative of their spec, you know what I mean? They're not going to be a representative of what their spec is from. So you can't judge Subtlety Rogue based off of that, if that makes sense. Like, that was not a good judge of Subtlety Rogue. All right, let's put this down a little bit. These meters are kind of clipping on the overall, and I want you to be able to see. So we're going to put this on overall right now. This is going to be a fun pull. So we'll Zephyr this first one, because there will be unexpected damage happening in like 3, 2, 1. I think the Zephyr was early. I think I've messed up my Zephyr timings, but it's okay. So just Dream Breath, big stasis. That was a fair sack on me. That was awesome. That was a very heads-up sacrifice, actually. Again, just stasis here. I'm good. I have a plan. Pres Evoker is kind of giga. No problem. I haven't used defensives yet because I need a weak aura set to actually see the cast on me. But my tank is tracking them, and I appreciate that. I respect it. I don't have a ton of stops for this. We're going to go like bam. One more title stomp. Easy healing this. Easy healing. I kick this. I have a kick. Pres Evoker, go burr, man. This is going to feel really good when we actually get to this season. When we get to this season, I think Pres Evoker is in a very good spot. Keep in mind that Void Weaver Discipline Priest also does giga damage and provides a little bit more than Pres, but Pres is not nearly as bad as people think it is. And I'm not even playing that well. I keep actually overriding my echoes. I know what I'm doing wrong, but I'm just a little tired. I feel my eyes starting to go... What's my favorite tank to play with is Pres? Doesn't matter. They're all fine. Pres can play with any tank, technically speaking. I think that Brewmasters scare me, even though Pres and Brew are actually a fantastic combination because of some interactions they never fixed since Pres was released. Pres and Brew are actually really good together. My problem with Pres and Brew is just the fact that a lot of Brewmasters and Pugs are just not trustworthy and don't know how to play their spec. Wish Trinket, that's a good question. We can compare the DK builds after. Since I am playing a healer in this, I can't inspect him like right now. But we can see what the gear difference is, absolutely. Because there does seem to be a gear difference, doesn't there? Either that or just some procs or stuff like that. They're pretty close now. It looks like the first pull was just a proc thing. Like one of them got procs and one of them didn't. All right, so we do big damn here. This one is just there's not a lot of healing. I got the first, this is the fire or the... Okay, so they did a thing to this boss, and I hate this. Now that's the fire. There are 2 different arrows. There used to be that it was only this, and this one you pre-move. By the way, you got to pre-move the fire. If you don't know this, your pugs are going to die week 1 because they're not going to understand that you have to pre-move. If you get the fire on you, you have to move instantly. You cannot wait for it to spawn. If you get the fire, like right there, he actually took a tick of that. I'm surprised he lived. Kick the bolts. Otherwise, you're fine. Yeah, so you have to pre-move the fire, but they added it so that the Purifying Burst gets tracked by an arrow, top right. So the Purifying Burst used to be the AoE that would hit people. They nerfed it, so it's not that bad, but it also gives you a yellow arrow. So yellow arrow is you're about to get hit by AoE. Red arrow is that you're going to get hit by fire, I think. But let's check it again right now, because it was a little confusing, I'm not going to lie. So here, let's go this way, let's see. It's the yellow arrow. Let's see. No, red arrow is the burst. Red arrow is not fire. Yellow arrow is fire. No, it's fine. It doesn't do that much damage. It's only yellow arrow. Yellow arrow. Purge by fire. Great. I have to watch aggro on this, but otherwise, see, you pre-move. You get the fire out of the group, and then you pre-move it. It's not that bad. You just don't get hit by it. If you don't get hit by it, it's really not that bad. And then we do a big fire breath here. Yep. Easy to heal this boss. This boss is a joke if people don't stand in fire. Like, literally, the only thing you gotta do is not stand in fire. I can rescue him back to melee. Giga. Easy money. This boss is actually just a target dummy, effectively. You can tank him where the tank is tanking him, because then you will have an easier time dealing with the ads. That's the fire. The only way you die here is if you don't move for the fire. That's literally the only way you die. I got that kick at the last seconds. That's it. And the only way you die is if you just forget to move. He's such a target dummy that you can forget mechanics. Otherwise, this is Gambit now. The life of the Tazavesh Gambit. Boom. All right, I got my marker. Easy phase. There you go. The actual damage of this boss shouldn't kill anybody anymore. Remember, we are doing the tier list after this. I will update the tier list from all my PTR testing. I'm going to take a quick snacker break. I need a little bit of a snacker break. I don't even need to Zephyr or anything. This doesn't hurt that bad. I didn't even notice that. Like, it actually, they nerfed this to the point where it doesn't hurt anymore. The only thing is that you just need to be aware of the fire. That's it now. That's the whole fight now. Just the fire. I have a CC. I use it. That looked like a bolt going off, potentially. And I'll kick this next one. I send tip the scales here. One bolt might kill. Nope, we're good. All good, all good, all good. Unknown Ret Pally play some. Yeah, so I think seeing a really good Ret Pally. When I play Ret Pally, it's not a good example, Soap, as you may or may not know. I was clicking some random buttons. I didn't do bad, but yeah, post buffs would be interesting. Post buffs, Ret Pally. I'm curious to see what their damage looks like as well. I'd be curious about that. Yeah, if they'd actually have competitive overalls. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, so right now, Prez feels decent. Although this first part of the dungeon, there's basically no healing. So it's really hard to judge healers because there's really not a lot that happens in the first part of this dungeon. Whoops, I missed the portal. So otherwise, we got to test after this. This is now where it gets interesting. My Pally's going to have to game. There's only tank damage on this pull, so you don't have to worry too much. You just watch your tank, let him settle in, let him get aggro, and then I can blast. Right? We have all the kicks here. There you go. And then your tank's only in danger when these guys rage. So when these guys rage, you just watch your tank here. So I'll grab some hots on him, but otherwise I can just do big damage. The faster this dies, the less damage my tank takes. He still has his cheat death, so I'm not going to waste my external on him. He might need it later. Pally's pretty good at dealing with this, but he's going to do the thing where he's very smart. He's going to soft kite the pack out. So he's going to take less melees as he walks in, so he can save his defensives, so he doesn't have to waste his bubble or anything until the next pull. I'm going to watch his health, because I also want him to save his bubble for next pull, because it'll help him a ton. So these last few hits, I'm just going to stagger them like this so that my tank can run out, and he doesn't have to waste anything here, and then we're going like this. Yep. That's your tank? Oh, really? You know him? Good tank. Good tank. Good tank. And I know he's good at Prot Pally. So I want to see what his Prot Pally damage is going to be like, because Prot Pally's been changed a bunch, and some of the ones I've played with are min-maxing, and some of them are not. I'd be very curious to see what happens here. You can see my weak aura is a little bit messed up on this, unfortunately, so you can't see. Like, there's only been one death. It was the thing there. So he's going to double this. This is a scary pull to double. I'm going to help group, because I'm going to send my kick basically right away, right? So he can settle. And then from here, this is mostly tank damage. So your tank is really the only person who's actually in danger. And here we go like this, though. And then we got a spreadsheet for item level drops. Somebody will make one for sure. They're always available. I just don't know exactly where. So he's in bubble right now, which means I don't need to CC. And this is how you do it. This is how you do it. If you track what your tank actually has, so now he's going to need some healing. I'll external him. That was a good external. I track stuff. I know how to tank. Like, I also play Prot Pally. And so it's very easy for me to heal a Prot Pally. But if you've never played Prot Pally, he's going to be in trouble here. Those bolts might go off. But he had his shield kick, so he was on top of it. Nice job. I'm going to rescue this because I need an emergency shield. And then I'm just watching my tank. He has the TD on him. I have the stasis launching. Boom, boom, boom. You can see my stasis unfortunately launched in the wrong direction for my tank, but all good. I kick this. Do. And then we're all good. Just like that. Just like that. Easy, easy, easy. So there's going to be a spreadsheet somewhere. Somebody always makes one. The 39 item level per season is interesting because basically right now for prep, you don't need to do anything. Like you just upgrade your belt to max because that's probably here to stay. But aside from the belt, there's actually not much else to do. Like you just want mythic tier because that might last you for a few weeks until you get your new one. If you're unlucky, or you're like me and you're just a mythic pluser, Pally needs healing at the end of a pull. Right now, actually, he needs my healing. Otherwise, he's fine. Yeah, this is the weird thing. Pally, if you don't know, even if there are only 2 mobs, make sure he doesn't have to hit any defenses at the end of a pull. So we're going to lust here. This boss needs to die. This is the pug killer. Here we go. If we get past this fight, we win. It is that simple. This boss right here. If you don't know how to do this, it's Jover. Like, literally, the key is done. It's that simple. Already dead. That's not great. Not great. It's not ideal, because I think we've already sent a res. We have one. All good here. I can heal it. I know how to heal this. I know how to heal it. But all we need to do is get past this. I'm going to let my tank sit that debuff for a second. I actually think he's going to want to. I have a feeling he'd get mad at me if I dispel him too fast. Right? So I'm going to let him sit that, because he can bubble it off himself whenever he wants, but he's going to get Giga Haste value. So we're all fine right now. Here we go. I have to dispel one immediately. Big healing. Yep. So I figured he would take care of that. Right? I can greed one temporal anomaly. My ping is not that high. It's high, but it's not that high. There we go. See, it's not actually that bad to heal this. I feel like this boss in PTR is really hard because people are just getting hit by fire and stuff. But otherwise, it's not that bad. I have time to heal. I have time. I dispel myself here. I have the big stasis. And I have a tip the scales. I'm going to have to hover away from this. So I just make sure I don't get hit by fire. Because it's the one thing you can't do. I tip now, and then I dispel my tank. Everybody's full health. Watch the melees on top of this dispel. If you know how to heal this, I swear it's actually not that bad. They reduced the time bomb damage, which was a fair change. But I swear it's, like, in Pugs, this has been almost impossible to heal. But it's not actually that bad to heal this. You just have to like, the positioning here, for example. We missed that one brute. It looks like it's going to be on him. I'm going to rescue him over here. And then I'm going to dispel myself. Good. I'm just going to VE. Oh, no. Oh, the VE took me to the wrong location. I swear this boss is not that hard. But now we don't have a res. I never VE to your DPS, I suppose. He was over here, and I VE'd to the wrong person. My bad. It took me over there. I almost had the hover out. If my ping was less than... What is it right now? Only 205? It's only 205. I shouldn't have had that happen. But we wasted 2 reses earlier, so unfortunately, that's a GG. Oh, I was healing that really well. It's actually not hard to heal this boss. Like, the healing is no problem. It's just... Don't VE to your DPS as a Pres Evoker, the #1 rule. I forgot the #1 rule. I forgot the #1 rule of never VE to your DPS. Always VE yourself in keys. It's never worth it. And never worth it. We wasted 2 reses already. First boss in this. I really think this boss is not that bad. I actually think he's okay. But you need your B reses here, though. Nah, you know. Some personal question about Thailand. Yeah, for sure. Go for it. Just message me on Discord. If you have any personal questions about Thailand, just do this, though. My friends play Dismage, Mage, and Hunter. My trolling group are playing Bear. Nah, 3.5k. Dismage and Hunter. No, you're fine. You can play, because if he's playing Disc, then you want Druid buff. So you can, I think Guardian Druid is better. As you'd only be trolling, Kevin, you'd only be trolling if you played Resto Druid. Nah, that was my bad. If I didn't die there, we would have been fine. Like, this fight, he would be dead already. If I didn't die. I just VE'd to somebody, and I shouldn't have VE'd to them. That was all. That's all that happened there. This is 100% on me. My bad. If we had reses, if we didn't waste the 2 reses, then it would have been fine, but that's on me. I VE'd to the wrong person. Why would Resto be trolling? If he's playing Resto Druid and you want to play Guardian... No, Resto Druid's great. If he's playing Resto Druid and you want to play Guardian Druid, then you're overlapping Druid utility. That's kind of trolling, because you only need 1 Druid. But if there are no... But if you're not playing Resto Druid, you're playing Disc Priest, and Guardian Druid has a spot. Yeah? My tank could technically maybe solo it. He has bubble up, technically, for this debuff. 9% is a lot, though. That boss still has 200 million health. My bad. I forgot the golden rule of never VE to DPS. My bad. Boss is easy to heal, though. If no fire. He has 55 stacks. I like how he's just sitting 55 stacks right now. I guess he already bubbled, so he's in trouble here, actually. He's going to die eventually. Technically, double Vortex and Typhoon is not bad. Yeah, but you would rather. But think about the fact that you could have Vortex, Typhoon, and Cap Totem and Thunderstorm. And all the other stuff that you could get. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's actually like it's totally... You could do it. Yeah. He's 83 stacks of this, though. He's alive, but not for long. He's going to die in about 5 seconds, I think. I think about 5 seconds he's dead. Yeah. I was about to say, he's at 90 stacks. It was close. Close. I think Prez felt good, though. Prez felt fine that dungeon, even healing an actual key. What's your prediction on DOTC? It's going to be competitive. Whether or not you play Elune or DOTC is going to be competitive. I don't think it has to be one way or the other. I've tested both. DOTC might be ever so slightly better. But, like, within reason, though. Within reason. All good. Nice try. All right. I'm going to take a quick little break, and then when I get back, we're updating tier list live. We have to actually do this, though. Yeah, I'm actually going to make the updated tier list. I have a feeling this is our last real patch note. I think that this is kind of what we're going into the season with, whatever we have right now. Let me open it first. So the way I'm going to do the tier list is do I make a brand new one or do I update the old one? I have a question. Do I make a new one? Because that actually changed quite a bit. I feel like I just make a new one. There are some things that haven't been changed, and there are some things, of course, no, everything gets included. I'm gonna actually rate everything. Obviously, there are some DPS specs I have not personally played, but I've played. I mean, I did a key as Holy Paladin. Like, I've played everything except for, I've played with a bunch of Mistweavers. I haven't played Mistweaver myself as a healer. I played 1 H Priest, didn't I? I thought I played 1 H Priest key. So I've technically played everything. Baku! Oh, Baku! Which one are you? Wait, who? Are you Vin? Are you Vin? The DK? AO Blood Buff? Oh, that's you! I knew I recognized you. I just couldn't remember who. Oh, what's up, Baku? Yeah, I think Prez felt fine. I VE'd to the other DK. When I died there, you know VE teleports you to your target, and I just didn't realize he was on the other side of the boss, and I shouldn't have VE'd myself. I should have just VE'd myself. And I just went, bloop, and then the dragon went, poof. Please include, of course, I'll include everything. Blood buff is not a blood buff. 15% armor it's welcome, right? Bjorkus, like, it's not bad. It helps, but doesn't address anything with blood. You know? Funny. The way Suni died was hilarious. He was at 90 stacks. I don't know if you were tracking. He got to 90 stacks. It was very close. It was very close. He was doing his very best. The prot pally that could. Hey, is my game bugged? Is that, anybody notice that the loading screen is not loading right now? Looks like it. Is VDH still going to be best pug tank? Ooh. No. I don't think so. It's context, but maybe not. Depends on what level you're talking about. It depends on what level. You know? Not played a single time. So just come with a separate ability. Oh, yeah. DOTC and EC is very, 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 very different. Oh, they're completely different. They're very different. EC Druid and Druid of the Claw Druid are not comparable whatsoever. They're like completely different play styles, actually. To the degree that they're not comparable, you know? Yeah. Just send me all the questions. If you have some... Oh, okay. Gotcha. I won't read them on stream, but yeah, you could send me the information individually, Naya. You could also, if you feel more comfortable, you can send me on Instagram too. It's just stuck on our ends. I had to reload. It should be good now, though. Can you see stream now? Oh, shit. It, like, literally bugged, huh? Okay, 1 second. Oh, hold up. Wait. Capture. There it is. It's all good now. I just have to reload it. Blah. Easy. Protware. But no. You can't. Bez, on one hand, I agree with you, but on the other hand, I disagree. I think that that's... Yeah. It depends on the key level. I'll clarify it, though, when I actually go through this. When I go through the stuff, I'll clarify it. But yeah, Naya, like, you can either message me on Discord or that, but it won't show up on stream. I'll read it privately on my phone. Ooh, I'm excited now. Now I'm kind of... Can I show the DOTC basics? Oh, boy. Okay. The DOTC basics for 1 minute, real fast. So if you're playing DOTC, you don't Moonfire to fill. You never press Moonfire, only to gather. You swipe to fill, and you Ravage, but you have to maintain your Dreadful Wounds dot. DOTC is a little bit different. Effectively, it's the same Mangle Thrash, but you actually do swipe. When you're playing DOTC, you can Moonfire only from range. The second you get into the pull, though, it's just here. So I Ravage. When I Ravage an Incarn, I still want to be holding Iron Fur. Like, Iron Fur should still be basically pressed on cooldown, but then basically it's a Mangle. I'm pressing Maul too much, so it's just Mangle Thrash, and then when I get this proc, it's here, and then when I go over here, it's like this. Boom. You technically want to send Ravage. There's, like, a lot more intricacies with it, to be honest. It does good damage. It does good prio damage, like, but the main thing is outside of Incarn. Inside of Incarn, it's easy. Outside of Incarn, it gets a little bit more complicated. So right now, the idea is that if I hit this Ravage, I need to maintain this Dreadful Wounds as long as I can. I extend this dot on the target. So if I proc a Ravage right now, I'm not going to hit it. But then if I get bad RNG, so right now I'm tanky. Then I go Barkskin because the Dreadful Wounds dot is expiring. So I'm tanky, but I'm swiping to fill. After every swipe, I should get a Gore proc. If I get unlucky, I do this. But see how I'm not hitting Moonfire? And then here's a Ravage proc. I send this Ravage proc, and then I'm here like this. Technically speaking, if I don't get a Ravage proc here, at around 3 stacks, I should Maul at this target count. But effectively, it's a very similar playstyle. It's just no Lunar Beam is different. That's my DR. This Dreadful Wounds 15% DR is a massive DR, but I have to maintain that buff. Hopefully near 100% uptime, you know? Here's a Ravage proc. And then I'm just swiping to fill. So I don't play Raise with this. You still play the same type of bear. So I'm still spending almost all my rage on Iron Fur. Like, that doesn't change. You still basically just spam Iron Fur, except that now I'm swiping to fill my rotation. That makes sense? How do you maintain the DR? So when I Ravage, I get a 10-second dot. But the biggest thing is that every time I swipe... Here, I'll show you now. So... which one is it again? This one, right? Yeah, every Maul, Raise, Mangle, or Thrasher swipe. That's why you swipe to fill. You gotta swipe to fill as DOTC to extend that dot as high as possible. You're right. So I'm gonna get a snack real quick, and we're doing the tier list live. I want to do it with everybody because I gotta have a conversation. The tier list needs to be a conversation. It'll be soon, very soon. I'm gonna come back. We'll do the tier list together. But that's DOTC bear, if that makes sense. You don't ever shift into cat form. You kind of play the same way, but the biggest thing is understanding if the Dreadful Wounds is not applied to my target, I am squishier. But the biggest thing also is just because you're playing with Maul now, you still have to maintain your Iron Fur. But you still can scroll wheel Iron Fur and spend all your rage here. Basics. I would have to practice it as well because I would still mess up my filler spell here and there. Let me grab a snack. When I get back, we're doing tier list, okay? Getting snack first. Then tier list time. Good. What I want to do for the tier list, okay? Listen. What I want to do for a tier list and stuff. What I want to do for a tier list is this. Here, hold up. It's this. This is what I want to do for a tier list here. I saw how DSC shipped the cat in Raid. No. In Raid, yes, Juiz. But in Keys, no. You do not play. No one is... They argued... I remember there was a conversation about it in a Guardian Druid Discord. Nobody's playing that in Keys. Ain't nobody shifting a cat form in the middle of a key. So don't worry about that too much, okay? Boom. Here you go. Boom. You're welcome. Happy to help. I think we'll see which one we end up playing. Maybe it's even dungeon specific. What was I doing? Right, I'm pulling up a tier list. So here's the thing with a tier list, right? I'm debating on how I want to do it because the last one that I made, tier list maker for everything. I have an account on here, and this one, hopefully it remembered my last one. I think that would be the easiest way to do it, though. Join or log in. Did I log in with Twitter before? I don't remember, actually. Authorize app. Bro, this better be the right Twitter. I don't know about you guys, but I use Twitter for a very particular purpose. So, let's assume... Oh, thank God, it's the right Twitter. Okay. It hasn't been shared yet. Luckily, screen share isn't on, so we're all good here. Nope. I have no template saved. Bet. All right. I forgot to save it last time. WoW classes. WoW class tier list. Here we go. Oh, great. It remembered. Okay, so this was what the tier list looked like before. This was the original tier list. We already updated it a single time. We've already updated this, as funny as this sounds. Yeah, this was the... Okay, so we have that one there. It's already changed a bunch. Hits like a truck. Druid is doomed gameplay-wise. There's a few fundamental problems with Druid, honestly. But it's not... I think it's in an okay spot right now. I'm trying to pull up this list and see if I have the last one that I made. Okay. It looks like I only have the original. Man, this has changed quite a bit. This was the original list. This is crazy how different this was. The original list was like this. This was the very, very first one that was ever made. I still stand by this. I thought this was a good list, though. I know, I'm showing it right now. This was the original one. Here, look. This one here. This was the original list. It looks like this. Yeah. This was the very original list. My problem with it is that since its inception, right, we've had massive nerfs. This got nerfed. This got changed. This was obviously giga nerfed. This was nuked, right? Nerf, buff, this nerf like 3 times. A lot of these things were changed. This was nerfed actually here, etc., etc. So, I mean, really, we're going to have to update this. We did already test this. Okay. So, Prot Pally... No, guys, this is not the final tier list. This was the first one. This was made like a month ago. This was made before Prot Pally was buffed, and then nerfed again. And this was before we had even tested things like Halls of Atonement. This was the earliest list. There's a lot of fundamental changes here. The question is, do you think I should edit this list, or do you think I should make an entirely new one? Because a lot of these rankings are not. There's only like 2 things down here. Actually, there's only 1 thing down here now. What's up, Banano? I think you do a fresh start. I think we got to do a fresh start. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think I got to do a fresh start here, basically. Here. Tier list maker. Thank God I don't use my computer for anything suspicious, because I feel like you guys seeing me casually search on my internet could be really tough. That ever happened to you, Banano? Banano, that ever happened to you? That you like accidentally do share screen on stream and then you're like, oh, whoops. I don't like Fox people. What? Here we go. So we gotta basically, this one we have to clean out. So we gotta reset this. This one's a reset here. We have the original here to compare, and then this. One time I DOSed my... Oh, shit, that's a problem, though. We had to change it? Oh, no. Yeah, that's bad. Don't do that. Never type... No, I don't use it, though. I don't even use... Why would you use it? We've been over this before, Ados. Why in the world would you use your computer for illicit content? Just use your phone. You have... This is a powerful device, and you get to lay down. You just get to lay... You use this. Why would you be sitting at your computer? That's so 20 years ago. That's so 20 years ago. This is like, this is a come down on the corner of my room. Is a computer. Just lay down. Use this. Why would you use your computer? Your PC has 3 screens. You don't need 3 screens, Ados. You need one good. You spend an hour finding the right thing, and you just use your phone. Before you start this Og doing competitive damage, just class hate. No, I haven't. This was the original one before it was giga buffed. Okay, listen. What are you doing on your phone? You mean laying down for? What do you think I'm doing on my phone? I'm playing Hearthstone. I'm chilling before bed, obviously. iPad mini is GOAT. Like, that would work too. But you got a very powerful device in the palm of your hands. Why would you possibly use your computer? All right? You could play Hearthstone on here. You could play old school RuneScape on here. Oh. Why do you think, I was about to say, why do you think that I'm so good at using my phone with one hand? I only need one hand for this. Yeah? Why do you think I'm so good at using my phone with only one hand? The answer is so simple. It's because one hand plays Hearthstone and the other hand is playing OSRS, obviously. You got a dual game, clearly. Yep. Yeah, exactly. You got to be careful about the iPad. Well, you also, you don't want to hold it like this. Like, again, like this defeats the whole purpose. This defeats the whole purpose. One hand extended away from the body, okay? And the other hand, look, you guys got to understand some stuff. Listen, no, one hand extends it away, the other hand eating cheesecake. I don't know what you guys think I'm talking about. This hand extends it away from the body, this hand eating cheesecake. Obviously. We play World of Warcraft, guys. We don't have access to other stuff. I'm not adding this into the YouTube video. There ain't no shot. Listen. No. S plus cheesecake. We will keep the S plus cheesecake tier. Here's the thing. F. I need to disable this whole row. Because I already know what's going to be here. I'm going to disable that whole one, basically. So this is A plus. This is A. I honestly think that the game is so much better balanced. It would be like this, right? C for comp dependent. I feel like there needs to be a tier for this. I kind of think that this needs to be here, though. Nope. Soup. Accept split pea soup in a tube. Great. This would look like this, basically. Yep. ABC is such a lame table. All right, what do you want me to do? S plus cheesecake. How about this? What do you think then? Fine. This is a final tier list. I'll take polls. I'll take a poll. Yeah? I would take a poll. What do you think? So this is the thing. This is the thing. When I make my tier list, I am going to clarify that there are some specs that are significantly better at plus 12s and plus 20s. And there are some specs that are better at plus 20s and plus 12s. I'm going to clarify this about 1,000 times. I need to, because people think, they're like, oh, again, to go with this season, if you want to have a higher success rate of timing your plus 12s right now on live, you don't take the best specializations. Arcane Mage, Boomy, these things are not that good in a plus 12. They're good at the highest key levels, but not right now. You got to understand, okay? You'll understand. Let's call this C tier. This is basically the C tier, but it's basically just this, all right? Okay, if this is like an Oreo Nutella cheesecake, if you want to actually rank it for food, basically A plus is what? What's slightly worse than a cheesecake, but still good? Like ice cream? Like, how about just like ice cream? Like, you would rather have cheesecake than ice cream. Ice cream is solid, though. All right? A would be what? A is what dessert here? Like bubble tea? The thing is that bubble tea... All right, listen. I understand what you're saying, Ramstein. Hear me out. I do like a nice gyat as well. I have no problem with a solid ass. But if you ever tell me that the ass has ass cream, I'm not feeling it. It doesn't sit right with me. It doesn't sit right with me. Listen, all right? It doesn't sound the way you think it sounds. I know what you were going for, but it didn't work, okay? Because that is a strong no. That's a strong no. But I see what you were trying to do, okay? I think bubble tea is better than ice cream. I honestly feel like bubble tea would be... I veto dessert names outside of S+. Yeah, I feel like it's not good. I feel like it's not good, though. I feel like we just keep the S+ for cheesecake, and we just say here. I feel like this is it. Basically, everybody understands. You can rank it yourself. S+ is cheesecake, and this all the way down here is split pea soup in a tube. It doesn't get worse than this, but it doesn't get better than this. So I feel like we just leave it like this. Like, this is solid, yeah? The game is so much more well-balanced that the truth is there's only one thing I think that really belongs here. Yeah, it's solid. I'm happy with this. This is the way I would do it in a second. But, again, I need to just take a breather because once I start this, I'm just going to go for it, okay? B tier is grilled cheese. Grilled cheese is much better than B tier. What are you talking about? There's a weird way to spell warrior doesn't belong there. There are times you'll want a warrior, Atos. And warrior's been buffed, and it was buffed correctly. Windwalker was buffed poorly, but like warrior was buffed correctly. They actually... Fury is not trolling. Kind of. It's actually like you might want it sometimes. So this was the old list. And this was really, I mean, these specs, look at this list. Actually, I'm going to go back and compare. These are all, this is only M+. This will not be raid. Yeah. But let me just go grab a snack real fast because I need a quick bite to eat, and then I'll be back and we'll talk about this. All right. I need to get my salt intake up a little bit. Here we go. There's really nothing better than just whole milk, sugar, and chocolate protein powder. Goddamn. Actually, though, there's very little better than that. Yeah, so every single thing on this list has been buffed. Like, gigabuffed, not gigabuffed, kind of buffed, 12% buff here. Gigabuffed, buffed, buffed, insanely buffed. Like, literally, this list from the first time we actually saw all this, huge, though. Yo, I'm from TikTok, but I thought you was black. What? Well, first of all, you're not entirely wrong because I'm African American. I'm just not black. I'm very white, but I am African American, cheese. What do you mean you're from TikTok? I don't have a TikTok. I haven't made one yet. Eventually, I will. Eventually. But I am African American. That is my ethnicity. Yeah, South African. People, you can neglect to say South African, and it makes it sound kind of funny. But yeah, my mom is from South Africa. She's an African citizen. Bro is lost. I was about to say, wait, I don't have a TikTok. What do you mean you're from TikTok? I don't have a TikTok. Wait, what TikTok? I don't even have one. All right, so while we're here, before we start, I'm curious. Only chance you're a white African? Yeah, no, basically. Yeah. And I mean, basically South Africa. But people don't know a lot about other countries. Bricks, people don't know a lot about other country, right? So people just assume that if you say Africa, everybody's black. But there's obviously South Africa is quite a lot of white people. They don't know. I did a Thailand stream yesterday. And, no, I did a Thailand stream from yesterday. I just showed people around my country because I live in Thailand. And it's crazy to me how people don't know how other countries are at all. There's like zero understanding, man. All right, more salt. I buff myself with salt, and then I'm curious. So I wouldn't do this on Twitch, but a few people have asked me if I would do fitness streams. If, for example, if tonight I went to the gym and I was going to do a fitness stream, they can be shirtless. Like, I work out. I don't normally work out with a shirt anyways. So let's say I was to do a fitness stream. Honestly, question. I would only stream it to YouTube or Kick. I would not stream it to Twitch because Twitch doesn't, like, nobody really watches fitness content on Twitch. And it was just like, it would bring down everything though. This is the old list. Sorry, I'm making a new one. I was comparing the very first list we ever made was here. This was before Keeper of the Grove was nerfed. And do you remember, before Keeper of the Grove was nuked, it was bugged and they were doing the bear form shenanigans and they were doing the best single target in the game. Obviously, now that has been kaput, Boomy is down. So we're going to make a brand new one. I was just going to start the video by comparing this one. So I think it's very interesting to note that we have to be careful about investing too early into tier streams. Because there have been massive PTR changes and stuff. No, I live. That would be a very short one. How little things there are. Haha. T-Muck, where are you from again? Commando. Cal. Thank you for the sub. Dude, we hit our partner goal yesterday. You know I hit the partner plus goal. I needed 100 points or whatever of tier 1 subs and like stuff, and I hit that yesterday. People helped. I didn't think I would get it this month because I'm pretty new. I'm sure still pretty new to streaming, and I hit it last month, yesterday. People helped. I was really appreciative of that because now I just need to do it for 2 more months, and then I get the Partner Plus program, which is super cool. So thank you guys, everybody, and Onos, if you're still here, you upgrading to the tier 3 sub like that basically sealed the deal, and I appreciate that. I really do. Like, that was awesome. So we hit that. We're qualified for July, which is super awesome. But basically, this is a question for Twitch people. If I went to the gym tonight and I was to do a stream on YouTube, right? Yeah, and Hail Rick, you also helped. Like, every little sub, because I was very close to it, and this is the last day for it. So all those subs actually helped a lot. If I was going to do a stream, but I only did it to YouTube, would you want to watch it? Would you be curious if I was going to do a fitness stream? Let's say I was to do a fitness stream, and I was just to like hang out at the gym, because I don't mind doing that. I kind of like it. I like the idea of it. I just can't do it on Twitch. Like it. So the Twitch algorithm is clear as that. Like it'll bring down my average viewers because it'll be like 20. It'll be like 20 instead of what nobody wants to watch the fitness stuff, which is fine. I wish I didn't have to care about it, but I think it matters. So I can't do it on Twitch. I could make another Twitch. The other thing I was thinking is, technically speaking, I could make a second Twitch channel. But that seems weird. That seems weird when I already have a YouTube and I don't care so much about the YouTube. So I feel like on the YouTube, what I could do is I could just stream it to YouTube directly. I think I can do that on my phone. I just have my phone. I just direct stream to YouTube and do a fitness stream on YouTube. I feel like that makes a lot more sense. Or Kick, you know? I'm sure you'll get loads to do. No, so that's, I mean, you know, I figured a lot of people wouldn't be. But I was just, I was thinking about it just now. Because I was like, it's 5 p.m. I'm going to do this tier list. Make sure I get some of the content in. And then I'll go to the gym. Like, I figured I would still, I didn't get to go to the gym this morning because I accidentally took a nap. It was an accident. I didn't mean to. I simply closed my eyes for a minute and ceased to exist for a few hours. Nice Twitch for it. Yeah, no, Twitch is not, it will be so destructive to stream, actually. Oh, I don't know if it would be, I think it's more like a hangout thing. It's kind of like, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. You know me, Eden. Listen, I'm an honest guy. I don't beat around the bush. I go through the bush. I say everything directly. There have been a ton of people who were like, "Woo, please take off your shirt." And I was like, no. The only time I take off my shirt is when I work out. And so I figured I'd just sort of give the people what they want. But I want to work out while I do it. Make sense? Like, I'm not going to do it here, but I could do it, like, at the gym. No problem. Make sense? But it's more like I'm going to get my workout in and stuff. The only thing I was thinking about doing for my Twitch, I have to finish the snack. Give me like 5 minutes to do tier list. Prez guide. Dude, I made one on stream today in 3 minutes. I made a 180-second how to play Preservation Evoker guide. It's pretty simple. Like, I don't think Prez is that hard, actually. I'm looking at this old list, and I'm like, dude, it's changed a lot. Yeah. Wait, Dakar Knight, do you know me in real life? Wait a second. Do you know me in real life? I don't know who you are if you know me in real life. There are some real life people occasionally that watch stream, but I don't know their Twitch names, so I wouldn't know. Do you know me in real life? People who know me in real life? No, I'm kidding. Oh, okay. Oh, that's you on Discord. I didn't realize it was you. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, listen. I didn't realize that was your Twitch, actually. I didn't know that. Listen. I'm a very honest person, but I'm also ironic. Like, my humor is twisted. My humor's twisted because I think it's funny to point out the ironies of the world. So occasionally, yeah, I get myself into trouble. I say a bunch of shit I should not say. And on stream, that's a problem. Okay? Like, I intentionally, I think it's funny to talk in a way that's inappropriate, if that makes sense, though. Lucid Void. Listen, Prez, you want to play Prez, right? Here, I'll type it for you right now. TA on cooldown. Yeah? You hit TA, reversion. Like this. Straight up. Right? Dream Breath. Manual Echo DPS. If you set up with those 3 things, you can heal any amount of damage. That's the truth. Honestly. Those 3 things right there on YouTube, that's it. That's all you need to do for Prez. And you'll be able to heal anything. And Fire Breath on cooldown. Never have fire. Always max rank Fire Breath. Max Fire Breath cooldown. There you go. The Resto Druid tier set, the problem with it is I still think it might get nerfed. It's so number dependent. Like, right now, it's doing ridiculous numbers, but I think they might take one more look at healers. I think they might do one more healing pass. But also, at some point, because you guys know what happens is they won't nerf before Race to World First. So whatever's going on right now, they have one more week. In the Mythic 0 week, there's a final set of changes, and then it's locked. And it's locked because the second the race starts, they won't mess with it. They're very passionate about it. Unless there's an outlier, like one thing is doing 50% more, unless there's something like this, they will not change it. So next week, there's maybe one more set of notes, but ultimately, pretty good right now. And then from there, because that's it. Like we're not gonna get another change because the race to world first is their priority. Like the rating scene that first week, they will not touch it. They very rarely do. It's always after. It's the week after. So the first 2 weeks of the season are relatively locked in. They have to change it now. If that makes sense. So for example, Resto Druid is a big deal because if they mess with the tier set too much, it'll affect their position in raid. If they don't touch it in the next week, you can expect it to stay for at least a while. I swear to God, Lucid, Prez is the best healer at dealing with unexpected damage. It is by far it's like the biggest misconception that Preservation Evoker is not good at dealing with Pug DPS. It's wrong. It's completely wrong. You have so many ways to go boom, insta-top, boom, insta-top, boom, insta-top, boom, insta-top. You're the only healer, in fact, that can literally just go one global boom, one global boom, one global boom. This was originally Charbs. Charbs, we're going to make a whole new test. I was just comparing because this was the very first one we made. Since this, literally every single thing down here has been buffed to the extreme. You know what I mean? When they were at 24 hours, it would have to be insane. Like, so Preservation Evoker, didn't that get nerfed in the middle of Race to World First when it was insane? So for example, I mean, so all rogue specs have been giga buffed since I put this here. Augmentation was giga buffed. Blood Decay was buffed only 8% plus the armor changed today. Actually, you have to play Deathbringer because they nerfed Sand Lane for Unholy, which affects blood. Fury Warrior got the 10% Whirlwind extra cleave, which is nice for Mountain Thane. They also got some actual buffs, 5%, and then plus some other execute damage, etc. Assassination Rogue has been buffed like 3 different times since then. Holy Paladin received only 1 change. This was buffed by 12%. Lunation was changed. This over here, right? So keep in mind, yeah, this is the old set. I was comparing when we first started PTR, and the reason I want to start with this, right? No, Unholy's good. Unholy's really good. The recent nerfs to Unholy actually affect it. But here's the thing. When we start PTR, and the reason I want to start with this is you gotta not invest too early. Like, tier sets are cool and you want to know, but when PTR started, there were some specs that were doing 40% more DPS than other specs, right? There were some specs that were doing 40% more. But we can compare. Do you remember how absolutely busted Beastmaster Hunter was? It has since been nerfed. Every single time there's patch notes, this spec gets hit. Hard. It's been giga nerfed since its inception because it was doing literally 30-40% more than everyone else. So we have to be careful about investing too early, you know? It's the thing. There are some specs in here that have been like this one, giga buffed since it's there. This one, buffed. This one received the 19% single target buff recently, right? Although their tier set was nerfed once since the time we made this. This one, arms 5%, etc. Ret 10% this morning. Last week was buffed. Affliction, not only damage buffs but also prio damage buffs on their Malefic Rapture. They had a few talents that were intentionally changed here. I don't think so. But Windwalker, well, I don't want to give spoilers, but you know, sorry. So these things have all been changed. You know, this has been nerfed actually quite a bit. Yeah, low-key good. I know. That 80% instead of 40% plus a few other changes to Affliction. Yeah, Affliction's not bad. All Warlock specs have been giga buffed since then. We made one more update. I don't have it saved, unfortunately. This got hit today. Today, in the patch notes this morning, this one. No, Hags. Sorry, guys. I'm here. I'll do this. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to bait anyone. I was literally looking at it while I finished my snack. Okay, I'm just finishing my snack. Listen, no, Boomy. This was before Keeper of the Grove got nerfed. It's not here. Sorry, this is not the final list. This was the first list. Sorry, Hags. No, Boomy. It's not looking good. It's not looking good for Boomy right now. I'm happy about it, but objectively speaking, I'm not even gonna bring my own personal bias into it. This spec got nuked. It got nuked real hard. Listen. I am a masturbator, but not in this context while my camera's on live on stream. All right. In this context, I'm a lesser baiter. I'm not trying to. I just was here. Here we go. right? A woo. Don't even a woo at me. All right, listen. Casual is super high ping. He's dying rarely because of lags. It's not the benchmark. He's starting with owls then. We'll see. Not gonna be like those league streamers today. What do you mean? What do you mean those league streamers? No, I'm not gonna be. No, there's no toxicity. This has to be clarified because people don't understand sometimes like how DPS works in keys and what public perception really means. Whole milk, sugar, chocolate protein powder. Very little better than this. Drabs. I tell you what, Drabs. I will happily start with all the classes that you play. All right. I am so excited to start with all of the classes that you play first. Sure. How about that? I will start with all the classes you play first, but I'll do it in any order. Is that fair? How about I'll do it in any order? Windwalker's not there. Windwalker is not there. I know you play everything. I know, that's the joke. Now you literally play everything. I don't know how you do it. Sometimes I see logs of how many keys you do per week, and it's actually wild. Like, are you okay, dude? You okay, bro? But what specs? Almost everything. Drabs is a chronic alcoholic, though. How do people do everything? I play almost everything. There's only a few things I don't play. I don't like mage myself, and I don't like rogues. I'm not a rogue enjoyer, and I'm not a mage player. Roll by roll. I think we do roll by roll. That makes sense to me, actually. I think actually that roll by roll makes sense. I think we should do tanks, healers, than DPS, because tanks are really easy to go over. Like, this video doesn't need to be 2 hours, okay? I don't need another 2-hour video. I tend to ramble a lot, but I think it's more important to talk about DPS. Like, actually, the tanking things are easy right now. The tanking is easy, you know? I cast Divine Storm and only Divine Storm. I played Red earlier today. I mean, I was just smashing buttons. I'm not very good at it, but I managed to do it. I played Red. It wasn't that bad. I think we'll do it in order. That makes sense. But I don't need this to be a 2-hour thing, okay? Got a big day at work on Saturday, actually, so if you want to do 2 hours, that would be cool. Listen, man. No, here's the problem. This doesn't have to be 2 hours. No, because I'll talk about the game, but realistically, here's the truth. This most likely is the final tier list update. This is, I think that where we're at right now, I wouldn't expect a lot more changes, but things are pretty good right now. But I wouldn't expect a lot more changes, okay? I really wouldn't. I think that things are actually very decent at the moment, okay? I'm not watching the tiers if it's less than 2 hours, bro. If it's going to be 2 hours, we're already 25 minutes in. No, I haven't even started yet. I haven't even started, man. I haven't started. No. Ugh. I need 2 hours so you can sleep to it. You gotta turn off it before I hit Boomy. I always end up getting too feisty about Boomy and stuff, though. I should move around, though. Ugh. Okay. The thing is, like, I don't have to say that much more than what I've already said. Like, you know what I mean? Think one of those where you lock-ins was good for YouTube. Yeah, team-up, basically. I will mostly lock in here, though. How Press feels in Pugs? My masculine question about Press for now. Sorry, I lucid. You were saying, I'm quite familiar with Wrestler Druid, and plus, you totally agree with what you said last healing stream. The Druid is never chill. How Press feels in Pugs, and you know the spec? Pretty chill, honestly. I think Press feels pretty good, actually. All right, to the point where, unfortunately, I won't even be able to see YouTube chat off to my side here. We'll have to put this like this. Yeah, it'll have to be here. There you go. Now it will be full screen here. S tier, sub rogue, outlaw rogue, assassin rogue. Nah. The last one you did for YouTube went pretty well. Gotta try to replicate it. Guys, okay. Part of me is like, yeah, tier lists are good content. I get it. Like, I don't mind. I'm a new streamer. I'm new at content creation. So I like the fact that people are interested in it. And to be honest, it generates views. And some people get to find my channel. And that's super cool because I'm brand new at this. So that's an honest part of it. Of course. It's damn good content. But I'm also passionate about World of Warcraft. And I want to use this as an opportunity if at all possible, to right some of the wrongs that is currently happening in keys. Keys have fundamental issues, like the fact that you at a plus 12 will not take a spec that's in the bottom of a tier list is ridiculous. Tier lists are made by people who are very passionate about the game. Those people tend to be those who are thinking at a plus 20. When Yoda ranks something on a tier list, he's doing it because he's thinking, hey, when we do our world first plus 23 priory, this is what we need. But you're not doing a world first plus 23 priory. You're doing a plus 12 Arakara. It's a completely different world. They're not the same. You know what I mean? They're not the same. And there are some specs that operate fundamentally differently at this and this. And I think it's so important to understand the context, because there's a lot of specs that I can't rank in a S plus cheesecake tier because they have fundamental issues of what happens at a higher key level, right? But I also not going to rank for just plus 15, but we can have a conversation. The whole point is, what I want this to be is a conversation about how we talk about plus 12 weeklies. Ret is going to be ranked higher on that for sure. Rather than make a list specifically for that, though, why don't I try to help people understand why Ret can't be ranked in S plus cheesecake, even if it does the same damage as a spec that is, right? So, like, you know what I mean? Like that. But if you're a title player who's already doing the plus 23 priory, guess what? You don't fucking need to watch my tier list. I appreciate that you do. But you don't need me to tell you what's good. That means you already know. Like, you're not coming to this video if you're already doing plus 23 priority. Like, we gotta think about that for about 0.5 seconds. If you're at that level, you're not really gonna need to watch a tier list from me. Like, this is supposed to be educational because I actually love the game. And I hope that these types of videos can help people understand some of the nuances. Like, that's all. You know? I think that is so important. I think it's so important to have that context. That's all. That makes sense? There's already, like I can use an example before I even start. A really good example is something like a Ret Pally. That's an easy one. But another one that you might not know a lot about is a Devastation Evoker. Yeah, Essence Bomb was just 30%, okay? I know that this was 30%, all right? Tier list hasn't been made just yet, Domson. We're about to make it. We're literally about to make it. Like, I'm about to start here, okay? Shift in lower and plus, but it's not fun to wait. So that the meta perception affects your invites. But hopefully, if I put something down here, I need to clarify a little bit about it so that, because I want you to be able to play the game. Right? It's all about Raider IO. In lower and plus, it's also about your overall meters. Like, nobody really cares if you do more boss damage or more funnel damage or more prio damage. In your first plus 10 Arakara, your first plus 10 Floodgate next season, literally, no one cares if you did more damage to Big Mama during the burn phase. Nobody's looking at that. Everyone is going to look at the fact, at the end of the dungeon, were you top or were you bottom? Okay? There are some people who really care about this. It doesn't apply to a lot of people, but some people it's very, very important to clarify whether you're a top or a bottom. But in this context of keys, you really have to understand that they're looking at the overall. So Windwalker might smack Big Mama, but overall in Floodgate, because it's target capped, people are going to be like, bro, that Dev Evoker smashed, because Dev Evoker does big AoE. They don't care that it doesn't provide a group buff or the utility is lacking. Like, they don't actually, Dev Evoker doesn't have lacking utility. They're just going to look at the meters. Now, Yoda or people with knowledge at that level are going to be like, yeah, Dev Evoker might do 500k more on the meters, but we would so much rather take a mage because a mage does this and speeds up our key. But nobody cares about that at a 10. You know what I mean? Monk tank shortly before Tyrants. Exact. Well, yeah, man, Monk is a whole conversation. You know what I mean? All the top teams are here to with it. Well, William, I would be honored. Well, randomly, since I started streaming this PTR cycle, like, there's a lot of people randomly that have come to say hi, and I'm kind of curious though. Every class and spec get title. Whoa, okay, Hags. Every class and spec get title because people have a B tag friends list after playing meta for a while. Like if you can't be like, well, Crit Cake got title. Crit Cake is a fucking legend. You can't be like Elismir got title and Holy Paladin. It's fucking Elismir. You can't use that as like a Holy Pally's fine. It's like Holy Pally is not fine if only Elismir gets it. You're like, there's one other Holy Pally. It's like that doesn't mean it's good. All right. But now with the Bomb Limb gone, I want to go into Guardian. I'm not like a meta slave or go for it. Do you think Guardian is... Yeah. It is. Although I'll talk about it. Like we'll talk. Well, I think we're gonna go tanks first, healers, and then DPS. I think we'll go by role, and then I'll make timestamps when I upload this to YouTube. Yeah. I think that Blood DK is another example of a tank that really shines in a plus 12. Like Blood DK, if you're good at Blood DK, you're immortal. Let me ask you a question. Crank, that's pretty high to go for a Blood DK. 17, 18 is solid for Blood DK. If you did a weekly plus 12 and your group was really bad, will you ever die? Like, is there ever a situation where you're going to die? In a plus 12, imagine you were helping your friend out and you're plus... Never. Blood DK is damn immortal at a plus 12 if played very well. Now, Crank, I don't know if you've played other tanks. That's not necessarily true for every tank. If you're playing a Brewmaster, but if you're playing a Brewmaster and the pull goes awry, and all of a sudden your healer's dead, your DPS are dead, there's a chance you die before they get back. Do you know what I mean? There's a chance that you die before they get back. But if you're a Blood DK, you're like, my healer literally can forget I exist. Yeah? Pally is pushing it. Pally is not the most independent. Like if you really are completely self-sufficient, you know what I mean? It's just like, but there are differences, and that's important because guess what happens in a plus 12? Things go wrong. When was the last time you did a weekly plus 12 where everything went perfect? It's like, expect everything to go wrong, and that should be your ranking for a plus 12. Does that make sense? Like, seriously, I don't know, man. I've been playing my alts because I was doing some Season 3 prep, and I just started playing my alts, yeah? And the things that I have seen, the toxicity that I have experienced has been wild. Like, I just was like, I'm going to gear my VDH. I want my VDH to get up. So my VDH is good. I can tank on him on retail. But he started at 615 item level. I was like, I'll bring him up. So now he's done 15s. And I just brought him up real fast. And I'm just watching, like, some people in 15s, and the way they're playing is scary. Like, I'm just like, bro, like, what? Like, you never learned anything about this game. And that's okay, but don't blame me for that. Unpopular opinion. I think tier lists actually harm the game a lot. I agree. And then make compromises. However, Avery Callie, you're absolutely right. I hope that I can try my best to talk in this tier list about why that is and maybe remedy some of the stuff. Maybe I can offer a perspective as somebody who doesn't have a Mythic Plus team, doesn't push World First Keys, but at the very least, though, I was drinking a snack. Hold up. Well, I'm getting distracted, Glorfin. You're right. I'll get to it in a second. But I really think that I hope that I can help with some of the issues, because I kind of agree with you. Like, I kind of agree with you that these are ultimately harmful. At the same time, I'm going to be directly honest with you and be like, hey, look, I'm kind of new at this. These things get a lot of views. People are super interested. I can use it as a chance to express and talk about my favorite game. And also, it helps the channel grow. And I want my channel to grow because that's super cool. I get to do cool stuff like stream Thailand. Like, I could just walk around Thailand and be like, hello. And if I do tier list, then more people will be there. And that's super cool. So it's a win-win. But also, I'm going to try to add as much context as possible. You know. Oh, man, people love tier lists, dude. People love tier lists. And but the amounts of people who don't understand tier lists but watch them, you know what I mean? How far am I? Fuck you. So, all right, listen, I'll get to it, okay? I'm Blood ZK. You live in Thailand? Yeah, I live in Thailand. Gotcha, man. It's all Gucci. You're right, though, Avery. Like, you're very far. Listen. All right, you're right. I'm just stretching, man. It's like a fucking marathon. You know, when I start these, I just go for it, right? I do it all in one take. There's no editing. There's no, I don't have an editor. I'm just literally stretching. You want to see my feet? Here, look, these are my feet. That's wild. Tell us about. Did you not know that, hell? Oh, are you trying to distract me? Are you trying to distract me right now? For free, I'm a kind person though. I'm gonna see tier list and scream at you. All right, listen, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Did you actually not know that, bro? Wait, how long have you been here? Did you not know that? Because changes aren't implemented yet. I know the changes though. I've been playing exclusively PTR, Zenny, but you're right. I was gonna test it more today, and then I found out that the tier lists were not actually done. Well, like you did the other day, the 15. You know what? You know what? That's true. All right. Okay. No, listen. Fine. All right, guys. I was just gonna make sure my salt intake is decent before we start this, though. Peg one another. These are soon taking long. I'm gonna get to it. Clever story time. You're funny, man. You're funny. Tell us about the salt distribution chain. It's all about those blood salt diamonds. Yeah. All right. So spec, we're starting not moving on until you get it right. I don't even want this. I'm just gonna rant the whole time. If I'm not gonna respond to chat too much though while I do it, okay? I'll start here in a second. Listen. All right, here we go. Presbog, I don't know, man. It's cooldown based skill character. You do all the healing and then you need something. No. Listen, Alan. While I talk about Prez, I'm gonna go over it, okay? So range DPS. Can you guess it? How long does it take your body to use the salt? Pretty much instantly. Like, I mean, these are salt pills. It's very fast to digest this. But as long as it takes her to start the list. Come on, man. I'm doing my best. Well, you guys, now it's your fault. I blame you. You guys are encouraging me to keep laughing instead of actually start this super serious tier list. This is determining Soap's fate. Depending on how I rank things, he's gonna alter his entire main character. And it's not listen. The had a shower come back, still they'll start. I'm debating if I need one more salt or if I'm going to start feeling a little nauseous. I need a lot of salt right now, okay? / pull. Yeah, / pull 10. Okay. I have thoughts. I hope this all stays in the YouTube video. None of this will stay in the YouTube video. As much as I want it to stay in the YouTube video, listen, as much as I want it to play, I think it's funny, but I think people don't really understand how it works. Can I run another key? No, I'm doing it now. Fine. Come on. It hasn't really been long. No, I haven't been making the list for, I was testing PTR stuff. Okay. All right, listen. Okay. All right. / kick this guy. Fine. You guys count down from 10. I will start. You guys count down from 10 and I will start. Go. I've been preparing for this tier list for all my life. No, I said 10. Count down from 10. Every number repeats, you gotta restart. You guys. W2. 1. You guys are all right. Listen. Here, fine. Just play everything at A except meta and call it a day. I'm not milking. I'm really not trying to milk. This is gonna take me forever to do anyways. I'm just ADHD and I get distracted. Jeebus Christ. All right. Listen. Jeebus Christ, thank you. For the love of God. Literally, God is counting down right now. It's Jeebus Christ. Okay, so I have been testing PTR pretty much every single day since the last update of a tier list. We have received several patch notes since I last updated my tier list. That's why today we're going to dive into it. We are actually going to go rank, I believe, the final time of the tier list before Season 3. I don't think we're getting any more changes. From this point, I really think that we're actually getting to that point where this is what the season is going to look like. Now, spoiler alert, it's actually looking really good. I'm very excited about this season because things are kind of balanced. When we first made this tier list, it was unbelievably unbalanced, okay? This was a problem. I'm going to show you what the very first tier list looked like. This was the original inception of the tier list. We have a problem. Some of these specs were doing 40% more damage than everyone else. This PTR cycle in particular, early on, was really, really tough because we had specs like Boomy before it was nerfed, doing the most insane single target burst that I have ever seen out of World of Warcraft. I mean, it was wild, and they were doing degenerate things like going bear form just to get more boss damage. Okay, since then, most bug fixes have been resolved. We have gotten several tuning passes. This is not what it looks like anymore. The game is doing a lot better. This was the original list. But I wanted to start with, if you're a tier list watcher and you're an enjoyer of this content, congratulations, you might be addicted to World of Warcraft. I hate to be the bearer of good news. But I also want you to know, if this is one of your first seasons especially, always take early tier lists with a grain of salt. This PTR cycle, we had specs that were way up here, they're no longer there. We had specs that were way down here, they've been giga buffed. Blizzard actually has done a relatively good job balancing the game. So early on in the cycle, when we have things that are majorly bugged, they're not final yet. The tier lists are very fun content. It's fun to watch them. It's fun to hear people talk about the game. But you really have to be careful about automatically deciding your spec way too early. Until the season actually gets closer to release, there will always be changes, especially now in modern World of Warcraft history. They don't tend to leave something completely overpowered, okay? There are a few exceptions to this, but most of the time, things are actually doing pretty good. So I just want to clarify before we actually make, because I'm going to make an entirely new list, all right? And this video does not have to be a crazy long video, because these are basically the final thoughts, but we already have gotten a lot of thoughts out there. I just want to clarify, don't start and commit to a spec based on the first tier list you see in a season start. Things will change. They always change. This is an early understanding. So now we're going to go back over here. I'm going to do this by role. There will be timestamps in the video. If you want to skip ahead to your spec, just go to the timestamps and you will find it. All right? When I post this to YouTube, everything will be sorted out because this might get a little bit nuanced. But we're going to start with tanks, and then we're going to go to healers, and then we're going to go to DPS. Okay? And if you're watching this live, suck it. You guys are going to be here for a while. All right, listen. Okay. When we're starting with tanks, right before we actually jump into tanks, I want to clarify one thing. Okay? I have to rank this based on what I think the meta perception is going to be. The meta perception is not always the reality of what your key looks like. When people rank tier lists, we understand that there are some specs that function better at a plus 23 world first Priory of the Sacred Flame coming in Season 3. And there are other specs which function better at a plus 12 Arakara. They're not always equal in this way. And so when I rank this, I'm going to clarify. I'm going to go over it. I need you to understand that when we talk about some specs, there are some specs that you should absolutely invite to your weekly plus 10 and plus 12, but maybe not to your weekly plus 20. That's fair. That's fair. The game can't be balanced to the extent where every single thing is playable to the highest degree. World of Warcraft has way too many specs. It's hard to balance. We give them the benefit of the doubt. They've done a pretty good job. But there are some specs that function better. Let me give you the criteria for these specs because I need you to understand, okay, right before we jump into the actual rankings. Number one, specs that have consistent damage do better in lower keys. What you may not know, especially if you're newer to M+, is that the higher keys are planned out to the exact pull. They know exactly what's going to happen. So what happens at a higher key level is that the person knows, I'm going to send my 2-minute cooldown on this pack, this pack, this pack, that pack, and that boss. Do you do that in your plus 10? Nuh-uh, because you don't know what your tank is pulling. Your tank is going to be like, oh, I'm going over here. Whoops, nope, sidetrack. Ah, gotcha. I'm over here now. And they're going to do over here. And then somebody's going to pull that pack. So actually, you've been holding your cooldowns, and now you got to sit there for another 30 seconds. You're like, that cast went off. That guy died. Great. Now we're going to be here for another 40 seconds. So you don't know what the pulls are going to be. There are some specs that have consistent damage. They don't need to hold their pugs. They don't need to hold their, you guys got me. They don't need to hold their DPS cooldowns. And those specs tend to do much better at a lower key level because you don't know what the pulls are going to be and you can respond to unexpected butt pulls, which happens all the time. Remember, we have Priory in the dungeon pool. We got Floodgate. We got a bunch of packs and dungeons where there's a bunch of packs really close to each other, right? We got Murlocs running around pulling stuff in Gambit. You're going to have to react to unexpected pulls. So that is a criteria, right? That's a criteria for DPS specializations that are going to do much better at a lower key level. Like, that's a massive, massive thing because there are some specs that we might rank very highly, but they need to kind of know when to use their cooldowns. And if they don't use their cooldowns, they're going to do no damage. This is something really, really, really interesting that I think that people don't really think about because a lot of people who make tier lists are so used to things just going according to plan because they play with very good players. But in a pug, the number one thing you can count on is that everything that can go wrong will go wrong. It's so much better to start with the assumption that things are going to go poorly. So there are some specs that work better for that. Does that make sense? I'm going to try to do my best to clarify because there are some specs that go lower but actually do much better at that level. Okay? Let's begin the rankings. We're starting with tanks. The very first tank that we're going to rank is, in my opinion, still the lowest tiered. Now, this is interesting because all tanks have been buffed quite a lot. There have only been very minor nerfs. Blood DK sits in B tier. There is not a single spec of tank that is lower than B. Every single tank is actually in a pretty decent spot right now. This is the Blood DK. Blood DK belongs in B because it does still have the fundamental issues of being a Blood DK, okay? This is the Blood DK. It can't actually be the best spec in Mythic Plus. It still has all the fundamental problems, but there is a caveat to this. In a plus 20, this spec is pretty bad. I'm not going to lie. You won't see this in the metacoms. You're not going to see it. I'm going to be honest with you. Listen, it's not going to happen. Look, you see this right here? It's not going to happen. This goes all the way down here. However, in a plus 12, this spec, if played well, is immortal. You cannot die in pretty much any context. If you are a good Blood DK player, this is one of the best tanks for lower keys. If you just want to complete your weekly key, it doesn't matter whether your tank has a group buff or not, because your DPS are going to die anyways. So if you buff your DPS with your tank group buff, who the hell cares? They're all going to die. So anyways, what happens with Blood DK is that actually, I really think it's actually A+. For a weekly plus 12, this tank actually is so good. A good Blood DK is immortal and actually able to carry your team for your weekly keys. That's the caveat of Blood DK. It is one of the most self-sufficient tanks. The gathering is a problem at higher key levels, but you'll be overgeared for a plus 10 or a plus 12. Even early on, Blood DK will just be one of the most self-sufficient immortal tanks. And that's a big criteria for just being tanky tank. You will never need your healers external. Your healer will never have to look at you. They won't even have to think about you. If you're a good Blood DK, then you are excellent because you just exist and you go, I don't need my team to do anything. If they get kicks, great. If they don't, all good. I can do grips. If they stand out in Priory, no problem. I can do grips. Second boss mechanic Priory, no problem. I got AMS. You're so self-sufficient that in a lower key level, when this tank has no problem living, you're excellent. So that's the caveat for Blood DK. I really want people to understand, yes, this has to be the lowest rated tank, but it's actually so good for a boss content. Like, I just think that a good Blood DK can really carry your team, right? And as always, of course, a bad Blood DK eats dirt. All right, next tank. That's going to go right here. Basically, the tanks are actually all in a pretty good spot. But I'm not going to lie. There is another tank. This one is obviously near and dear to my heart, but Guardian Druid goes just above Blood DK. These are both solid choices. They're not even comp dependent. They're just solid. Both of these tanks have received the damage buffs that at least bring them into contention. Guardian Druid is solid. It recently got the 12% buff, although the Lunation effect was nerfed for EC. But there is talk, and I hear whispers. Obviously, I'm very connected to the Guardian Druid world. You might play Druid of the Claw. Druid of the Claw is kind of competitive now, which is interesting. I don't know, ultimately, whether you're going to play EC or Druid of the Claw, but Guardian's solid. We don't need to talk about the pitfalls of Guardian exactly. There's a reason it can't be up here. even though it has Mark of the Wild, which is a very valuable group buff. Obviously, other Druid specs really affect the ranking of Guardian, but the truth is that Guardian is just a solid tank. B tier is very solid. I couldn't rank it in A. There's a part of me that wants to because it's very tanky. It's basically just as tanky as Blood DK, slightly less self-sufficient. This tank is so tanky, right? In context, by tank alone, it's up here. There are, however, a few times that I've noticed, right? If anything, actually, I'm going to put it in A. This is not me glazing it. I'm going to put it in A. It should be bottom of A. It should be bottom of A because I can't put it in the same tier as Blood DK, right? They do give or take similar damage. This has a group buff. If, in context, this tank is actually solid right now. Yeah, I'm not going to put high B. It would either be the highest of B or be low A. Low A is actually where we go. Okay. Guardian Druid is very hard to mess up. The caveat to Guardian Druid is that it is the best tank to learn how to tank on because it's very hard to mess up. All tanks, if you've never played a tank before and you're learning how to play tank, the main problem is that when tanks gather, they don't understand that their mitigation comes from the front of their body and the back of their body is very weak and vulnerable, right? Not everybody has a thick rotund like a Guardian Druid and cannot take back shots effectively, but Guardian Druid can. So Guardian Druid has the nuance of if you're playing in a weekly 10 or a 12, they probably won't die. Now, granted, I have seen things that make me cry at night. So occasionally in my weekly keys on my alts, I have seen some horrors. There are Guardian Druids who will literally just die, okay? But it's pretty hard to die on a Guardian Druid. Like, you'd have to almost be trying to drop your mitigation and stuff. Like, it's pretty straightforward. I think that Guardian Druid is simple. It's a very good tank to learn how to tank on. It's really straightforward and ultimately has Poison Cleanse for Arakara, has options for everything. But there are fundamental issues with it, which is as the key levels get higher, you have to alter your pulls in Dawnbreaker. The end of Arakara, you might have to alter a little bit. There are other tanks that can handle it so much easier than Guardian can, especially in Dawnbreaker in particular. I did a 15 Dawnbreaker on PTR today. I was healing it, and we had a VDH who took maximum 8 stacks. Guardian is going to be taking 80 of the stacks because you can't parry, so that sucks. But Halls of Atonement bleeds were removed, which means Guardian is solid. Okay, these are the two tanks. Here's where it gets real interesting. All right, here's where it gets super interesting. Prot Pally goes next. I can't rank it in S. I'd be trolling if I put it in S, right? This is a good tank, though, right now. Damage-wise, not great. Offensive capabilities, not really there. Defensively, however, we've tested all the dungeons now. We know what the dungeons are. When we first made tier lists, we hadn't even tested things like Halls of Atonement. There are a lot of moments where Prot Pally shines. Basically, in the keys that you're doing, you will never think, I wish I was a Guardian Druid. You'll never think, I wish I was a Blood DK. You will often think, I wish I was a Paladin. Because the kicks in particular, Halls of Atonement, you can carry Halls of Atonement. Like, Prot Pally can carry Halls of Atonement. It's not squishy. The problem actually is the fact that its single target is quite weak, and its offensive overall damage is actually not the strongest. That's normally not its niche, but defensively it's quite strong right now. Is a little bit more healer reliant than these two. These two, your healer doesn't even need to touch you. This one, you need a little bit of help. A well-timed external can really save a Prot Pally, but Prot Pally is in a very decent spot. They have been so nerfed. Their tier set started. It's like a fraction of its former self, but ultimately they're in a good spot. The dungeon pool treats Prot Pally really well. We don't have to go over it too long. I've talked about tanks a lot before, so you know, you can go back to my old videos if you want and listen to me really rant about this. This one's fine. I don't think it's S+, though. Okay. That means there are 3 tanks left. This one's super interesting, all right? This one is super interesting, all right? Brewmaster, in my opinion, this is a caveat. I got to explain this. After testing it a bunch myself and also healing other Brewmasters in some relatively high PTR keys, I don't think it belongs in S+. I think it belongs in A+. There are 2 main reasons for this. It is currently the highest damage. Like, yes, by numbers alone, this is the highest damage, man. This is the highest damage, okay? Yeah, I'll flex real quick. There you go. There you go. I will honor the redeem. I honor all the redeems. All right, back to the video. Psh, I watch you. I'm seeing you right. No, don't distract me. I have ADHD. Listen. Okay, Brewmaster. The highest damage tank has its very good niche, but ultimately, every time I've played with one, CCs are lacking. I notice very quickly that kicks are going off that shouldn't be going off. I notice very quickly that I need to watch them more than other tanks. And the main problem with Brewmaster is that if this thing is meta, if this is considered by other people to be S+, I pray for pugs. This is not an easy tank to play. It's very nuanced, it's very difficult, and it also has a very unfortunate interaction where to greed your overall damage, you must spend your defensive resources to do more damage. No. This is always a problem with tanking. If you ever have a tank that has to choose between offense and defense, then in lower keys, when they don't understand that decision, they just want bigger numbers, you're going to have a brew walk in and just greed their stomp damage by going purify, boom, 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 reset, and then 10 seconds later, they're dead. Because they used their big defensives to gather, didn't have a plan, your healer's not expecting it, they did a big pull, they were like, oh, look, I popped off, and then 10 seconds later, dead, it's just, they're eating dirt. So my problem with this is that this is going to be a terror in lower keys. Also, even if you don't greed your damage, just a hard tank to play. It can be super squishy. To clarify, I was doing PTR earlier today, I was healing a 17 Floodgate, my brew just could not live. He was doing big damage, but he just died. Like, on repeat, I was just like, bro, I can't. Like, I'm doing my best, man. He would die through my external because he wasn't playing very well. And then right after that, I did an 18 Eco Dome, and my Brewmaster was, like, on point. Super tanky, slightly less damage, but he was gaming, okay? So Brew has some fundamental issues, the lack of CC, the harder time gathering with threat, the issues with just a few of the problems with Brew. I think that realistically at the highest level, this is going to be considered an S+ tank, and there will be a comp dependent on it. It does a lot right now, okay? But ultimately speaking, I don't think I could put it in S. It was there, but actually the more I've played it, the more I realize it just has some problems. It's just tuned really good right now. So this could be S+, but the only other problem with it is obviously if you play Brew, you're also limiting yourself to the comps that want to play with Brew. Right? Because you could be playing a different tank, and I think that it's important to consider all these caveats. There's a world where I couldn't put it lower than this. Like, I could not put it in the same tier as Guardian because it is, number-wise, it'll smoke Guardian. Like, if I play Brew and Guardian, I'm better at Guardian, and I will smoke my Druid's damage. And I also provide a buff that my team might want, right? I don't feel as safe because I'm not a very good Brewmaster comparatively to Guardian. Guardian feels immortal. This does not. But this does so much damage. Like, it's not a comparison, really. The single target in particular. Anyways, that's Brew. I can't rate it higher. Does have Poison Dispel, does have Tiger's Lust for a few mechanics that you might want, does technically have potential to help your team, but ultimately, I think that you would have an issue a lot of times with Brewmaster, especially in a plus 12, plus 15. I, in fact, encourage you, and Brewmasters, don't come after me, okay? But as I'm making this list, if you want to understand and you actually watch this video, I think you should not invite a Brewmaster to your plus 12. Like, if I was gearing an alt, let's say week 3 of the season, I'm now focusing on my alts. I'm playing my Resto Shaman or something. I'm just bringing up an alt, and I'm going into 10s. My main will already be way past that. But let's say I'm gearing up an alt, and I had a Brewmaster apply and a Blood DK applied. I would take Blood DK to that key. Like, it's not a push key. I would take Blood DK. Every time. I would take Blood DK. Or I would take Bear. Like, I just don't trust Brewmasters that are not at the bleeding edge of their spec. So, really think that's important. You kind of have the same thing with VDH. And before you come at me, we have VDH. This season, VDH was an absolute terror in pugs. Because VDH is really immortal. Like, I started bringing mine up, and I was like, wow, this spec can't die. But then you have VDHs who are fully geared, 20 more item levels than I have, who will just walk into a 12 and die. They're going to Infernal Strike without anything up and just die before they even get to the pool. So that's the problem with Brew, is you're going to have things like that. Technically, you can save them as a healer because they should never get one-tapped, but I think Brew is going to be one of those tanks where if this thing is meta, it's going to troll a lot of keys. Okay, next we got 2 tanks left. That being said, the exact opposite of Brew is Prot Warrior. Prot Warrior at the highest level, I don't think, okay, I gotta put it here. Realistically, Prot Warrior at the highest level might not be as good as Brew. Prot Warrior might actually struggle to live at the very, very highest level of keys. I think that if you're considering from a title plus 20 range, I think that Prot Warrior, the nerfs to Colossus were interesting. The buffs to Mountain Thane were also interesting. This tank has been on a bit of a journey. but it has a lot of advantages. I would rate this above Brew. But the truth is that there is a tank, which I will talk about after this, that belongs in its own category. Prot Warrior is cool. It's straightforward. Mountain Thane got buffed by, remember, a bunch, and then it got buffed by 725%. Hilarious. Prot Warrior is in a very, very solid spot right now. It has a few fundamental problems. They can be worked around. There's no problem. Especially if you play with a Resto Druid, the first boss of Priory is a joke. You're fine. You won't get one-tapped. The Hall's bleeds were removed, so you don't have to worry about the dogs and Halls anymore. Dawnbreaker, still a bit of an issue, but can be worked around. There are ways to work around the things that Prot Warrior is not so good at. The main thing to understand about Prot Warrior is that it fits with more comps. Remember that tanks kind of exist as a support role to DPS. When we talk about tanking, the meta comp is going to form around the DPS that are very good. So let's say, for example, that you have melee or physical DPS that are overperforming. Brewmaster looks real good. Let's say that you have both warrior DPS are looking really good. Prot Warrior looks really bad. But when in the history of Mythic Plus has that ever happened? Haha, rest in peace, DPS Warrior, get owned. So DPS Warrior are here, okay? So here we go. Prot Warrior is sturdy, tanky, but has some potential problems. The main issue is that in lower keys, you won't die. You cannot die as a Prot Warrior in lower keys if you just press your buttons basically correct, but you will die if you take back shots. You can't get hit in the back as a Prot Warrior. I actually think that Prot Warrior will literally just go bleh. It'll just go, you'll fall over. Do me a favor. There are some builds that we're going around not playing Battle-Scarred Veteran. If you're here at this point of the video, just play your cheat death. It's the most OP cheat death in the game, give or take, for keys. You can argue against it, but it's a 3-minute cooldown and an 8-second immortality. Just play Battle-Scarred Veteran. It'll save you in case you ever turn around at the wrong time. So there are some things that Prot Warrior struggles with. Let me tell you the biggest thing it has going for it. Rather than its individual damage and its individual sturdiness, the fact is it can play with any sort of strength or agility class, whereas Brewmaster is limited to physical specs, which we'll go over later. Prot Warrior can play with Frost DK, Enhancement Shaman, Havoc, this. It could play with a Windwalker. It could play with any rogue. It could play with any hunter because it buffs all of them equally, even if most of their damage is magic. And I think that's a big up for Prot Warrior. A lot of the DPS that look very strong right now are not necessarily physically based. So Prot Warrior, when I was making comps, and by the way, after this tier list, very possibly, we're going to go into actually making some comps with understanding what's going on here, okay? I think Prot Warrior fits into more comps than any other tank right now. I think you're actually going to want a Prot Warrior. But remember, there were other nerfs that came in today. And that actually disproportionately kind of nerfs Brewmaster, interestingly enough. Like Beastmaster Hunter is no longer S tier, spoiler alert. So Brewmaster kind of takes a fall from that. Great. You know what tank is left. I know what tank is left. Do I even need to talk about it? Man, why? Why? How did this happen? How did this happen? Everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. This spec not only has not been nerfed, but it's been buffed. Maybe they touch it again soon. There's nothing I need to say about it. You guys already know. Everything this spec does, it does still, but better. Okay? It's just okay, the one actual nerf to this spec is the fact that Boomy is not very good right now. That is an interaction with this that still matters. The other nerf to this spec is the fact that I think Havoc is very good right now. So comp-wise, you're a little bit limited playing this. But actually, it's so good. It has everything you want. It's so tanky. It's so much damage. It does good damage. It's got good prio damage. And it still has all the things that VDH has. But more importantly, after actually testing all these dungeons, it's a parry tank. And these dungeons are really so important on parries. I was healing a Dawnbreaker earlier. I love Guardian Druid. My Guardian Druid died in a pull on a 15 Dawnbreaker early on in testing because I could not parry the necrotic stacks and we lost the DPS. So I got to 80 stacks. I couldn't figure out a way to reset at that point. I messed up my Vortex Typhoon combo and I died. I healed a VDH in that pool today and they got 8 stacks total because they just reset their stacks consistently. And I was just like, okay, great. So this tank is amazing. It's got everything. I honestly, look, I don't even need to say this today. The nerfs to this tank were nothing. 17% mastery value nerf is effectively a it doesn't matter. And the only other nerf it received today was a 2% parry nerf. 2% is not nothing. It basically takes 2% more damage now. However, okay, it's only 2%. 5% actually would have started to affect it, but this tank is still immortal. Any tank player who's good at VDH can play this tank. It's got a few pitfalls, but otherwise deals with all the stuff really, really good. During Spikes is 100% uptime. You have 100% uptime right now. If you don't have 100% uptime on Spikes, you're playing it wrong. You basically have 100% on Spikes right now. Ever since they changed Feed the Demon to 1 point and you take it, it's easy. I even heard a VDH tell me today that he feels so confident on this tank that he will drop Cheat Death in favor of Binding because he doesn't even need Cheat Death this season. Something they might even do, okay? So, man, it's so impactful. I have a feeling they might nerf it. And I will put this on the record as I finish up the tanking here. I will put this on the record. If they do not nerf this spec and it stays meta for at least half the season, it's because they are going to release a new Demon Hunter spec, and that all that stuff we've heard about is true, and they're coming out with a new Demon Hunter spec, and the only reason that this thing is still an S+ cheesecake tier over every other tank is because they already want you to have one geared. Like, it's such a clear thing. They already want you to have one geared, and that's the only reason that they would leave this in its complete busted state. I will say, the last thing I'll say about it is this. I don't think this fits into every comp. When we make comps later, I'm actually going to show you that you probably don't play this every single time. Right now in this season, you do. I actually think that basically you're going to rotate between these 4 tanks. So this is all relatively well balanced. My final notes about tanking this season is that tanks are actually in a really good spot, except for Blood Decay, which could use another 10% buff. But otherwise, I'm going to play Guardian Druid. I think Guardian Druid's in a fine spot. It's slightly worse than the other things, but I'm not going to troll my group by playing Guardian. I'm not going to troll my group. Like, if I want to bring Guardian to a key, it'll be absolutely fine. I'm probably going to main Guardian. Yes, I believe this is the objective tier list here. But I don't think that Guardian is troll. I think Blood Decay is a little troll. But Guardian Druid, as long as there's no other Druid in the comp, I think that Guardian Druid is actually in a really good spot. And so, yeah, the tier list looks like this. Keep in mind, this is A, that's B. There is not a single tank that is down here anymore. Blood Decay getting buffed and the fact that it is immortal in most content until a very high level. Like, every spec has its technical niche, but these 4 have an actual niche. And there are some keys you're going to wish you were a Prot Pally, some keys you'd wish you were Brew, some keys you wish you were a Warrior, and some keys that you would wish you were a Demon Hunter. Most of the time, however, I think you'd wish you were a Demon Hunter. This is fine, though. Just to clarify, this tank is fine. I will probably play this. I'm going to maintain 2 tanks. If I had to maintain 2 tanks, I would pick Guardian, because it's my favorite, and Demon Hunter, because I think it's the best. And if I had to choose a third, I would choose whichever of these playstyles I prefer. That is how I would rate the tanks right now. Now, let's move on to healers. Okay, healers. Pretty easy. There is actually only a single spec that belongs in a category that I aptly named Split Pea Soup in a Tube. It doesn't get much more rough than that. This is the lowest of the low. Blizzard has officially told you, and at this point you have to accept, okay? You gotta accept that Holy Priest is not meant for keys. It is a raid healer. They have clearly given everyone the full understanding. There's no doubt at this point. Holy Priest is meant for raid. They haven't looked at it. They haven't touched it. They haven't made any fundamental changes to Holy Priest. Dis Priest does everything that Holy Priest does, but significantly better. But significantly better. So there's no reason to play Holy Priest. You literally bring nothing. And before you say, but Holy Priest can work. Yeah. You know what else can work? Eating sewage. You might stay alive for a while. Okay? But it's not preferable. Like, you do things to survive in extreme environments. You can drink your own pee if you were ever stranded in a desert, but it doesn't mean you want to. And it doesn't mean everybody else wants to. If everybody else was stranded in the desert with you, you'd be like, here, look, drink this. And they'd be like, oh, man, do I have to? And then basically that's this. And then if you compare this, this is like a delicious, crisp, not Dasani water. This is delicious. This is some high water. This is some Voss water right here. You compare these two and they are incomparable. They're so far from each other that you cannot get even close to this. So Holy Priest belongs here. I will say, I was not going to put anything down here, but the truth is, there's not a single scenario that you would rather be playing Holy Priest than Disc. I can't think of a single time that would be true. So this, unfortunately, is down here. Okay. We'll rank Disc Priest since we're on healers. Since we're talking about it, we'll just go straight into Disc Priest here. Disc Priest obviously stays all the way in S+. Disc Priest is currently one of the best healers, and the fun thing about Disc Priest is that you actually have options this season, whereas last season you were clearly Oracle, and in Season 1 you were definitely Void Weaver. Now you have a choice. There are some dungeons, maybe like Gambit for example, where you can just blast as Void Weaver. Void Weaver does the second most healer damage out of any healer right now. You can do so much damage as Void Weaver, it's insane. But it might struggle to pass some healing checks. So there are some dungeons where you're like, I feel safe playing Void Weaver, and we're all chilling. Great. You blast as Void Weaver, okay? On the other hand, there are some dungeons where you're like, man, this HPS check is going to be really tough. You can still meet it as Oracle. So actually, one of the fun things about Disc Priest is you have both hero talents. You actually have a choice. You don't play the same thing every dungeon. That's a huge plus. You have flexibility. Unlike Holy Priest, you have flexibility. You can actually choose what it is that you want to play. That's massive. So you have on one hand, you say, this dungeon, I need this dungeon. You can choose. That's amazing. And it still has everything it has. Obviously, Oracle's been nerfed quite a bit since our original tier list, but it's still Oracle and can still heal just fine. I would say that right now, there are some dungeons where, honestly, there are high HPS requirements, and there are other ones which there are almost no HPS requirements. So they're really interesting where some dungeons, there are healers that can just greed damage the whole time, and that does affect rankings a little bit. But ultimately, if you can't meet HPS checks, you can't be an S+, but Disc Priest can still meet HPS checks. I would say, one of the things I would say is that Void Weaver is much harder, and to caveat this, if you're in a plus 12 environment, I think Oracle is so much better. Void Weaver depends on your team. You don't have massive shields as Void Weaver, and you also need to plan ramps. So Void Weaver can struggle to deal with significant unexpected damage. You always have healing rolling through Atonement and your damage, so you're basically playing a ranged DPS that heals. That being said, if there's a little bit of damage, it's fine, but if there's big bursts, big casts going through, and you're not prepared for them, Void Weaver can have a really hard time. And if you're like, man, I play Oracle, and I feel everybody feels so safe, but all of a sudden in my next Dawnbreaker, I want to try Void Weaver. I want to try doing big damage. It's like, man, second boss, people are dying. If you don't time your ramps and you don't time everything very, very well, you will struggle to meet HPS checks as Void Weaver. So Void Weaver, I would say, is more of like a, you have to really game that, whereas Oracle, you can just, you play the same way this season where you just put massive shields on people and you save their life. Also, healer damage is awesome, but the truth is that if you ever let a DPS die, they do more damage than you, so it's never worth letting a DPS die. You should never greed damage if you're ever going to let somebody die as a healer. It's the #1 rule. I think that Oracle fits that profile easily. Oracle is just like, boop, shield, and I save people, all right? Like, you just literally save people, okay? That is amazing. I wish every healer had this. I'm actually still upset that Oracle exists. I'm fine with how Void Weaver is so powerful because it's hard to play. I'm not fine with how powerful Oracle is because it makes every other healer feel bad. There are times where I'm just like, I watch the DPS die. I see that there are 2 casts on him. I'm tracking it. He's not. He doesn't press a defensive. If I was Oracle, he lives. I just hit the one button. Boom. He's alive. But since I'm not playing Oracle, I can't actually save that person. So Oracle makes me feel bad playing other healers, and I don't like that. Great, next healer. We're going to go bottom up. That's Priest, basically. Still S+ tier. It's very good. If they don't change this, The last thing I'll say about this is they have to do something, because otherwise this is always going to be like this. What I've just described will go, that will stay going into the next thing, but we'll talk about that more in a second. Listen, we'll keep going here. Next healer, it's not comp dependent. It's just in the lowest of B tier is Holy. This is not comp dependent. It's just kind of bad. It's not the worst. Can you play it? Yeah, but it's not that good. It's not that good, man. It struggles with HPS checks, and I don't like it. Let me put it this way. Let me just casually put it this way. If I'm in a +10 and I see a holy paladin, I'm scared. If I'm in a +15 and I see a holy paladin, I'm scared. If I'm in a +20 and I see a holy paladin, I'm scared. Would they surprise me? Maybe, but you're working a lot harder to do the same thing that other healers can do. Technically, your utility is very good for keys, but this scares me. I don't want to play with a holy paladin because they scare me. I wouldn't trust them at most key levels. They're just hard to play. I don't, I just, and even if I had Ellesmere, obviously he's a gamer, but I think that Holy Paladin has a little bit of a coordination check where the output is simply not as high, because you have to make a comparison game. I'm not saying it's bad, and I'm not saying you couldn't play it. I'm just saying other healers can hit one single global and immediately full top the group. Whereas Holy Paladin is not quite like that. You don't actually have back-to-back globals like this. Like, you have to game it a bit. So I think that in very strong HPS checks, H-Pal kind of just falls behind. Its damage is fine. Its damage is solid. If you can do damage, but you have to choose to do damage. So, I'm okay. And a lot of its damage is AoE. Single target when I was playing it. In keys, single target felt low compared to some other options. It's fine. It's a solid spec, but it does not belong in the B, okay? This is interesting because I really think that Mistweaver goes in comp dependent. Like, this isn't comp dependent. It's just B, all right? Like, you know what I mean? This is comp dependent, but it's actually solid. If I was going to rank this, and here's the caveat, if I was going to rank this spec, I would technically put it in the highest of B or low A. I've actually played with a bunch of Mistweavers. Their damage is very solid. Their playstyle is set. They did get nerfed today a little bit, though, and they were also nerfed in the last tuning pass. I would put this in comp dependent. If you want a Mistweaver, it's very good, and it still struggles with all the stuff it struggles with. That's all. I don't really need to talk about this too much more. It's very simple. If you want Mystic Touch, and you're not playing with a Brewmaster, and you're not playing with a Windwalker, you want this. This is the best healer. It'll totally work. It has a weak tank external, so if you're playing with a Mistweaver, make sure you as a tank are very good. That's it. It's fine for everything else. It can totally heal. It has a very few problems occasionally in some of these things, but ultimately it'll totally work just fine, and that's it. That's all Mistweaver is. It's got good utility, Poison Dispel, Tiger's Lust for the last part of Arakara, etc., etc. Okay, great. Comp dependent. Next, we have the healer that goes here. This one, the A tier. Oh, man, I'm torn. Listen, there are 3 healers left. There are 3 healers left. You guys are going to come at me for this. There's no healer in A tier. There's no healer in A tier. I think that there are these healers, and then there's this healer. Prez doesn't belong in A tier. It belongs in A+ with his current tuning. It's actually incredibly good. The problem with Prez is, A, what comp does it really fit into? The problem with Prez is that obviously it doesn't have a group buff, and there are certain things it works better with than others. The numbers on this spec are actually legitimately insane right now. Even without a group buff, you can see my logs. I will literally post the logs, okay? Listen. I will post my logs. I know you think you're like, this healer doesn't belong there if HPAL and things are down here. Listen to me. Listen. I did 2.2 million overall. Now, granted, Preservation Evoker has to do that much. It has to do more than every other healer because it doesn't have a group buff. Okay, this is by the way, this is all with all the current tuning. It is currently July 31st. Okay, is Blessing of the Bronze a joke to me? Absolutely, it is. Yes, it is. But its output is insane. Nothing you can't out-heal. Nothing you can't do. I will say it does technically have a group buff. You guys want to know what the group buff is? It's called Threads of Fate. The new tier set for Prez is massive. It's called Threads of Fate. It's Giga. It's actually really good. You give your team multi-strike. Basically, it just does big damage, okay? The buffs to the spec over the course of the PTR cycle have been pretty solid. Mark my words, this spec is one of those things where if you are very good at it, you will impress everyone. There is literally no healer that will do bigger numbers. If all you care about as a healer, and I mean this, if you just want to end the dungeon with the biggest overall that you possibly could, you play this healer. This healer does more than anyone else. By far. Especially in mass AoE. Now, your single target's still pretty solid, but I would argue the hardest part of Prez is that nobody knows how to play it. It's not even complicated. It's not even, by the way, the hard part of this is not that it's complicated. This spec is easy. No. Everybody gets this wrong. Everybody thinks that Prez is super complicated. It's actually not that complicated. It's super easy. But nobody spent the time on it to understand it. People have been playing Resto Druid for 20 years. But people have been playing Prez for like a month. And that's it. Like, they just don't put the time in. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. I made a guide today on stream, people asking when I was playing it in PTR keys. And they were asking, how do you play Prez? I was like, bro, I can explain it to you in 3 minutes. Like, give me 180 seconds, and I'll basically tell you how to play this. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. Now, granted, the nuances, just like anything has nuance, like Resto Shaman is a straightforward healer, but has nuance. If you want to get the math, you want to become a master at it, it takes time. Prez has nuance, but really, it's not that hard. Like, a few buttons, and I want to dispel a few myths, because if this is the final tier list I make, I'll make a whole other video talking about this too, because I'm passionate. This is my old main, okay? This is basically my home spec. There are two things that people get wrong about Prez. Number one, they think the range issue is still a thing. It isn't. The range issue is almost no problem, because you used to depend a lot more on your Dream Breath healing and such. It doesn't really matter. Like, if you can't hit people with it, it shouldn't affect their survivability whatsoever. If you have 2 range in Narnia, it's actually totally fine. You position yourself to hit one and you echo the other. It's not that hard. Problem solved. Okay? Echo has infinite range. A mechanic is coming up where you're going to have to split. You just echo. It's fine. Like, range is not a problem on Prez. People get this wrong. And the other thing that people say, as you know, people say all the time, the combos are not hard. The combos are not hard. The combos are the same as any other healer. I will explain. Listen. The second thing people say about Prez is that it's bad at dealing with pugs. You can't deal with unexpected damage. This is functionally incorrect. This is so wrong. All you have to do is you have your 2 hots rolling on your team. If you have echoes up, you are the best healer at dealing with unexpected damage. There's actually no healer, in my opinion, that's better. Like, you can be a Resto Shaman and everybody gets down to 10%. Unless you have Spirit Link available, you can hit your big cooldown. You can hit Healing Tide Totem. People don't get insta-topped. You hit Tip the Scale Spirit Bloom, everybody's insta-topped. Great. Another cast goes off, everybody drops to 10%, no problem. You just hit the other button, everybody's full health. Great. Another cast goes off. I was healing the Dawnbreaker. I was healing 15 Dawnbreaker today on PTR, and we let a bomb go off on Roshanan. Like, the mage just held it, he forgot to throw it into boss. And I was just like, no problem. And I healed through it. And the next AoE went off, no problem. I healed through it. It's fine. If I was on a Resto Druid thinking, oh, I know when the damage is happening, I haven't even prepped for this, everybody's dead. I don't have recovery buttons. This has the most recovery buttons out of any healer. This is the best healer for pugs, in my opinion. It's just very hard to play in the sense that nobody knows how to play it. But it's not that hard. I swear, it's actually so easy. Yeah, you just, as long as you click 3 buttons, look, guys, Temporal Anomaly, Reversion, Dream Breath. Who cares if your Dream Breath is buffed by Call of Ysera? Nobody cares. Temporal Anomaly, Reversion, Dream Breath. And then you echo, echo, echo. That's it. You're like, oh, that's 5 buttons. That's a ramp. Bro, Resto Druid has like full hots that you have to put down. Resto Druid also has a ramp. As the damage is happening, if no damage is happening, you rejuve, okay? Otherwise, don't press rejuve. And then if you're playing double, if you're playing Germination, you could double rejuve, and then you're going to basically life bloom, the 2 targets that actually need you, the one that has trio healing, maybe yourself, maybe this person, and then you want to put the F-Flow down, and then you need to make sure you regrow this one and this one, especially if you're playing this talent, and then you Swiftman, and then you Wild. Bro, that's a whole ramp. That's hard. That's way harder than Prez. Prez literally presses half the buttons as that, and you do full healing. So Prez is super powerful, and the healing on Prez is instant, and you don't have to triage heal either. So let's say one person takes the damage, you can still just heal as if it was AoE. Prez does not have, fundamentally, we need to dispel this myth that somehow Prez has the issues that it used to have, okay? No, rewind, no. It's not even rewind. Guys, it's not rewind, all right? It's not rewind. Rewind is just knowing you'd never play 2 stacks of rewind. You just play the 1 stack of rewind. Rewind is a button that you could almost not even hit in keys. Like you could, but that's not rewind. You just have to understand how to play Prez. Listen, Prez is absolutely not A. It is, I almost put it in S. If people knew how to play this spec, it would be an S. I wouldn't be surprised if you actually see some people playing Prez. It doesn't have a group buff. It technically can't support the team as much, but you still have Zephyr, Rescue, TD, and a few other things. It's a very powerful healer. The numbers are there. If they nerf it, it drops down. But if they don't nerf it, this actually has what you need in a key. And all I can tell you about this is look at my logs from testing. Look at somebody who's good at playing Prez. Look at them play it, and you'll be like, oh my God. Oh my God. Really? What? And you'll be like, okay, never mind. Wu was right. Like, I swear. Because, like, you'll just be like, did you just do 5 million DPS? I'll be like, yep. I'll be like, did you just sustain, like, 4 million? I'll be like, yep. And nobody died? Nope. Why not? Like, it's really, really good, okay? So I don't think you're bringing this to, like, the highest level keys because it does have some fundamental issues, but the numbers are here, and it has... I feel safer healing Pugs on a Preservation Evoker than I do on any other healer. That's it. I will... Only thing I can say is I'll have to make another video. Yeah, this is going to be a long rant about Prez. I'm going to make another video about this, and I'll just show you. Because I think there's still so many misconceptions about this healer that people don't understand it. I'll just have to show you at some point. I'll just have to actually make a video and explain. I'll be like, this is a hard pull on a Resto Shaman and how I do it there. This is a hard pull on Resto Druid. Now look at Prez and how easy it is. That's all I can say there. Okay, next. Resto Shaman belongs in A+. High A+, high A+. Basically, as a healer, it's above Prez. It is technically one of the best options. Borderline S+, except for there's a healer that belongs here that isn't Resto Shaman. Resto Shaman is Resto Shaman, has everything you want. The interesting development of Resto Shaman is the fact that you're probably playing Farseer, and you're not actually playing, okay? You're not playing Totemic anymore. I think you're playing Farseer almost certainly. Totemic might be an option sometimes, but... Actually, Shaman is most likely Farseer. People kind of figured out that the new Farseer set allows you to have an interesting playstyle, and you do big damage, which is nice. You do actual big damage. So I think that Farseer Resto Shaman, solid choice, but I would just say if you're a Resto Shaman, you're probably playing Farseer. It's a bit harder than Totemic. It's not a sleeper. The problem with Farseer versus Totemic is, like, Totemic is really easy, whereas Farseer... Guess what you're doing every 10 seconds? You're pressing your healing rain. Fun fact. All right? Fun fact. Okay? So, you know, I think that Resto Shaman playing Farseer is a little bit harder, but it's still pretty easy. You know, you hit your ancestors relatively on cooldowns. If there's a healing ramp, make sure you have an ancestor or two, and then you're solid. There's not much to say about this. It's still a Resto Shaman. Just know you're probably playing Farseer instead of Totemic, and you're going to be a very desired option. It's not comp dependent. Resto Shaman, as long as you don't play DPS Shaman, it's very good and solid. It has everything you want. It has more than what you want. This healer most likely is the best Pug healer of all time. If you had to rank it based on what you should take to your average plus 10 or plus 12, it's a Resto Shaman. It's not a Prez Evoker. It's a Resto Shaman. Like, man, Resto Shaman is just so straightforward, even with Farseer. It's got healing, relatively speaking, all the time, because in a plus 12, you don't have to depend on Ascendance, or don't have to depend on the Link or the Spirit Tide, the Healing Tide. So I think that Resto Shaman is probably your best bet for a plus 10 or plus 12. 12-second kick, Cap Totem, Thunderstorm, use them. Also learn when to use Earth Ellie to help your tank live. It's amazing. Okay, that's all I need to say about this. You provide a group butt, etc., right? Okay, next, Resto Druid. Resto Druid is clearly an S+ healer. Has a fundamental issue. This is like the best healer right now. Like, it's actually above Disc. You're almost certainly seeing this healer more than anything, but it's got a problem. The problem with this is very simple. It's a numbers game. If they tune it down, it's a tuning game. This is not S+ because it has the best utility for keys, because it has the best absorbs. It doesn't necessarily help your team live. It just has infinite HPS right now. Oh my god, it's so annoying. It has the highest HPS sustained easily without cooldowns on your tank and everything. There's no healer that will make your tank feel safer than a Resto Druid at the current moment. It's not Oracle anymore. Actually, playing with a Resto Druid is just like a magic hack. If you're scared as a tank, just take a Resto Druid. You basically can't die as a tank if you're playing with Resto Druid. If they just casually are actually healing you. Now, granted, the caveat is they cannot be greeting cat form, but like it's so overpowered. The problem is that it's overpowered, and if they nerf it, it will not be so overpowered. There's a problem with it, which is just that, like, it's a numbers game, because it actually still has a weak external, and you're like, Iron Bark is fine. It's like, bro, 20% DR on one person every now and again. Pain Sup, 40% DR, 2 charges when you need it. Iron Bark is a weak external compared to this. Compared to some of what the other healers can. This is, you literally give Iron Bark almost permanently as a shaman. You know that, right? Downpour plus Ancestral Vigor. Bro, like this is literally, you're giving Iron Bark almost perma. So this is just Mark of the Wild. The reason is simply the numbers. The numbers are really, really high on Resto Druid right now. But if that sees a nerf, the tier set in particular for Wildstalker, Resto Druid will fall. So mark my words, you're playing it if there's no nerf. And if there is a nerf, it'll be interesting. I think you'll play it in some... It'll drop to kind of comp dependent if they nerf it too much, because it doesn't technically have the best utility. It doesn't have bad utility, but it's not here because it does things that other healers can't do. It's just really, really strong right now. That's it for that, though. Okay, moving on. We don't have to keep going on the healers and tanks too much. I have made the tier list before. I'm not trying to... I'm going to be honest, right? It's good content. I like talking about the game, and I do want to inform people about what's going on. But the caveat for tanks and healers is, aside from Holy Priest, everything works right now. I've played PTR a bunch. Everything works. Remember that Mistweaver is slightly higher than Holy Paladin. I would take a Mistweaver. I would put it like here, but there are some things that are comp dependent. Like, you will only really play this healer. I just couldn't see you playing a healer. Like, let's say you play a VDH, a Shadow Priest, a Mage. It's like, you're not bringing a Mistweaver to that comp. Like, that just doesn't... I mean, you could, but it's weird. Like, it just doesn't, like, I just don't think you would do that very much. So I feel like this deserves to be comp dependent, because you're really playing this if you have physical comps that want it. You're not playing it with a more meta comp. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't think that that's true, especially when there are other healers that just do more. All right. So there's got to be some understanding here. Okay. We'll go over it in a second. Let me just take some salt real fast, because I am dehydrated. Before we move into DPS, I want you to know that tanks are in a really good spot. I'm very happy with the tank balance. In fact, this is the best tank balance we have ever had moving into a season. I've never seen a tank meta that would be better than this one. Right now, you have 4 actually good options. That's amazing. That's so good. Yeah, VDH is dominant, but it's dominant by half a tier instead of 3 tiers. Like, you would want to play a warrior sometimes, or this sometimes, or whatever. After all this is done, I want to go over comps with you, and you'll understand, kind of, you'll be like, oh. So I understand that VDH individually is tuned so highly, but I could totally see why I would bring a warrior, or bring a pally, or bring a this. Like, yes. I actually am very satisfied with how tanks are right now. I'm not complaining about them whatsoever. I think Blood DK could use another 5% or something like that, but even if Bear is slightly lower, I'm still happy to play it. I don't feel trolling at all. Healers, not so much. Healers, not so much. I think that you are literally trolling if you play Holy Priest into your push team keys when you could learn Disc. If you love Holy Priest, can you play it? Absolutely. Of course, of course, of course. But it will fall off much faster than other healers and doesn't bring anything that you really want. Okay. That makes sense? We all clear on the fact that every tank is very playable right now, and that actually... really in a plus 12, I would really take a Blood DK or a Bear over a VDH. Even though VDH is so good, it's a little harder to play, and if you miss a bunch of globals and gather poorly, which a lot of tanks do at a lower level, you'll die. Doesn't matter how S+ it is, you'll just die. And a Brewmaster, you understand that these 2 tanks up here are not good for plus 12s. Like, not necessarily, obviously if you're good at them, they're fine, but the average tank skill level and the ability to express tank skill and bring out the most out of that tank, you're going to probably want something like a Blood DK or like a Bear. or a warrior. I feel like these are solid. If you can play Prot Pally really well, this is the best pug tank by far. You can just, the success of your keys is much higher with a Prot Pally, but it's harder to play. So ultimately, most tanks at a plus 10 or a plus 12 before we move on to DPS, they don't really milk the tanks. Yeah, they don't milk the tanks. The only tank that should be milked is a Guardian Druid for obvious reasons. But the other tank specs should not be milked. You understand, yeah? Like, if you try to milk a Brewmaster, that's when you start getting some weird matcha-flavored liquids, and it's not what you want it to be, right? This one is like, this is where you get strawberry milk from. This is the strawberry milk tank, and you like strawberry milk. It's awesome. All right? Okay. Moving on to DPS before this gets a little bit too wild. And the healers, I don't think the balance is that good right now. I think that these could use a little bit of help. I think that all of these are solid. I think that you will see some comps with Resto Druid. You will see some comps with Dis. You'll see some comps with Resto Shaman. But you will not see Prez, although if you can play it, it's very, very good. It does significant damage. All right? Okay, moving on to DPS. DPS are where this list has changed a lot. If you compare this, by the way, to our original tier list, which I'm going to flash on screen right now, so we're saying 12 Demon Hunter. Okay, I'll respond to this because before we actually move into DPS, I genuinely do think now, Datho, if people can play them, yes, they're good for that level. But if you were in a key and you're pugging and you're just like, look, I'm going to do a plus 10. I need a weekly. It's your main character or your alt. Doesn't matter. I can tell you that my personal understanding of how pugging works, I would not want to take a Brewmaster to that key. The perception is not the same as what actually happens in practice. I personally, right now, do not want to take a Brewmaster. If I had a Brewmaster and a Blood DK apply, I would take a Blood DK. I would also maybe just wait for a Warrior or a Bear or this. I'm going to be honest, that's my understanding of the game. This is at a plus 10, a plus 12 level. I genuinely believe that. Because a Demon Hunter at that level doesn't even know how to use their sigils. They don't even know how to use the utility and some of the stuff that makes them so good. And your healer's going to be freaked out about them the entire time. They don't understand a lot of tanks because at that level, you're kind of just playing the game sometimes. There's exceptions. These are generalizations. This is not always true. You might just have a Demon Hunter that's like giga cracked player, but doesn't have a lot of time to play. So he's just farming out some 10s. And he's great. And he's going to carry your key. But it's hard. You know what I mean? I think that in general, if a tank has a fail case of, hey, if you hit your buttons wrong, you insta-die. Those are the tanks you don't want in a 10 because oftentimes they'll hit their buttons wrong and they'll die. So that's like Demon Hunter, Pally, Brewmaster. Those are the tanks that fall into that category. If you play all 6 tanks, you'd understand what I'm talking about. This is very hard to mess up. This is pretty hard to mess up. This one, you're only playing Blood DK if you like it. Honestly, I genuinely believe that the only people who actually play Blood DK for some reason are all Giga Chad people who really are quite good at Blood DK, right? So it's just my opinion that nobody talks about. It's not about what you bring. It's more about the fact that on the average, this is much harder to mess up than this, right? I would just say that if Druid of the Claw is meta, please just play Elun's Chosen. Like, at your plus 10, if you're a Guardian Druid listening to this and you're like, I'm just going to do some chill keys, play Elun's Chosen. Very hard to die as Elun's Chosen. Much easier to die as Druid of the Claw if you play it wrong. So just play Elun's Chosen. They're very close to each other. You might actually end up playing this. Does that make sense before we move on to DPS? I really think it's so important to understand that. Just like, for example, I don't think that's so true for healers. I think the healers, like, you could take any of these 3. This is not a good pug healer. I have to rate it here because I seriously think it's so good. Okay. Yeah, this one's so good. But just so you know, this one I can't tell you to take a Prez Evoker to your average plus 10. I see a lot of people play this spec horridly, and that's okay, right? It's a plus 10, but this one not so much. If it's a pug list, I would put this way down here, to be honest. But yes, most people don't, like, their spike uptime is for some reason 20% when it should be 100%. You could say the same thing for warriors, that, like, their shield block for some reason is not 100%, but I think that these are sturdier, they're more straightforward. You know, play Mountain Thane if you need to and spend all your rage on Ignore Pain versus Revenge. Don't greed damage. you know, etc. Right? If you're skilled, yes. I know. It's always complicated because I can save people as a Pres Evoker, but I know the combos. If you're in an average plus 10, let's call it a plus 15 level, Pres is going to be great. But a plus 10 when you expect people to not do very well, I would if a Pres Evoker and a Resto Shaman apply to your key, you take a Resto Shaman. If a Pres Evoker and a Resto Druid apply to your key, you take a Resto Druid. Okay? Does that make sense? Oh my god, I did spell cheesecake wrong. That's a good call out. You're right. I did. I've been wrong this whole time. Nobody's mentioned that. Ah. Aha. Ha. Very good. Very good. All right, now we move on to DPS, okay? We're going to move on to DPS. I just think it's important that tanks and healers kind of know what's going on. I think that that's important. Did I actually spell it twice in a row? Okay. Let's move on because it's all going to be one video. You know, I don't edit anything. This is all one take. This is from start to finish. We go for it. All right, people are waiting. People are waiting to hear the rest. Because DPS, I think, is where this list starts getting really interesting. There are discrepancies in healers, but tank meta, very, very solid right now. DPS meta is kind of weird because it's not bad. Normally, it's kind of way more skewed than this. Let's start with the comp-dependent specs. I don't think there is a single DPS class down where split pea soup in a tube is. I think that the lowest DPS class I will rank here is a C for comp dependent. There is literally, right? He just said what he meant. It's fine. Yeah. So that's what Pres. We've clarified that already. We're moving on to DPS. Blow my nose first. Because, of course, I'm congested on the day that I want to make a big tier list. Okay. Where were we? Ah, yes. The DPS. Windwalker is not back on the menu. You know that spec got buffed today by 8%, but they also followed it up with a tier set nerf, which is almost 8%. So basically, it's a net neutral. There is no spec. All right, before we actually, let me just review this one more time. Listen to me here. We'll start with Windwalker here in a second, but there is actually no DPS spec that is in this bottom tier. There is no DPS. I actually think every DPS spec will technically have a role somewhere, but C for comp dependent is going to be, this could be really good depending on what you want. So let's go over those. These are niche. Do people understand what this means? Because the very first spec that's going to go in here is a Windwalker Monk. This spec is technically, number-wise, not that good. However, it has Mystic Touch. So the only way you want this spec is if you are playing a, for example, Prot Warrior. As an example, you're playing a Prot Warrior or a Guardian Druid, and you're playing with a Beastmaster Hunter and an Outlaw Rogue for whatever reason, or this or that are all physical damage, and your healer is not a Mistweaver Monk. It's like, this is one of your best specializations. This could be your best spec. Like, literally, this could be the actual best spec you play with if you need Mystic Touch. Single target is not a... No. I can't even say single target is this is not the best single target DPS. You could play 7 other DPS specializations that will clap their single target. Like, this is not single target that high, unfortunately, at all. Of course, in raid performance, you play a different build, but you need to be taking your AoE talents in keys. So this spec, it has nothing. It has nothing going for it. Its damage is decent. It doesn't have the most consistent damage. It doesn't have the most this. It doesn't have anything. It's literally this right here. You bring it to have Mystic Touch. If you are playing a comp that wants Mystic Touch and you don't have Mystic Touch from your Brewmaster or your Mistweaver, you play Windwalker. Then in which case, it could be the best spec. But you are depending on that setup, which is kind of tough to find. Windwalker stonks, I would say, a little bit down. But yeah, the tier set nerf today was enough. Although it got buffed by 8%, honestly, this spec could straight up use the Fury Warrior treatment. That is hilarious. I cannot believe I just said this, okay? Fury Warrior is comp dependent, but this is almost certainly getting played. It's comp dependent, but it is literally getting played. You will see a bunch of Fury Warriors. In fact, if I was to rank it individually, it actually goes in A tier. You're like, no, it doesn't. Yes, it does. Because they buff this spec the right way. This is an example of Blizzard actually doing something correctly. All right? Let me explain to you what happened. They said, Fury Warrior AoE is real bad. Let's buff the interaction of how they do AoE. So they did. They gave it an extra 10% for all abilities cleaved by Whirlwind, okay? Or by, if you're playing Mountain Thane, by Thunderclap. That's a good change. You know what they could do for Windwalker? The same thing. They could alter some of the values that let this cleave onto 5 targets. But instead, they just go 8% aura buff. That's not what Windwalker needs, because then they have to balance it for raid. Windwalker doesn't need an aura buff. It needs a look at how it does AoE damage. Fury Warrior actually got that. Fury Warrior is a decent warrior. If you want a warrior, Fury Warrior is going to be that warrior. In fact, Warrior is interesting because the Arms Warrior comes right after. I think Fury is slightly better than Arms. I think that you'll play both. I think that if you're a warrior main in a high-level team, what you're going to end up doing is there are some dungeons you'll play Fury and some dungeons you'll play Arms. If the dungeon is uncapped AoE, you would consider Arms. And if the dungeon is solid for Fury, you'll play Fury. Think about Streets of Wonder versus Tajavesh Gambit. They're two very different dungeons. Fury is a solid DPS. Is it? I would argue that Fury is about 1 million DPS behind in overall. That's significant. 1 million DPS, solid amount. You're like, damn, that's 1 million DPS. It's kind of a lot, isn't it? Yeah, Battle Shout adds about 1.5 million DPS to your group if you're playing with a team that benefits from Battle Shout. So overall, you're good. But you have to understand that if you are one of these 4 specs right now, you are accepting the fact that you are the new Ogavoger. You are not individually powerful. You exist to buff your team. It is something to accept. Until Blizzard changes how group buffs work in Mythic Plus, these 4 specializations will almost never do top overall. They cannot. Because they exist. They exist to buff. Mistweaver being a healer is a little different here. But these 3 specs of Mythic Plus are now effectively, from this point onward, cucks. It's just the way it is. Like, you are there to help other people do big things. And you are just doing your medium things. You're not that bad. You can totally play them, but they're comp dependent. Basically, this is what with respect, like, this is how it works now. I don't know why they decided to go this route. I understand that raid buffs are important for raid, because otherwise you could play 20 fire mages or whatever it is. But for keys, raid buffs are a balancing nightmare. They have shown they don't mind a spec having a raid buff and also being one of the best specializations. But effectively, this is just here now. Do you know what I mean? This is, 5%, 5%, 8%, but the problem is they were so far behind. This is decent. I'm telling you right now, this is one of the best DPS specializations if you want Battle Shout. But that's an if you want Battle Shout. It's that simple. If you don't want Battle Shout, this spec does nothing. It offers no value to your team. If you're playing Prot Warrior, you would never, ever, 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 ever play this. If you're playing a Brewmaster, you would never, ever, ever, ever play this. It doesn't work. Like, you exist for your group buff, which is kind of strange because I don't think that's a very nice feeling. Like, I wouldn't want to play an Arms Warrior knowing I'm going to be perfect and just straight up, I'm not going to match my other people. But if you look at group buffs, you know, my Frost DK looks like he's doing that much, but I'm actually doing a lot of his damage. It's like, I don't like that. That's Ogavoger. That's basically just the balance of Ogavoger, right? Yeah, this is after tuning. This is with the most recent tuning. I'm telling you, these specs are decent. Like, they're not bad. You're actually, like, I guarantee you that some of the highest level teams will play a Fury Warrior. I'm just telling you how it is. You'll look at the meters and you'll be like, why is a Fury Warrior there? And it's like, because he's buffing people. So that's basically what this is, right? That's what this is. Yeah, okay. 5% was last week, last tuning notes. These got 5%, 5%, but also this got more looked at because this didn't just get 5%, it got 10% on his Whirlwind Cleave. That's a big buff to Fury. That's how, if you've never played Fury before, which is likely, this is a big buff to Fury. Okay, moving on. Something else that's comp dependent and it deserves to be here, okay? There's another spec that's comp dependent. That is an interesting one. Are you ready for this? Ogavoker is unfortunately not bad. It was here, and then they buffed it. It's actually not bad. In fact, and I hate this. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. But I played with an Og Evoker today, and they were not bottom DPS. They were the second DPS. They were actually pretty decent. Now, granted, I played with a title Og Evoker who is a good Og Evoker and has been trying to play Og Evoker for a long time. So he's good at the spec. I was playing with basically one of the best Og Evokers that I know, okay? But he was not bottom DPS. He was the second DPS. I logged it, I checked the runs after, and he was second DPS consistently. No. Bad. This spec should not be good. They made a mistake. Og Evoker was not a support spec. It was a mistake. This spec should never have been introduced to World of Warcraft. It only causes problems. It doesn't help you. It doesn't make the game better. It makes the game worse. Okay? You're like, I'm not talking individually what it does. I'm not talking about the fact that it has CC, this, I don't care. The problem with Og is that it's a tuning nightmare, because if it's good for the highest level, it's really, 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 really bad for the keys that we might do the first week, okay? Like, it's just absolutely terrible for a 10 and a 12, okay? I'm going to be doing the level of keys where Og Evoker might be good. But for a 10 and a 12, do not, for the love of God, don't take the spec. It's not meant for that. It doesn't work for that, because it depends way too much on your other two DPS doing good and the key going well. There are so many problems with Og that it's just not good for World of Warcraft. It's not that I don't like the idea of it. I actually used to main it. I mained this spec to a pretty reasonable IO and a CE guild. I played Og. I had good logs. I did good. I was a good Og Evoker, okay? And I'm telling you that it's not good for the game. I actually like this spec. Believe it or not, I think this spec is giga fun to play in keys. It's actually super fun to play. It's complicated, though, but it's super fun to play. That's not my issue with it. My issue is not personal. My issue is the fact that it disproportionately affects you, not me. It's actually, yeah, this doesn't affect me. I actually wish I could play Og. It's actually one of my favorite range specializations. But if it exists as a good spec, as a potential spec that you see people playing, oh, no, it just doesn't work. I'm telling you, it just doesn't work, okay? It doesn't work for most key... For 80, 90% of players, this thing doesn't feel good for anyone. The other fundamental issue is that you can't tell if people are doing well or not. You have no idea. The fact that you have to log this, how many people log their keys? Like 5% of the player base? You would have no idea. The one issue I have with Og, let's say the key goes well, actually, and the Og is a valued member of your team. How good did I do? You have no measurement of that. You can't look at details and just be like, oh, I did really good. You wouldn't know. Like, maybe your Og is the best Og Evoker you've ever played with, and maybe he sucks and you had a great key, but it kind of it leeches the value of being a DPS player. You don't even get that crazy high dopamine, because you're like, was that me? It's a weird feeling for DPS. It's a weird feeling because you're like, do I add these people? Were they good or was the Og good? It's just a nightmare for the average key level. This spec is just not good for that. Like, you can't control whether or not it's actually good or not, because that depends on the whole team and the route and the this. But it mostly depends. Like, remember, if your DPS die, which happens a lot, then you are losing 2 DPS instead of 1. That's a big problem, because again, you're like, well, if it happens. Not if it happens. It's a plus 10. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Do you know how common it is for a plus 10 or a plus 12 you finish a boss fight with 3 or 4 DPS alive? Like 3 or 4 players? It's pretty common for somebody to die to a mechanic, especially in the first few weeks of a season when they're learning the dungeons. You're gonna have like 3 people who kind of know what they're doing, and the 4th person who maybe gets lucky, and the 5th person who didn't know, and they die. And imagine now you have one of your DPS as an Og Evoker. You're in trouble, dude. You're in trouble. Like, that key is all of a sudden you're inting yourself. So this thing has problems. It actually you might literally see this in some comps at the very highest level. Don't take it to your 10. if you really want to play Og and you're listening to this and you're like, man, he makes some good points, but I really wish I could play it in a pug. It's like, make some friends and bring it and like you should play it at a higher key level. This is a spec that might actually do decent at a higher key level comparatively to a lower one, okay? But that's my rant about Og. I think I've made my case, so we'll move on, all right? Yeah, okay? So we'll move on, okay? Now, the next specialization, okay? I don't think they're going to rework it, but I think they need to leave it bad. I don't think they can do this. Okay, all right. I'm excited about this next one. Let me tell you, this does bring a smile to my face. Because I think there is another spec that belongs in C for comp dependent. And it makes me happy. Finally, we are free from the plague that is Boomy. I just want to take a moment to bask in the fact that this spec is not S tier. It's not soup, no. It's comp dependent. There's a world where you might want to play it, but individually, it's not that good. There's a world where realistically, I think it's a little bit troll to put this here, but I kind of think it could be low B, but it's definitely not A. It's definitely not here. This does bring a smile to my face. I've said it before. I will say it again. Okay? No one really likes playing with them. Okay? No one really likes playing with them. Tanks hate them because they're always dotting and full sending their starfalls as you're trying to pull, so aggro's a nightmare. Healers hate them because they never bear form, the obvious mechanic. I just think it's time for them to take a season off. All right? If they hadn't been really good for a while, I would feel bad. But I'm okay with this. The other spec that belongs here and isn't here is Mage, but this one, they did nuke it. Keeper of the Grove is dead. Let me explain, okay? Let me explain why this is here in a serious manner now. Keeper of the Grove is dead. They nuked that. I mean, they took that and they literally, they went out back and they were like, "Old Yella, it's time." They just literally took it out back and shot that. It's gone. It's gone, okay? So Keeper of the Grove is dead. The only option you have is to play Elun's Chosen. Elun's Chosen does not have the benefit of anything except for relative overall damage. You're providing Mark of the Wild, but there are other choices for Mark of the Wild. So the reason it's comp dependent is if you need Mark of the Wild and you're playing a full caster comp and for some reason you really want Mark of the Wild, it could be beneficial. But you are not going to be doing as much damage as some of the other things could be. You also have no prio damage and low single target. Like, you're there for pad tier list. You're there for pad AoE. Like, you are a padder at this point. You're starfalling and you're starfiring. You are not sending single target prio damage. You are just full blasting. You have all the limitations. I will say your utility is not bad this season, right? You have Curse Dispel for some of the dungeons that you want it, like Dawnbreaker. You have a you have Poison Dispel for Arkara. You have Vortex, which is really good for a few pulls. So your utility is pretty solid. You could also argue Aug Evoker also has good utility. Okay. I think I have seen some show me that they can still do some damage, but I don't really see why you would bring it unless you're very specifically like, look, I'm playing VDH, but I'm playing with a Disc Priest. We have an Arcane Mage and a Shadow Priest. But you wouldn't play Shadow Priest with Disc Priest. Maybe you have a Resto Shaman, but you have Shadow Priest. And you're just like, I'm curious now. So what would I play? What would I bring the fifth spec? Would I play a Warlock here? Would I play Havoc? Would I bring a Boomy? Like maybe you bring Boomy because it's an option. But there is another Druid spec which is actually decent. It got buffed twice. I don't even think that Feral is comp dependent. I think Feral is significantly a solid B tier. I think that actually, if you really want a Druid DPS, I think that Feral is better than Boomy. I think that the buffs to Feral actually give it decent damage, even if you're not playing a full physical comp. I don't think that Feral exists only in physical comp now. I think they've buffed it enough that it's its own individual DPS. If it was comp dependent, I would put it the highest in comp dependent. You will play Feral in a few comps for sure. But even if you weren't playing a physical comp, I think Feral is a decent DPS. I think it's solid. Remember, caveat, you know, at this point, I feel like you could even put it in A, but I think that Feral is actually really solid. Yeah. The reason it's solid is that it's tankier. So this is tankier than Boomy. And to clarify, before you come at me, because if you come at me and you're like, this is wrong, let me tell you why. Solar Beam is so good. No, it's not. Solar Beam is good in a coordinated group. Solar Beam is the worst kick in the game compared to Shadow Priest only in a pug. Do not forget the key I was doing yesterday on stream, where when did my Boomy use Solar Beam? When did he do it? Do you remember? Was anybody there? The one mob in Narnia, he would just send it as a single kick. Not once in that key did he actually send it on the pack when there were 5 casters or 3 casters. He would just be like, oh, one mob over there. That's just, you would rather have a feral kick in that case every single time. So I think that Boomy Beam is overrated in lower keys. It's not underrated in higher keys when you can combine it with the right things. That's actually really impactful, like to know this spec does better in higher keys. It now has a ramp time and has some more consistent DPS. So I think that this is up here. It's a very off time for an alarm to be going off outside. Let's pretend that doesn't exist. Okay. So this is here, okay? Demo Lock has a stun. Actually, a stun kick is sometimes much better than a regular kick. There are some mobs where you would rather than be stunned for a few seconds as well, okay? Hopefully that's not too loud out there. Listen, okay. Feral Druid is here. Feral Druid's solid. It actually has okay funnel, but realistically it's just a decent DPS. It's tankier than Boomy because you have survival, and that's good. Survival instincts. Okay. That's Druid right there. You really want Mark of the Wild. This is the most likely way you are bringing Mark of the Wild. But I will say that you have options between these other Druid specs. That's why this is comp dependent and not down here. Like, it's not, I'm not saying this is the worst spec, but in the same way that sometimes you would play Fury Warrior, which is also decent, you will sometimes play Boomy, which is decent. Okay? That's the thing. Like, these are not that different now. These two things right here are kind of interchangeable. I like that. Like, this is not Giga S+. It's actually just like, you want a Fury Warrior sometimes. You want a Boomy sometimes. Excellent. Fantastic. Okay, great. So that's that. Moving on. We have, what specs do I want to go over next? We're going to try to go bottom up here. All right, here's where things get interesting. All right. So basically, like, you want Mark of the Wild. Mark of the Wild is give or take. Do the math. Mark of the Wild, by the way, is 900 to 1,000,000 DPS. Give or take. In a key. Depends heavily on how much damage your group does, but if you do the math, 3% verse, on average, let's say you have to do 30 million overall with your tank and your heal and everybody. There's about 30 million overall, then it's about 900k, right? That's the math, something like this. I don't know the exact numbers, but something like this. So let's say that everybody does, you have a DPS do 10 million, a DPS do 9 million, and your Boomy does 8.5. That actually means that your Boomy is now bringing about 900k, which means that it goes right here in the middle. Do the math on group buffs. Yeah? This is Mythic Plus only. This is not raid. I don't raid. I don't like raiding. I don't want to rate raid stuff. Raid is super weird. The balance of raid and what you need becomes a completely different thing, and damage profiles start to get really funky in raid. It's a whole other thing. So let's just keep with Mythic Plus. Only Mythic Plus, okay? Next, I want to go over one of the specs, and we're just going to rank it right now. We're just going to full send it. Let's go over Warlocks. Warlocks all got giga buffed. Like, from the inception of PTR, when these guys were real bad, Affliction is A tier. It hasn't gotten Vile Taint reworked at all. Please give it a second charge and /or 10 seconds off the CDR on it so that you could just refresh your agonies in the middle of a pull if you so choose to. Affliction got, the massive thing that it got is just nice overall, but specifically, the buffs to its Malefic Rapture prio damage gives it actual funnel. This spec has legitimate funnel now for higher keys. It's good. It's good. Like, basically, let me put it this way. You will bring a Feral Druid and an Affliction Warlock, and an Affliction Warlock will beat your Feral Druid in overall, okay? So, Affliction Warlock will simply do more damage than these specs. But remember, it doesn't have a group buff. So if Affliction Warlock beats your Boomy by 500k, then Boomy is better. If Affliction Warlock beats your Boomy by 1.5 million, it's very good. If it's if it beats it by 1 million overall, but its single target is much higher, Affliction Warlock is good. Hellstones don't count. We're talking about damage. So Affliction Warlock, of all the Warlock specs, is decent, but I can't rate it that much higher than A tier. Like, I can't bring it higher than this because it does have some fundamental issues. But Affliction Warlock is actually really decent right now. I would say that there's a lot of bad ones. It's kind of hard to find sometimes. It has a ramp time. One of the main problems with Affliction is that it is less good at a plus 10, and it is more good at a plus 15. All right? This is interesting. The Warlock specs have changed because that's Affliction right there. Demo Warlock, I literally had this spec like really high up there. Like it was doing one of the highest single target before, but it's been nerfed. Demo Warlock is solid. Demo Warlock is solid. It's a solid spec. I'm torn between the bottom of A plus and a high A. I feel like high A is solid for demo right now, and I'll explain why. Single target's still solid, but with the nerfs to the spec, it's not like its numbers are the most cracked out of anything here. It's reliable, its damage is very consistent, it doesn't depend on big-ass cooldowns, whereas Affliction does. If you walk into a pull with no cooldowns as Affliction, it's despair. Your tank will beat you in damage, so you have to plan a little bit, okay? This here is a decent spec, fine spec, good damage, solid, no problem. I think that the problem with this is that it's not quite. Yeah, I just feel like you're gonna have good damage. You might not be top overall, you won't be bottom, you'll be right in the middle of the pack. Solid spec, nothing wrong with it, fairly tanky, no group buff, etc. I think that Feral, if anything, I'm actually less confident about Feral in B. I think I could put Feral in A. I would actually hear that argument 100%. I genuinely do think that Feral is, like, really blasting right now. The problem is that I haven't seen it post-buff. I just don't see a lot of Ferals on PTR. I know, based on my own understanding of the math here, this used to be comp dependent. Like, this used to actually be a spec that required this. But I'm talking about, let me finish Warlock first, okay? Warlock is here. I'll talk about Feral after. Destro Warlock. Sleeper pick. Sleeper pick right now. Just incredibly high overall damage. Solid single target. It was slightly nerfed today, but not enough. It's just solid damage. Like this spec, very realistically in a key with AoE, this is going to be your top damaging spec. You might actually see this top the meters. Okay? Now, there's a few specs that I'm going to rank highly, and we need to go over something. All right? We need to go over something. Listen, you will see other tier lists. If you're watching mine, you might watch others. Other tier lists are going to talk about this thing called funnel damage and prio damage, and how the thing is dependent on how you cannot play Destro Warlock because it's pad damage. In a plus 12 and even a plus 15, nobody knows what that means. The only thing that people care about, perception-wise, is at the end of the dungeon, did you have good overall damage? They will look at details. They will not look at logs. Nobody will check how much damage you did to Big Mama in Floodgate. They will just see the fact that you did the most overall damage. Destro can be that spec. Okay? Destro actually could be that spec that just does giga overall. But you gotta understand that this whole conversation about prio and this and the fact nobody cares at the average key level, and they don't even understand what that means. They just think it means single target damage. I can tell you, as somebody who pugs and plays many ults at all levels, okay? There are times where I'm on one of my main specs and I'm doing a relatively higher key, and I can tell the difference between a good player and not, right? I can tell you that on my PTR testing when I got to play with Gingy and Petco and a bunch of amazing people on the PTR, it's not like their damage was that much higher than other people's damage. But when I was in a pack in Halls of Atonement, that pack died at the same time. Whereas there will be specs who just pad, and you won't actually kill the shard at the same time as all the other things. There was not a single pull with that team. That day that I got to play with Gingy, for example, every dungeon we did, the pack died dead even. So the key was significantly faster. There is a world where there are specs that do that, but I also know what pugging a plus 12 is like, and you go into the first pull of Floodgate, and that thing is alive. That shredder is alive. It's 40%. Everything else is dead. That's technically slowing down your key, but the timer doesn't matter in a plus 12. So people will only look at overall. There are some specs which I will rank quite highly because their overall is going to blast. This spec, technically speaking, cannot be S+. The highest level keys would rather take an Affliction Warlock over a Destro Warlock because this will do more of the damage that you want it to do compared to this. But your pug won't understand that. And this is going to be a better spec because it just does good damage, okay? Okay, things don't even have enough health in a plus 12 for you to properly ramp funnel damage anyways, just to clarify, okay? So to rank prio damage. All right, next. I'm going to look at this list after and decide. The rankings are a little weird because it's hard to say. Like, some of this stuff, like, this would technically be better than this or whatever in the right comp, but I could see Feral Druid actually, I could totally see an argument for it just being A, and I think that's very fair. I would love to see it post-buff. I could very much see this spec being just a solid A tier, and an alternative way. Like, if you don't play a Resto Druid, I could totally see you just bringing a Feral into a lot of comps. So I totally hear that argument, and I'll accept it. I think I'll move Feral to A right now, okay? Okay, moving on. Those are Warlocks. All Warlocks, very decent specs. There's another spec that got this treatment, which is a Rogue. Rogues started the tier list like this. This is what Rogues looked like. Rogue was like this. This is how it started on the PTR. And it's wrong. And it's wrong, dude. And it's wrong. This is not correct anymore because all rogues have been giga-buffed since the inception of PTR. Number one, subtlety is still kind of, I think, in a rough spot, and I find this to be a very complicated spec to rank. I believe I would put it at the bottom of comp dependent, right? Let me put these down here for now because we're going to go over each rogue spec. I have a problem with this spec, okay? I have a problem with this spec. I had a subtlety rogue in the streets yesterday who did 3 million overall, which is very, 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 very low. He was significantly below me, the tank. That would lead me to believe that it's split pea soup. It's bad. Real bad, real bad, real bad. Dumpster fire bad. Literally, okay? But I also had a subtlety rogue in a gambit who was doing fair AoE. And that was decent, you know, solid B. I've also seen subtlety rogues who are like pumping, but pumping to an extent. So of all three rogue specs, I still think subtlety deserves its place at the bottom of the rogue specializations. But there's a world where there are very good rogue players, Shindig, Casual, etc., who can make this spec really shine. And maybe there's a world where it actually, and you are like, oh, Wu was wrong. Subtlety is considered an A+ spec. Maybe. But in my opinion, it is, you would rather play Assassination every time instead of Subtlety. The way that Subtlety deals damage, as far as I currently understand it in its iteration, Rogue is the spec I understand the least, probably, out of any spec, because I don't like playing it. The last time I tried to play Rogue was Shadowlands, okay? And I played Subtlety back then. It's quite different now. But my understanding is that although you can funnel, you are basically just padding. Like, if you're just basically building combos and then you're sending the black powder, then it's the same argument for Destro, this and that. You're just padding. And that's what a lot of rogues will do to get better overalls. Because if you're talking about funnel prio damage, why would you play Subtlety when you could play Assassination? Assassination rogue. Oh, man. I don't know about this one. This one's hard for me to rank. I think that Assassination is a very good spec now. It's been buffed enough that I'm curious about it. I think that Assassination rogue is a very good specialization. But this is context dependent. In a team that really wants this and can play around it and really wants the funnel, this could be like S. Like, I don't think it is because it's a little bit dependent, but it's a solid spec. Like, Assassination, I think, is probably one of the premier rogue specs at the moment. It's been buffed enough where it just does a lot of damage. The way it deals damage is solid. It kind of depends on the single target is lower, but a lot of these bosses you can pull trash on, in which case it's good. Yeah. Oh, thank you. I'll stretch. That's a good point. This tier list obviously is going on a bit, but this is probably the final one. And I think that it's important to understand these types of things. If you're trying to make keys, if you're watching this, then you're probably trying to understand. It's like, hey, look, whether or not I do a 10, a 12, or 15 in the first few weeks is I just want to understand what should I invite, what should I not invite. And I'm hoping that this list can give you some clarity on understanding. If you want to play a spec and you're like, look, I really want to play Mistweaver. Can I play it? Is it possible? Is it possible? Like, I know you're putting it all the way down here, but this is my favorite spec. Yes. But you probably want to make friends. Like, you will play a Mistweaver. You want a Mistweaver if you're playing with a few different specs up here. If you're playing a Prot Warrior with no Windwalker, Mistweaver is fantastic. I would love to play with a Mistweaver. I, as a Guardian Druid, want to find either a Mistweaver or Windwalker to play with because I like having a monk buff. I would love it. If I knew a good monk, I would add him to B tag and I would be like, yo, want a game? I'm happy to, as a tank, route a little bit differently and just play my Guardian Druid with a Fury Warrior and a Windwalker monk. Sounds like a great time to me. I'll play that comp, no problem. But if you're queuing for things, it can be tough. Like, if you are like, look, I could play, realistically, my two favorite healers are Resto Druid and Mistweaver Monk. It's like, bro, you could play either? You don't have a preference? You're like, yeah, I could play either. I would be totally happy playing both. Resto Druid. That's your choice. There's not a choice. You're like, you know, I could play Holy Priest or I could play Resto Shaman. Resto Shaman. If you have both options, a lot of people nowadays in World of Warcraft don't play one character. They actually have a few options. Play the thing that's better, right? But ultimately, you could still play the things down here. It just might be harder for you to find groups. That's the thing. The perception on these things is important. Okay, so that being said, if you're going to play Rogue, right? If you're going to play Rogue and you're like, look, I have 3 Rogue specs. I could play any of them. Which one should I invest my time into? Well, guess what? You could just Rogue, you could just change. Nobody really checks your Raider IO to see if you were Subtlety or Assassination in your last key. It'll just appear as DPS IO. So you could actually just, for once, by the way, just like change your comp depending. You could just be like, I'll play Subtlety for now if I want to. If this ends up being really good, you could play it. But I think Assassination or Outlaw are going to be your best bets. Outlaw is super interesting. Outlaw is hard, man. Outlaw is tough. Outlaw is something that I don't really know how to rank. I want to rank it like highly because it just has the damage profile that's so good for keys. Yes, it's target capped, but it's also really, 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 really consistent. And we talked about at the beginning of this tier list that consistent damage is the best possible thing you can do for lower key levels, okay? Like it's so good. It's so good to have consistent damage. This does not depend on you pulling any which way. This does. This does. If you don't pull anything on a boss, this goes like this, right? This doesn't care. This has some funnel in Blade Fury, but really, this just goes boom. This just goes no matter what. Pull big, great. Pull small, great. Pull this, great. Pull single target, okay. Like, this just does good in all contexts, and I think that is a big up for Outlaw Rogue, okay? I think I went on a whole rant about sub. Before you come at me for this, you got to actually go back and listen to why I put this here, okay? Because I have seen it 3 different times on PTR where I had a rogue who just did less damage than me as a tank. So I don't know what it is exactly about sub. I have not played it in its current iteration. I didn't try it on PTR myself. I don't know why, but there's something about this spec that you're just like, for some reason, some people can't play it and they will do negative DPS. Maybe this is good. The good news is that your 2 other rogue specs are actually both decent here. So the congratulations if you're a rogue, you just swap. This ends up being really good. Congratulations. Change specialization. Done. Recraft a ring. Use a dungeon ring. Done. So easy, right? Like, this is the thing about playing a pure DPS spec. You're like, Warlock, they end up buffing Affliction. Great. Change specialization. Play Warlock. It's easy like this. So I think that Subtlety is here. I don't even think that Outlaw is comp dependent. I just think Outlaw is solid. It doesn't have a group buff. Technically, I could put Outlaw in comp dependent, but I think I would be trolling if I put Outlaw's DPS in the same category as Windwalker. Like, this can do big overall. Like, you can just top the overall meters as Outlaw. You won't top the overall meters as Windwalker. So I think that this could be here, depending on a few things. But as I've already mentioned, that's Rogue. Okay, next, we will go to Ret Pally. Everybody wants to know, where's Ret Pally? Ret Pally got buffed today. It got buffed last week. It got buffed the week before that. Where is it? Where is Ret Pally? this becomes a key thing. I think that Ret Pally, I really want to see it post buff. I think Ret Pally is very solidly A. It's definitely not B. I don't know if it's A plus. There's a world where it's A plus. I need to see it a little bit more, but it's a very solid spec. Single target is a little weak. When I played it earlier, single target is definitely a little bit weak, but the truth is, good overall is good overall. Also, this spec can save your team if you're a good Ret Pally. So, very strong utility, but mostly just good overall. Good overall equals good community perception. Also, can I just say one thing as a Ret Pally? If this is my last chance to talk about this before the season starts, if you're a Ret Pally player and you've skipped to this part of the video, please, you have an 8-second immunity on a pretty short cooldown. Use it. Please. The amount of times that I am healing a Ret Pally who for some reason does not understand or ever use the most broken defensive in the game, and they die, makes me sad. Please use your defensives. You are really tanky. Please press the button. It's very good. That is what I have to say about Ret Pally. Okay? Please. Every single healer who is listening to this is also praying with me. Okay? Trust me, everybody who's listening to this rant right now, they're like, I will pray with a woo. Okay? Remember that the tanks are ranked individually. Tanks and healers are kind of in their own category. They're in the same tier list. It's kind of hard to rate tanks and stuff in the same thing, right? It's a little bit hard because you can't compare exactly what this tier list is here. I would just rank it. You can look at my ranking based on where I put the thing. So, for example, these two, I think that this is the most likely to see play out of the things in comp dependent. I think that in terms of DPS, I really think Ret Pally is going to be a little bit, it's going to shine more than an Affliction Warlock as an example, right? It's just, you can't compare roles because their understanding of why you would bring them to a key is completely different. So you cannot compare roles. You can only compare this. Does that make sense? Just to clarify, okay? The buffs to Ret Pally do not address the problem with Ret Pally. As of today, the buffs were decent, but it's just a nice little bit of AoE pad. Like I said, the biggest thing about Ret Pally is that it's very hard to get it wrong. You could literally smash your head against the keyboard repeatedly and do well on this spec. That is very important because, again, for a plus 12, you ask me who cares about you got to understand, man. People love World of Warcraft. People love World of Warcraft. It's not this tier list is an example. It's hard to condense what a plus 20 would want and what a plus 10 would want. It's very difficult to condense it because they're different things. What I can do is have a conversation. This isn't for plus 2s or plus 8s, but a lot of people's goal in the season is to get their portals, and they care deeply about that. But you cannot ever say to somebody who only cares about getting their portals that they're not invested in WoW. No, it does not. It does not. Because they are equally as invested as you, they just play the game in a different way. And that is absolutely fair. There are tons of people that I know that want to get their portals or their goal is 3k IO and watch every single tier list and watch every single WoW podcast because they love this game and they have immense passion for World of Warcraft. But you cannot ever be elitist and say, listen, I do title level keys. I'm fighting for my last plus 20 right now. This person doesn't even like the game. Stop yourself in your tracks, okay? Stop yourself in your tracks because that's a misunderstanding of what game is. If you are doing keys at an 18, 19, 20, you are literally less than 1% of the population who plays World of Warcraft. And also, the way that those keys are done, I would call it right now, I'd say plus 19 or 20, like pushing to that level right now on live, requires a different type of gaming. Most people end up getting in Discord. Most people can call things. Kicks are actually called out. And the difference between a 20 and a 19 is the fact that in the 20, you have a shot caller who's actually calling things. And in a 19, maybe you can get away with kind of YOLOing it. But there are some things that shine and some things that don't. But this is so important because we're watching a tier list and we're talking about it. And I'm telling you what specs that you might want to consider inviting or not inviting. These are generalizations. They don't apply to everybody. There's going to be some sub-rogue out there who's going to be the best sub-rogue you could ever invite to your key. You shouldn't not take him based on this, but also that sub-rogue maybe would consider swapping to one of these to get invited. Like, I think that that's a fair assumption because if I don't make this list, somebody will. And the perception on your spec is so important. It's like, I'm telling you that you're going to have a hard time as a Fury Warrior. But what you could do is, understanding this, you could be like, yo, look, maybe I can find a good Brewmaster to play with. There's going to be a Brewmaster. I play with a good one. Can I tell you what to do if you're playing one of these specs? Let me tell you. Play the first week of the season. You'll get invited. Everybody will be playing first week of the season. You'll get invited. Do your own key. Run your key. If the key gets timed, you add people. You say, GG, go next. Before people leave the party, don't let them leave. If you time a key, especially if you're in the comp dependent, if you want to play Mistweaver or Windwalker or Fury Warrior, and the key goes well, you found a good synergy to play with, talk to them. Hey, can I add you for more keys? Yes, great. WoW is a social game. WoW is a social game. And it doesn't matter if your goal is plus 10s and their goal is plus 15. At the beginning of the season, you're at the same place. It's the best time to make friends. First week of the season is the best time of all because you don't know if the person you're playing with is actually going to cap out at plus 20s. Currently, all they really want is plus 10s. Okay? Like, it's a social... Unfortunately, I know, guys. I know. Hear me out. I know. I didn't mean to scare you, okay? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you, but WoW is a social game. You are supposed to talk to people. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for scaring you, okay? Add people. Talk to people. If you're in this comp right here and you're like, I really want to play this one of these specs, just add people. Like, start talking to people, okay? It's actually... It will help you a lot, okay? You could emote with people. That's fine. You could fine. You could just emote. That's fine. But just communicate. Add people. Just add B tag. Start make a little community. Something. Have a Discord. Whatever you do. But this is, trust me, it's the way that you progress keys. If you want to go from somebody, you're like, listen, I've only ever gotten 3K, but next season I really want to go for 3.5. Great. BNet. Like, your answer is BNet. You could be like, what I'm going to do is I'm going to re-roll to the meta spec. Okay, that could work. But also BNet. Start adding people. Right? You find a really good feral druid, add him. Anyways, I'll continue on that rant another time. I will drive that home forever. I think people greatly misunderstand how to actually get better at keys, and it's a lot of knowledge, etc. Right? There are some people I know who may not have the best resume for keys, but I think they're cracked players. They just never put in the time. So there are some people who, if they told me, they were like, yo, I want to push this season. I'll be like, great, what are you playing? And they're like, I'm playing Windwalker Monk. I'll be like, sweet, let's go. I don't care. Because I know I'll just be like, great, you're playing Windwalker Monk? Let's find a Fury Warrior. Let's blast. I'll adjust the route. Let's do it. Let's go time some shit. Let's go do it. That's great. Excellent. Right? Why not? Like, this is the thing with tier lists, is you got to understand that most things are actually comp dependent. I will say that, like, if you were like, I'm playing a Holy Priest, I'd be like, ooh. The thing is, I already have a healer for this season, and I'm really busy these days. We'll try to get something in. Like, it's gonna be one of those. Like that, I will say, if you're telling me that you won't play disc and you're like, I'm a Holy Priest, I'm like, as a charity case, I will do a key with you, but I don't really feel so inclined. But if you're telling me that you're a Windwalker or a Fury Warrior, I'll be like, let's go. You know what I mean? Like, it's not you, it is you. You know, like, just to recap that one real quick, because some people are asking, it's literally just, it's a raid spec. This does everything you do, but better in every way, in literally every way. Like, double the damage if Void Weaver, double the healing because before this I would have put this incredibly high. Dev Evoker, sleeper pick, very, very strong. It goes right next to the Warlock. It goes right next here. Okay, goes right next to this. These two specs are effectively the same. They're very, 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 very similar. Okay, they're very similar, and let me explain why. In high keys, you will call both of these pad, but in lower keys, both of these will do possibly top overall. There's a world where a good Dev Evoker at equal gear to something that actually is up here will out DPS them. This might just be the top over. It's one of the top overalls. Now, granted, Essence Bomb being nerfed by 30% today might bring them down a tad. But they got the 20% Firestorm, 20% Pyre, 3% overall buff on top of some other bug fixes earlier. They're doing like massive damage. And they also have some potential, interestingly enough, to save your team. Zephyr, Rescue. Remember, you guys realize that ever since they changed this not to buffs, tanks, and healers, you realize that this has literally everything that AUG has, right? People forget that all the time. You still have Source of Magic for your healer. That's 3% damage done and healing done to your healer, okay? You still have Zephyr. You still have Rescue. They're not less powerful because you're playing Dev. These are really fundamentally powerful tools. Just remember, if you're playing Dev, use them. Don't play Dev so simple. Like, make sure you use those buttons. They're very good. Poison Dispel plus Cauterizing Flame, excellent. There are some moments where Cauterizing Flame can really save your team. The remove the bleeds from Halls of Atonement, so you don't have to worry about that. But Dawnbreaker still has bleeds. Arakara, great specialization for this key. It is pad damage if you're playing the Flame Shaper, but also Life Cinders, huge value. If you put Life Cinders on your tank, you really help them live. The Renewing Blaze, the fact that you can share that. So basically, you have off healing. You have a lot of stuff you can do as Dev. I actually think this spec is kind of underrated. It doesn't see a play in some very high level keys because of how it does damage and the fact that it suffers from being a Dev Evoker. But honestly, this is a great specialization to add to your 12. It doesn't have a lot of pitfalls. And I think it's very underrated. I would not put it in S with the nerfs today, but I would consider it. If it didn't get nerfed today, I would be like, bro, I think that you are significantly underrating this spec. It is very good. Just solid, like big damage, pretty consistent damage. Yes, it has 2-minute cooldowns, but like Dragon Rage is not the end-all be-all. You pretty much just have damage all the time. Firestorm is actually your cooldown, so pretty much damage every pull. If you're playing with a Dev Evoker, please don't kite out of their Firestorm consistently. They'll feel really sad. Don't do that, right? Don't do that, please. Just try to stay in there, okay? But yeah, basically Dev Sleeper OP. I think that the buffs to this is actually very solid. This is a good specialization, not to be underestimated. I would be happy to play with one. It might not be meta, but it's genuinely good. And also this spec, like these specs right here that are kind of pad, like Ret Pally, the Dev Evoker, the Destro Warlock, these shine in a plus 12. Early on in the season, I think that this is a fantastic specialization to take. The success of your key goes up by inviting this, not down. It actually goes up. Like, this is a good specialization to just take them. So Dev Evoker earns its rankings an A+. I think it's a solid DPS. Okay, great. Moving on. What do we want to do next? I think we rank the Shamans, because we are obviously going to save some of the really, really good ones for last. So we're going kind of bottom up, give or take. Elemental Shaman. Massive single target buffs. Like, I don't know if I've seen a DPS get buffed this much in a very long time. There were some massive single target buffs. But I still weirdly think... Oh, this is crazy, actually. Okay, listen. I'm debating on putting this in the highest of comp dependent, except for the fact that it's a shaman buff, and shaman buff universally applies. So, A. I don't think it's A+. I don't think it's A+. I'll explain why. But I don't think it's A+. I think it's A. I would put it in A. Like, I would honestly... it's crazy, because this is a shaman. Listen. I know. But there's some fundamental problems with shaman. And I have to explain it. The way that I've structured this list is trying to cover the basis of Mythic Plus, which is tough to do. Let me explain why. You still play 3-minute Ascendance. This is a big problem in uncoordinated groups. You are still cooldown reliant. This is a big problem in uncoordinated groups. Yes, you have good damage, and now your single target is better, but it's still not the highest. And also, and if you play 2-minute Ascendance, even then, you're still so cooldown dependent, all right? What happens when you walk into the first pull of Priory? You activate your cooldowns. but you're squishy and you die. Your damage is gone. You're gone. You onk immediately, you have no damage, okay? You're still proc dependent by deeply rooted elements. I think that this spec has a lot that can go wrong with it. I think that it kind of depends on the run going very well. So if you see a coordinated group, an Ellie Shami might be blasting. But I'd be willing to bet and put gold right now, okay? I'd be willing to put gold right now that if you were to invite this to the average key, the majority of the time, the spec will not shine. Like, I don't think you can bring out the true power of Elemental Shaman in an average group. Like, I don't think the way that they deal damage and the way that they're dependent on some things. Like, for example, have you ever played an Elemental Shaman? Do you know how they play? Do you know what happens when you play Ascendance? When you press that button, are you going to send a kick or a cap totem or a thunderstorm in the middle of it? Because I've played Elemental Shaman before, and I am like, for that 15-second window, I'm not pressing anything. Like, I am a pure DPS machine. I have pressed my 3-minute Ascendance. I'm there to do damage. I cannot waste a single global, but that also means I'm liable to get hit by a mechanic because I also don't want to move. I also don't want to be doing anything. The main thing that surprises me about putting this here is I just don't think it's that good for pugs. I think that you might be able to make this shine. Obviously, Bond is up here, and he plays this in a coordinated group that pulls around his Ascendance, maybe 2-minute Ascendance with PI, maybe 3-minute Ascendance, and also will take care of the CC so he can just blast. Ellie Shami could be a meta contender. But it's pretty specific. Like, that's comp dependent, because the other problem with Ellie Shami is actually, okay, out of every single spec right now in this category, this is the squishiest by far. Like, every single one of these specs is tankier than Ellie Shami. Like, you guys realize that, yeah? This is not a tanky DPS. This is liable to die. You have Astral Shift, and then what? Stone Bulwark Totem? Kinda. You have Earth Ellie on a 5-minute cooldown? What else you got? Like, not much. You technically have Ghost Wolf DR if you want to play it, but you're not sitting in Ghost Wolf and doing no damage. Like, what do you have? This has Bear Form. This has this. This has that. This has that. This has... Everything here has more options than this. This is more tanky. That's more tanky. This is actually not that tanky. So it's liable to die without support. Basically, this combination, very good, because you can babysit them. Just like you babysit Boomy this season, you can babysit an Ellie Shami. This combination, very good, because Prot Pally can sack and off-heal and make sure that this guy lives, okay? But this is kind of comp dependent now all of a sudden. Let's say that this ends up being one of the best DPS specializations. You have to play around it. You don't have that level of coordination in a pug. You can't call for an external as an Ellie Shami. You can't call for Blessing of Sack. You can't actually tell people, like, I'm going to die. Help. So I think that that's one of the big problems with Ellie Shami is that it might shine in a coordinated group at a very high level, and in which case you'll be like, oh, Wu was wrong on his tier list. I'm telling you right now, maybe. But I also don't think it is a significant meta contender. I think the buffs were decent, but I don't think it's like, you got to play this. There is a spec you have to play. It's not this, though. Like, there is a spec that is better in pretty much every way, and it's not this one. I think this is an A tier spec. It's solid, very good option if you need a Shaman. I think that in terms of Shaman DPS, I think Enhance is slightly better than Ellie. I think Enhance is over here. Enhance is not S+. I think it's solid A+. Decent specialization, Shaman. But I would take an Enhance over an Ellie Shami. Again, Ellie Shami has fundamental problems, and I don't like them in a pug. If anything goes wrong in their DPS window, they are doing nothing and providing literally no value to your team. This one at least has more consistent damage. Still proc dependent, very good PI target. This one is a little bit RNG with how much damage they can do, right? Based on procs and tier set and stuff like this. Enhancement Shaman is the premier Shaman DPS. I think that Enhancement Shaman overall is a better DPS than Elemental Shaman. You want a Shaman buff in a lot of comps. So if you're not playing Rest, though, and you're not playing this, you're playing Enhance. Just a solid spec. Good damage. I don't think it's top overall, but it's Shaman. Sky Fury is so valuable. There are some specs that literally depend on Sky Fury. So I think Shaman buff is very good, and all the pitfalls of Ellie, overall, Enhance is less dependent on that. So Enhance is just a lot more flexible and solid, just as solid as Ellie. That's my take on Enhance. Still kind of squishy, but overall better. Okay? The utility of Shaman is never to be underestimated. In terms of Pug DPS, Shaman is like the best, man. Like, you can carry it so hard, although I very rarely see Shamans actually do it. Let me tell you right now, if you're a Shaman, you should be top overall kicks. Wind Shear is the most amazing kick of all time, plus you get a DR from it, a large DR, okay? Like, oh man, please use your utility. Cap Totem, Thunderstorm, every pack. Let me tell you a habit. This is a good habit to get into if you're a Shaman, doesn't matter what Shaman, any Shaman, all three of them. Use Thunderstorm every pull. Fix it into your rotation. Get it into your mind that you're pressing that button every single pull, and you will be like, I think you'll feel so much better. I think you'll feel so much better, actually. Yeah? If you just get into the habit, Thunderstorm every pull. Cap Totem is like every other pull, but just use those buttons. They're really, really good. You'll find that they help, okay? They found that help a lot. So Shaman, DPS, good spot right now. Remember, this is A. This is not down here. Like, you're not a Fury Warrior. This is not me ranking it low. I'm just explaining to you what I think the pitfalls are. In most key levels, I don't think the spec will shine. Yeah? Also, I see that comment. I see you there. And once again, I will state that I don't even like takoyaki. So I don't think I have anything to do with the deep from the boys. Excuse me very much. I like my octopus far away from me, not living in my home. Great. Okay, moving on. So, sleeper picks last. Hunter. Let's go over Hunter. Okay, this spec, unfortunately, this has been a roller coaster for Hunter, because originally when we started this cycle, this was like the best DPS so by far. Like, it was just so good. It was doing 50% more damage than everything else. This has been nerfed, and then nerfed again, and then nerfed again, and then nerfed again, and then nerfed again today. So this is like really significantly less than it was. Still good, though. I'm going to put Beastmaster Hunter, and I'm going to openly state that I could be wrong about this. I think it's a good specialization. I think it's been nerfed enough to justify its spot down here. I could see it still being A+. It's not lower than this. It's not actually B. Like, it's not down here. I think this is like really good actually right now. Okay? Like, I think this is actually solid. If you play with one, even after all the nerfs, they still do good damage. They do really consistent damage. They never not going to do damage. It's pretty straightforward. So I think that this is fine. Main problem is that it's a Hunter. Hunter is tanky. Not that it's squishy. It just doesn't really have that group buff. Hunter's Mark doesn't count. And it doesn't really have the CC. Like, if you're talking about a Shaman versus a Beastmaster Hunter, it's incomparable. So this spec needs to be doing significantly more damage, and I don't think it is at this point, okay? I don't think it is at that point, though. Okay. That's Beastmaster. Obviously, Survival is going to be give or take in the same category of this spec actually pumps. Both of these specs pump. Like, you will see a Survival Hunter beat your Elemental Shaman and beat your Athlog. Like, you can do big damage here, but it's kind of pad. Actually, that's not true. Survival has a weird amounts of funnel, to be honest, but is Survival. It's a melee spec, and you're competing with other melee specs. That's the problem, is that technically speaking, you don't have a niche. Like, you're good. Like, you're really good. Like, you're good enough to be considered here, but the problem is you don't have a niche. Like, you're just good. This guy is great. This guy is great. This guy is great. This guy has a niche. You bring him because he'll destroy the prio target. You won't. So you're competing at this point without a group buff against something that brings more value. That's the problem with Hunter. Individually, if group buffs didn't exist, you could put this like way higher. Like, honestly, it does a lot of damage if you're played very well. But you still won't see a lot of people playing it, so that's why I think it's here. Marksman Hunter. This spec was in meta contention. It was an S+ spec that was in contention. The nerfs today, so we got nerfed last week, was fine. That nerf last week just to the Sentinel and to Dark Ranger, it was fine. The nerfs today, rough, man. The nerfs today were heavy. It's heavy. I think that it's still a solid spec, but I think that all 3 specs of Hunter are just firmly an A at this point. Um, I think that this is just firmly an A. That's what I think at this point. Yeah. I think that I could be wrong. Like, again, the damage from this might be here, but the question is, if I told you that you could play a marksman hunter versus something that brings more value, I think it could be A plus. Like, okay, so my only thinking is, would you play marksman or this first? I don't know. I haven't seen this post nerf. It got hit hard today. Trick shots value got reduced. No, but today the trick shots value. Did you see the changes today? Trick shots got reduced. Baseline. Look it up. Look it up. It's impactful, man. That's an impactful change. Trick shots was literally reduced today. That not the tier set. This was a fundamental part of marksman. That's a big hit. I haven't seen it post nerf, but I wouldn't be surprised if post nerf is a different world for marksman hunter. Before today, this was like one of the top overall damage specs, S plus, like really. But the nerfs today were massive. I just don't know. My main question is, did it get nerfed to here or here? It's not down here. It's solid. Like, you can play it and you won't regret playing it. But it got heavy-handed hit. You know, this wasn't some little light tap like this. Like, this was a firm backhand with rings on it. This was a backhand that you will feel the next day. Like, this was, I need to see it. So I could hear the argument for the A plus. I could also hear the argument for bringing it down to A, because the main thing that this has going for it, okay, I'll accept it. I'll put it here. To be honest, I'm fair enough, but I wouldn't be surprised if it actually was like, you really would take a marksman? Like a month into the season, you're like, you would take a marksman? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if you thought that. So I'll put it here at the bottom of A+. I need to see exactly how much, because the math in my head says that's a lot. But I'm just curious about how much it actually got hit. The main thing I will say about all hunter specializations, all 3 of these need to have one caveat. You should probably take them to your plus 12. These specs are pretty hard to mess up. Not impossible, but it's pretty hard to mess them up. So I think that Marksman and Beastmaster are very good specializations for your plus 12. Like, plus 10 week 1, Hunter's a very solid choice, because Enhancement is hard to play. Like, if you take an Enhancement Shaman because you're like, well, the tier list said that Enhancement Shaman is better than this, the average Marksman Hunter will completely gap the average Enhanced, though, okay? So if in that context, Marksman could be better or worse depending on the key level. I think as key levels get higher, Marksman value falls off. But as key levels are lower and mid as we're getting started in the season, I think that Marksman value is actually much higher. And that's the caveat for Marksman Hunter, that it should be considered a very good specialization for this. I think at the end, I'm going to run through it again. When we finish ranking all these specs, I kind of want people to understand that yes, tier lists exist, and they exist for a reason. Because, like, you will have an easier time timing your key, almost certainly, by bringing a Resto Shaman versus a Holy Priest. Or you will probably have an easier time playing one of these specializations compared to one of these. However, there are caveats to that. Like, I would gladly take a Ret Pally over a spec that I'm going to put an S plus tier later. So we're going to go over that at the end, okay? But that's what I think about hunters right now. You can't be upset. You can't be upset if you're a hunter. You're a decent spec. Like, you'll do competitive damage. Just remember that if on details meters, you're doing 10 mil and you have an enhancement shaman doing 9.8 mil, the enhancement shaman is significantly better than you. That's the problem. Like, I'm telling you that you'll probably beat your shaman, but not by enough to consider you being higher than them, because they are a shaman who provide way more to your group. You are a hunter who kind of provides not much to your group. Does that make sense? Okay, so that's my thoughts about hunter. I'll leave it at the bottom of A+ for now. Okay, and I'll look at the positions of A+, because I think some of this should get moved a little bit if we're actually ranking them like this. Great, let's keep going. Next, I want to talk about mages. Mages. Everybody was high up on the fire mage. I'm not sure if you've noticed. It got nerfed. and then it got nerfed again, and then it got nerfed again. And I was actually one of the only people who was not high on Fire Mage, because I think that it is a specialization that shines really only in the highest level of keys. I think that this specialization does not work very well in plus 10s and plus 12s. I actually think I put this all the way down here. I think the nerfs are significant. I think that you are a mage, and I think that your single target is decent. But I think that this is so weirdly comp dependent and actually kind of dependent on so many factors that I couldn't rank it higher than this. I don't even think it's bottom of A. I actually think that I would take both mage specializations over this one. If I'm doing a plus 10 or a plus 12, I'm gladly taking both of these. I would take a frost over a fire after the nerfs. I also think that the caveat here is even in the highest level of keys, you still wouldn't play fire, and it might be considered A. If you put it in Hopeful's hands, it'll be considered A+. But I actually think it's just a solid B tier spec, because everything that you can do, this one does better. This is also hard to play. If this spec is really good, and even if this spec was meta, you will see, and there's another spec, there's actually two specs like this that I'm going to caveat. This one here, oh, it's so bad in 10s. Have you ever seen a fire mage that does less damage than a tank? Because I have. This is one of those specs that just, like, sometimes you see them and you're like, bro, I thought you were good. Like, I thought fire mage was good right now. Like, what's happening? And you're like, oh, you're learning. That's fair. Everybody deserves a chance to learn. But this is such a punishing spec if you're trying to learn it. Like, if you're not really good at fire mage, it's very punishing and your damage kind of sucks. Like, it's just not that good. It's just not, like, it's really tough to play this spec pitch perfect. There's so many little interactions. There's so many things to understand. So it's like, and I'm just saying that there's the problem of the fact that if things die too fast, you can't even use the ignite build properly. There's the problem of many things. You press the combust, you don't even get the combust, etc., etc. But my point is, fire is just one of those specs where when people talk about it, if it exists as A+ at the highest level, its weirdly skill ceiling is so high that the average fire mage is like control your key. Like, I will put money on the fact that your Fury Warrior out DPSs your fire mage almost every time. I really think that. I don't even think it's comp dependent. I think it's actually, keep in mind, if I'm ranking something in B, there's a world where this should be above. I should have done that earlier. You know what? It should be like this. I know it's kind of weird, but this should be here. Like, this should be the final tier list. Like, these are all conversation pieces. These are, I don't see why you would play them. You would have to convince me that you're really, 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 really good at Blood DK or Holy Paladin for me to consider you over any other spec. So it should be, by the way, the tier list in the final rankings. It kind of makes, because this is C for comp dependent and that's B. And that makes me feel really bad because it messes with my OCD to a point that is frustrating. But I will say that it's not this. It's actually here. Like, this is a much better way to look at this because these specs all can be played, and I should do this here. I should actually leave this like this. This is a much better way to do this, okay? I actually think it should be like this, right? It should be something like this, and I should have thought about that earlier, but basically, like, I just feel bad about Blood DK being down here because I'm saying you can play Blood DK. Like, I think, you know, people will complain, but let's just leave it like this for now. Okay, so I've already gone over this. Fire Mage is there. Frost Mage is here. Frost Mage is bottom of A. Its damage is a little bit lower. Yeah, P for generally bad, kind of. It's okay, basically. It's O for okay. All right, listen. Frost Mage is actually kind of decent. The main benefit of Frost Mage is actually the fact that it slows things. Now, this is technically a problem for some knockups, but mostly your tank backpedals a lot this season. There's actually a ton of mobs in Ecodome where your tank should be backpedaling it because you don't have to take Gloom Bites. There are mobs like that in a lot of these dungeons. Frost Mage really helps with that. Frost Mage, the fact that everything is slowed tends to be really, really nice, actually. Keeps things in AoE a lot more. The fact that it just straight up is good and does decent damage. Its damage is a little bit lower. However, and its damage is also kind of patty on AoE, but doesn't matter. It's a mage. Mages are really, like, you would have to be doing less damage than everyone else for me to rank you low as a mage. Fire Mage is like that. Frost is not. Frost is solid, okay? Frost is, like, genuinely really good. Frost is good. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing great with it. It's just A. It's not B. It's A. It's solid. I would take a Frost Mage. if I wanted a mage. It's all good. But I would say that if you're queuing as a Frost Mage to my key, I would be confused as to why you are not playing Arcane. Because Arcane is the first specialization that I will put in S+. It's the best DPS in the game, arguably. Its overall is higher than it used to be. This one got nerfed. This one didn't. This one got nerfed. This one didn't. This one got nerfed again. This got a tap. This tap that they did was 3% to one of the effects that isn't even overall, and then they buffed it. Never forget that in the middle of the patch notes that came out, the developer note said, mages are performing below average. I will never forget this. I will literally never forget reading those patch notes and just seeing mages are performing lower than average. This was before the fire mage got nerfed. This is when both specializations of fire and arcane were like top tier and Frost was here. And I'm just like, oh my God, why, how are they, what, do they play the game? I had that moment where I lost faith for a second and I was like, let it go. Just let them go. Just let it for a season. Just let them go. Yes, they're talking about raid, but I do keys. I know they're talking about raid, but I do keys. They didn't say for raid. They tune for raid. I know they didn't say for keys. They tune for raid. I get it. But this spec is so dominant in keys, and it still is. In fact, its overall is higher. At least before this season, it was like, well, its overall is a little lower, but its prio damage and single target's so good. No, this next season is even better. This spec got buffed. Like, not nerfed. Like, this is actually in better specialization next season. Every time you want a mage, you'll play Arcane. Arcane is so good next season that it just... Why? Give it a season off. Give it a season off. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so basically just accept the fact that you will see Arcane in almost every comp that wants a mage. This is interesting because not every comp will want a mage, but basically I think this is the first DPS that belongs in S+. Easily. Like, there's no doubt about it. This spec belongs here. It's very, very good. It is what it is. You know, it's just super, super solid, right? That's the thing about this that you need to understand. There is another spec that belongs up here, actually, okay? But let's go ahead and continue. There's nothing else to say about this. The only caveat is that once again, mages suffer with the problem that they are complicated. If you've never played Arcane Mage before, you might not know that you need a weak aura to tell you when to use your main damaging ability. Because as far as I know, there are 12 conditional rules for when to send Arcane Barrage. And it's literally too much brain power for the average person, so they just use a weak aura to tell them now. That's how to min-max the damage on this spec. Any spec that is that nuanced and that complicated is going to be bad in a +10, often. My rule this season, and is one of the reasons why I almost never lose a pug key. Like, granted, I tank. I oftentimes tank. So, for example, the last few weeks, my experience has been that I'm bringing up my alts. I decided what alts I want to play, and I'm like, cool, I'm going to prepare them for Season 3 in my off time on retail. I'm no longer pushing IO, so I'm just gearing my alts. And I'm gearing my alts from a very low level. I was like, great, I'm going to get my Demon Hunter up. Didn't play him, so he is 600 item level. He's 600 item level. And I'm just like, cool, let me bring him up. That means I have seen things. I have been playing my Demon Hunter. At first, I was just like, let me get to +10s. So I did that. Let me get to +12. So I did that. And I geared him pretty fast because I'm a good tank. I was able to just take him. He's already at 15s, okay, my Demon Hunter. But I've been pugging. And I've been playing in these key levels. And I'm just like, what am I looking at right now? And one of the things of my rules is why I will succeed. And I have a few things. One, when I list my +15 Cinder Brew, I'm an under-geared tank. I was like 660 when I did this a few days ago. When I list my +15 Cinder Brew this current season, I will not take a Boomy. I will also not take an Arcane Mage. And you're like, wait, those are like the two best specializations. Correct. But at this point, I will not take them to my +15. because I will almost guarantee you that they're going to do subpar. I will gladly take a Death Knight or a Ret Pally over that. I think I intentionally took, what did I take? I remember I was in queue and I literally took a Fury Warrior over a Boomy. And then we timed the Cinder Brew easily. The Fury Warrior was less overall DPS, but didn't die. And I was like, great. I don't trust. Sometimes the best specializations at the highest level are just very hard to play. The problem with Arcane Mage is that both Arcane Mages at lower levels don't tend to press their defensives, and actually Mage is super squishy, they're cloth, and they don't have a lot of passive defensives. If they don't press their defensives actively, they're dead. As well as the fact that their damaging rotation is kind of complicated. So if you send buttons in the wrong order, you will do significantly less damage than any other specialization. This is one of the issues with mages. The skill ceiling is up here and the skill floor is all the way down here. Whereas Ret is just right in the middle. It's always good. Can't go wrong with Ret. Ret's going to be fine. And I believe that Warrior kind of is here as well. So basically, I took a Ret Pally. I think I took what? A Pally, a Warrior, a Shaman Healer for Lust, and a DK to that key. And we owned it. And we were like, great, what's next? 16. I just kept going. But that's like the mindset that I have. This is still an S plus spec. But I really want you to understand that even this current season, when these are both S plus specs, like this is the meta comp, yeah? When this is still the best, this current season, when I am pugging, I don't take them. Does that make sense? Like, this is my mentality of like, there's a lot of bad Arcane Mages. This is nothing against the spec. It's still S plus. But I still think that you gotta understand that just because this thing exists up here, people who make tier lists, like, I don't know, if somebody were to watch this and they're like, what is he talking about? Arcane Mage is the best specialization in the game. It's like, I implore you to go pug on a random alt of yours, some plus 12s, and invite Arcane Mages. You're gonna be like, why are they doing 3 million less DPS? Like, they're just, you'll see what I'm talking about, okay? So I have to clarify that this exists in that state, right? Like, I have to clarify that this exists for that state, that there are some specs that are just better at that than others. Arcane Mage, though, is the first S plus DPS. It's by far. I think this deserves its place here. The nerfs today were hilarious. It's still here. Okay, great. Moving on. Shadow Priest is a super interesting one. Shadow Priest is a really interesting one. I think that this is weirdly comp dependent, but I see you playing it a lot. Like, I think that Shadow Priest is one of those in a really coordinated group. This is the S plus contender. Like, you know, Arcane Mage, Shadow Priest, VDH, Resto Druid. You're seeing one of the bases for the best comps in all of Mythic Plus. But this spec is not that good in pugs. It has fundamental problems in pugs. The double Shadow Crash, chef's kiss. So it at least doesn't struggle with its dot uptime like it used to. But the problem is that Void Form exists, and the other problem is that this is hard to play. Because if I put this in S+, you will come back and yell at me about a month from now. A month from now, you're going to be like, Awu said that Shadow Priest was an S+ spec, but all these Shadow Priests I keep seeing kind of suck. And I'm going to be like, I told you, all right? So they were playing, I saw most people playing Dark Ascension, but I don't think Dark Ascension is the play at the highest key levels anymore. I do think that people are trying to chain and actually get the most out of their Void Form with Archon. As far as I know, and I'm not a Shadow Priest player myself, but this is my best guess, okay? Even with Dark Ascension being the possibly premier option, Sir Albion, you're right. Even with Dark Ascension being the premier option, you will see Shadow Priest do 2 million overall less than other DPS specializations. I can't in good conscience really rank this an S+. I have to put it in A+, okay? Your utility kinda sucks. Your kick kinda sucks. Vampiric Embrace is the only thing that you have going for you. Mass Dispel being kinda niche in a few scenarios is quite good, okay? Like, with respect, you actually, Mass Dispel can be very good this season with some of the things, all right? The utility otherwise, you compare it. You're like, oh, what are you talking about, okay? Nah, listen. Don't come at me with its utility is that good. I want you to compare this and this. PI is not considered utility. PI is considered part of your spec. That's just part of your spec. Like you're obviously you have PI, okay? Mind Soothe is not utility. You don't come at me with Mind Soothe being utility. When is Mind Soothe utility? When you the one instance that you want to Mind Soothe that one corner so you can walk past it easier, Mind Soothe has like 1 or 2 niche uses. Barely utility, okay? Barely. Mind Soothe barely counts as utility. Okay? If it allows you to skip something, in this current season, if you go right and get, there's like 1 or 2 things I can think of that you might want to Mind Soothe, and you can just walk without Mind Soothe anyways. In most of these, there's one thing in Floodgate I'm thinking of. There's like, some very niche use, but really you could also just have any other option, or you could probably just use any other combination of abilities to skip things. I give you, so everybody comes up, oh, Shadow Priest utility so high. Excuse me. Compare that to, I'll throw something. I was going to say Ellie Shami. That's an easy one. This is way more. No. I'll compare it to Dev Evoker. Come here. I'm going to put these down here for a second. I want you to rank the utility of these 2 things together. Let me tell you. Right now, you're like, psh, oh, woo. Dev Evoker? Yeah. Zephyr, Rescue, Cauterizing Flame. Life Cinders with Renewing Blaze. That can save your tank. An actual range kick. Knock up, knock back. Vampiric Embrace, Mass Dispel. A group buff that actually matters a bit more. And of course, PI just factors into your own damage. Psychic Scream being equivalent to a Tail Swipe. I'm not saying it doesn't have utility. I'm just saying that it's not really, like, it's not, you don't bring Shadow Priest because of its utility. You babysit a Shadow Priest because of its utility. Like, you actually have to babysit this spec. If you want to play Shadow Priest, you have to babysit this. Did I have Devin? I think I put Devin A+, actually, didn't I? Did I play Devin? Wait a second. It was either high A or A+. I thought I put it next to, I put it next here. This is what it's here. Exactly. I thought it was similar to Destro. Yeah, okay. Dev was behind Destro, correct, because these 2 are kind of similar right now in terms of the fact that they don't bring, they're very good overall damage. Solid, okay? I strongly encourage you to think this will into your key based on utility, and this will literally, like, this is not utility. I see what you're saying, and I get what you're trying to say, but when you played when Shadow Priest did 30% more damage than everybody else at the end of Dragonflight, when you played a comp that had to baby them. You played an Aug Evoker who would literally rescue your Shadow Priest so they didn't have to walk. Do you remember that? That was good times. You would play an Aug Evoker who would rescue the Shadow Priest so they didn't have to actually walk to the pack and they could do more damage. There was times where your Shadow Priest wouldn't even spec kick because they wanted the other talent. So you were playing without an interrupt. They would send Vampiric Embrace when everybody was at full health anyways. All right? So Shadow Priest, the fact is, you only bring Shadow Priest is if its damage is incredibly high. This is a numbers game. It's not like man, this does a little bit less damage than another thing. I'm going to bring it anyways because it's really, really good, okay? So it's basically like this has to do very, very good damage because you are literally babying it. It is, I wouldn't call it not tanky. Desperate Pair is an actual cooldown, and then otherwise Flash DR and Fade being a perma 20% plus a little bit of a shield if you play that talent. I wouldn't say that it's bad. I mean, it's definitely not bad. So it's A+. And what I will say here, though, is you got to play around it if you're playing it. That is not true for something like Dev Evoker, which just slots in at any point. You can literally just slot in a Dev Evoker and be like, boom, and do big damn. This one requires a bit more play around, and therefore, in the highest of keys, I really think that a very, very meta comp that you will see times some world first keys. By the way, world first keys is, this will be, look like it's S+. But I also guarantee you that if you think Shadow Priest is S plus and you're just like, I need to take a Shadow Priest to every one of my keys, you will often end your key with the Shadow Priest being the lowest DPS. Now that won't happen at this level of keys, but it will happen in your keys. I guarantee it. I guarantee you that you will take a Dev Evoker and a Shadow Priest, and this guy will fucking slam your S Priest. Like, there's going to be a lot of S Priest. Why? Because S Priest is not easy to play. Because although it's actually tuned to be very good, the difference between a very good S Priest and a mid S Priest is massive. And the difference between a very good Dev Evoker and a mid Dev Evoker is not as massive. The skill ceiling versus the skill floor. This is what you got to understand. This is the same thing we went over with mages. Because if I tell you, for example, that Arcane Mage is an S plus spec, but you, depending on the key level you do, maybe you're a title, maybe you've got title, you've got your 20s done, you're all the way over here, okay? But you're leveling an alt right now, and you're going to do plus 15s. The amounts of Arcane Mages that you will see that do like subpar damage is just like, what? So weird, okay? Like, so weird. It's the skill ceiling is here, the skill floor is here. Compare this to a specialization like Retribution Paladin. Skill ceiling, skill floor. It's very hard to play Ret Pally very wrong. If you hit the buttons as a Ret Pally in the wrong order, you will still do damage. But if you hit your Shadow Priest buttons in the wrong order, you will do much less damage. Obviously, every spec played poorly will do not as good. But I think that people significantly underestimate how bad some players are in a plus 10. And I say that with the most respect in my heart. They're absolutely allowed to play the game, and you are absolutely not allowed to flame them at that key level. But I think that a lot of people underestimate how absolutely terrible and how much that people at that level should be using the one-button rotation and are not using the one-button rotation. Okay? I think that there's some people defending Shadow Priest right now. I know enough about Shadow Priest to have this conversation. But I would love to explain to you the fact that most Shadow Priests don't understand that Flash Heal is a DR. I would love to explain to you the fact that the amount of Shadow Priests whose dot uptime is somehow 40% in a key. You're like, 40%? That's impossible. It's impossible. You just dot. And you're like, yes, you just dot. But your mastery is tied to that. And if you don't actually keep up your dots, you do very little damage. You know what I mean? Oh, sorry, they're right here. No, we gotta finish the last three. Last three specs are here. But so I'm telling you that this spec, I'm giving you the warning right now that this, in your key, the first week of the season, you're going to be disappointed by this spec. I'm telling you right now that I'm not saying you can't play it. I'm just saying, right, that anything that's preemptive, anything like this is the thing. This is the thing. That's all I'm making the argument for, is that I really think you will see this clear as day. I'm willing to actually say this very, very, very strong, okay? There are going to be some Shadow Priests where you're like, what a great spec. And there's going to be most Shadow Priests you play with, as you're pugging along, going into Season 3, you're going to be like, they're kind of not very good. But I don't think they're going to be very, very, very bad. They don't go down here. They're just low A+. But I also think that this is like, you will see this as a meta contender. Like this, you will see this being the highest side of things, okay? Fair point. It's in the same category as Dev, but let's go over that at the end, okay? So the skill ceiling, skill floor. This is the thing, okay? All right. Let's finish the tier list, and then I'll have these conversations, because they're good conversations. By the way, I don't mind. Like, this is a good conversation to have, because you're like, but I don't understand. This spec is so good. I just have enough time playing World of Warcraft to tell you that the way that keys work at this level are just not the same as the plus. Like, I don't do the world first keys. That's not the level I play with. Like, I am not going to be competing for world first keys next season. I will get either title or just below title if I stop early because I get bored. That's where I'll be. And I'll have several characters in that range. That's my experience. but I'm also an altaholic who plays like 10 different classes every single season. I play like everything. So I guarantee you, about 2 months in, I'm going to get bored and I'm going to be like, let me pick up my Warlock. Let me just get my Warlock up. So I'm going to bring my Warlock and I'm going to go pug my way through +10s because my friends are not going to be there. Like, I'll have made friends in the season, but they're all going to be doing their push keys, and I'm just going to be like, I'll take a week off push keys, and I'll just be like, Havoc's here. I'll raid in a second. So, you know, I'll just take a break. I'll just take a week off because I don't really care enough about my IO to have to be competitive. I'll just be like, nah, this week I want to go play my other tank. I want to play my Blood DK for whatever reason because I'm bored, okay? So I'm going to bring my Blood DK, and I'm going to go pug my way through +10s 3 months into the season. Do you know how hard that is? Right now, by the way, right now, if you go try to do +10s, you know how hard they are? They shouldn't be. We're over-geared. We have literally like 30 more item levels than we had when we were originally doing them. But the quality of players who are at that level is quite low. That's okay, because every person who plays World of Warcraft should be able to enjoy the game. But it's a different world. It's a different world. When I decide to take that week off and I will go do some lower keys, I'm telling you that we could fail them. And you're like, there's no way you fail. I'm like, there is a way you fail them. And it depends a lot on what specs I bring. It also obviously depends on player skill. You could bring the best specs for that and still fail. But there's a knowledge gap and a rotational gap where I will just be like, bro, I'll be healing. I'll bring an alt healer and my Prot warrior will just die. And I'll be like, that's so weird. It's a +10 and he died to melees. How did that happen? I assume he turned around. I know Prot Warrior. I play Prot Warrior. And then I go into details and I just look at it. And I'm like, oh, he didn't hit shield block. And I'm like, that's literally how you play Prot Warrior. It's the fucking icon of your spec. You are literally a shield. It's the one button you have to press and basically keep up. You have a shield. Why would you have a shield if you don't press the shield button? But there are players who get to +10s or +12s, and I'm just trying to fill my vault, and they don't press the shield button. So if that happens at that level, imagine a Shadow Priest. What I'm saying is that the skill floor of Shadow Priest, when you play Shadow Priest like that, you are doing literally no damage. And when you play a Dev Evoker like that, you still do damage. There are some specs that are more friendly to being played bad. This is not one of them. That is the whole argument for Shadow Priest, as well as for Arcane Mage, as well as for a few other specs. Does that make sense? I think that I've covered that ground enough that we can move on to the last few things here, okay? Yeah, exactly. Everybody's telling, so right, exactly. So thank you. Everybody's confirming for me. They're like, yeah, I heal, by the way. I tried to heal a warrior. He had 10% uptime. I'm like, that shouldn't happen because there's only one button to press, but it does happen, okay? Totally happens. And you're like, I tried to heal, what was the other one? Yeah, a Prot Pally, and you're like, man, they're dying a lot. And I'm like, oh, they didn't press Consecrate. Like, that's pretty significant. Oh, they didn't press my Shield of the Righteous. And I'm just saying, like, okay, all right. Okay, let's move on. Let's finish a tier list, and then we can have all these conversations, because there's all these nuances. World of Warcraft's a complicated game, man. All right, let's keep going. Frost DK. Frost DK. I'm going to rank Unholy first. I'm going to leave these two for last. Unholy DK, okay? Unholy DK is going to be an A+. This was higher than this. But the nerfs today, I do not know how significant they were. Frost DK and Unholy both got slapped today. I don't know if this is here or here. I don't think it's here. I don't know. This is a question mark for me because most DKs that you see are Frost. And I know the numbers for Frost. I don't know the numbers for Unholy. I know the Sand Lane got hit hard. I don't know how much that affects Unholy because every time I played my DK, I was Blood, and I played Deathbringer instead of Sand Lane. That being said, I know Sand Lane got hit hard. I know their actual base things, a few of the things got hit hard. I don't know what that means, but I'm assuming they're not lower than A+. Could be wrong. If their damage is significantly lower, I could see them being an A. That would shock me, though, Like they got a fair nerf today, but I don't think it's the most extreme thing. They were just sleeper because everyone was playing Frost, because previously what it looked like was Frost was like obviously the best melee specialization in the game. Like Frost was fit into any comp, you play Frost, it's immortal, huge damage, good damage all the time with the rework and all the stuff. So Frost was here. Frost received about, I think it was an 8% nerf to single target and a 5% to, like, those are fair numbers. It still is one of the best melee specializations in the game. Unholy deserves its spot here. Frost is either the highest of A+ for DPS or S+. I do not know post-nerf because the nerfs were not live today. What I can tell you is that before the nerfs, in every single PTR key that I have done, Frost DK is clapping everyone. In every PTR key that I have done, Frost DK is just slamming. Okay? I think it's still probably S+. I don't think it got hit hard enough to be lower than that. The issue with Frost DK is you don't necessarily play it in every single comp, which is super strange, but kind of true. Yeah? Super strange, but kind of true. Hold up. That should be pinned, if anybody, if you're there, Soap. Can you make a note about pinning this, by the way? So, I think that it's the deep... You might not bring it because it's the highest potential DPS specialization. I think that you would... Thanks, Drabs. I think that you would play it because it just fits into the comp. Because if you're playing a caster comp, I wonder if you actually play this all the time. All right? Let's get into the actual conversation. This I still think is S+, though. Main thing is that this right here, the best melee... Hear me out. The best melee specialization for your weekly keys. This is good at a low level. It's good at a high level. This is an amazing specialization. This spec right here is probably the best melee you could possibly bring. Passively tanky and actively tanky. I really think that Frost DK ends up being like, for example, if you're the type of player who's like, look, I capped out at 2k IO this season. I know other people will listen to this and be like, wait, 2k IO, that's like nothing. Yes, I know, but there are people who are really happy to hit 2k. Good for you. Congratulations, okay? You're saying, I want to get to 3k this season. So that, by the way, to clarify for other people, is going from +8s to +13s. Yeah? That's the level that is. Okay? No, I know. And there are people who are very passionate about the game, but they're like, look, I do want to level up. I know I haven't really quite gotten to 10s, but I really want to get to even 12s this season. I am telling you that if you want the best chance of success, hear me out. What you should do is if you're a tank or a healer, you should invite 3 Frost DKs. I'm not kidding. You will have the highest success rate of your keys, I think, if you play 3 Frost DKs. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. I think you should play 3 Frost DKs and you will win. That is probably the way to guarantee the success. It's like you will have like an 80% success rate if you literally just take 3 Frost DKs. You play the tank that you're playing, you bring a Resto Shaman for Lust, and you play 3 Frost DKs. And you're going to be like, wow, my keys are so much easier, because right now in a +10, you're still thinking like, oh, I'm going to take like one of these, one of those, you're like a little candy shop. It's like, dude, just play 3 Frost DKs, and you'll probably win the key. Like, I'm just saying, it's kind of degenerate, it's not as fun, but trust me, you're going to take this tip. If you're the player I just talked about, try it, and you're going to be like, you're going to laugh hysterically. You're going to be like, wow, I can't believe I didn't know this beforehand. Thank you, Awoo, for this wonderful tip. Like you say, you're going to be like, what? But you don't have to play Breath at this point, Kokart. Like, I think that the rework to Frost DK made it a lot more friendly for baseline power. I actually think that the rework to Frost DK made it more friendly to low keys. You know what I mean? Like, granted, the average Frost DK at that level is also not going to hit AMS correctly or even IBF, and they're probably not even going to hit. They don't even know they have AMZ, and they might not even know how to Death Strike back up the damage. But the class is so baseline solid that, like, Ret Pally is a little bit less baseline solid, but I just think it's something that I would do. I'm telling you right now that if I ever wanted to just not worry about my key, I would consider taking 3. Like, you take 2 Frost DKs and a Warrior, or 2 Frost. You could take 2. I'm just saying, this is, I really think you could take this advice because you're like, well, I could play like a Rogue or a this or a that. You're like taking complicated, like, I swear, if you're trying to get 10s done, this is later in the season, not first week. First week might be a little bit harder, but when damage doesn't really matter and the only thing that matters is surviving, if you just take the tankiest class, like, you'll probably win, right? You got three melee kicks, you got technically the grips and the whatnot and stuff like this, okay? That leaves 1 specialization. Here's the cook, all right? Here's the cook. Are you ready? This is also S+. I know. Hear me out, okay? This, I got to explain. If anything, in the higher level of keys, it actually goes like this. In the higher level of keys, this is probably better than Frost DK. This fits into comps right now. This will be played. I promise you that you will see this in push keys. All right? The only issue with Havoc is the fact that VDH exists. The only issue with Havoc is the fact that VDH exists. Okay? A high-level Havoc is not squishy. A high-level Havoc is not squishy. Okay? You will not play a Havoc and a VDH. You won't. You will not play both. You will not play both. In other words, VDH only is played, or sorry, Havoc is only played if VDH is not the tank you're playing. Okay? You will not. That doesn't work. It doesn't work. Comp-wise, it doesn't work, okay? It does not work. But you don't necessarily play VDH in every single comp right now. These tanks, when I went over the tank rankings, this is above. It is the thing that deserves this category. But remember, all 3 of these tanks are equally as valuable, just slightly blessed. Zol, so fast. Thank you, Zol. Basically, this spec is the melee Arcane Mage. This is the equivalent of Arcane Mage for melee. All right? This is what this is. This is Havoc. Havoc is incredible damage. The only issue, I think, is that you don't see a lot of them. I don't know. These used to be a lot more popular. You just don't see a lot of them. But my sneaking suspicion is if they don't nerf it, what's going to happen, okay? What's going to happen here with Havoc is that people are going to play it at the highest level and it will trickle down. So right now, there's the people who know Havoc is actually that good, right? The people who know Havoc is like a really giga S tier spec are going to start playing it. You're going to watch the season. Some of the higher keys will be timed with a Havoc, and then other people will start picking up Havoc. And they'll be like, oh, interesting, you should play Havoc here? Great. And they'll start playing Havoc. Those people are going to have a hard time because Havoc is like a little bit of a skill cap spec, skill ceiling. But it's not like the most complicated. I'm not good at Havoc because it's way too zip-zappy for me. My brain is too old, and I do not have the reaction time to play Havoc properly. I always die to ground effects. Havocs and Pugs tend to grind, to Havoc. I think that Havocs and Pugs are going to be a possible menace to society because they die to ground effects all the time because they're zip darting around and all that stuff. But I swear you will see this a lot. I think that you will actually have a very interesting season, and you will see Havoc being played. This is my prediction, all right? So this is my prediction. Now, give or take, this is my tier list. I'm fairly confident in everything. The things that I have explained, obviously this... How long was this? Wait, uh-oh. How long? Wait a second. Uh-oh. Didn't I say this wasn't going to be very long? Okay, well, I have a lot to say, all right? Now, here's what I want to say before the video actually ends. Everything has a method to play. The only problem, okay, the main issue with specs that are down here, these 3, I think, are hard to play because this is a pure DPS and you could play this or this, okay? This, I don't see why you would bring it. Like, there's really almost no category except Arakara where you like, I really want a Holy Pally. It's like, okay. This also, every other tank has something here. Every other spec aside from these 4 right now have a niche pick, okay? Every single one of these is niche. Aside from this 4, you will see Fury at the highest level keys. You will see some Fury players play Arms for the higher level keys. You will see DPS Warrior, I promise you. Okay? You're going to see this. Yes, it's in comp dependent, but because you will play this, I promise you will see it. It is worth playing. You will see some Mistweavers, but I bet you not too many. I don't think you'll see many Windwalkers. I think Windwalker is a little bit behind, but you will still see some. Like, you're going to see occasionally the comp with the Windwalker. I think this is more niche. You might even see some people playing Aug or Balance, but I don't think it'll be that popular. Subtlety is a sleeper thing. I guess, like, Shindig or somebody might play Subtlety, but I don't see why they would play it over Assassination, personally speaking. And then as the tier list goes up, you're like, okay, you got Frost Mage, was kind of niche. Some people love Survival. You can make it work. Decent specialization. Beastmaster, you can make it work. Elemental Shaman, sleeper kind of pick. Again, could be a meta contender if you're willing to play around it, make it work, maybe feed it PI for 2-minute Ascendance, etc., etc. Could be really good. Feral Druid, actually, I think this spec could either be A+, depending. You might want Mark of the Wild. If you don't play Resto Druid, you're not playing Guardian. Feral's a solid choice, especially if you play with a Warrior, etc., etc. So these are really close tuning-wise to the point where 5 to 10% is interesting. 5 to 10% is actually really, 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 really interesting because this is close in tuning, which means that when we go over comps, if you play a comp that buffs your spec by 10%, all of a sudden, over here. Yeah, over here. And if you play a spec, and if you're playing a Feral Druid and you're playing with a VDH and a Mage, all of a sudden that Ellie Shami looks a lot better because now that Ellie Shami gets buffed by 6% and you don't. So this tuning is kind of tight right now. Like, I've explained why I think these are all here, but I would say that the tuning going into this next season, as of right now, is so much better. There are a few offenders, and the offenders are healers. Healers are not tuned well at the moment. Healers are like a problem, okay? Yeah, HPAL is low because you're almost trolling by playing it. Like, you will notice by having an HPAL or an H Priest, I think you'll notice it. I think healers are actually the thing that's not tuned well, but honestly, everything is solid right now. There's a few specs that are lower, as always, but not that many. Like, it's not trolling to play Fury Warrior. It's not trolling to play one of these specs down here. Like, this is actually good right now. I think we're in a really good spot going into the next season, and I'm excited to play it. Remember, very realistically, I'm going to be playing Guardian. Guardian is not this. I could play this, and I'll maintain my VDH or my Warrior because I like these tanks, or my Prot Pally. I'm not a huge Brewmaster fan, so I won't play Brewmaster. I don't need to maintain all 6 tanks, but I will still play my Guardian. I know it's A and not S+. Doesn't matter to me. It's good. I can still play it. It is a few % less. It's all good. It's no problem. I just need to make sure that I find a comp that isn't a Resto Druid. That's the only way you troll. Group buffs matter. I'm trolling if there's a Resto Druid and I'm like, can I play my Guardian? No, you cannot. That's a bad idea. Then you lose a lot of value because Mark of the Wild is huge. Then you're actually kind of, you could do it, but you're losing a lot of value, right? So that's my thoughts on this. We can go ahead and make some comps right now. Like, I'm happy with comp predictions. I would love to make some comp predictions. There's a whole tier list maker for it, so we can go over there and actually do it right now. But the comp predictions, let's put them in the Discord. The Discord are linked right now, and here we go. I think that the healers are a problem, by the way. Can I tell you the problem with healers right before we actually end this? No, let me tell you the problem. I have a sneaking suspicion. There's a fundamental problem with healers. In kind of the same way there's a fundamental problem with tanks. Tanks at least need to live. Healers have a fundamental problem, which is that for the next 5 years, there are going to be 3 healers that are better than everyone else because of the way Mythic Plus is designed. They need to rework it a little bit. They need to consider reworking some of the healers going into going into Midnight. Going into Midnight, they need to consider reworking some of the healers because there's a fundamental issue, which is that group buffs on a healer are disproportionately valuable than group buffs on a DPS. Your healer will never be able to make up the 1 million DPS that Mark of the Wild provides by existing. Very rarely is there going to be a healer who somehow does 1 million more DPS than another healer. So this is a problem. because Druid, Shaman, and Disc Priest will always be the 3 best healers in every Mythic Plus season from this point on, unless Mistweaver is tuned high enough, and then Mistweaver also counts with Mystic Touch. The group buffs for healers are a problem. The Herald buffs today, HPAL, I need to see it to believe it. I really, the truth is with HPAL, like I said earlier, if I'm in a key and I see an HPAL healer, I get scared. If I see a Resto Druid, I'm chilling. If I see a Resto Shaman, I feel like I'm okay. If I see an HPAL, I'm like, we're going to fail HPS checks. I get scared. That's the truth. The truth is that right now, every single time I'm on PTR and I think on live, if I'm like, there's an HPAL queuing, I'm like, can they do it? That's my first thought. I'm like, they got to be really good. And if I see a Resto Druid, I'm like, if they press 5 buttons, we'll be fine. So I do think that the tuning wise, like HPAL is lower. Yeah, that's my thought process. There's a reason things are down here. Like I said, the only caveat is that I would definitely take Blood DK over a Vengeance Demon Hunter to a +10, right? Yeah, like for example, yeah, you bring HPAL to the second boss of Dawnbreaker, and it's like, bro, they have to play perfect. This is just M+, it is not raid. I do not Mythic raid. I don't really love Mythic raiding. I'll kill a few bosses for Vault and stuff. I'll pug it. It's fine. I'm not a fan of Mythic Prog. I don't like being in a Hall of Fame guild. It's not my cup of tea. I've tried it before. It's not for me. It's not how I enjoy the game. And that's a whole separate issue of the fact that the boots and everything were changed. But let's go over that another day. Okay, let's make some comps. Because I want to actually show you guys how to make comps. Sometimes I always get scared opening. You ever because I just realized my window capture is on. And I'm like, don't type in the wrong words here. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't type in the wrong words. This could be really bad. This could be real bad. Just kidding. My computer's clean, no problem. Obviously, there's Ellesmere. The problem is, okay, Ellesmere doesn't count. Wait, what's this? Comp tier list maker. Oh, this is like, I don't like this one. Is there another one? Is there another one, though? No, don't worry. I don't Google anything bad here, though. Where's the comp tier list maker? Comp World of Warcraft comp. Can you please respond to my first question? What's your first question here? What's your first question? Let me see. I probably missed on Mage. Can you go over it again, maybe? Mage is basically fire DPS is low. Arcane Mage is probably the best DPS in the game, range-wise, and that's pretty much it. Okay, I don't actually know where the best comp list is, so instead of this, we're just going to have to go here. I guess we'll use this one. It's fine. Okay, so comp list like this. We're going to reset this, and I'm going to show you what I think currently the best thing is. Reset. Here we go. HPAL is the hardest healer I've played, but I haven't played Evoker. Evoker is so powerful, you have no idea. People have no idea. Here's probably what I think the one meta comp will be. All right, you have VDH, you have Arcane Mage. Cool. You have Shadow Priest. Or Shadow Priest. This is what I think probably the first meta comp you will see is. This is what I think here, though. Right? Here. This plus one other thing. I think that this comp right here is an incredibly high DPS, and I don't know exactly, but I think that this is one comp. This is not S, right? First comp. This is not ranked. It's just I'm showing you that the balance of this season is very interesting. The balance is super cool, okay? Third comp, fourth comp, and fifth comp. You can make a bunch. They're all actually good. Like this, okay? Here we go. I think that here you wouldn't play Marksman after nerfs. I think you would play Frost DK or Shaman. But Shaman is pushing it in this comp. You want a Shaman because buffs are cool, but I think that Shaman is really pushing it here. You might have to live. You want kicks. The problem is here is you want a kick. You need a little bit more control if you don't play Boomy. I think that Boomy fits really well into this comp as well. To be honest, I really think Boomy is like a potential sleeper pick there. But what technically would be the most damage is this, right? You could play Enhance here. This would be a way to get a melee in. Melee, he doesn't benefit from this, but it's a good PI target. Arcane Mage is not the best PI target. So you have Shadow Priest. You want a PI target, right? We're talking actual comps now. So I feel like VDH, Resto Druid for Druid buff, this works here, yeah? But Arcane hasn't been nerfed enough. So I feel like here, you could play Ellie Shami. I think Ellie Shami would be a very potential option here. I think Ellie Shami here, yeah, Ellie Shami potentially could be really good. The other option that I see, by the way, is S Priest. S Priest and the higher level of keys when they can actually do something. Arcane is a 1 minute 30-second spec Zol. So you would have to have coordination to do it properly. I feel like Ellie is probably a good spec here. Like I could see Ellie being a thing. I could also see Og being a thing. No joke, I could see Og being in this comp actually. As crazy as this means, I could see Og being in here. But the last spec here, this one's pretty much set. Like this is 1, 2, 3, 4. The fifth specialization here, I'm not sure exactly what it will be, but this one is like 1, 2, 3, 4. You know what I mean? I feel like so yeah, Shadow doesn't want to hold PI at any point. They need another thing to just send it on, and I think that Enhance or Ellie would be fine. Like 2-minute Ascendance basically does line up. The problem I see with this comp is how is this going to live? There's a problem here. Number one, Poison Dispel number 1, Poison Cleansing Totem. Plenty of decurses, so decursing will be fine. Arakara could be hard for this comp. Arakara, you have a well-timed Poison Cleansing Totem with Recall. That's fine. And you have a 1 Poison Dispel. I feel like you might just slot in a Frost DK. Exactly. My thinking is you slot in a Frost DK, but technically DPS-wise, I bet you this is a Giga comp. Like, this deletes Prio targets, and this deletes AoE. Like, both of these are Prio damage. This as well. So I think that this absolutely does this, though. Yeah. So I feel like this is a very potential comp. This being the outlier, I'm not so sure about, okay? Another comp that I want to show you. Basically, the comps will look like this, and this is where it gets interesting, okay? The comps are based around the tanks, because there's a comp I see with Prot Warrior. There's also a comp I see with Brewmaster. Hold up. Like this. There's a comp I see with Prot Pally. Yeah? So Prot Pally's over here. There it is. Okay. I think that this is a very likely comp as well, where all of a sudden you play Havoc here, and then you bring the Mage and the Shadow Priest. So here, Mage, Shadow Priest, like this. Shadow Priest PIs the Havoc, and then the healer you play here is a Resto Druid. Now this comp is a little bit tankier. This comp lives keys easier. This comp, slightly more damage. This comp, lives keys. This comp is Giga for living, okay? This is Giga right now. This is Giga, actually, right? I think that the funniest thing is, of course, you could play Og, and that looks very familiar, doesn't it? You can't have too much prio. You can't really have too much prio, right? This is also blasting AoE. Like, you can't have too much prio, I think, by the way. Oracle goes... Okay. The reason you would play this instead of Oracle... Now, granted, the other option here is you could replace... Brewmaster doesn't work with this comp. Brewmaster is its own comp here, okay? No, you could play Frost DK as well, right? The thing about the comps this season is they're not set. Like, actually, there are options. I could totally see you taking S-Priest out, and you bring Oracle in here, and then you slot in Enhancement Shaman, or Ellie Shami. I could see a Shaman there, and then Dispriest here. That would totally work for me. That makes sense to me, but I think that this brings more damage right now. Yeah, Frost is a spec that technically you can slot in anywhere, but we're talking about synergies. Again, this PIs this deletes a final target, plus provides Arcane Mage things. Arcane Mage is big damage. But I think that Shadow Priest can be delayed. Now, the sleeper picks for the caster comps, instead of an Ellie Shamis, you could just straight up bring in a Destro Warlock or a... I think that in the highest level keys you won't see it, but I swear... a Destro Warlock or like a Dev Evoker or something like that is kind of weirdly good for a lot of this stuff. This is comp 1. This is comp 2. A Prot Pally enables this. I think that Shadow Priest with this is very difficult, and you realistically, this comp can't get kicks. Like, this comp is going to be really tough for kicks. I don't know if this comp is technically I don't think you can make this work. I actually think that you might not be able to. I think that realistically, you might have to play Resto Shaman here, and then you just forego Druid, and you would play Frost DK. Yeah? But technically for damage, this is Giga. Like, I don't know if this actually exists, because I don't know if it can live. The problem is that comp 1, can you live? 12-second kick, 12-second kick, melee kick, stops. 24-second kick, no kick. I don't know about that. Whereas this comp has Prot Pally. So Prot Pally locks down a mob. You alternate mobs here. You go 1, 2, and then here like this. highest level keys, this makes more sense to me, actually. You lose a little bit of damage by playing Prot Pally instead of VDH here, but I still think it could work. Also, this can just be Resto. This could be a Resto Shaman instead of a Druid. You could actually replace Resto Shaman here, although Resto Druid and Prot Pally work a lot better together. All right, this is a magic melee comp. You play Havoc. You play Frosty K here. This one's Frosty K. Yeah, I think that this comp actually... So this is where we start getting interesting. Remember how we made the tier list? The tier list becomes interesting when you start thinking about how it's actually played. And you start realizing that any comp without VDH, you want Havoc. So that's why Havoc is kind of S+. Because, like, Havoc will work here. Watch this. So you play a comp like this, and I think that here you slot an Enhance. Or, and this is crazy, so you slot an Enhance here, where you get Enhance's buff now. You get Enhance in here. That's what you need there. This one is Enhance. Yep. And you play this, guess what? You have a choice of healer, Disc Priest if you need it, or Resto Druid. Yeah? The problem with this comp is, again, this is the only poison dispel, and Arakara could get a little bit funky. I think Arakara first area, you'd have to game with this Totem. You play a big pull with cooldowns, and you would use Totem, I think. Totem, Recall, plus, like, if you play Disc Priest here, how are you doing Arakara? Yeah? Like, how are you doing that? You could also play, so this is an interesting thing, exactly. All of a sudden, you could do this. After the buffs today, you could totally, I could see this being a thing for sure. Yeah, magic damage. Assassin is most of magic damage. So this would get buffed by here and here, and then you would actually play Assassin plus, probably plus Resto Druid here. Yeah, but these are like a pretty, this isn't physical. No, Warrior, I think that Warrior comps are not physical now. Like, I don't think Warrior comps are physical. That's the thing. I don't think Warrior comps are physical, but I do think you're going to want a Shaman here. So you play Resto Shaman instead of Resto Druid, and you give up Mark of the Wild. Though the way you would do this here, though, no, you play here. This is why you would play this. You play Resto Shaman. Sassus, what are you talking about? I can't believe I engaged in an entire conversation about S-Priest with you if you think Assassination is 100% physical. You got to read the abilities. So you'd play Resto Shaman here. I think that this is a very strong comp. Warrior is kind of needed because Warrior buffs 1, 2, 3. Massive buff like this. Like, this is enabling these 3 specs like this. You know what I mean? This is enabling these specs. So I feel like this could be massive. You could also actually bring in a Feral Druid, yeah. You think Feral? I think Feral Druid could really fit in here as well. Like, maybe, because this is a lot of prio damage. Like, maybe you don't need this and you actually just straight up, like, Feral Druid buffs are real. I could see this working. Basically, because remember, Warrior is competitive because Warrior buffs any of these, though, right? Like, Warrior buffs any of this. Yeah, so I mean, maybe you'd want a Rogue here. Maybe this is a free comp where you bring 1, 2, and you could swap this in. Like, this last spec is a swap in, but this comp seems giga tanky to me. Like, this seems like it's gonna live. Like, this seems like really, really good, though. You could do that, yeah. But the problem is that the whole point of this is that it's a magic melee comp. So you wouldn't want Windwalker here, you know what I mean? You wouldn't want Windwalker because it's a magic melee comp. Mountain Thane does get big single target. And you got 2 poison dispels. The dispel profile looks a lot better when you add this in. Right? You need a dispel. You need this though. Holy damage. Ret Pally is considered holy strike damage if you play the talent, but I think it's mostly holy damage, yeah. Mix. There's a mix of things though. So the physical comp, obviously, is pretty mandated. This one is where you play Fury Warrior. You play Brewmaster, Fury Warrior, Feral Druid like this with the Resto Shaman. The last spec here, you slot in. This one's here, though. This one's here. So this one, right? This one, whichever is tuned higher. It's basically whatever rogue is tuned higher. It's either Outlaw, this, or a Hunter. It's Outlaw or a Hunter, basically. This is a Giga comp right now. If you want to play Brewmaster, I think you play Brewmaster with a Resto Shaman. You get Giga kicks, Giga stops, big survivability. This would be fine, right? Poison Dispel, Dispel Profile, all of these need at least 1 Poison Dispel. Marksman Hunter is mixed between physical and magic, right? But you could also remember this right here. You could take this out and actually bring in a Havoc. You know what I mean? So, like, you could bring in a Havoc here, actually. It'd be just fine. This is another thing, like, you know what I mean? I don't know about this. Like, this is the one thing as we talked about this first comp. The problem is I don't see this working. On one hand, in my brain, I'm like, bro, this is... you imagine the damage of this comp. This is, like... you know, it deletes things. But I don't think you'd play this. I actually just don't think so. This is where I started thinking and realizing VDH is considered the best tank individual, right? Like VDH is considered a very good like a very good tank. But what would you play it with? What would you play it with? That's what I'm thinking all of a sudden. As I bring this back down, what do you play VDH with? What's another VDH comp you could play? Because VDH requires either Resto, like Boomy. The problem is like that's a niche pick now. Like all of a sudden that's a niche pick. Like you play VDH with Boomy, so that comp would look something. You granted the dispels would be great, so you'd play like VDH over here with Boomy plus a Resto Shaman then, or a Disc Priest. You could play Disc Priest here. My question though is like, how do I fit in a Disc Priest? Where do I fit in a Disc Priest to this comp? Right? So VDH Boomy here with Arcane Mage, obviously. So you'd bring Arcane Mage here, and then what? What's the last DPS here? What's the last one? What would you play here? Like this is a what? Right? Can you make stops work? Like kicks are going to be a problem here. A lot of these packs, remember, one of the reasons that VDH Boomy is so good, right? Frosty K, you think? But you got to understand that this season, one of the reasons that VDH Boomy is so good, this is too niche, I think. But one of the reasons is because the way the packs need to be controlled. I want you to think about the pull before, yeah, Grip Beam. But Grip Beam works for some pulls but doesn't work for other pulls. Like, I want you to think about this. The pull before second boss in Dark Flame Cleft, okay? MD also exists on other priests, though. So Dark Flame Cleft, the pull before the second boss, you know all those casters, you need to stop them because in higher keys that will kill you, the cast there, yeah? You can't chain CC them, but if you grip and beam, it puts the spell on cooldown, right? In the new dungeon pool, Arakara, that doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. Shadow Priest is straight up damage. Straight up, it's damage. Shadow Priest is straight up used for damage. You know? If you need a good PI target, though, you need one. Yeah, so this would either be Ellie Shami or Havoc here. Havoc's not a bad PI target. It's not the best, though. So the way it works right now is that if I stop that with a grip and a beam, all good. But there are pulls in Arakara where I need more than a grip and a beam, and I would much rather have a Pally interrupt than a VDH interrupt. And Halls of Atonement is another good option. If you go into the first pull, you grip and beam, you're set for the first set of casts. But then what? But then what? But then what? Because they'll keep casting. Like, they don't go on cooldown. They're still just going to immediately go bolt, 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 bolt. Does that make sense? Like, what do you do after that? Prot Pally is like, great, I'll lock down one or two targets consistently the whole pull. VDH is not actually the best at that anymore. Now Prot Pally is the best at that. That's why you would play it. Even though this is a damage loss, you would still play Prot Pally, right? You could put Frosty K in any one of these comps. I agree. That's why Frosty K is so versatile. But I feel like this comp here, like, honestly, you could actually take this. It's the August same. Okay, so actually, then what if you take Shadow Priest out and you just slot in? I don't know if you play Mage here. What if you actually just didn't? Arcane is so good though. But Arcane is so good. Well, okay, what if you did Prot Pally plus? What if you actually played a comp that was just solid without group buff? So you took a Frosty K and you put it in here, and then instead of the Mage, you need a Lust. Instead of Mage, you went Enhanced Shami. But that starts to look like this comp. You know? They both want funnel. It's true. That's why I'm thinking maybe you choose between the Arcane with the VDH, or you just play Havoc and you don't play Arcane. Like, it's a good point. What if you didn't play this? What would you play here then? How would you build this comp? Because this is now Giga Tanky. Like, this is Giga Tanky, but I don't know if you actually need the Prot Pally now. Yes. So I think you want a Shaman. I think you'd play Enhanced Shami here. You would play Enhance. Enhance would go really hard there. Enhance would go really, really, really hard. Enhance right here. This comp looks good to me. Basically, you have your Prot Pally, sack your Enhance. He Blade Dances everyone, alternate with Blur. He lives eternally. This guy gets the just heal. But you wouldn't... So this is basically this guy buffs him, this guy buffs him, this guy buffs everything. I wouldn't see... This comp could be really good. I don't think this first comp can work. Like, as one hand, it's like... I thought about it then. It's yeah. So when you're making comps, you got to think about the fact that the tier list that we made, realistically, these specs are going to be slotted in first. You're going to figure out a comp with this. All of this is going to be put in before anything else. Yeah, all of this is going to be put in first. And enhanced should be basically high here because you want shaman. This is all niche. This is technically niche. I don't think that this is A+. I still think this is here, though. The group buffs complicate things. So all of a sudden, because you can make a tier list and argue that, hey, this is really good, you know? I can make a tier list and this is going to be top damage. But then all of a sudden, I start making comps and I only have 5 people to put in. You know what I mean? I only have 5 people. So what am I supposed to do with this comp? It's like 1, but this, I don't think this works, man. Like, I just think in practice, it sounds good, but if you actually try to play this, you might have a problem. It makes sense that it would do a lot of damage, you know? There's single target. No. Arcane is good, but the problem is that Arcane and Havoc want funnel. It's true. I think that Frost DK, but where would you put in Frost DK? So what would you remove? What do you remove here then? You wouldn't remove Mage. This is why all of a sudden I was thinking, though. Caster Con without Beam and Dungeon, like, that's what I'm thinking, right? Like, Fnatic, that's what I'm thinking. I feel like you have to remove the S-Priest. But then all of a sudden, you're not playing S-Priest. Right? And then what do you do? Because then do you still play Resto Druid, or do you start playing Disc with this? Do you actually slot in the Disc here? And then you would go Disc with the Caster comp, and you would play, what, Frost DK, basically? Like, you basically play Frost DK here? Like, is this kind of the idea that actually that first comp, like, this looks a lot better to me. All of a sudden, I'm thinking, okay, now this can live. Now this would actually live. But the problem is Poison Dispel. Like, how does this live Arakara? You only have 1 totem. I think this could struggle in a dungeon like Arakara. I feel like that's what I'm saying is, like, Disc Priest to me is still so good. But then all of a sudden, when I look at the DPS that I want to bring, where's the Dispel coming from? You know? And yeah, I feel like a Rogue is really pushing it. Like, Assassination Rogue is pushing it to be replaced in one of these comps, like, very easily. I think what you'll see a Rogue with Broom. Like, again, this could be a Outlaw here. Like, basically, a Rogue is somewhere here. You know, slightly better than Fair. You bring it over here. So, yeah, I'm not really sure, man. I'm not sure. You could add, like, there's so many potential comps that I'm not sure. But, like, how does this deal with Arakara? Like, that's my question, Fnatic. You know what I mean? VDH Arcane. So, I think that Resto Druid has to be played here. Then you cover your basis. This can live. Again, AMZ on the outside of cooldowns. This guy, can he live? Can he live with this comp? Like, you bark skin him. You actually would bark skin him on some mechanics. In the physical comps. Yeah, I just think Havoc is actually that strong. Like, I actually think Havoc is so strong that you would have to alternate some barriers and stuff, but technically you'd be all right. It could live to a point. But then I'm like, the success of the key, I think that this is more damage, though. Shaman is just the new Boomy. Exactly. So, but you know what you have for one-shots? You have Ghost Wolf DR. I couldn't imagine anybody playing it, but you know you have Ghost Wolf DR where you can actually you could just sit in Ghost Wolf. That's a thing you can do. You could technically, it's 20%. It's kind of like a really bad bear form. Imagine being a shaman and being like, hold up, guys, let me just sit in Ghost Wolf for 3 seconds. Yeah, because you'd have to for Zav. I was about to say. For Zav, I bet you would have to do that. Or it used to be like that for third boss of Siege of Borealis. You'd have to do it. So, as far as I can see here, Disc Priest should be better, but I'm confused about how to play them. Because if you want to play Disc Priest, you kind of need Boomy. Like, Disc Priest should still technically be really good. But how do you slot them in? Because if I take Resto Druid out here, then you're a problem, right? Because then, but Poison Dispels. Remember, this season, there are no mandatory Dispels. Amazing, by the way. Fantastic, because one of the reasons the season was so fun. This current season of M+ has 0 mandatory Dispels. Yes. Every season should be like that. Right? Poison Cleansing Totem would work if you do a big pull And I think you'd be dwarf, and I think you could out heal some of them. Like with defensives, I really think you could, because like the Call of the Brood is not, you don't need big defensives for that Fanatic. So the way that dungeon would be paced is that you would go first pull, live, you know, and then second pull, the totem comes out, recall the totem, make sure you have cooldowns, and then you would play Call of the Brood, it would be fine. You'd play Knock, the second mini boss, and it would be chill because that thing is nerfed. And then what? You would go to the next pull, few poisons there, don't dispel the tank, dwarfs, shields, just big healing. Like, Resto Druid can out-heal a lot of the poisons, to be honest. Like, Resto Druid can totally just out-heal a lot of them, even at a higher key level. So Dev doesn't slot in. These are, like, the comps I think you'll see at the highest level. Keep in mind that anything works. Like, okay, so let's assume that I play Guardian Druid, okay? This is what I would look for. Guardian Druid technically works with anything. But I'm going to think, if I want Guardian Druid, I would be happy to play anything. Like, I would be happy to play with a Havoc and a Frost DK. I like this type of comp for Guardian Druid. Personally speaking, I want a Resto Shaman. Resto Shaman is probably my best bet. So I want Resto Shaman with this, and then I have a Lust from here, and then I have Shaman buff, Havoc buff, this, and then what else would I play here? I could slot in a Monk, I could slot in a Warrior. I feel like this is actually where you would play a Fury Warrior like this. Like, Fury Warrior would be good here. You know? Like, this could be here. I think that this could be really good. If I was playing Guardian, I would probably look for something like this, rather than the Arcane Mage comp. Like, I feel like I would actually play here. But as you can see, one of the reasons I put Havoc as S+, what's up, Noctis? One of the reasons I play this, though, you're just avoiding... Yeah, if you play Bear, you got to avoid Resto Druid. But do you need something range? Because if you play range, then you don't play Fury Warrior. Fury Warrior only exists if you play basically all melee. But all of a sudden, Hunters don't fit in here. Like, they just don't. And Druid needs a lot... Like, Druid wants stops. So I would rather play with a group like this. DK can grip casters and Priory or anything that's far because these guys cleave, right? Magic damage comp. This is a full magic damage comp, basically. No, Lee, did you see the patch notes today? Read the patch notes from Marksman. No, read it. Did you see it today? That was a hefty nerf, man. That was a big nerf. Like, that was a backhand with rings on. Like, that really actually affected them. I don't mind I think Warlock's good, you know? No, their PTR nerfs are not live. They're not live. I tested it today, but unfortunately, they're not live yet. So you can't actually tell. Yep, it's not on the new patch. So we don't know. Like, technically, I read that, and I'm like, that's a large nerf. But if, let's say that, for example, a Hunter is doing the same DPS as this guy is so much more valuable. Or if a Hunter is doing the same DPS as this guy is so much more valuable. Like, it's hard to say exactly how it's going to end up. But I also wouldn't mind, like, let's say that I wanted to play a comp like this. This is going to be something I'm thinking about. Let's say I play my Bear. I also wouldn't mind this. This is something I wouldn't mind here. You could really start cooking. You know, if I wanted to play with a Monk, I could think about this. I could think about this. I could play like 1, 2, 3, maybe again Fury Warrior in here with the Resto Shaman. You could play something like this. Why not? Yeah, Devastation is a good standalone caster with the Resto Shaman here for Lust. You could play this, you know. I think this would work, by the way. I would cramp, but the thing is about Dev is, again, where would I put it in? So Dev would replace an Outlaw row. So let's say, okay, let's put a comp with Dev Evoker. Let's say Dev goes here. I don't mind Dev. Like I said, I'm high up on Dev. I like Dev. So what if I wanted to play Dev? I bring Guardian Druid with this comp. I play Resto Shaman. I think Guardian Druid and Resto Shaman are a good match. So Dev is here. You don't play a physical comp then. Now all of a sudden you're thinking Havoc and a Frost DK. That works. You could play this. I think you still want from here, what do you want? Mob control is going to be a problem. There's a lot of times where I'm going to want a grip. I think a grip is super important. Like, there's a lot of... I can already tell you Halls of Atonement, second pull, is going to be really hard for this comp. Priory, first pull, could be hard for this comp. Priory in general could be hard. Floodgate, 2 of the pulls, you're going to want grips. You know, but you could just slot this in. You could play a Frost DK here. All of a sudden, though, you see how the comps actually go, though? No, you have Dev for... No. Prio this is not Prio. This is just massive damage. But you could slot this in, absolutely. Yeah. I feel like the value of a Fury Warrior versus a Dev is very similar. You know, like I think that this would be absolutely fine. Likewise, the problem is that this gets Havoc, but doesn't get gets the Resto Shaman buff. Prot Pal, Havoc, S Priest, Dev. Havoc, S Priest, Dev. So you would play over here, right? Instead of the Frost DK, you would put a Dev Evoker. Could do. But I feel like Dev and PI work well together as well. Dev is getting... So here's the thing. You can start to see how the meta, when you start making comps, there are some problems that start to happen. Like, how am I getting a Warlock in here? Like, Warlocks are just kind of... How am I getting a Hunter in here? It doesn't matter that their damage is individually buffed. Where am I putting a Hunter? Every situation that I could think about bringing a Hunter, I'm like, but I could bring something else that's better. You know what I mean? Dev is okay single. It's not bad single if you're playing the key build. So where do I put this? Where do I put a Rogue? I feel like Rogue could slot into this comp really well. I still feel like a Feral Druid in this, like this is a Giga comp right here. This is like, you got big prio, fair buff to the group, although maybe the Fury Warrior is down bad and you actually take this out. But this is a lot. I mean, this is basically, this guy is doing insane damage here and this guy is doing insane damage. Because Havoc benefits from Mystic Touch, but also benefits from these two. Like, I feel like this comp is a very real comp. I feel like this comp is incredibly real. I think that this comp is also fairly real, although I could see replacing a Havoc with this or something. Rogue instead of Feral. But really, like, but you want Havoc. Like, Havoc does so much damage. But, like, you know what I mean? But why wouldn't you play Havoc? There's no reason to not play it, though. The thing is that Hunters now bring absolutely nothing. Mark of the Wild is so important, but although you could see, I could see you dropping it. Although if you really wanted, if you take DK out here, I feel as though, yeah, Havoc does a lot. Their Fury of the Eldrachi and a lot of their damage is actually, it's not all physical, but it's actually mostly physical. Yeah. So Havoc, you want, the only problem is that you want a Mystic Touch as a Havoc, but a lot of the things that benefit from Mystic Touch don't do magic damage. So Havoc doesn't benefit them as much, if that makes sense. Yeah. So all of a sudden, though, as I'm looking at comps, they basically revolve around what tank you play. This one's got Giga Dispels. This one has Giga Dispels. I should hydrate, I know. Here, we'll keep talking about it. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. I want to put this in the Discord if anybody's interested. All of the Discords and stuff will be here. I want to keep updating it. I'm really curious to see. This is like my first time ever making content on YouTube and stuff. I'm kind of new at this. I hope people appreciate the perspectives that I'm trying to share, rather than just say like, this is for sure what's going to be the best. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to say this is like the best thing, but rather let's have a conversation. Cause I think that you're making good points. I think I'm making all right points of like, yeah, you could play this. I could see this being a Giga comp in this dungeon, but then in Arakara, how are you going to do it? Or this, like, you got Floodgate, how are, you know what I mean? Like, there's thought processes. You can't just say that's the best. There are times when you're like Prot Pally on this poll, Halls of Atonement. It's going to make Halls of Atonement so much better. But then you're going to bring it to something like Floodgate and maybe Ow or Priory. And I think, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Is Feral Druid good? Feral Druid is weirdly good right now. Like, it was dependent on a physical comp at some point, but now I don't know. Like, so this is the traditional Outlaw Rogue comp, but Havoc is kind of Giga. Like, I could see you not playing Outlaw in favor of this, though. Considering most, and that's true, by the way, Anthony. That needs to be taken into consideration. And everything, the only thing is for tanking, you'll see all these tanks work. The one tank that doesn't exist here is Blood DK. Yeah, but you'll see that the healers that I'm choosing for almost every comp is going to be a Resto Druid or a Resto Shaman. Technically, Prez works if you're really good at Prez, but basically Resto Druid or Resto Shaman. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. Let me get a drink, and I'll be right back. We'll keep talking about it, and I'll do some PTR stuff. So, thank you for, by the way, reminding me to hydrate throughout all of that. I do need to hydrate because I have POTS. And so, delicious. I gave myself the special yummy electrolytes with extra sugar today. Also, yesterday, walking around Thailand for 3 hours and doing the stream was super fun. Like, I really like doing the Thailand stream, but I should have brought even more salt with me. I only brought 5 salt pills, and I should have brought, like, 10 salt pills. It's just super awkward. I don't know how you would feel about taking this out in public. But there's a little white baggie I have, and it's a little clear plastic baggie with white pills in it. It's a little awkward to occasionally just randomly pull this out and be like, I need to take this. You know what I mean? That could be misconstrued, a little bit misunderstood in public settings. It's just salt, man. It's just salt. It's just salt. I need more salt. Here we go. I still don't get the thing with salt pills. It's something called postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. It has to do with the fact that my joints go like this. Lit. It's basically like my blood pressure just crashes. Yeah, I know. It's so weird, right? It is. I put them in a candy container. That makes it more suspicious. I'd rather just be honest about it. What are you doing, Jesus? I have EDS. I know it's so weird, right? They just go boo, 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 boo. Every joint in my body does that. So let's say that something like this exists. You know what I mean? No, nobody beats me in a thumb war. I will win thumb wars every single day of my life. I'm going to put this right here. I'm going to put this comp prediction or something like this. I'm kind of happy with these, by the way. You know, let's put this in the Discord or something like this or whatever. Move your camera to the other side. Oh, shit. Am I covering the comp predictions? Yeah. Here. That's a good point. I got this here. Great point. I forgot I was covering it. No, I've got them. You can see it here now. You take a picture of your comp send your WhatsApp team. Well, okay. Remember that these are just Guardian Druid things. I would really say that this is, I wanted to make it work. Like, I really wanted to make it work, but I will say, yeah, honestly, oh my gosh, 100%. If you're trying to go from 3K to 3.5, etc. though. Yes, this is, I need extra salt. Like, this is literally a salt pill. Like, I have 2 different salt pills that I have on my desk. They're literally just salt. I need to take these throughout the day, especially when I'm streaming and sitting down for long periods of time. Yeah, like by the way, like 12 of these a day. Like I take 10 to 12 of these a day. No, I need like way more salt. Otherwise, I get like super ill and my head goes whoa. Like this. VS talked about a while back. Never heard of it. Oh yeah. So like, look up POTS. If you have EDS, you should look up POTS and salt intake and stuff like that. Makes the biggest difference in my life, I swear. I couldn't stream otherwise. I wouldn't be able to stream at all. Also, people were arguing about the Prez Evoker. Can I just show you Prez? Can I just show you some Prez Evoker? Let me see if I can find a PTR key, and I want to just show you something. I just want to show you Prez Evoker, right? Remember that when we talk about the comps, I'll make a YouTube video about this, okay? I'll put this on YouTube after. What you need to know about comps is this, okay? Here's what you need to know about comps. I want to play Guardian Druid, so I need to make this work. But technically speaking, the conversation is important, okay? I'll have 2 tanks. I'll always make 2 tanks work, right? I'll make like 2 tanks work. I don't have just one. I'll make 2 or 3 work always. So I'll maintain my Guardian Druid and my VDH probably, as well as a Prot Warrior or Pally, depending on which one I prefer. But let's say I want to play my Druid. I'll be looking for a Fury Warrior or a good Frost DK or a good Havoc to play with. I'll also be looking for a Windwalker because I straight up think that Windwalker fits in here. Like, I don't think you need a dev. I think that, like, Windwalker here is fine. I think that Fury Warrior here is fine. I think Fury Warrior fits a little better than this. I think if you play DOTC Bear, you want Windwalker more than this. You're like a horse, get a Salt Lick. I know, right? It's kind of crazy. That'd be super weird. Thailand's already culturally, I do some weird stuff here. But everybody was arguing about my Prez Evoker choice, and I'm just going to show you this. Yeah, you could take Ret. Ret wouldn't be bad in this comp. You could totally just slot a Ret in here instead. You could get rid of the Havoc, or you can get rid of the Warrior and just put Ret. That'd be fine. You know, like, the important thing is if you take a screenshot of this, you got to have context. You can't just say this comp is best. You know what I mean? Can I go Windwalker? You totally can. Windwalker Fury makes a lot of sense, actually. To be a Woo's Havoc? I mean, like, so I want a Havoc. Like, pretty much every comp wants a Havoc. Like, you guys understand why the Havoc exists, right? It's the melee arcane mage. It's like you want to find a way to play Havoc. You can totally play Warrior, like Fury Warrior and Windwalker work, except for the fact that Fury Warrior plays Mountain Thane now, and Mountain Thane is a little bit here. What do you do that we considered weird in Thailand? I don't know. I'm white. I don't know. Like, what's considered weird in Thailand for me? Probably just the fact that, I don't think I care enough about fashion. I think people kind of think about their image a lot here, and I just walk around in literally this shirt and flip-flops all the time because I don't like to wear anything. Like, I'll show up to a bar if I have friends meeting up or something like that because I have friends now. It's weird. But if I got invited to a bar like a few nights ago for trivia night. I went for like an hour and I got tired and I left. So if I went there though, I showed up in like flip-flops, and I was yesterday on the Thailand stream. On the Thailand stream, I went past a Steinway piano shop, and I was like, I kind of want to go in and ask them how much it is. And people looked at me and they were like, "Oh, woo, you can't walk into a Steinway piano shop, a very fancy place, wearing what you're wearing. Like, you can't, like, no, you can't just show up in like a tank top and like athletic shorts and sandals. Like, that's not, you can't do that." Like, I was like, really? Why not? Is Marksman dead? Kind of. I think that Marksman's still good. So individually, you just throw a Marksman in there. Great. Yeah, like you could throw a Marksman into this comp. Keep in mind that one of the comps that we're not talking about here is, I would say, you play like you could play here, right? No, Fury Warrior buff. You want a Warrior buff because this gives like 1.5 million DPS. Like, this gives 1.5 to this. You have big AoE, solid AoE prio, and this just buffs. This is literally an Aug Evoker. If you play Furier in this comp, you're literally just an Aug Evoker buffing these things. Runs Hunter. So you could play that. Like, that's basically now all of a sudden you're thinking if you just add this here, and you were like, okay. So you were saying, for example, the Guardian Druid, and this is where you would play that comp. Like, for example, like a Retribution Paladin, right? And then a Rogue and a Hunter. The problem is that I don't think you'd play Ret Pally there, but let's say you want a Hunter. Okay, fine. So let's say you take a Hunter, like a Marksman Hunter, and you are playing a Rogue in here or something like this. And what's this last spec? And a Resto Shaman. My problem here is this. Where's your prio damage in higher keys? I feel like you could play Windwalker, but now all of a sudden this is like uber target capped. You would have a hard time in some pulls. You'd have to think about some pulls. You could do it though. But I think like you would play Assassination instead because you're not playing. But then if you play Assassination doesn't benefit as much from this. But then all of a sudden it's like, okay, I feel like the comp that you would actually play with this is a Brewmaster. You play Brewmaster here and then it fits in better. So like Assassination with not this, but a Brewmaster as an example. Yeah, I think you would play here. You go Brewmaster, Hunter. If you wanted to play a Hunter, you go like this, right? Is there no dungeons up on PTR? I don't know, on PTR right now. I'm looking in a second. There are some dungeons up right now. Yeah? Yeah. What do I want to do here? Okay. I'll have Prot Pal, Havoc, Dev Evoker, S-Priest, Resto Druid. Lots of externals. You want to make Dev Evoker work, you would play Prot Pal, Havoc, Dev Evoker, S-Priest. Yeah, I could see that. But so these are all potential comps. Like, which one is going to be exactly the best? We don't really know. Add a row below. That's an interesting comp. So you're saying, for example, hold up. Prot Pally, because this will help the S-Priest. S-Priest, Dev Evoker. Interesting. Okay. With a Resto Druid, because you have Lust from here. These are a lot of dispels. I think you would have to play Mage instead of Havoc. Wouldn't you want Mage here to buff this? I guess Havoc and Mage are similar buffs. You would have one melee, but this controls stops. You have enough stops here for sure. With a Resto Druid, you'd have enough stops and kicks. Like this. Are you sure you want... You're looking to moving to Phuket? What you need to be able to do? You can message me if you want specifically Thailand information. Just message me on Discord because I'm a little iffy sometimes on talking about specific stuff on stream, like how I got visas and whatnot. Like, but just message me on Discord about it, Jones. I'd rather respond privately on Discord about that stuff. Yeah, but you can move here if you want. If you want to make it work, it just costs some money, but you can make it work. Yes. You wouldn't have it wouldn't be that hard. It's not that hard to move to Thailand. So this spec, if you want to make a rogue work, I feel like rogue wants warrior. I feel like this is a warrior tank comp, actually. This is like more of a warrior thing, where you would play warrior like this, and then you would go hunter, rogue, plus X, plus X. So resto druid like this. You bring like resto druid here, though. Yeah, corrosion. I've lived in Thailand for over... I did yesterday. I actually did my first in real live stream ever. Yeah, I posted the whole VOD to YouTube. It's not going to do very well, but that's okay. Havoc is actually mostly physical, some magic. Like, Immo Aura is magic, but most of Havoc, I think, is physical. So like this right here could work, and then what's the last slot? You wouldn't play Monk here. I feel like you actually just slot in... you slot in a Havoc. Like, what do you slot in here? Frost Decay? What do you need? You have a Dispel? Maybe another Dispel. A Ret? Yeah. Ret would work. You could play Ret there. Yeah, what's up? Quick question. You think Resto Shaman benefits most of a... Okay. Personally, Enhance. Yeah. Enhance could work. You could play Enhance. But then you already have a lot of Prio here. You don't have a PI target. Enhance could work. Because you want Shaman for this. Shaman benefits this a lot. I think you want Shaman. If you play Resto Druid, you want Enhance. That makes sense to me. Like this. But it's so weird. Because the point is, when I actually thought about this, the actual physical... Like, you could take Havoc out of this, and you could put a Rogue in here. This would be an example of something you could do for a pure physical comp. But when I thought about it, I realized that the actual physical comps that I see more of is going to be a magic melee comp. I don't see a lot of pure phys comps. I see a lot of like magic melee comps, and Prot Warrior fits better into that than Brewmaster. Brewmaster is literally phys. This is attack power. Attack power benefits a Havoc, a Ret, a Frost Decay, a this, a that, or whatever. You know what I mean? I will say that Ret enables Guardian Druid on like the last pull of Arakara. Ret would enable Guardian Druid there quite a lot. So that would help there. Who's getting more invites next season? Guardians or Prot Warrior, probably. I think Prot Warrior would have an easier time getting invites, to be honest. Okay, let me show you Prez. I want to do an actual key here. We'll go over this again and later. I don't want to take a screenshot just yet, because I'll take a screenshot after and put it in Discord. But let me show you this here. Look, we're on PTR right now. I'm going to list my own key, probably. Let's do something easy, like a 14 or a 15 on my Prez Evoker. What key do you want to do? What key? How about Priory? What about a Priory? You want to do Priory? Priory is... What do you think is a hard key to do right now? What do you think is a hard key to do that I can prove to you that Prez Evoker is actually really good? Priory? Depending on how we pull this could be really tough. But sure. Why don't we do Priory 14 or 15? How about this? 14 or 15, and I will show you Prez Evoker. Deal? This is where it's going to get real interesting. Because everybody was sleeping on the fact that I rated Prez so highly. I will show you. I will literally just show you. This was the Floodgate 17. My Ecodome 18 is already... Look at this. Look at this. Look at that overall. This is overall damage in this Ecodome. We were playing with an Aug Evoker and Meeks as the tank. Look at this, man. How sure are you... This is, by the way, pre-nerf Frost Decay. So pre-nerf Frost Decay is going to look like this. Excuse me. My Prez is doing massive damage. That's a lot of damage, man. That's a lot of damage for a healer right now. Does anybody want to come to this 14? An Outlaw Rogue. Sure. We'll take whoever. Let's play with an Outlaw Rogue. Is this going to be an actual comp? No. This is pre-nerf Marksman Hunter. I don't really want to play with Hunter. Just not yet. An Elemental Shaman. You guys want to see Elemental Shaman? I'll prove to you right now. Ultra Banana. Scared. But Prez didn't show up on your comp list? No. You can slot it in to kind of fill stuff. How about an Elemental Shaman? Let's just take him. And let's see if this works. I will show you that I think I can argue right now what I think will happen in this key, but let's find out. Let's find out. We can take whoever. Did I miss the tier list? Can we go over it again super quickly one last time? Ha 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 ha. Don't worry. All of this will go to YouTube for sure. If you're new to my stream and you're new here, I'm very new at this. There are two reasons that I want to do a tier list. All right. A Feral Druid. Bet. Show me. There are two reasons I really want to do a tier list. Number one, because I genuinely want to talk about the game, and I think that a lot of people don't really understand how comps work and why things are good at some levels and why other things are good, and the fact that you can technically play everything, okay? But I just want to point out that you can play everything, okay? That's like one of the things I want to say. And the second thing is because I'm a new content creator and people fucking love it. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to level with you right now. Y'all want this. I'm giving the people what they want. I'm just going to be honest with you. All right? Because you guys fucking want this. like, I'm just saying, okay? Flex your team? Okay. Boom. I will flex. Listen. Okay? Yes. That's the truth of it. That's the truth of it. Oh, this Brewmaster is good. We did the 18 Eco Dome. All right, good. Look at this. This is a relative fizz comp. Yo, welcome back. Welcome back. We want a strong tank. That one is covering too much. We want a string tank top, damn. I cannot put a shirtless redeem on stream. I feel like this is though. But y'all yearn for the list. You do. You do, and you know you do. You and I both know that everyone yearns for the list. Because I'm not going to lie to you. Do you know what I spend my time? You know what? I'm going to end stream, and I'm going to be like, oh, look, he uploaded a new tier list. Guess what I'm fucking watching? I love them. They're awesome. This is the game I spend so much right here, though. Right? I spend a lot of time on this. I spend a lot of time on World of Warcraft. So I do like talking about it. But thanks for hanging out. And I hope that people like my perspective on things. You know what I mean? Like, I'm excited. Like, this is very exciting. Season 3 is a season that I wanna own this next season. I had a lot of stuff go on last season. I was gonna push. I was in contention for more title range keys, and then I got divorced, and I was like, never mind. But now, next season, my life is more free. I spend more time streaming. I spend more time playing. Let's see what happens. Maybe I'll fight for it. Maybe not. I don't know. Title seems so meh, to be honest, though. Oh, yeah. Did you not know that? Excuses. Did you not know that, Funk? Yeah. What did we say? Let's do Priory. Priory? Let's do Priory. I think we were going to do Priory. Like Priory 14 or 15. I'm here to see if Windwalker will be able to get to 3K. 100% it will, Luca. No problem. 3K, very, very, very much you can. 3K, 100%. Do I have everything I want? Yeah, let's go. I just going to get the key. That's why I was here, by the way. I don't mind either. How about we just do a 14 and we do something chill? Oh, what is wrong with my bags? This is not good here. All right, let's clear some space to make sure I actually pick up what I need to pick up here. We'll just sell all this stuff. Boom. Okay. So, Keystone Container. We want a Floodgate. And let's just grab all of this in case I want to do more after. So we grab all of these, and then we get Floodgate, like 14. I think 12s are too easy now, so 14, 15, etc. Yeah? Yes, you can totally... Yes, JBs, but remember, everybody plays the game at different levels. And that's so important to understand. It might be easy for you. That doesn't mean it's easy for everybody. 3K is a huge goal for a lot of people in World of Warcraft, and there is nothing wrong with that at all. Like, you gotta understand, like, for me, 3K is not that much. I agree with you that I'm like, the way that I play the game, 3K is really chill. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's chill for everybody. There was a time when 3K was tough for me. I remember the very first season I ever played, I think I was just happy to get to X key level. You know what I mean? The tier list, okay, so the tier list is done. I will show you the tier list right now. It's going to be, I'll take a screenshot of the tier list and I'm going to put it in Discord. Although most things require an explanation, I will just put it in Discord. Here we go. So you can find the tier list in Discord. Let's take a screenshot right now. Boom. S+ cheesecake spec. There we go. As funny as it is, although I put Arcane in here, sometimes I wonder where you're going to actually play Arcane. I actually wonder, like, how am I going to make Arcane work in a comp? It's so weird. It's really strange. All right, general. Here we go. Straight up in general. All right. Pictures, screenshots, done. Let me show you Prez. I want... You can press X to doubt all you want. All right. Press X to doubt all you want. Prot Pal, Havoc, Arcane, S-Priest, Resto Druid. Yeah, I could see something like that. That's what I think, too. That's what I think it would work with that. Resto Druid is really good, man. Resto Druid is super good. Okay. Shroud the first pack. All right, bet. Do we have all my buffs and stuff? Let's go. Let's actually play the game for a second. Cool. Ready, check, and I will show you Prez. How much damage do you think I'm doing first pull? How much damage? Nobody will die. How much damage are we doing first pull? Is he not going to pull the Knight, or are we pulling Knight now? I feel like Knight is actually good percentage at this point. I also missed some Dispriest comps. 4 mil. Bet. The question now is whether Windwalker would limit the ability. Good point. Okay, fair enough. Fair point. The fair clarification, JBs. Fair clarification. 5 mil. Oh, shit, it's my key. I forgot. My bad. Okay, there you go. I think that, unfortunately, the meta does matter, even at that level. And I do think, unfortunately, the reality is, very possibly, it will limit you. Although it shouldn't. You know what I mean? Like, it definitely shouldn't limit you. All right? Well, the HPS will be how fast we kill the pull and stuff. So we'll see about HPS. I'm not so sure about what HPS will be. So now we pull the Knight. This seems about right to me. Yep. Ready. Set. Caught this. Boom. Zephyr. 3, 2, 1. I'm clicking some buttons. I get my kick because I'm not a Dispriest. Clicking my buttons, not a Dispriest. Clicking my buttons, it's already dead. Did you watch anybody's health bar move? Did I have a hard time healing that? Are you sure that Prez is not going to be A tier? How sure are you about that? You sure? You sure? Because if you take a look at those meters, I'm doing all the HPS required easily. I was humming and clicking my buttons in almost a completely random order. Did I struggle? Because I think I forgot to struggle. Doesn't matter what my comp is. I was totally fine. I could have healed that way better, by the way. I was just chilling. I was just like, ba-da-ba-da-da-da-da. And that was bad prio damage because we had to kill that one mob there because we have no DK. So now we're going to come up here. Oh, this is a weird pull. Okay, wait, hold up. This is this pull. Okay, hold up. This is actually kind of hard to heal. 1 second. Especially if people start taking bleeds and stuff. Nice Ring of Peace. Good Ring of Peace. And we're going to go like this. It's actually so much fun to play Prez Evoker. Like, I don't think people realize how much fun this spec is. Yes, I know I'm in a 14 and it's PTR. I know. This is not the hardest key. I'm not trying to say that it's going to be the most meta. But for a lot of people, this is a decent key. You know what I mean? This is a decent key. Prez Evoker's pretty tanky. Oh, shit, I have 2 stacks of the bleed on me. I didn't even know that could happen. I know. This is a chill key. I'm not trying to push too hard right now. I watch my Brewmaster, big heal on him, and then I stasis. Easy. Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of people where this would be a stressful key for them. But remember that Prez Evoker is not that hard. We want to try to dodge this. We didn't, so I'm just going to big heal now. And all we're going to do here is we life bind into a Spirit Bloom. You guys want a Preservation Evoker guide? Here you go. TA, Reversion. If you have TA and Reversion up, you will be able to do anything. Dodge the bleed. So TA, Reversion. That's it. And then you just Chrono Flame. You do big dam. You do big healing. No problem. No problem. Yep. So what are we going to do walking into this pack? TA, Reversion. The Discord is now, I don't know if any mods are here. You can update the tier list command. So he's going to do some pulls. This is a pull that we're doing. This is a decision that we have made. Are we sure about this pull? So I'm going to need to do big healing, in which case I'm going to prep my hots first. I'm going to prep the hots. I'm going to external my Feral Druid, and I'm going to hit Tip the Scales, Fire Breath. Other than that, I have big healing here. Echo, Echo, Echo. I have everybody echoed, so no matter what happens, I'm going to be just fine. I'm going to get my stop, and no matter what happens from here, their Vortex, I'm going to get another stop, because I have this. I'm going to defensive now, and then I'm going to hit Communion. Infinite healing, Still good damage. You can respond to anything except obviously that one shot. But in terms of the unexpected damage on Prez, that's not a problem with it. If people get one shot, obviously. Now, granted, if I was a Disc Priest, I would have been able to save that. And also, if this wasn't PTR and I actually had, you know, a proper UI. But otherwise, you can top people's health bar in like 2 seconds. Actually, 1 second. Every moment, no matter what. As long as you know what buttons, we go here. 1, 2, and 3. I have so many options here, though. He might have died to a swirly. He got one tapped. I think it might have even been a few things, though. Of course not. But, like, you can actually do really well as Prez. Prez is independent of your team doing well. You can just do well, no matter what. Are we soloing this guy, or are we pulling more with it? I'm assuming we're going to pull something, right? Like that corner pack is the plan. So now the shields are up. What's the plan? Do you remember? If I have TA and reversions ticking, now all I need to do is Fire Breath, Chrono Flames. This is just literally, I'm just hitting her right now. I'm not doing anything. That shield is a little bit buffed up, so I'm just going to make sure I watch this. Deep breath. And here we go. If there's unexpected damage, I VE. And then I TA. That's it. Like, literally, it's not that complicated. See how there's unexpected damage? There's cast going off? No problem. I have a kick. I just send this. I have all my hots on the targets. I reversion. I echo, echo, and that's it. From here, I wait. I just hit nothing. I hit nothing. There's damage happening right now. Oh, he didn't send anything. He actually did too much damage into that. I almost had him. Didn't quite have external, but you have to be a little bit careful about giving me a second to heal you if you do that. The reflective shield got buffed a little bit. Yep. I almost had him, actually. I was going to maybe do a big Spirit Bloom, but I kind of thought I would have another second. So that was technically a miscalculation where, guess what? If I wasn't on Prez, maybe I could have healed him. But otherwise, Prez is not that complicated. So now I'm going to be more prepared because I know people died to that last time. So I'm going to VE and then Spirit Bloom. 3, 2, 1, Spirit Bloom. Golden Hour this up. Echo. Echo. Life Spark. Easy. Done. Like, it's already, like, that's it. That's all I need to do. I TA, I get reversion sticking. That's it. That's all. If there's another one that goes off, I just Dream Breath, and that's it. So, like, Prez is not that complicated, and you can maintain a very high level of damage. I do have a group buff that's not being accounted for on details, but otherwise I'm chilling. So I go into a pack, TA, reversion, and then I'm gonna play it safe. I'm not gonna greed my damage too much. I will say I'm not greeding my damage as much as I could be though. Prez, look at the DPS meters right now and tell me which healer does the most damage. That cast. Wait 1 second. Got him. Which healer does the most damage? Are you sure? I caught this and I insta heal. And then I stasis. So see how there's unexpected damage happening right now? No problem. Because I had stasis prepped. Like, look at the DPS meters and tell me by DPS meters alone, excluding group buffs and technical utility, which is doing the most damage. Because I feel like I'm doing a lot of damage here. I need to try to dodge these lynxes. Because I already sent a cot earlier. So I need to be actually dodging these lynxes. These lynxes do hurt. I just tip the scales. Send this here. Now, in order for Prez to do damage, you do kind of have to understand how to still heal on Prez. It can be a little bit tough. So right now I have options. Since I'm doing high movement, I can just send this. I'm going to lose some damage doing it this way, but no problem. No problem. Again, I don't want to get it nerfed. It doesn't, so it's still, even with this, I still don't see it fitting into comps. Like, as hilarious as it sounds, I don't actually see how I would make it work. Like, I want to make it work, and I want to tell you, it's so good because of its numbers, but you still wouldn't play it. Like, they can't nerf it, you know what I mean? Will be weekly. I guess, I'm assuming weekly. I don't think they'll be daily, although I don't think they've confirmed it. Have they confirmed it? Also, I'm not playing E-Loop for Prez Evokers out there, and I have no mana problems. Yeah? I have no mana problems right now. No E-Loop. So now we're going boss. Alright, let's see my healing on the boss. Weekly confirmed. Okay, perfect. Now, granted, watch this. I can caught the bleed off my tank. You know how cool that is? Do you see that? I can actually put a stasis in. I could put my caught in stasis, by the way. And what I'll be able to do is the next bleed, I can also caught off my tank. Watch this. Watch this. Boom. That's a double dispel on my tank. Prez Evoker, stocks. Imagine a Prot Warrior or a Prot Pally. I can get rid of 2 bleeds for them. That's awesome. That's huge, right? Yeah. I told you. So Prez Evoker. I can't do all of them, but I can do some. I'm also playing this kind of safe because I don't know exactly what our damage intake is going to look like. Is boss bugged? No, it's me. he was like, is the boss bugged? No, it's me. Prez. Prez. He was like, where'd the bleed go? He thought it was bugged. It's not bugged. It's just me, dude. If I stasis a caught, I can use caught twice, yes. I have another one right now for the next one. He was like, is the boss bugged? I was like, nope, just Prez. So it's good. And then I'm just going to... I could be greening a lot more damage. But yeah, Prez is solid. I think that people get so caught up in old things. So watch this. This bleed, I'm simply going to caught my tank. Easy money. Right? And then I'm going to set up for my next one. TA... And I can just life bind this, actually. External the one guy who needs it, and that's it. Many ways for me to heal this. I'll choose this one. And then a big Spirit Bloom, no problem. Easy money. So I have big healing on my tank. I have many resources that are technically unique to Prez Evoker, right? Like, I got a lot of options. It's super cool. So I'll just dispel him here, and then I'll use fat golden hours to get him back to full health. While I'm healing this guy as well. This one will be tough. Actually, I rewind this. I didn't prep for that one, so I did need to press my rewind there, because I could have prepped for that a lot better. I didn't realize there would be an overlap at exactly that moment. People overcomplicate things a lot. Am I min-maxing this spec? Actually, no. You know what I mean? Yeah, Monk does big boss damage. By the way, what'd I say about Shaman? Shaman on 2 targets. Overall, he's doing pretty good right now. That's fine. Yep. Can TD. I can TD on Gather if he wants. So he's going to do a triple pull here, I imagine. I'm going to watch aggro. And then we're going to lust this. I'm going to set up my healing. This is a hard healer pull. I have a kick because I'm not a squishy, useless. 1 Sacred Toll, big heal. Watch the health bars here. Watch the health bars. 2 Sacred Tolls, big heal. 3 Sacred Tolls, big heal. Aside from that 1 cast, which did go off just now, big heal. This is why I said Prez is actually so good. Because I can just infinitely heal. Like, this type of pull here is no problem. Big heal. That toll goes off, big heal. Like, you can just eternally heal this pull. Like, this Paladin pull, as hilarious as it sounds, is actually super easy for Prez. It's no problem. Did I not lost? Oh, sorry. My bad. I was too busy glazing the healer, and I forgot to actually use the healer utility. I'm going to external my tank, because I need a second, and then I communion. How does it feel to heal a brew with the changes? A very good brewmaster is just fine. A very squishy brewmaster is not so good. 1 Sacred Toll, big Spirit Bloom. Easy money. So this is like chill for me. Like, I was chilling. Like, I could have healed that so many different ways. 5.39 mil HPS. And I also still did 2.5 million DPS. So one of the things that people say about Prez is, like, I heard somebody say, oh, but if you have to do a lot of healing, then you won't be able to do a lot of damage. This is functionally incorrect. Actually, Prez can do pretty decent damage, even if I have to do big healing. It's not that hard. Okay, watch the casters here. Normally what I would do is emergency send this. The casters here, I normally have a weak aura that would tell me who they're targeting, but obviously this is PTR, so I don't know who they are or are not targeting. Is it 8 in the morning? Oh, it's 9 p.m. It's 9:30 p.m. where I'm at right now. It's a little late. 9:30 p.m. So I'm doing, like, fancy spin moves. I'm obviously not playing my absolute best. Doesn't matter. You don't need to be playing your absolute best to heal these keys. Here we go. Now this is going to be a double paladin here. So what I can do is I can either Zephyr. I have options. But I'm probably just going to send my kick right there. Make sure that cast doesn't go off. And I simply Spirit Bloom, tip the scales. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, he didn't actually pull even the other paladin yet. No problem. I'm going to watch my tank. External my tank probably just to settle. Watch that caster, because that's a problem. I can just quickly emergency take him over here. And then there's going to be one that goes off. Defensive. Sacred Toll number 1. Sacred Toll number 2. And I have big healing. No problemo. I would say that people think Priory is not easy to heal, yeah? Is Priory easy to heal, in your opinion? I don't think this is a super friendly pug dungeon. I think that the damage is pretty unexpected. Like, I don't think this is the easiest dungeon to heal. Big Spirit Bloom. See how fast I can top health bars? Can you see how fast the health bars are being topped? I think that Prez is very good at reacting to damage. As long as you're prepared, you do big damage here. It's a misconception that it's bad at it. Because I can just do infinite HPS, whatever is required, like up to 6 mil and stuff like this, though. Easy. Like, literally, I never went I'm not playing E-loop. My mana's absolutely fine. I'm doing big dam here, and I haven't failed a single healing check. I think I let one person die on a shield because I didn't react fast enough, though. Like, that's my bad. So let's see this boss. This boss has some HPS to it. We stack. Let's see what my single target damage is like. So now we're going to do single target damage. This is pure single target. There's nothing. Oh, external. Oh, guys. Holy shit. Well, if we take a bunch of extra damage, it'll certainly get a little harder. Whoa, ho, 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 ho. Let's not soak all the shields right on top of the thing. That would be helpful. All right. So remember, unexpected damage? That is not how we're supposed to do that. That is not how we're supposed to do that mechanic. That is okay. I'll be just fine. No, like, the range is no problem, though. Like, you think people have been stacked for me this whole key? The range is also a myth on Prez. It's only a problem on 1 or 2 bosses, and then you just make a plan. Like, it's no problem. This one, I'll just insta-top. Watch this. Boom. I'll take one there. It's no problem. And then I'll stasis. I figure that we might be sending this early here. I'll take another one. Easy, man. Rookery last boss is no problem. You just don't do a lot of damage. It's not, though. Like, Rookery last boss, I've done it on 19. Granted, we didn't time it because there was a troll thing that happened. I remember on that 19 that I did, we didn't time it because we let one of the DPS miss their circle, and then an ad spawned, and then we didn't time it. So, to be fair... Oh, shit. Wait. Shh. You didn't see that. Wait for me to res. If they soak this early, I'll be in trouble. Wait. I need to set up my healing. Wait for it. I was playing this so perfect. Though. They change rewind at the end of the season. They change rewind, actually, so that it does work. They made that change, like a few months ago, Crazy the Stray. Candle King is actually pretty good for Prez because you work with burst HPS, so it's not that bad. I would say that Candle King is actually pretty chill on Prez. 3, 2, 1. Big heals. Yeah. My single target, obviously, the fact that I died there is not going to help my single target, but I'm still at about 1 million. So Candle King is just you have to rotate things well and understand how to make sure you don't take extra damage. What the hell? The rogue just died. He just left the key. What? Did he really just rage quit? On PTR? Did he just rage quit? Is it because he's upset that he got gapped by the tank? Is it because he was upset that he's not the S+ tier spec? By the way, my Pharaoh's clapping, though, right? Pharaoh's doing good. All right, well, all good. We don't get to finish this key, but here we go. Assassination Rogue, I still think is the premier spec. Do you remember what I said about Outlaw? Was I wrong? Outlaw needs to be doing top damage in this key. Outlaw actually has no... Yeah, Outlaw is not doing so hot. At least this guy wasn't. Although you can't take one single key as a marker, though. Yeah, you can't take one single key as a representative of the spec. But I will say, like, you know what I mean? Here we go. That's true. Yeah, so he was doing... Let me see here. Single target, my monk is doing this much single target damage. That doesn't seem fair. In terms of tank damage, monk is the highest by far. Like, that is insane tank damage. That's single target from the tank. That's like wild. So Brewmaster, when you can play it, is really good. Yeah, I know. It's really like, this is the thing with Brewmaster right now. The problem is that if he's beating an Outlaw Rogue, why would you play Outlaw Rogue? That is actually very high as a tank. My Druid does not come close to that. My Druid is, 2 mil. Warrior would do slightly like 2.2. I have a feeling they touch Brewmaster single target because there's something wrong with that. Like, I think that that's too high. Yeah. Are the buff slash nerf? No, they're not, actually. They're not buffed in nerf, though. The rogue just got hit by something and rage quit. LOL. I also got hit by something, to be fair. This is Master of Harmony. Master of Harmony has higher single target potential for Brewmaster, as far as I know. By the way, on first, if you game Prez, you can stasis caught. That's what happened, though. This will heavily change in the first 2 weeks, probably. I mean, I don't know. So is he playing? He's playing Brand of Ceaseless Ire and stuff like this. Yep. Yeah. Most don't. All right, that's Prez Evoker. What should I play next? Like, I want to defend the tier list. If anybody was like, dude, you can't play Prez, it's not that good. I'm like, did I try to show that though? Did I show you that Prez was actually kind of decent on like half those pulls, doing massive stuff like this? You know what I mean? What's up, LB? How's it going, dude? Bill B, yeah, Blizzard tunes 100% on raid. Blizzard tunes 100% on raid. I felt like I was healing that pretty well. I felt like I did solid damage, Resto Shaman. All right, we could play Farseer Resto Shaman, sure. Farseer Resto Shaman doesn't feel as fluid to me to heal on, to be fair. I like Farseer Resto Shaman. Doesn't feel kind of as fluid to me, but I can play it. Farseer, I feel like I need a few more keys on to really practice. It takes a little bit of effort, I think. And hard casting a chain heal feels weird. I still don't know if you play Cloudburst or Healing Stream. Hey, LB, you're a healer. What do you think? Watch some here, VOD. Takes a lot of guts to do a stream like that, and you... Oh, my Thailand VOD. Thank you. You watched it, LB? Did you watch this, though? No, I'm not. I mean, if I play my Shaman, I'm playing Farseer for sure. All the way down here. I'm 100% playing Farseer if I play Shaman. Did you like my Thailand VOD? That's cool. I think I was excited to show people Thailand, although I had never done an in real life stream before, so it was kind of weird, I was like walking with my phone like this. Yeah, I was like walking around with it. All right, here we go. Expect you to play tanks instead of healers because of your name, but I play everything. Yeah, loudness. Like I kind of am just known as an altaholic. Like I just kind of randomly like, oh, it's Monday, I'll play my Shaman. Oh, it's Tuesday, I'll play my Druid. Oh, it's Wednesday, I'll play. Like I literally just hop around. I'll do whatever. Like, I just, I don't really mind kind of just playing however I want to play. That's kind of the type of person I am. Are the nerfs in? No, I don't think the nerfs are live yet. Should we do the same key? Should we just play a Priory, or should we do what? Duo Q? Sure. Soon, what level key you want to do? Sure. What type of key? I want to do... Let's do something like too hard. Let's do like a 14, 15 or something though. Why not Totemic? You hate the stick? No, I mean basically I think like same 14 to compare. All right, Priory 14 it is. I can just list it, or soon. Do you want to list it? I think you might have like more. You have PTR IO, and you know how much people like PTR IO, by the way. So far, I like your... Oh, thank you. I appreciate it though. Like the tier list is now done. It is officially linked in Discord, right? Hold up. Tier list. Final tier list linked in Discord. There we go. It's officially linked in the Discord. I made my tier list. I accidentally ranted a lot. I'm assuming you plan to main Guardian. Yeah, I probably will play Guardian, to be honest, though. I want to play Guardian, I think. I like that tank. It's just something that feels very comfortable for me, and I can do it without thinking very much, and I kind of like that. Sometimes I just want a game. Sometimes I don't want to think too much, you know? Okay, let me grab 14 Priory, and this time instead of Prez Evoker, we will play something else. Ooh, all right, Fury Warrior. Bet. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's play Fury Warrior. There's another Outlaw Rogue here, and this one is a lot more confident. So let's play a physical comp. Outlaw Rogue, Fury Warrior, etc. Whoa, that's a Windwalker. Bet. Here we go. This is it. Let's play the comp. Let's do it. This is Fizz. This is a Fizz comp. Oh, I missed them. I missed them. No, come back. This is Static. Wait a second. That's Static? Oh, shit. There's 2 Fury Warriors in here. I know Static. That's Dalgroth Fury Warrior. Oh, shit. He's a big Fury Warrior from NA Live. Okay. He'll show me whatever Fury Warrior is. Should we play 2 Fury Warriors? Bet. I believe in the Fury. I think you'll see a lot of Fury Warriors. I really do. I think you'll see a lot of Fury Warriors. What's up? I didn't realize that was him at first. There you go. Let's play double Fury Warrior Outlaw Rogue. It's their time. It's their time. Let's see if this works, by the way. Hold up. Do. Review the alert. Mark as resolved. Done. Is the Keystone Deserter... Oh, yeah. The Keystone Deserter is going to be a pretty funny phenomenon that happens. This is going to be a pretty funny... we have a comp. Why Farseer? Okay, so Farseer is, I actually think, the better Shaman spec. I'll show you. Arsop. But basically, one of the reasons I feel comfortable making a tier list is just because I'll play everything. Like, I'll also DPS. Like, I don't mind swapping to a DPS and just showing you, like, I'll play Warlock or something. Like, I don't mind swapping around. Technically, this PTR cycle, I can't tell you that I actually played every single DPS specialization. There are a few I did not play myself. Wait, what am I looking for? Oh, the key. The key. I can't tell you I played everything myself. I didn't have enough time. But I have played PTR, like, hard. Like, that tier list is not... That's not based on what I think other people are doing. Like, that's based entirely off of what I've seen. And just, like, I've played with every single spec now, and I've gotten the chance to really, really identify, like, kind of what's going on, in my opinion. Now, granted, again, I haven't done the plus 19s on PTR. Like, there are some people, Yoda, Kieran, and they're doing, like, plus 20s on PTR. That is not what I'm doing. I'm not in Discord with people. I'm playing with randos who get hit by things or don't get hit by things, etc., etc. You know? Like, I'm not playing with a team on PTR. And I think that that's more representative of what you're going to go through at the start of the season. At the start of the season, you're not going to be playing with a team who's going to be calling kicks and stops in a Priory. You know what I mean? Like, I did a few higher things. I healed the 18 Ecodome earlier. We didn't get very far on that one. I healed a 17 Floodgate, etc. And then all good. Okay, I'll show you. Shroud start? Probably. Okay, 14. And we're going to be playing a Priory of the Sacred Flame. Priory. Good. Cool. Ready? Let's go. I don't like this trinket. I feel like this trinket kind of sucks. We could play Mr. Pick Me Up. Not really, though. Doo-doo. Ready, check. Let's do it. So, Shaman, we got to make sure we buff up and whatnot. And weapon things are here. Earth Living Weapon, where would I have put that? Earth Living Weapon would be... There it is. Okay. Buffs. I will show you my best attempt at Farseer. I wouldn't say I'm the best at this. I think Farseer is like a little bit outside my scope of knowledge, but I think that even as a learning key, it should be fine. All right, let's do it. LB, does this look about right to you for Farseer? This is a talent build I kind of cooked on my own. This looks about right to me, but does this look right to you? Like, if you play Unleash Life for Ancestors instead of Undulation and something like this, does this look about right to you? You're an actual healer. I'd prefer to ask you. Yeah. Good. Farseer's not fluid. If you think Farseer is not as fluid, I would recommend that you keep trying it. because I feel like it's more fluid than people think. I have a few questions about it. Like if I use my Ancestral Swiftness and then I cast Healing Rain, does that buff the healing? Does that buff Acid Rain damage? Is that worth doing? Like, do I ever not want to hit Acid Rain after using my Ancestral? Like, does it not buff it, for example, the 10%? I have questions like that. Little nuanced questions as far as I can tell, but not that important. Shroud? Nope, we're not shrouding. All right, bet. I don't think you have to shroud this, especially if you're going right. All good. So I cannot heal the tank here, but I'm going to watch the person with the bleed. So we're watching the tank. He's going to settle just fine. Ooh, a dwarf. All right, bet. Oh, I don't have Plater on, and that is annoying the hell out of me. All right, good, 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 good. Lust. There you go. Boop, 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 boom. This is Farseer. I should be in melee for these archers. That is my bad. I kind of panicked over the fact that I realized... Listen. I actually completely panicked. You know why? This is why I panicked here. I just realized I have no Plater enabled, and my frames are, like, rough right now. You can Spirit Link this if you want to. It's just an easy way to make sure that nobody dies. Boom. Yep. Farseer Shaman. Very simple. But look at the DPS meters. What I want you to observe if you are a Shaman player is the DPS. This does not seem normal because I'm playing Farseer. Farseer has significantly improved capabilities. Whoops. I got locked because I was caring for the rogue. It's all good. Farseer has significantly improved damage capabilities, especially in AoE. Like, your damage potential, technically speaking, is much higher. Remember what I said about Shaman? You should always get into the habit of just actually training yourself to use Thunderstorm and Cap Totem each pull. I forgot. No need. All good. I wasn't concerned about dying there. That's pretty good for Shaman. That's pretty good. You're infinite mana, too. You never have to worry about mana. We're doing the right side route. Okay. All right. These are lynxes, so I watch out. I do have a dwarf on myself. Okay, what's this pull here? We summon 1 ancestor, 2 ancestor, boom, like this. It kind of doesn't matter. For me, I believe very wholeheartedly. Like, I believe personally that if you get good at WoW, it kind of doesn't matter what you end up playing. All specs follow some similar logic. There are some that are exceptions to this, to be fair. But for example, if I learn how to play one thing, I should be able to just actually play other things at a reasonable level. It might not be perfect. Like, I'm not min-maxing this. I could certainly be doing even better, right? But I can do it. There's this thought process that I have to be an expert at something to play it, or like it's actually, most specs follow the similar stuff. It's not that complicated. We overcomplicate it accidentally, but most specs are actually kind of straightforward. In terms of how to heal, Shaman is the most straightforward. Shaman is like giga chill. I tried to dodge it. Shaman is like amazingly omega chill. You actually can kind of just press buttons, even as Farseer. You don't have to be playing Totemic for it to be simple and straightforward. Trying to dodge it. Ooh, almost. No hover makes that hard. I'm used to having hover there. Psh, I got a sacrifice. No need for that. I'm chilling. Also, I'm very curious to see what overall damage looks like. So remember, just send Cap Totem. Just learn how to send Cap Totem basically almost on cooldown. It's a very good button, man. Very good button. Just send Cap Totem and Thunderstorm. It always helps. There's very few times where it doesn't help. Technically, there's an interaction with your tank where you don't want to Cap Totem because they might sync melees and stuff like this. What party frames? Party frames are cell. Also, if you want the exact cell, it is linked in Discord. If for whatever reason you want it. Yeah, if for whatever reason you want this, though. Hold up. I should pin this comment. If we die, it's because I was looking at my Twitch. Boom, 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 boom. What about the tier list for what specs? Ah, that's gotta be... I don't think we wanted this, Pat. Unsure. I think the answer to that question is a good question. It's a good question. Good question. I think it's Holy Priest. And let me explain myself, Zedhead. it's got to be Holy Priest because they have to get good at such things in order to get invited to keys. If they're not good at those types of activities, then they're going to have a really hard time playing the game. So they develop a very specific set of skills so that they can make sure they get to actually play the game. You know what I mean? I think that that's the important thing. That's the important thing there. That's the Holy Priest. That's the Holy Priest dilemma. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Spirit Link. Whoa, that Spirit Link. That was close. I almost let the rogue die. Legally, it can't be Druid. I guess Fangs could be a problem. I haven't done right side route, I think, since Season 1 PTR. It's been a second. Is this just an AoE hit? Or, like, how do I heal this? This is just AoE hit, right? Is that it? So I would just Ancestral Guidance now. I would also send a knock-up to stop this. Watch out, watch out, watch out. So you just have to have a cooldown for, what, the Heat Wave? Like this? Okay. And then it's a tank hit, as far as I remember. Like, it's just a lot of tank damage here. Yeah, I was about to say, since it's been a long time, I think the last time I went here, it was the Proclamation of Independence. Wait, what is it? Was it the Emancipation Proclamation? Boom. I remember my history. Been a long time since I thought about American history. I'm all about that Thai history now. Do-do-do-do-do. So, I mean, Resto Druid casually maintaining, like, almost 2 million DPS overall right now, I think is pretty solid, dude. I think that's, like, kind of awesome. I should be getting a lot more kicks, though. My kicks are off. My kicks are way off because I need a plater profile to actually show me what the hell's going on. My name is Ty. Would you like to know about my history? Yeah, sure. Tell me something about your history. Ultsaria, what I would like to know is... what is one of your favorite anime? That's what I want to know. That is what I want to know. What's one of your favorite anime? If you have to choose. It doesn't have to be your absolute favorite. Because I hate when people are like, what's your absolute favorite anime? Just one of your favorite animes is fine. Oops, I mishealed this a little bit. All good. Big healing here, etc. Okay, but Fury is actually kind of a no. No, that's what I'm saying. Fury is not a no. Also, we happen to be playing these both of these Fury Warriors are very good, to be fair. You know what I mean? My raid team is pushing me to play AUG this year. I will compare in keys. Okay, AUG is weirdly not bad, and I kind of want it to be bad, to be honest, but it's actually not that bad. I'm not going to lie to you. It's actually kind of decent right now. That's one of the things about AUG, is that it's actually half decent. I kind of hate that it is, but it is sort of half decent. Trigun, good anime. Fair enough. Yeah. Fury Warrior, if there's going to be a Fury Warrior representative, I think that this one that we're playing with is not a bad representative for the spec. Oh, no, you're fine, you're fine. But AUG Evoker, so I played with one earlier, right, on PTR, and he was casually the second DPS. He was not that far behind the first DPS. He was above the second, and it's actually a decent spec. The problem with AUG is good luck finding people to play with. I think the main problem with AUG is that it's really hard to find people who want to play with you. I think that that's probably the main problem. It's just like, it's really hard to find people who actually want to play. Where's the Magus? Arcane Mage is still considered S+ tier, but I weirdly had a hard time fitting it into my comp predictions. Like, we made a bunch of comp predictions, and I was like, I don't put, even though it's an S+ tier spec, I don't actually know, because you kind of, like, Havoc is the melee version of it. So I cap totem, and then I just go here, boom, like this. So Pres Evoker damage was much higher, but remember, my group buff is a lot. My group buff is giga value. So the fact that my group buff exists, I'm doing the same damage, if not slightly more, to be honest. Like, I'm actually doing give or take the same stuff. So I'm just going to wing it. Lois, you totally can. Yeah, you can. Honestly, if you're not attached to your spec, I think that people would have a much better experience if they did that. I actually think that people in general would have a lot better of an experience. You know? Bit of a vanilla pick of Freeran. I'm so old, my favorite anime series is the Star Wars series with Ahsoka Tano. You mean the Clone Wars? Okay, no joke. The Clone Wars are kind of awesome. The Clone Wars were kind of great, though, no? Like, wasn't that an amazing show? The Clone Wars was, like, a really, really, really good Star Wars show. Wasn't it? Woo streaming while the sun is up? Oh, it's a little bit of a late stream today. Yeah, because you ever actually watched the tributes? Oh, shit, I forgot about this. What is this? Oh, that's right, we went right. I was like, wait a second, what is all this? What is happening in the boss right now? LOL. Yeah, no, because they really worked hard on the story. The story of Clone Wars was amazing. Like, there were some amazing stories in there. Have you ever watched any of the Star Wars tributes? There's an Ahsoka Tano tribute. Have you ever seen something like this? Just heal my tank a bit. Prot Pally on this boss isn't kind of squishy, but not like the squishiest. Okay, so here we probably actually send a healing cooldown. I should be maybe by the boss, or should I be baiting these out? Actually, I should be baiting this out, I think. Maybe I should be trying to bait them away from my group. That could work, probably. Heal my tank with the downpour and ancestor healing. Nice, that's the one. That's the one right there, though. And the one when I had a job. Watching it this time, I would leave my job. Feels illegal. Today's a special. Like, I did the tier list, and it's fun. You know. You guys, I mean, so you guys have known me for a bit now, but there's a lot of people who... I'm a new streamer. Like, I've only been streaming for a little bit. And this is the first season that I mean, I always play PTR, and I really like playing PTR because it's like, I have a lot of fun playing it. So I always play PTR, to be fair. But this is like the first season that I've gone this hard at actually making sure that I've played almost every spec and like actively just been testing, because I knew I wanted to actually make content and help people get informed about what's going to happen. Like, that was something I knew I wanted to do. So I was like, okay, here we go. You can switch between alts and still remember things are. Every alt has a system. Every single one of your characters should have this. But if you don't already have this, this is something you need to get like right now. Every character you play with should have a system. Everything should have a system, Levi. Like, it's very important that every single spec you play with has a system. My tanks, I know exactly where everything is. My mitigation, same button. My movement, give or take, same button. My healing here is the same button, you know? You know? Bop. So there's basically, exactly, the same system, give or take. Now, occasionally when I went a new thing, okay, where are we going? He wants to do all of it, so I don't know if he's going to bop himself for the gather. Do I need to Spirit Link for the settle? He has Arden in 3, 2, 1. He has Kings up. Okay. So here we go like this. So we're going to cap Totem to just settle it real fast while he still has Kings up. I'm going to press Ascendance here, and then basically I'm going to launch this, and then we're just kind of healing. Like here, big downpour. This is not that bad to heal at the moment. Pretty easy, actually. Dude, Resto Shaman HPS is so weird right now. Just with Ancestors, like, as long as I cast, like, one heal. What the hell? Like, it's actually just one heal. I'm not even casting much right now. So this is Healing Tide here. Lust. Okay, sorry. I was gaming this a little bit because I'm not used to Resto Shaman just yet. And then here, as long as you have Ancestors up, I mean, I'm doing, like, Giga HPS. Like, this feels so easy. I guess people are helping me with defensives and stuff, too. Like, my team is clearly helping me, right? There's one more here. Yeah, and then this is one more after this. I got a kick. I should have kicked more here, actually, and then I can just Spirit Link this. Easy. And then we just downpour after the Spirit Link. Cloudburst, one more. Easy. Is this actually easy? Eventually, I run out of stuff. Like, I'm kind of running out of steam right now, so I have to make sure I Ancestor here like this. It's a little bit more try-hard. Like, it's a tiny bit, but not by much. Honestly, not by much. Honestly, not by much. Okay, not bad. What was my healing there, out of curiosity? Whoa, I couldn't see that previous pull. I was at 4 mil HPS. That was really chill, though. Like, I actually had a way more HPS than me. I had way more than that. I could have done significantly better. Missed the kick there. My bad. Yeah. I think that Farseer is, generally speaking, more fun. Like, I would just describe Farseer as being a lot more fun than Totemic. It's a lot more active for sure. Like, people who really, really like the Totemic version of Shaman might not like Farseer as much, and I understand that. However, it's kind of fun to just blast and have, like, actual burst HPS outside of cooldowns. Here we go. Downpour. I missed that downpour, actually. This one should be Ascendance. My bad, my bad. I was a little bit behind. I got cocky. And then we're going to go here, and we just have this up like this. I'm in my downpour. I just knock this heal up. Cool. The mob control, the fact that I have a 12-second kick, the cap totem, etc., those knockups, they're so good for pugs, man. One more toll, and then we're good to go. Nice. Easy enough. Yeah, solid. So required HPS is there, group buff is there, utility is there. I feel like I contribute more to my team as a shaman than I do as a pres evoker, to be honest. But yeah, easy enough. Farseer, this tier set for Farseer is giga fun. Like, this tier set is, like, super uber fun for Farseer. I think that this is awesome. But also, the single target damage feels, like, way more engaging. In particular right now, though. Oh my gosh, by the way, thank you for the subs. I couldn't say it while I was streaming because I don't want that to be in the YouTube video, but thank you, everybody, by the way, for subbing. I actually reached the Partner Plus qualification goal this season. Like, sorry, this season. This month. LOL. And I just wanted to say thank you. I am new at this, but I'm really happy that people like hanging out and just chilling with me on my stream while I play a game degenerately. You know? No, I mean, I hit Twitch Partner a few months ago. Like, that was in May. But there's another thing called Partner Plus. And Partner Plus is the next thing that you want to aim for. Because you get more revenue from subs. But you have to have... It only counts tier 1 subs. It doesn't count prime or gifted subs. But basically, like, any tier 1 sub contributes. You have to have over 100... Yeah, it's basically like Mythic Plus. It's an extra thing. Not required. But you get more revenue split from subscriptions. I don't know about ads. I don't know if it affects that or not. Big healing here. Probably just actually pop this. Yeah. Do. Wait, one of these should be overall. I'm sorry. And thank you for everybody who... Basically, if you are subbed, I just thank you. I'm really excited for next season. I have to go to Lao soon and stuff like this, though. Like, I have to go to Lao and whatnot, like, kind of soon. And that's going to be... I'm going to have to take 3 days off. It's in the M0 week. But by the time... I've tried to set it up so that everything is done in my life by the time the season actually rolls around. That's kind of my plan, you know what I mean? Is I really want to make sure... I'm the sort of person who will be like, yo, can I take work off for the season? You know what I mean? I'm, like, super excited about it. That's the type of guy I am. I don't mind. I'll be like, all right. Unfortunately, I'll be like, look, I'll tell all my clients. I'll be like, I'm so sorry. I'm taking a vacation. And they'll be like, really? Where are you going? I'll be like, oh, you know, to the beach or whatever. I don't like lying, but I'll be tempted to. I'll be like, oh, yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm going on vacation. They'll be like, oh, that's so cool. Like, enjoy your trip. And I'll be like, see you in 2 weeks. That's me. That's what I'll do. That's the start of a season. Because if there's one thing you want to know about pugging and being off meta, the first thing you should know is that the early IO is very important. If you get early IO and you carry the momentum through the season, you have such a better season. It's awesome, by the way. With top marks, nice. Very cool. Do you want a copy of the PDF? Sure. Yeah. Why not? That sounds interesting. So we'll cap totem on top of this. And then we have a plan, which is that we need to have Riptides out. We downpour 1. And then, wow, that was easy. Yep, and then I have my ancestors out. So as long as I have all these ancestors out, it's really easy to heal. Easy. Easy money. Dude, he is not missing a beat, man. He's not missing a beat. This Fury Warrior seems actually pretty decent right now. I took time off for Shadowlands launch when I first started playing. It was just fantastic. Yeah, that's the key. I swear, like, actually, like, early IO is so important. It's so important. You gotta try to get early IO if possible. That's, like, the whole goal. It's, like, a massive goal to try to get early IO. It shouldn't matter, by the way, you know? Getting lucky. So the tier sets, at least we're coming into it. You should have full mythic tier from before, from the last season. And if you don't, that's okay. But that's something that's very helpful. Okay, so here we go. I think I pop Ascendance here, actually. This is Ascendance. I can just downpour this. Knock up. And a kick from me. And then I have a Cloudburst totem. Oops, I messed up. That actually, I was about to say, I messed up. My bad. That was on me. If I had done that a second earlier, I messed up the timings a bit. Just a bit. But yeah, like if you compare the Farseer Resto Shaman to my Prez is better number-wise, but Farseer is better utility-wise. You know what I mean? What's the Outlaw AoE? Yeah, I mean, Outlaw is actually decent right now, although he is using the Bug Trinket, isn't he? Isn't Unyielding Nether Prism the one that's from the Delve? I think he's using the Bug Trinket, but he's doing good. My whole team is doing well. This is technically, I mean, is double Fury Warrior, Prot Pally, Resto Shaman on anybody's comp list? But did anybody think this was going to happen? I'm pretty sure this is not on anybody's comp prediction. I'm not 100% sure, but I'd be willing to bet that nobody predicted this comp. You can play anything. You can do comp prediction all you want. But the truth is that if you're playing with good people, you could just make triple Fury Warrior work. There's no reason you couldn't. You know, our route's been pretty clean. The dungeon's been pretty clean. And here we go. Playing to play. I don't think there's going to be a fated season. I thought they kind of confirmed or at least hinted at the fact that there wouldn't be. Did they not? Is there going to be a fated season? I thought it was relatively said that it was just going to be season 3 and then midnight. That's what I thought, you know? Challenging before the new dungeon set drops. What's up, Osiris? You tank and also heal? What's your gear score on the... This is not live. This currently is not live. This is PTR and stuff like this, though. Do you raid and do you have a guild? I'm not sure. I guess hard one here. Go. Do it. I got cooldowns. Do it. Do it. Challenge me. Challenge me. I'm ready for a challenge. I can do it. This is a hard pull. This is a hard pull. So I'm going to group it all in like this. I'm going to knock up first, and I'm going to hit Ascendance basically right away. Because most of the time that you need healing here, you want it basically right away. Because this is going to end up dying on time. I'm going to trust my team that we're going to get a lot of these kicks and stuff. I'll send a Cap Totem and a Combat Pot here as a healer, right? And I'm basically just going to rotate from my Ancestors, and then they're going to die here. So what I'm going to do is probably hit the Spirit Link as things actually die, or if I think casts are going off. And then I Cloudburst. I want to build this Cloudburst up with a defensive. Boom. And then I have some Ancestors out. Unleash Life. Boom, like this. And then this is here. I got big healing here. I got big burst healing. As this dies, I have healing tied up. This is my understanding of Resto Shaman. It's not perfect, okay? It's not perfect. But I'm pretty sure I did this all right. And then we got to try to move him out on time, hopefully. I'll get that kick there at the last second. Over here like this. I Earth Ellie for myself as well, just to give myself that little bit of DR. A little bit of max health. And then I have to shotgun heal this back up. I think I'm supposed to be actually casting more chain heals, like no joke. Like right here, that's it right there. This is insane. This is insane. I think that new X-Pack is going to be February or a thing like this, though. Let me tracking HPS. HPS is right here. I'm at 6 million HPS. 6 million HPS, no lust. Easy money. Look at that. 6 million HPS. Farseer Resto Shaman. Go burr. Farseer Resto Shaman. Easy money. Wasn't actually concerned at all. I had even more HPS. So I'm playing Farseer, and I think that I should have been casting more... I'm a little bit confused exactly how Farseer works at the moment, to be honest. I think, as far as I know, I'm actually supposed to be casting a lot of this, though. Like, I think that I want to be casting more chain heals, because the Ancestors mimic them, and they just go burr. I think I should lust this. Why not? I trust that we'll do the second phase correctly, and then we just lust the ads here. Makes sense to me. I hold the Cap Totem, of course. I don't want to send the Cap Totem here early. If I can send it to actually prevent some of the damage, that would be better, technically speaking. Whoa! I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't paying attention. I was going to try to game the Cap Totem, but I don't have a plater set up, so I kind of can't tell when things are actually going to die. It's like maybe now. So I downpour, and then I can try to game exactly when these ads are going to die. Like here. I have Ancestors up, so here we go, like this. Boom. When is Blinding Light? Right now. Perfect. Let me go like this. Wait, what's the challenge? Okay. Easy healing. You actually do, like, your ancestors really carry HPS. I think this healer is kind of awesome. It's different. It's different than Totemic. Challenge people 100k on the line. Start at +2, move up. Yeah, yeah. Can I partake in the challenge if it's just highest key by reset? Because, Osiris, I'm going to be jumping ahead. So I can't partake in that challenge because I'm not going to be doing, like, I'll start with the +2, but I'm going to get to +10 within the first day. Like, I promise you, by the first day of Season 3, I will have my +10s done. At least some of them. Like, I don't... And if not all of them, I will have at least some of them done. But I won't be doing, like, +2, +3, +4, because I'll double time the +2, and then I'll double time the +5, and then etc., though. I don't have a guild that I raid with. I wanted to join a guild. I was looking for a chill guild to be a part of. I didn't want to do anything too fancy, to be honest. I kind of just wanted to be part of an AOTC guild. I don't like Mythic Prog. I don't want to be part of a Hall of Fame guild or a CE guild. Like, if it's really chill and the environment is right, whoops, sorry. If the environment is fine, then yes. But most of the time, I don't enjoy it. I have a tendency to not like Mythic Prog when I don't like the people I'm gaming with. You know what I mean? That's why I'm in it. The raid times are another big problem, though. The raid times are like a huge problem, if that makes sense, because I live in Thailand and it's so hard to find the right raid times for me. Does that make sense? Like, it's really difficult for me to find good raid times for me to actually game with. It has to be an OCE guild, first of all, right? What's up, Feudo? I'm thinking about coming back to WoW. I had a Frost Mage and Prot. Probably stopped playing a year ago. How's the state of the game? Good time to head back. You only like to PvE. Okay, so good, because I don't know anything about PvP, to be honest, though. Like, honestly, goddamn, I don't know anything about PvP. Fairy Tail, love it. You see my poster in the background? These are, by the way, these posters that I have, they're the only ones that were available in this store, to be fair. There are other posters. I have a lot of other posters. There's some, I guarantee you that nobody knows this one. Nobody knows that poster right there, and I think that's a shame, because it's one of the best gaming animes to have ever been made, although it has problems with it, you know what I mean? The state of the game right now, great time to come back. I think that the next season is going to be really fun. There is one problem if you're coming back, and, you do know it. Yeah, so it's a really good show. Like, it's a really good anime. My only problem with that anime in particular is that I can't recommend it to new anime fans because, you know, it has a lot of... It's got some humor that anime fans understand, but other anime fans don't understand. You know what I mean? So I have to be very careful about this. I can't recommend it to people. I can't be like, yo, you should watch No Game No Life, because they'll be like, bro, what the hell? And I'll be like, listen, I could have suggested Queen's Blade, but I didn't. I was being polite, right? I was being polite. Yo, Fury Warriors were clapping. Outlaw Rogue, I still think is kind of behind, though. Consistent damage is good. What gear I level at? I don't know. Right when you get to 80, I'm not sure exactly what the easiest way to gear is right now. When the brother is into the... Well, hold up. The whole fact that the brother's into the sister, you got to realize that, yes, anime has some particular things, you know what I mean? Like, anime has some things that they weed out the normals. It's straight up. Yeah, it's not exact... Well, listen. The problem is that there are some anime that are very difficult to recommend to people. Like, I still think that Queen's Blade has an actually good storyline and half-decent fights. But I could never tell you to watch it. I can't ever publicly state that I even know that anime exists. I definitely haven't seen it. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's not half bad. There's a lot of anime like this. Yeah. Of course. No Game No Life is a good show, though. I'm really sad there was never a season 2. That show is kind of massively hyped, to be honest, though. Massively hype. Okay, so we played Farseer. We played Prez Evoker. What did I end Farseer there? Farseer still ends with 1 million. If you count the group buff, basically it's 2 million, because Shaman does a lot, though. So Outlaw, like, because keep in mind, Outlaw's getting buffed by me and the Warrior, but I would say it's okay. He's not bad, but he's not keeping up with Fury Warrior, and he is supposed to be top damage. He's supposed to be higher than the Fury Warrior, not less than. Does that make sense? So I feel like Outlaw could be good. We don't know if he is necessarily the best Outlaw, but after seeing a few Outlaws, we can kind of start to make some assumptions. However, obviously, massive damage here. Now he's not even casting that many. He's not even casting that many raging blows. He's literally just thunder blasting. He's actually thunder blasting right now. What time is it? Late night stream. This is a particularly late night stream, yeah, but I also have work tomorrow morning, and I'm gonna have to go soon. When I hope that as I did the tier list today, like I hope, by the way, the gear grind will be a bit of a pain. I think that the hardest part is, honestly, if you had a choice to come back, the best time to come back to WoW is a new expansion. I think there will be a new expansion, Feudile. I think the new expansion will come out in February or March of next year. Not 100% sure, but relatively sure that it'll be March or February of next year. That in my opinion, right? Yeah, in my opinion, it'll be March or February. Then you'll be on equal footing with everyone because we'll have to level characters and the item level difference will be so crazy. However, right now, the problem is that a lot of these dungeons are going to be a knowledge check that you haven't done. But a lot of people have. You know, Arakara, Dawnbreaker were in Season 1, and Floodgate Priory were in Season 2. And there's a whole bunch of problems with stuff like that, though, where you're kind of going to be in a little bit of trouble because you're going to have to learn them and other people won't. So I do feel like there could be a bit of a gap if you tried to come back right now. That makes sense? Like, that could be a bit of a problem. If you really wanted to min-max you coming out, that's what you would do. Can I do hauls? I was working on a dungeon guide. Bro, I was working on a dungeon guide, and you know what happened? You know what happened? I was working on a dungeon guide, and then what happened is they completely changed everything. I was going to do a whole dungeon guide on how to heal Halls of Atonement, and then they completely changed actually everything. And I was like, oh, well, that won't work. So the changes are massive for Halls of Atonement. It's way better. It's way better for sure. I want to share my thesis with you. Oh, Zedhead, can you send it? I'll copy this, but not in the general of Discord. Zedhead, can you send it to me individually? I just realized. Not in the general of Discord, though. I have a specific way. So I know, but here's the thing, Bascott. I have a plan. It's going to help people. I have a really good idea for how to make dungeon guides, and it's going to help people a ton. Like, it's gonna be, I promise you I'm going to be able to help people a ton because there's a difference between explaining something and teaching something. They're not the same thing. They're not the same whatsoever. So, for example, if people are, for example, do you know what I mean? Like, if people want to learn, you got to understand where are they coming from and why do they want to learn. When you teach them how to learn the thing, you can't explain the nuance. You have to summarize. You actually intentionally leave nuance out of it. Once they're into it and they get the basics, then they can actually learn more than that, right? But at the start, that's not the goal. So, for example, if you're like, how do you play Farseer or Resto Shaman? And your answer to that question is, well, so you have all these things, right? And you want to make sure that you track Echo of the Element. And if you actually make sure that you look at this talent right here, Master of the Elements, then you could really get juiced up healing surges by making sure you cast Lava Burst for... No. Healing Rain. Cast your 2 Ancestor buttons. Click on your frames. Big damage, cooldown. Done. That's how you play Farseer Resto Shaman. Because that will carry them through most levels of keys. I swear. If you understood that. Hit your Healing Rain. You go 1, 2, 3. And then you cast the Chain Heal. You'll never go as Farseer. You just go 1, 2, 3. And you hit your totem sometimes. Big damage, hit this button. Big damage, hit that button. Done. You can play Farseer Resto Shaman in half your dungeons. I swear. If that was what guides were, they would be like, oh, that's it? And I'm like, yes, that's it. Does that make sense, though? So, like, when I gave a Prez guide, people were like, Prez is so complicated. I'm like, bro, I can explain this shit to you in 2 minutes. It'll take me literally 2 minutes to explain to you Preservation Evoker. And then I even said in the Preservation Evoker Discord, I was like, guys, I'm going to try. I have 180 seconds. I'm going to put a stopwatch on. And I put a stopwatch for Preservation Evoker. And I was just like, listen, I'm going to time myself. I have exactly 180 seconds to make a Pres Evoker guide. I finished it in like 2 minutes. I didn't even need 3 minutes. I needed 120 seconds. I just hit start. And I was like, if you just do this, you will heal 80% of what you need. And 80% is good enough for most key levels. Like, people think that things are complicated because what they start doing is they get into the minutia and the details. But they don't need to do that. Like, you don't need to get into, like, exactly how to use Cloudburst. I swear, like, if you just say, like, if you're using Cloudburst, just hit it. Just kind of don't think about it. You don't even need to pop it. Let it auto-pop and you'll be fine. Like, honestly, like, you don't need to really understand this. Just be like, hit the totem. You know? Where is that Pres guide? I'll have to clip it from stream. Today was a long stream. It was earlier on in stream, and I don't think anybody clipped it, so I'll try to get it back. I can make another one, though. Like, I can... That will be... The priority, I guess, will be to make the tier list, to get the tier list on YouTube tonight. The last video I uploaded to YouTube was actually the in real life Thailand stream from yesterday, which once again is not WoW content, and I was not expecting that to get any sort of attention, but at the same time, I was really excited to just share that with people, because I want to remember that forever. It was a special stream, so I'm going to keep that on the YouTube and make sure that I still have that available. I thought that was really cool that I got to do that. When was Guardian testing? Came out the point in stream where it was tested. Guardian today. Did I end up not playing Guardian that much today? I feel like I didn't actually end up playing Guardian that much today. I ended up playing... I played Prez a lot, and then I played Resto Shaman, and then I played... Yeah, I didn't actually end up playing Guardian today. Daylight. Today wasn't Guardian. Discord. Sorry, Discord's here. I forgot people are on YouTube. Discord is here. All the tier list, the final update and stuff, and what I think is going to be this season is there. But remember, a lot of things have a conversation piece that you kind of need to know, right? Hold up. Was Discord not pinned? Doesn't look pinned right now. This is Discord here. Is Frosty K? No. Frosty K is more than alive at the moment. I actually straight up think that Frosty K is borderline considered, like, I actually think Frosty K is so good. Frosty K is amazingly good. Even so, it's an 8% nerf, give or take. And I still think it's considered an S+ tier spec. Like, maybe I need to see the exact numbers post nerf, but like, no. Well, you kind of remind me of the Deep when you look to the side. Okay, you're not the first person to tell me that, Juckles, but I cannot stress this enough. I absolutely despise takoyaki. I don't want octopus anywhere near me, right? So that is important to understand. Havoc still sleeper. Did you see my tier list, Suneezy? Soon, did you not see where I ranked Havoc? Did you see where I ranked it? That was, I thought, the biggest cook of the tier list. I thought people would actually complain about that. Nah. It's there. I think that Havoc is probably the best melee DPS aside from Frosty K, which I need to check numbers on post-nerf. I understand that one. Still kind of funny. Yeah, it's okay. I've been told that before. But I don't really, I don't really associate with his personality, but apparently. He was funny as fuck. I don't know if he was funny as fuck. I would argue that he is an acquired sense of humor. You know what I mean? He was an acquired sense of humor, for sure. The Boys itself is an acquired sense of humor. People asked you before, can you tell me, Nusha, how do you know... How do you know who? Like, learn there, how long did it take? You mean Thailand? Oh, how did I know Thailand? Oh, that's why I got held. Yeah, you can't say that, Juckles. No problem. I got you. But you have to be very careful. You can't say that word on Twitch. Be very careful about it. You have to be very careful. That's just, I will let you know right now. No. You're fine. I get it's a word that people use. I get it. We're all gamers. But be very careful about saying that on Twitch because they might ban you. That's a bannable offense to say something like that. So just don't use it on Twitch. Discord calls with your buddies. You got to be careful about that. The tier list is now in the Discord. Was that not pinned? I thought I pinned it earlier, but you know what? Maybe I forgot. Hold up. Tier list. Final tier list now in Discord. There you go. Boom. I thought I had pinned it, but I might have forgotten to. There you go. Right there. Thailand is, the reality is, you think physical comps have more success next season? Static, I think that Fury Warrior is going to be very good, but I don't think it's a physical comp. I think it's a melee comp. Like, from what I could tell, unless you play Brewmaster, there's a lot of comps that play, like, other tanks, but considered a physical comp if you consider, like, Fury Warrior, Havoc, and Hance. Or, like, Fury Warrior slots into a lot of comps. We did a comp prediction, right? And when I was making comps, the main thing that happened here was if you take a look at this, yeah? When I was making the comps here, and we were going over, like, Fury Warrior is the best. I think it's good, right? If you look at here, and we were making the comps, Fury Warrior slots into a bunch. If you have an actual Fizz comp here, you want Fury Warrior. If I play as a bear tank, I probably want Fury Warrior. Frost DK, Havoc, Fury Warrior is buffed. Now you play Mountain Thane as well, so you actually have some magic damage. Technically I understand, Fury is not considered on its own individually an S+ tier spec. But you exist to buff. Like, the Warrior buff is what, 1.5 mil DPS? You add that on top of what you can do, and all of a sudden you're good. Wise Bear. These were conversational pieces. Bear is not even considered in any of the meta comps. Why is Fire so low now? I explained it in the tier list that Fire has a skill ceiling that's way up here and a skill floor that's way down here. So the truth is that a vast majority of people who play Fire are simply going to not be that good. No, guys, this is not in any particular order. This is not an order. This is not in any order. It's just thinking about what could work and what wouldn't work. This was just a conversation. They're not in an order. I was just casually making stuff. I was like, all right, how would we get a comp where we play Warlock? Like, what would you play with Warlock? Do you honestly, you know what I mean? I can see, yeah. So for example, though, if you play like this comp, I also could see it being a Prot Warrior instead of Fury. But if you play Fury, then you're going to be playing most likely with this. But I mean, you could also, so that comp right there, you could actually play VDH just like that, though. Like, you could do a comp like this where you actually bring a magic melee comp, but with VDH instead of Havoc. This seems like a little bit weird to me, but you would do this. But technically, there would be nothing wrong with this comp. You would bring like a Frost DK here, You'd bring a Frost DK, and then you would play Enhance. I think you would probably go Enhance here like this. And then you would bring a Resto Druid. There's nothing wrong with this comp. In fact, it's kind of juiced. Like, you could play VDH if you want to, and you would straight play this comp. This is a great comp. There's nothing wrong with this whatsoever. I think Havoc is really strong, but you have relative prio damage. I would say maybe this is slightly weak on prio, but yeah, you know what I mean? Well, it's hard to fit in a Hunter. How would you fit in a Hunter? If you really wanted to play Hunter, where you're competing in a physical comp for Hunter, like if you want to make a Hunter comp, you got to play what? Brewmaster or Warrior? And Hunter got big nerfs today. Like, huge nerfs today on the Hunter. So the problem is here, Bear, Resto, Havoc, Frost DK. S-Priest. Havoc, Frost DK, S-Priest with Bear. I don't know, because then I don't know if you could play S-Priest with that comp, but you could do something like that. So, like, Bear, I think you would play Bear, Havoc, something. But I also wouldn't mind taking the Windwalker in here, something like this, though. What do I see as the S+ comp? Early on in the season, the only thing that matters doesn't tend to be damage. It tends to be living and what makes keys clean. That's an interesting little dilemma that happens early on in the season. I really see a comp like this working very well with a Prot Pally, but I think as the season continues on, Prot Pally might fall off a bit, depending on tuning and stuff like this. What healer would you want to tank Warrior, Windwalker, Frost Decay, Disc, or Resto Druid? You could play either, but I think it depends. I think I would play Resto Druid right now. Resto Druid, if not nerfed, is just really fucking good. Like, if you don't nerf Resto Druid, it's just so good. Like, that's the problem with it. These are all potential comps. Like I said, the balance this season, there is no spec aside from these that are all the way down here. I think that these four are the ones you won't see. Maybe, if people really like HPAL or Blood DK, but these four there's not a lot of reason to play them, in my opinion. And then these ones are all comped. Like, these ones, like, you could put the Fury Warrior in. I have to make a tier for it, Static. I have to say, like, hey, I can't put it like this, but it's genuinely the first thing you would slot in if you want a Warrior. If you don't play Prot Warrior, you play Fury. Like, it's there. You know what I mean? PC exploded 2 weeks ago is insane. I'm so happy you got a new PC because life without PC sucks. You know? How's Rhett doing? So Rhett got buffs today. The buffs aren't live. I still think, where do you slot Rhett into comps? I can't put Rhett, like, super high. I think that this Hunter... I think Marksman is down here, but I was agreeing that it might be up here still after nerfs. Where do you put a Rhett in? Like, if you really want to play Rhett, you would have to play it in kind of like a Magic-ish comp. Like, you could play, like, a Bear... Havoc Rhett just for pad overall because you have Prio here and a Resto Shaman. This could be a comp you could play. You have double Dispel. Remember, every comp needs give or take a pull. Like this comp right here would struggle a bit in Arakara potentially. This comp here could struggle a bit and you have at least one Poison Dispel. But let's say you want to play Disc Priest here. The problem is this comp, how are they going to do Arakara? There's only one Poison Dispel and it's a totem with a cooldown. You can recall it, but maybe it's not... Maybe the first area is really hard. Now, maybe you could just out-heal it or you play dwarfs. You know, these can all be dwarfs. So maybe you just play 3 dwarfs and you game it. Defensive, dwarf, etc. But realistically, if you just slot the Resto Druid in, you're set. So Resto Druid is cracked right now, given the fact that it has the Dispel you need, among other things. The 5th comp, Interrupts. So there you go. Interrupts is also a problem, right? Like, you know, you have the Boomy and the Mage here. You have a Boomy in this, but I don't think this comp really exists. Like, this comp is juiced for damage. It's a big caster comp, but I don't think, like, you want a Resto Druid. You want the Druid for Druid buff, but I don't think you would play it. Like, they were asking, how would I put Boomy into a comp? If you were going to play Boomy, would you play this? You know? Oh, and higher with nerfs to the other mages. But Arcane hasn't been nerfed enough. Arcane is still Giga. Like, the 3% to Arcane is nothing. Arcane is still considered one of the best DPS in the game. I was just thinking that realistically, in a weird way, you don't actually play caster comps right now. You're not playing a lot of caster comps. Do you know what I mean? It's weird, but you're not actually playing that many, like, mage comps. You're playing a lot of magic melee. So magic damage, but it's melee-based. So I think Fury Warrior fits in better. We play Bear, Disc, Hunter, Mage, and a Pug. Are we cooked? Nah, but if you play, so your comp list looks like this then. Again, these are not the best comps. I'm just saying these are all could work. You're saying that you play Bear, Hunter. What's spec a Hunter? Disc Priest. So you have Bear and Disc Priest and a Mage. Okay, so here's the problem with this comp. Here's where you're going to struggle. Let's say you play a Hunter with this and a Mage. All right, Mage is Arcane. Okay. This is kind of cooked, and the reason it's kind of cooked is simple. Kicks. There's a lot of kicks in these dungeons. How are you managing kicks with this comp? Like, you're going to be struggling. You're going to be in Struggle Bus City if you try to play something like this. Oh, bro, this is rough. Like, you would want basically Frosty K. You know, Havoc in here, Havoc or Frosty K or something like this. You know? What's up, Aladdin? Come heal 16 halls. I'm a little tired right now, though. Is that first comp for sure set in stone? No, it's not set in stone whatsoever because I couldn't decide what this would be, and I couldn't decide here. Another time, Aladdin, but thank you for asking. I've been kind of off and on the stream. Does that mean if I want to push Pug mostly as Presevoker or H-Pal? I think Presevoker, hopefully I showed, Presevoker numbers are super good. Like, Presevoker's tuned very highly. But the public perception on Presevoker has a problem, you know? I would say, you know, if you could, a Resto Shaman fits this a lot better. If your healer can actually play Resto Shaman, now this is saved. I think Resto Shaman fits this comp way better. And hopefully you saw, I was just playing the Farseer. Farseer Resto Shaman's huge. First S-Priest. Yeah, so this is what I was thinking about the S-Priest here. My problem with playing S-Priest in this comp is, you know... If it comes to on Prez, dude, awesome Exco, great, yeah. Rise the Giga gamer for Prez, and I'm the more casual Prez player. But also, so like, if you play S Priest here, the problem is this starts getting real cooked real fast. A, you have the PI but you wouldn't PI this, you would pay here, right? Second comp, which one is your spec? In this comp? Oh, I think that... So I made comps for me of what I would look for. I don't know, like maybe because you want S Priest for sure, but I was trying to think about it and I was like, I think that this comp would be like Giga Dam. Like this is the most damage. Like this is this is a Giga damage comp right here, right? But can you live? Can this live? And how are you doing kicks? Like how are you managing kicks and stuff like this? I think that could be a problem. Fox ears for a little bit though. What do I want to play next season? I'm going to maintain a few tunes. To be honest, I kind of want to maintain my Prez just because I think Prez is Giga. The problem is that I pug. And because I pug, I'm so demotivated to play Prez, man. I'm so demotivated to play Preservation Evoker just because it is tough to pug to the level of key I want to do static. Like if you're cool with 15s, then you're fine. But if you want to get to like the 19s and the 20s, I think Prez is just a doomed spec for pugs. Like you can play it, the numbers are good, but it's sad, you know, like a lot of investment to gear a character to that point. So that would be a problem, you know? So I think I would just stick with my Guardian. I like Guardian Druid the most. It's my favorite tank. So I would be looking to play Guardian. I would want to find, if I play Guardian, I would want to find a Fury Warrior. I would definitely want to find a Fury Warrior because I think this was how to make Ret Pally work. The truth is that this comp is much better. Fury Warrior instead of Ret Pally is for sure better here. So I would want to play with a Warrior, and then I would want to find a Havoc. This is the alternate. You could actually take this out and put Ret Pally in, for example, if you want to swap this around. So I probably want a Resto Shaman or a Disc Priest. I think Resto Shaman works better with Guardian Druid, personally speaking, you know? So you think VDH again? Here's the problem. Yes, VDH is currently the best tank on PTR for almost every scenario. There are some scenarios you'd want something else, but VDH is very good. The weird thing about VDH is that what comp does it fit into? Like individually, VDH, yes. I think VDH is the best tank on its own. But, you know, how would you navigate this? So static, I mean, I've tested it a bunch, right? Since the 12% nerf, the single target DPS is definitely lower. But it's not impossible to play around. It's just not Brewmaster. Like, man, the last key we did, what is this? That was Sunni's damage. What was Sunni's damage on this? Let's compare. Let's compare right now. Okay? Here, we just end this window for a second. Look. So, Sunni on the second boss did almost 2 million single target DPS by gaming his masterwork stacks and getting his lesser weapons out. Yeah? Not bad. Not bad. I, as a druid, would automatically add 900k. Well, sorry, no, 900k is overall. Let's see. I'm adding 500k by existing as Mark of the Wild. So if I do 1.5 mil single target, pretty reasonable, I'd be able to get a decent amount of damage. Like when I did Priory on PTR, I would be able to get around this overall. Yeah, so my Druid is not going to be that far behind. It would be similar to the Prot Pally. Yeah, but I provide a group buff. My problem is that I also did this key on my Prez Evoker just before static with a Brewmaster Monk. And the Brewmaster Monk did 3.2 million single target. That you can't compete with. I can compete with VDH. As a Guardian Druid, my single target damage, I can compete or be within 100k. Like, I could be kind of close, right? To a Prot Pally, to a VDH, borderline Warrior would be slightly higher, but I can compete. We just can't compete with Brewmaster. Brewmaster single target is fucking broken right now. 3.2 million on single target, like a pure single target encounter, is wild. That seems like an impossible thing to overcome. So when you compare it to that, if that gets tuned down a little bit, then, you know, could be a problem. The tier list actually is not in progress. It is now in Discord. If you want to see the tier list of what I think, it's in Discord. And also, I'll upload this to YouTube, though. Oh, was my groups this season? Yeah, and I know you played with Dal a bit, and the problem is that definitely that's a problem. Like, that's going to be, for sure, like, if I play Guardian, I need to think about the fact that, you know, if I push keys, the boss damage will matter, because my boss damage will be a little lower. Keep in mind that Guardian has 2 different hero talents, and there's a world where you could play DOTC, but even in testing DOTC, I could never touch Monk's damage, you know? Overall, I think I can match Monk, you know, somewhat. But I think it depends on how much it really matters. So there's no Rookery, right? There's no Rookery, but there is a dungeon like Floodgate. Do we have to play an extra phase of Big Mama because we don't have enough single target damage? Could be. But otherwise, there's no last boss of Rookery at the very least. Like that sucks. That's a tough one to feat. That's a tough one. You know, last boss of Rookery as a Guardian, it feels really bad. As an example, like that feels terrible to play that last boss on Guardian just because you can't do enough damage. Like you're adding a whole extra phase by trying to play it, and that could actually inch your timer. You know, that could be inch your timer. Sorry, hold up, tier list. I gotta update the command. I'll update the command. Are there any mods awake in my chat right now? I'm streaming kind of late, so I feel like everybody's asleep. The tier list is in Discord. The official tier list. So Static, like the truth is also, however, I'm the type of guy who, if I really push, I could do it. Like, if I really wanted it, I could just stick with one character and I could actually socialize, make contacts, work hard, get in Discord with people, coordinate stuff. I can be a shot caller. I've done it before. And I think I could push for title. But I don't think that sounds very fun. I much prefer being about 100 to 200 points below title and just chill. I'm good with that. This season, if I was to say, it would be about 3,700. Like, get there, chill, play alts. I'm okay with that. I do not need title to certify that I did the season well. I have plenty of other metrics to decide if I play well or not, you know? I'm pretty happy with my way of understanding the game. And my metric that I use, Static, is very simply, hey, if I say, do you want to do a key? And you think, oh no, a Woo wants to do a key. You know, I don't want to be rude to a Woo, and I do kind of want to game with him, but he's fucking bad. Like, I kind of don't want to do it. These are inside thoughts. You don't say it outside because that's rude, but you're like, man, I don't want to. You know that guy? Everybody has a friend like this. Everybody has a friend that they're like, we like him, but he's kind of fucking bad. So whenever he asks, like, can you know, you're looking for a key, and he's like, I'll come tank it. And you go, oh, boy, fuck. Okay. Sorry, we have a tank coming. He's just not here yet, you know? And then you have to, like, take the first person in queue. Like, that's that experience. Right. Well, hold on. You're not well, necessary. But my point is, everybody has a friend like that. As long as I'm not that friend, I've done a good job in the season, right? A flex redeem. All right, bet. Oh, I should have worked out much harder today. I was supposed to work out on stream, and I got carried away with stuff. Oh, well, tomorrow. If I did gym streams, would anybody want to watch them? If I actually did gym streams? I was thinking about doing them on YouTube. I wouldn't do them on Twitch because it affects things too much, but I could do them on YouTube. You have two friends. Like, so that's the thing. Like, you want to play with your friends, but I personally, the metric that I use, right? The metric that I use to judge myself is not whether I get title, but rather whether or not people are happy to play with me. That is by far the best metric I've ever come up with for understanding how I'm doing. You know what I mean? Like, Static, I'm not at your IO. I know your IO is much higher than mine, so I wouldn't ask to join your plus 20 Dark Flame Cleft. But given your limited experience with me, if next season you were queuing a key and I said, hey, I'll come tank it, as long as my tank is not completely off meta, would you be like, we could take a Woo? Like, that's the mentality. Like, as long as you're like, yeah, Woo's not bad. Like, maybe he hasn't invested the time to understand the routes that we're doing, but overall, would you be unhappy to play with me? Or if I was like, I can heal it, would you be unhappy? Would you be like, oh, fuck? Or would you be like, oh, that's fine? That's my metric of success. You know what I mean? But does that make sense? Like, I understand also that you've invested more time to understand these key strats that I just gave up. Like, I didn't do title this season. So fair enough if you're like, can't do it. But the idea that I have is that's how I judge myself. I don't need title. Can I tell you that giving up on title this season and last season was just, oh my God, amazing. Amazing. It is so freeing. It's so freeing to not, like, I don't have to give a shit. I don't care if I need that last key this week. I'm chilling. I've already accomplished this season. I'm done. I stopped months ago. I'm done. I don't even remember the last time I got IO. I just play my alts. I play PTR. Why do you think I could play PTR every day? Because I don't care about maintaining title. I got to play PTR every single day. And then just, like, get to do tier lists because I'm actually just logging stuff and everything. Like, it's great, you know? Is it worth playing Outlaw Season 3? I think that Outlaw... It's hard to say because it's very hard to find very good Outlaw rogues. The few that I've seen are just a little bit off of being very meta. Like, I don't know where they fit into comps. Outlaw's not bad right now. It's decent. If you could choose, would you go Prot, Warrior, Feral, Hunter, Wrestle Shaman, or Bear, DPS? Wait, for a comp or for, like, an individual spec, Kevin? Prot, Warrior, Feral, Hunter, Resto, Shaman, or Bear. I like the first comp there. Comp-wise. I think both comps are fine. The second that you add a Resto Shaman to that comp, it makes a lot more sense than a Disc Priest, personally speaking. Resto Shaman pumps. What was that pull? I was doing like 6 mil HPS. It wasn't a problem. It was very easy for me to do that HPS, plus I was still able to output some damage and also be Resto Shaman. Exactly. Mountain Thane. No, I think actually a lot of Prot Warriors will play Mountain Thane. I think that actually Prot Warrior is going to decide between Colossus. Mountain Thane is squishier, but it does more damage. Kyle, it's weird. Mountain Thane does more damage right now. Maybe a little frustrating and stressful. Yeah, but Static, if you've ever hung out my stream before, I'm like giga chilling, you know? I really, really love, I really want to just have fun with the game. If I'm playing WoW, it's my free time. It's my day. I do, you know, all I want to do is chill. All I want to do is chill. Okay, I'm going to need a better command. I need to update that. How do you think Prez Evoker... Oh, very easily. Very easily. Oh, well, okay, hold up. It does require skill, but Prez is very well tuned. Once you get your new tier set, you are pumping. It will have zero problems with 12 to 15. You'll own them, but does require skill. Like, you still have to play it well. Otherwise, you won't own them. Discord. Respect. It's in Discord now. Already done. I'll upload it to YouTube eventually. At some point, I'll upload this to YouTube at some point. I'll upload the whole tier list because I ranted for quite a bit. But I think that it's important to understand the state of the game when you talk about tier lists and comps and what specs are good. So I rest my case with that. Does that make sense? So Static, I think that's... Yeah, I'm good without title. I'm so much more free not having to worry about that. Okay. In terms of comps and everything, it's been very fun to hang out. Thank you. I appreciate it. I actually should get a little workout in before bed. I have work early tomorrow morning, so fun fact. I should go. But thanks for hanging out. I don't think I need title. I genuinely don't. Title's so competitive, man. I don't think I would have fun with it. It's the same reason I don't do an HOF. Oh, yeah, don't worry. I'll do it. Yeah, it'll take me a bit, but I'll do timestamps and stuff. I will do it, though. I don't think I want that. I don't think I want it. Yeah, I mean, some people really care about title for sure, but it's not for me. I would much rather judge myself on a different metric, though. I did this, by the way. I was playing Prez earlier. It's genuinely good. It's genuinely awesome right now. Okay? Title is it's solid. It's solid. Alright. I haven't raided Rob in a bit. I'm raiding out to Rob. I'm raiding out to Mr. Rob. It was a fun stream. Thanks for hanging out while I made my tier list, etc., etc. I will be back tomorrow for a short stream because I got work. Bye. In Discord. Everything's in Discord. If you want to see the tier list, it'll be on Discord, and I'll have updated it on YouTube when I get around to it tonight or tomorrow. We'll see. Probably tonight, maybe. It's kind of late. All right, bye. Let's go say hi to Rob. He's chill. He used to play football. Dude is fucking massive, man. General. He's massive. He's so awesome. He's just... Damn. All right, bet. Bye. Yo. He's growing a stash? Holy. He's growing a stash. Yo, YouTube. I think he streams, by the way. I'm on my Twitch stream. Yo, YouTube, by the way. You're on YouTube chat right now. Oh, I forgot to answer this on Twitch. People asked. I started ranting. God damn it, I forgot. Listen, YouTube. Here. YouTube. You're on YouTube still. Listen, hey, what's up, YouTube? You never answered the question about the language. Yeah, I'll talk to you for a bit. All right, this is a special YouTube stream because I ended Twitch. First of all, I think Rob streams. This is very polite to do on Twitch. When you end your Twitch stream, you kind of say hi to someone else, you know? I think it's very polite because you can go host somebody and give them views and whatnot. I think that's important. I think it's something nice to do. I don't see him live on here, but anyways. The question about Thailand, huh? I think fitness streams. That's what I was talking about. I don't know. Well, first of all, Twitch stream is ended. All right, bet. Hold up. What? YouTube, look. YouTube. Hold up. Special YouTube stream. You think I could do a fitness stream? I feel like pretty fit nowadays, but I don't actually know if I should or should not. I feel fit, right? Like, I feel like... But I feel like I would have to do it on YouTube because nobody watches fitness stuff on Twitch. I don't know. I feel fit. I don't have abs quite like I used to. But am I in good enough shape for a fitness stream? This is my question for YouTube people. Does it matter? I feel like you have to be in really good shape if you're going to do a fitness stream. That's what I think. Like, I feel like I have to be, like, in very, very good shape if I'm going to do it. That's what I think. And it's like people don't always understand fitness and stuff, just like they don't understand meta tier lists. That's what I was thinking. I can speak a little bit of Thai, but I've lived here for a long time. So you just learn the culture, you know? You know? There's no good enough shape. But that's like the problem is like social media corrupts it. And I'm not in bad shape, right? Like, I'm not in bad shape. I work out. I'm pretty strong. But I don't have like... But I'm not like, you know, I'm not ripped. I'm just in good shape. So I don't know. I feel a little bit self-conscious about it. I still don't know if it would be good or bad to do that. Like, it's kind of something like if it like hurts the channel and whatnot, then I wouldn't do it. You know what I mean? I'm not sure actually. Yo. Enjoy the break. I'm talking to Rob on Twitch. Try it. Maybe in a different channel. I think I would use the YouTube channel because everybody knows the YouTube channel. You know what I mean? The problem is everybody knows the YouTube channel. So I would definitely just use that. I don't want to make a whole new channel for it. That seems weird. I'll upload it in Discord either way. The Discord is here. You know what I mean? I would upload it here in Discord. Oh, wait, hold up. Oh, the YouTube link always gets so weird with this. Hold up. This is here. The Discord's here. There we go. Copy link Discord. I'll post some of the logs today, too, that show that Og is not dead. Actually, I watched some people like, oh, okay, shame to see improvements. Yeah, I mean, so my health used to be really bad, and I kind of fixed a lot of things about my health now. So I'm a lot healthier, and I have... Like, it's cool because I get to actually make a lot of growth now because I wasn't able to eat properly before. So now if I want to put on muscle, like, I'm really enjoying bulking. Like, I'm enjoying actually, like, gaining weight, but I don't have the abs that I used to. Like, I still have abs, right? I still have abs, but I used to have, like abs. I used to have, like, you know, like, fitness model abs. I'm in good shape right now. I don't mind my shape at all. But I think it's just, like, in my head, I think, a little bit. I think I'm, like, a little self-conscious. Like, at least when I play WoW, if somebody comes at me and they're like, yo, you're wrong about that spec. I'm like, look, fair enough that you think that. Totally get it. I'm pretty confident with what I'm saying because I've seen it with my own eyes. Like, I know how pugs work. I know how this is going to play out. I know how that Shadow Priest thing is going to work. Like, when I make an argument, I feel like I really understand it, right? But fitness stuff, like, I'm in my head a little bit. I'm like, you know, I feel a little bit like this. So I don't know if I would do them. Maybe if I do the fitness streams, though, they would be on YouTube, not on Twitch. Twitch cares way too much about average viewers, and it will bring down average viewers too much. YouTube doesn't really care, I don't think. So, yeah, I think I would do it there. I uploaded the Thai stream, and I thought that was a really cool thing. I couldn't dual stream it because I was on my phone, right? All right, anyways, it's late. I got to get to that. I got to actually go edit that YouTube video. It will take me a bit. So, YouTube, I bid you adieu. And I will see you next time. Maybe fitness stream tomorrow? I don't know if I'll have time. Maybe fitness stream tomorrow. We'll see. I'll update it in Discord if I end up doing it. Bye bye. See you tomorrow. Good night.